On the day of my younger brother's wedding, 8 Bentleys parked in front of the hotel, but they were not there to send blessings. I am a sickly young master abandoned by my family. I am about to die, but my younger brother takes my money and licks the boots of a green tea bride who treats him like an ATM. Everyone is waiting for me to die so that they can inherit the Su family's billions of assets. But they don't know that last night a voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The #1 male protagonist system is activated. Mission: clean up the house. Reward: cured from terminal illness and full strength. Today, I am not here to attend the wedding. I am here to kick that so-called adopted brother out of the house, to make all those who have betrayed me kneel down and apologize. Chapter 1. In an elegant villa, the room was spacious and stylishly designed, but the air was filled with the scent of medicinal liquids, making it seem particularly heavy. Su Qing sat on his bed at home, his mind a mess. At this moment, the housekeeper Lu Bo walked in cautiously and said softly, "Master Su Qing, your brother, Master Su Cheng, has sent an invitation. Tomorrow is his wedding with Miss He. Do you want to go?" After hearing this, Su Qing felt confused. How did he travel through time and space to become the head of a large group? He was also told that he had an illegitimate brother. Su Qing didn't care about Su Cheng's existence. After all, the relationship between him and Su Cheng was already distant. If it weren't for his father's dying instructions, Su Qing wouldn't want to bother with this illegitimate son at all. Su Cheng was not included in the family genealogy and had no inheritance rights, so Su Qing had always been indifferent to him. Su Qing once thought that if he died, Su Cheng would probably be an ordinary rich second generation, at most getting some pocket money at home, and nothing would change at all. However, as the news of his terminal illness spread, Su Cheng began to appear frequently, as if secretly planning something. Su Qing's illness can't be delayed any longer. Su Cheng also knows that I will die soon. Su Qing couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought, if Su Cheng could finally live a stable life as a rich second generation, it would be nice, but he insisted on marrying Miss He, which made Su Qing speechless. He could have lived a good life, but he chose to lick those who were not worthy. At this time, the housekeeper Lu Bo was still waiting for Su Qing's response. Seeing Su Qing's reaction, he became more and more uneasy. Seeing Su Qing remain silent for a long time, Lu Bo was so anxious that he almost cried. After Su Qing fell ill, Lu Bo had always stayed by his side. He could not bear to lose this loyal master again. "Uncle Lu, don't cry. I'm Fina. I just thought too much," Su Qing said softly. After hearing this, Uncle Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Master, I'm glad you're okay. If anything happened to you, how would I explain it to the old man?" Su Qing forced a smile, and the image of Uncle Lu emerged in his mind, the old man who had never left him and taken care of him during his illness. He knew that Uncle Lu was a little worried about his condition, but he didn't dare to show it, fearing that he would take on the responsibility. "I'm fine, Uncle Lu, don't worry," Su Qing said calmly. "By the way, where's the venue of Su Cheng's wedding?" Uncle Lu was stunned for a moment, then replied, "The young master is holding his wedding at the Royal Sky Hotel. Do you want to say hello?" "No need, just go and have a look quietly," Su Qing said calmly. She was thinking that tomorrow she must see what this cheap brother and the so-called goddess were up to. After Lu Bo left, Su Qing lay back down on the bed, closed his eyes, and remained overcome with mixed emotions. Transmigrating here should have been a good thing. After all, he had become the heir to a multi-billionaire conglomerate. But sadly, his body was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't believe he'd just had such a good life, only to have only a few months left to live. However, Su Qing did not feel sorry for himself. After all, he was just an ordinary office worker, and his life in the past was just an ordinary working life. "My parents are divorced and have each started a new family, so I don't have any worries. Now I have traveled to such a wealthy family. Although it won't last forever, at least I can enjoy a life that was once unimaginable. It can also be regarded as an explanation for my life." Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in Su Qing's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the first male protagonist system." Su Qing was startled by the voice, and then another sound rang in his mind. "Ding, mission. Kick the licking dog brother out of the house and sever ties. Mission reward. Cure the terminal illness and restore the body to peak condition." Su Qing took a deep breath, his excitement difficult to calm down. System, his heart skipped a beat, and he wondered in disbelief, is this really the legendary system? As the system's voice faded from his mind, Su Qing's emotions began to surge. He had never thought he would get such an opportunity. Could this be the turning point of his fate? Originally, he was destined to die early, but now he has the help of the system, which not only allows him to recover his health, but also allows him to completely change his fate. Thinking of his adopted brother Su Cheng, Su Qing suddenly made a decision in his heart. In that case, let me clean up the mess. A cold light flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and he said silently in his heart. The next morning, a massive convoy of 8 Bentleys and a Lincoln limousine drove out of the manor in a grand procession. 24 bodyguards accompanied them, creating an impressive display. Those who passed by the vehicles stopped to stare, pointing and admiring them. "Wow, who's this important person traveling?" one passerby exclaimed. Another passerby, looking at the Lincoln limousine in the middle, with its license plate all 8s, couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a really cool license plate number." Some people filmed the video and prepared to post it on their social media, while others were jealous, thinking that these rich people were too tired to go out and actually had to drive so many cars. Any one of these cars cost millions, especially the extended Lincoln in the middle, which was customized by the manufacturer and all the glass is bulletproof, and the cost is extremely high. The car quickly drove towards the Yuqian Hotel. Inside the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Royal Sky Hotel, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost suffocating. The young man outside, wearing a high-end custom-made suit, stood in front of the door with an anxious look on his face, pleading in a low voice. "Yin Yin, be obedient and open the door quickly. Everyone is waiting." He was Su Qing's younger brother, Su Cheng. A group of people were standing outside the door. The groomsmen had helpless expressions on their faces. Seeing Su Cheng like this, they were filled with mixed emotions. The group got up at 4 in the morning and prepared a huge fleet of luxury cars to welcome their relatives. But unexpectedly, they were turned away. As the illegitimate son of the Su family, Su Cheng was not well known to outsiders. After all, this matter itself was not very glorious. When Mr. Su died, he left Su Cheng a legacy of 10 million yuan, but Su Cheng had always concealed the money as demolition compensation. For some reason, He Yin knew about the existence of this money. After her mother found out, she started to think about it. Because He Yin had a younger brother, his mother had already made plans in her mind. So, at the last minute of the wedding, Su Cheng was blocked at the door, and the amount of the betrothal gift was temporarily increased. The original betrothal gift of 1 million, a Mercedes-Benz and a BMW, is not enough. His mother's voice rang out from inside the door. "These are just betrothal gifts. They have to be kept at our house. According to me, one for my son and one for me too. Dowry humph? What are you thinking? My daughter is already married to you, and you still want a dowry?" Her tone became increasingly firm. "When you get married this time, you must give the family at least 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month. In addition, you must find a job for my son. 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month will be enough. Only if you treat me and my brother well can I believe that you will treat Yin Yin well. If you don't provide the betrothal gift as proof, how can you make me believe that you are someone worthy of trust?" He Yin Yin's mother clearly had someone to lean on. She knew Su Cheng was wealthy. Although he was an illegitimate child, the Su family gave him a good amount of money. With a monthly allowance of 4 or 500,000, Su Cheng already lived a comfortable life. She also knew that Su Cheng was completely devoted to his daughter and would never refuse. Once she found out that Su Cheng still had 10 million on hand, she decisively increased the price and asked him to pay 8 million as a betrothal gift. Otherwise, there would be no wedding and they would break up. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to veteran lickspittle Su Cheng, but how could he accept such an outcome? So, Su Cheng immediately softened his tone. "Yin Yin, can we talk alone? Can a betrothal gift be lower? I can give you 5 million, okay?" His tone was pleading. The groomsmen outside the door felt a mixture of emotions when they heard this. 5 million yuan in betrothal gifts was an astronomical sum. And how could it be given away so easily? This was truly a waste of money. 5 million yuan could easily buy a luxury car or go on vacation for a few months without any pressure at all. "Please open the door first. Many classmates are waiting outside." Su Cheng continued to beg. The two were actually college classmates, and He Yin had long known Su Cheng's weaknesses and had him firmly in her grasp. He Yin's attitude remained unwavering. "Su Cheng, if you want to marry Yin Yin, you need 8 million, not a cent less. If you don't have a cent less, don't even think about marrying my Yin Yin." She paused and continued, "You're so stingy that you wouldn't even spend money that falls from the sky. How can I believe that you'll treat us well in the future? Look, your current behavior completely disappoints me. Yinyan's mother, standing aside, echoed, right. Since you have money, why are you so stingy? This 10 million is demolition compensation, not earned from working. If you can't even spend this little money, how can I trust you to take care of Yinyan? My family will have you to rely on in the future. Hearing this, Su Cheng was speechless. Indeed, Yinyan's request seemed a bit unreasonable to him, but he couldn't refute it. After all, she was his future wife. How could he let her down? What's more, this money just fell from the sky. He didn't think it was important to take it out. Yin, I understand. I promise you, I will give you 8 million. Only when you are happy can I be happy. If you are not happy, there is no meaning in my life. After Su Cheng said this, his heart suddenly became clear. Yin was stunned inside. She hadn't expected Su Cheng to agree to her request so easily. She secretly felt lucky that this guy was indeed rich. 8 million was nothing to him. After getting married, she would carefully plan how to control the money in her own hands so that she wouldn't have to worry about other people's opinions when shopping or traveling. The people outside were also shocked by what was happening. They had expected Su Cheng to resist, or at least fight for it, but he agreed so easily. Even more infuriating was the way the girls looked at Su Cheng and thought to themselves, this guy is so stupid. He's so rich, yet he's still so ridiculous. Don't worry, although this money was given to my family, we still have 2 million left. As long as you work harder and spend less, we can still live a good life. Yinyan's tone softened a lot, as if she was comforting Su Cheng. The groomsmen outside were extremely embarrassed. If it were them, they would definitely not agree to such an unreasonable request. They all cursed in their hearts. This is a green tea bitch, giving whatever she wants. She's simply taking Su Cheng for a fool. But Su Cheng was really hopeless. Everything that happened was broadcast live to Su Cheng. He sat in his Lincoln limousine, watching the situation unfold on his tablet, his lips curled up slightly in a cold smile. Ha, he uttered coldly. This lickspittle brother, this idiot, is actually willing to pay so much for a green tea bitch. It's ridiculous. My dear son-in-law, this is right. Once you enter our he family, you are all family. You should get along well with each other. How can you hurt your relationship for money? Inside the room, his mother smiled broadly, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Seeing that Su Cheng had finally agreed to her terms, she couldn't help but feel happy. But then again, words are not enough. You have to transfer the 8 million first to show your sincerity. Her eyes were fixed on Su Cheng, as if she wanted to squeeze more out of him. You have to call me Mom from now on. Will Mom lie to you? Will Mom hurt you? She continued to probe in a gentle tone. His mother opened the door slightly and looked at Su Cheng's face, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Su Cheng lowered his head nervously. He knew that as long as he didn't regret the engagement, everything would go well. This wedding was not just for his status, but more importantly for Yin. She was his only hope. He opened his phone and skillfully entered his card number, preparing to transfer the money. In fact, he had done this countless times before, so it was not a difficult task. The people outside watching the scene couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Is this a wedding, or is it to help the poor? A group of vampires really makes people feel disgusted. However, the moment Su Cheng clicked on the transfer button, the phone page displayed. Transfer failed, account frozen, please go to the bank to process. Su Cheng's heart sank, and his smile froze. What happened was fine yesterday. There was 10 million in the account. He hurriedly clicked on the account details, only to find that everything was frozen. Annie, there is a problem with my account. I need to go to the bank to redo it. Can it be processed later? Let's get married today, and then I will take you to the bank. Su Cheng tried his best to hide his panic, suppress the anxiety in his heart, and spoke in a calm tone. No money, what do you mean? Are you trying to cheat me in a marriage? His mother's voice suddenly became stern, clearly not believing him at all. Auntie, let me show you my phone. There's really something wrong. Su Cheng hurriedly raised his phone, showing the frozen account information to the person inside, and said earnestly, if I lie to you, I'll be damned. His mother hesitated for a moment, but finally opened a corner of the door carefully and saw the transfer failure message on her mobile phone through the crack. Her expression softened slightly, but she still felt a bit dissatisfied. After all, she was still unsure about the money until it arrived in her card. Then write an IOU and specify the amount, his mother suddenly said, her eyes sharp. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, then felt relieved. An IOU? What was that? He was incredibly relieved that at least his marriage hadn't been completely ruined because of a lack of money. He nodded quickly. Okay, Annie, I'll write it right away. Without thinking, he shouted to the people next to him, Brothers, help me find some paper and a pen. After a while, paper and pen were ready, and Suchin quickly wrote the IOU without any hesitation. His mother took the IOU and put it away with satisfaction, finally showing a smile on her face. Come, 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 my dear son-in-law, I am a little embarrassed today, but this is also to prove how much you love my yin-yin. It seems that you have passed Annie's test. Kumein. His mother's smile grew more and more triumphant. She opened the door and let Su Chung and the groomsmen in. Although Su Chung felt somewhat insulted, he had no room to resist. After all, his mind was completely focused on He Yin-Yin. The money and the procedures were just a minor obstacle for him. Come, where's the fee for changing your statement? His mother stretched out her hand and asked for fee for changing her statement, without waiting for Su Chung to enter the door. The groomsmen's expressions instantly became stunned. This was the first time they had seen their mother-in-law ask for money to change her name. They simply couldn't understand the situation. Andy, this is yours. 20,000 yuan for changing your name. From now on, I have to call you Mom. Su Ching knew what had happened and quickly pulled a thick wad of cash from his wallet and stuffed it into his mother's hand. Oh, so much. That's great. My good son-in-law. His mother smiled from ear to ear, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Touching the thick red envelope, she was overjoyed. Not only did she receive the betrothal gift, but she also received compensation for changing her name. This day's harvest left her incredibly satisfied. Come, let me introduce them to you. His mother obviously did not intend to let Su Cheng go easily. She pulled the relatives aside and began to introduce them to him one by one. This is your brother, Yu. She pointed to a slovenly young man wearing a red wig and continued, Brother-in-law, my sister will be left in your care from now on. If she is bullied in the future, I will not let you go. How is that possible? My sister is the most important person in my life. How could I let her get hurt? Su Chung immediately patted his chest and promised, and stuffed a red envelope into Hiyu's hand. Hiyu touched the red envelope and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was not as big as the one given by his mother, he was satisfied. Then he continued, Brother-in-law, you can't buy a cheap BMW for me. It has to be at least a 5 Series. Okay, no problem. Su Chung wiped the sweat from his forehead. Since he had already agreed to the betrothal gift, he could only bite the bullet and deal with these things. Although the 8 million was still there, the current situation made him a little stretched. His mother continued to introduce. This is your eldest aunt. This is your second aunt. She called almost all the relatives she could name over. After this introduction, Su Chung had already distributed dozens of red envelopes, with a total amount close to 100,000 yuan. This all left everyone present stunned. Su Chung is really a good son-in-law. Finally, his mother finally saw the empty wallet in Su Cheng's wallet and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, today is a big day. Let's hurry to the hotel. The guests are waiting impatiently. Finally, the group arrived at the hotel. However, just as they entered, He Yin suddenly vomited and rushed to the bathroom. Su Chung hurriedly followed her. Although he was a little worried, he didn't dare to go in directly. He could only stand outside the door anxiously and asked, Yin, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling a little uncomfortable? It's nothing. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. He Yin said impatiently, You go out first. That's not right. How could I leave you when you're not feeling well? Su Chung said hastily. Su Chung, are you a man? Why are you so hesitant? Go and serve the guests. I'm not asking you to die. Straight men are just idiots. He Yin cursed, her tone filled with impatience. Okay, I'll go take care of the guests. Come back to me when you come out. Su Chung quickly gave in. However, He Yin quietly took out a piece of paper from her bag. It was a pregnancy diagnosis. She sneered, tore up the diagnosis, and threw it into the trash can. Damn it. How did I get pregnant? I don't know whose it is. Anyway, we'll tell you when the time comes. Her eyes were full of anticipation, and she was thinking that Su Chung, that idiot, was still licking her, but she was thinking of another man. At this moment, a ruffian voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yin, are you there? I'm here to attend your wedding. When Yin heard this voice, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and her voice was a little aggrieved. Brother Chiu, why did you come just now? If you don't come soon, I will marry someone else. Su Chung was still waiting outside foolishly, but He Yin already had someone in her heart. When Su Chung saw his goddess, He Yin blushing and walking so close to a young man who looked more handsome than himself, his heart was filled with doubts. especially since the two of them were walking so closely, almost shoulder to shoulder. It seemed as if even a piece of paper wouldn't fall between them. He suppressed his displeasure and secretly told himself that the goddess was so perfect. How could she do such a thing? He must have been overthinking it. He forced a smile and asked, Yin Yin, who is this? Yin Yin responded calmly. This is my friend, Yang Shuqiu, the future head of Tianning Group. This hotel is his family's property. Although her words were plain, she couldn't hide the pride in her tone. Although Tianning Group couldn't compare to the Su family, it was still a major company in Linzhou with assets exceeding 1 billion. After seeing Yang Shuqiu, Yin Yin's eyes unconsciously flashed with disdain. If it weren't for Yang Shuqiu as a comparison, Su Chang might still be considered an economical man. At least he would obey her and be able to get by. But standing next to Yang Shuqiu, Su Chang felt a world of difference. Yang Shuqiu, gentle and refined, with taste, romance, status, and a wealth of wealth, was the man countless women dreamed of. In comparison, Su Chang was just a nouveau riche with a little money, and even his looks weren't as good. Yin Yin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She once thought that she and Yang Shuqiu had a passionate love. Although he could not be with her due to family reasons, she always thought that this was the tradition of the big family, so she did not blame him for it. But even so, she never felt that she owed anything. To Su Chang, the 8 million betrothal gift was indeed tempting, but she would never understand the youth she had lost. What makes Yin Yin even more disdainful is that although the memories and feelings that Yang Shuqiu once kept for her are no longer there, she is willing to let him go and pursue her own true love. She felt that being with Su Chang was completely meaningless. To her, Su Chang was just a man who disappointed her, while Yang Shuqiu could bring her more future and hope. Just as she was lost in her own thoughts, Yang Shuqiu gently lowered his head and blew a breath into Yin Yin's ear. At that moment, Yin Yin's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, and she felt as if she had been electrocuted. She secretly decided that if Yang Shuqiu asked her to leave, she would follow him without hesitation, even leaving the wedding and everything behind. Yang Shuqiu seemed to have sensed her thoughts long ago. He smiled slightly and looked at Su Chang standing beside him, his eyes full of mockery. The goddess in your eyes is now my plaything. The things you once played with are already my waste. Su Chang stood there in shock, his eyes filled with shock and anger. He had never thought that Yin Yin, whom he had always loved, would so easily fall into the arms of another man. At this moment, he could no longer bear the grievance in his heart and roared, Yin Yin, what are you doing? Yin Yin heard this and immediately responded with disdain. How dare you yell at me? You're such a heartless person. How could you be such a man? You're such a straight man. Her tone was filled with sarcasm and contempt. We've been just friends for a long time, and you still dare to question me? It's ridiculous. Wedding? You still want to get married? She looked at Su Chang coldly, her tone even more impatient. I tell you, if you want to get married. If not, get out of here. You want to marry me for 8 million? You don't deserve it at all. Su Chang's hands trembled with anger, unable to believe what he was hearing. He had once believed that everything he had given Yin Yin was without regret, yet now, she had given up on him for a man. The woman before him was no longer the ideal object of his admiration, but had become something he could not understand. You, how could you do this? His voice trembled, unable to control his emotions. Yang Shuqiu stood aside, smiling calmly, obviously not bothered by this matter. He felt that this was just like buying toys as a child. Even though there were many toys at home, he still wanted the excitement of new ones. After all, they were all used things, so why bother? He had no responsibility at all, just that everything he saw was full of excitement and fun. Yin Yin seemed to no longer care about Su Chang's reaction. She took Yang Shuqiu's arm and didn't care about other people's opinions. There will always be someone who is willing to treasure the things you don't cherish. She was full of contempt for Su Chang and seemed to not care at all about how he viewed all this. She turned to her Mother He, and said, Mom, I've decided to cancel the engagement. I won't get married. His mother had not yet fully reacted. When she heard this, her face suddenly changed, and she quickly said, Yin Yin, what's wrong? What happened? Did Su Chang make you angry? She mistakenly thought that Su Chang was wrong. So she walked between the two of them and began to persuade them. Mom, I didn't make Yin Yin angry. It's her fault. Su Chang shouted angrily. What could Yin Yin do wrong? Why can't you be more tolerant? Why do you have to be so picky? His mother continued to defend her daughter, seemingly completely ignoring Su Chang's anger and grievance. Yin Yin fell in love with someone else, and insisted on breaking off the engagement. Su Chung shouted at the top of his lungs, finally letting out the anger in his heart. This sentence was like a hammer, hitting his mother's heart. She was stunned for a moment, with only one question in her mind. Cancel the engagement, what about the 8 million betrothal gift? His mother hurriedly turned to Yin Yin. Yin Yin, is what Su Chang said true? How could you do this? Your marriage must have some tolerance. How can you give up so easily? At this moment, Yang Shuqiu took out the car keys and handed them to Hiyu. This is my car, I'll give it to you. Hiyu took the key and looked at the shining Porsche. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Yang Shuqiu continued, "Auntie, I heard that you run a company. I plan to invest 20 million in your company and introduce some big clients to you. What do you think?" His mother's eyes lit up instantly. The company, which was previously struggling, had received a capital injection, which would not only help it overcome difficulties, but also help it find new business opportunities. Her face was full of joy, and she even wanted to immediately treat Yang Shuqiu as a guest of honor. She couldn't help but start to have evil thoughts in her mind. At this moment, seeing Su Chang still standing beside her, becoming more and more annoying, his mother finally couldn't help but lose her temper. "How dare you yell at my Yin Yin like this? This marriage is no longer valid. Get out." She slammed the IOU in Su Chang's face and told him to leave without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Shuqiu smiled contemptuously and looked at Su Chang. "Security, kick him out." Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, a sudden burst of applause broke the silence. A voice rang out. "Oh, you mean you're not going to marry Su Chang? That's really such a pity." As a burst of crisp applause rang out, the air around them seemed to freeze. 2 rows of black-clad men in matching uniforms quickly parted the crowd and formed 2 sides, imposing as if they were welcoming the arrival of some important figure. A hint of doubt flashed across Yang Shuqiu's eyes. These men in black were no ordinary bodyguards. From their tense muscles and sharp eyes, it was clear that they were no mere decorations, but rather well-trained bodyguards, ready to respond to any emergency. "What's going on?" Yang Shuqiu felt a surge of unease. Although he was from a wealthy family and had seen plenty, and the Tianheng group held a high position in Linzhou, the situation before him was clearly not something he could handle easily. He concluded that this was no ordinary commotion. Perhaps there was a hidden backstory behind it. Ahem. At this moment, a pale-looking young man came out. Su Qing walked out of the bodyguard team, and his eyes fell directly on Su Chang. Yang Shuqiu frowned slightly as he looked at the man before him, trying to recall who he was. While he looked familiar, he couldn't recall where he'd seen him before. This feeling made him feel slightly uneasy. After all, people who seemed familiar to him were often not ordinary people. Su Qing didn't respond to Yang Shuqiu's question, but instead glanced at Su Qing over there, sneering in his heart. Su Cheng, the lick-spittle brother, who relied on his little family background and madly pursued Yin Yin, seemed completely unworthy of her. His appearance was only average. Su Qing once thought that if this guy didn't have some money, Yin Yin probably wouldn't even look at him. However, Su Qing couldn't help but admire Su Cheng's attitude of having no self-esteem and licking others. He was really the king of dogs. What else could he do besides licking? "Brother," Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, then excitedly called out, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. He and his brother Su Qing didn't have a good relationship, but he had long heard through the grapevine that his brother had a terminal illness. Coming over from time to make his presence known gave him some peace of mind. After all, he was Su Qing's only biological brother. "Brother, you are this idiot's brother." His mother's face became even more impatient when she heard this. She said sarcastically, "I'm telling you, there's no wedding today. Go back to where you came from and stop dreaming." Yang Shuqiu glanced at the woman, and something clicked in his mind. His heart tightened. How could this woman be so clueless? Couldn't she see that there was something fishy going on? "Whether you get married or not, what's it to me?" Su Qing chuckled, her tone revealing a sense of disapproval, as if nothing was worth taking seriously. "If you don't want to get married, then don't get married." A hint of anger flashed in his mother's eyes, and she immediately raised her voice. "Humph, the betrothal gift hasn't been returned yet, and you want to leave? You can't regret that Mercedes-Benz or BMW either. Buy it for me now." Her words made Su Qing laugh. It turned out that this family was so shameless that they could even do this to their wedding, and even the betrothal gifts and cars became items of trade. You're not getting married, the daughter's cheating on you, and you still won't return the betrothal gift? And You're still buying you a car. As Su Qing finished speaking, silence fell, and everyone's eyes were focused on He Yin. And you want a 5 Series car as a starting point? What's your family's shamelessness made of? How dare you be so shameless? You didn't contribute anything to your marriage, yet you still expect others to buy you a car and a dowry? Don't dream. Are you a good match? Who do you think you are? What kind of trash are you? Su Qing's angry curses were like thunder, striking the hearts of everyone present. Although they were just bystanders, they couldn't help but stand up for Su Qing. Even if they were standing aside, seeing this family being so shameless, they couldn't help but feel angry. Mother, he was so angry that her face turned blue and she almost fainted on the spot. This series of words was like a public execution, and she wanted to disappear from this place immediately. Damn it! How dare you scold my sister? I'll kill you. You saw his mother, so angry. Flames of anger burst out his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed towards Su Qing, as if wanting to avenge his previous humiliation. However, before his outstretched hand could touch Su Qing, the bodyguard beside him quickly made a move, grabbed him, and threw him to the ground with a back shoulder throw. Bang! He fell to the ground, wailing, and immediately collapsed to the ground. Su Chung, you bastard! How dare you bring your brother to my house to mess things up? Who do you think you are? I misjudged you. From now on, don't even think about saying a word to me. When Yin Yin saw her brother fall, she almost collapsed. She cursed without caring about her image and shouted at Su Chung in frustration. My current boyfriend is the heir to the Tianhing group. With just one word, the Su family's life and death are in jeopardy. Her words were clearly threatening and full of dissatisfaction. She turned to Yang Shuqiu, her voice even more annoyed. Kneel down and apologize immediately, otherwise I will let Master Yang destroy your family. Su Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, and seeing He Yin's arrogance, he sneered in his heart. Oh, what an idiot, he said coldly. You are pregnant, you think no one knows. This sentence resounded like thunder, shocking everyone in the room. Pregnant, Su Qing's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he asked nervously, Yin, are you pregnant when did it happen to my child? Su Qing was speechless for a moment, thinking to herself, how dare you ask how many times I've slept with her and I've actually forgotten? Yang Shuqiu's face instantly turned ashen. He glared at her and demanded, we've taken every protective measure. Explain to me clearly, whose child is this? Yang Shuqiu's tone was filled with anger and disbelief. Clearly, he felt his dignity had been severely damaged. Brother Qiu, please listen to my explanation. Don't believe him. He Yin's tone was pleading, but her eyes were filled with fear. She felt like she had been abandoned by the whole world at this moment. Su Qing took out a diagnosis report from his arms and threw it to her coldly. Look carefully. This is the hospital report. He Yin's eyes widened, and after seeing the report, her face turned pale. The contents of the report made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Everything in front of her seemed to tell her that everything she had done was being exposed. It's all your fault. You've ruined my reputation. She rushed towards Su Qing in a rage, waving her hands wildly to attack him. But in her anger, she only felt a slap hit her face hard. Bang! Her face swelled up instantly, and she stumbled backwards. Brother Qiu, you actually hit me. He Yin covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't believe that the man she once thought she could rely on would actually attack her at this moment. A sneer flashed in Yang Shuqiu's eyes. You bitch! Don't take me with you if you want to die. Do you know who he is? He's the head of the Su family. Idiot! He was so angry that he was shaking all over and wanted to slap He Yin a few more times. He had already recognized who Su Qing was, the head of the Su family. How could Tianning Group be compared with the Su family? What's more, he has no say here today. Ruin the Su family's wedding, only an idiot like you can do that. Yang Shuqiu's legs went weak, and he was filled with shock. He had never expected to run into one of the most powerful men in Linzhou. Although he was from a wealthy family and accustomed to grand occasions, this whole situation made him feel deeply uneasy. He knew that although Su Qing looked sickly, getting rid of them would not be easy, but it would not be difficult at all. Su Qing patted Yang Shuqiu's shoulder and said in a cold tone, You are quite good and impressive. I heard that your Yang family has been developing recently and even got in touch with Uncle Lu. I will praise you well when I go to have tea with Uncle Lu someday. Su Qing clapped his hands harder, and Yang Shuqiu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Uncle Lu was a key figure with extraordinary skills. If this line was broken, the Yang family would face huge trouble. Uncle Lu hated playboys the most. If Su Qing reported this to him, the Yang family would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. You're arrogant, insolent, sowing seeds everywhere, and being unruly, Su Qing said softly, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. How could this be a compliment? Yang Shuqiu was shocked, knowing that he had fallen into an inescapable trap. If Uncle Lu knew about this, his father would probably not tolerate it. He lowered his head and immediately changed his words. Master Su, I was wrong. I really didn't know he was your brother. If I had known, I would never have done this. Please be magnanimous and let me go. He turned to Su Cheng and whispered, Master Su Cheng, I am really blind and recognize the wrong person. What I said just now should be regarded as fart. I am willing to compensate 100 million. I beg you to show mercy. Yang Shuqiu's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He completely disregarded his dignity and knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Without money, what was his dignity worth if he truly lost his fortune? His life would be completely changed. When Su Cheng saw Yang Shuqiu kneel down, the humiliation he once felt was swept away, and every pore in his body seemed to relax. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. Seeing He Yinyan's seductive glance, Su Cheng's heart warmed, and he quickly said, Forget it, forget it. After all, it didn't cause any major damage. Forgive him. Yang Shuqiu felt relieved and was about to stand up when he heard Su Qing say lightly, Did I say, I forgive you? Yang Shuqiu was stunned and immediately knelt down again, his heart as if falling into an icy cave. Seeing He Yinyan winking at him, Su Cheng immediately said coquettishly, Brother, it's not a big deal anyway, just let him go. Su Qing glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with unfamiliar indifference. Who do you think you are? You actually want me to listen to your instructions? Su Cheng's heart trembled suddenly, and he had an uneasy premonition in his heart. Brother? Who's your brother? Su Qing turned around coldly, his eyes sweeping around, and continued, I heard there's a Nanhu mountain in Linzhou with a temple on it. He paused, his tone becoming even colder. I think the temple is nice, the environment is quiet, and the scenery is pleasant. Aren't you in poor health now? Why don't you go there and become a monk for a year? You can't leave the temple. Don't touch any meat, electronics, or women. I'll have someone keep an eye on you. And if you make any mistakes, don't blame me for being rude. The people around him gasped. Become a monk for a year? That's too harsh. Not touching women or electronics. For a rich young man, this is worse than death. But if he doesn't go, will he dare? Yang Shuqiu felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he had no choice. This choice was more painful than death. But if he refused, the consequences would be worse than death. Okay, thank you, Master Su, for your mercy. Yang Shuqiu felt an indescribable sense of emptiness in his heart. This time, no one could save him. Even if his father came and saw this scene, he would probably happily agree to let him go to the temple. Uncle Lu, send someone to notify young Master Yang's father. As for young Master Yang, send him to the temple today. Yang Shuqiu's eyes went dark, and he fainted. Too cruel, he cursed inwardly. Yang Shuqiu was put into a car and taken to the temple on Nanhu Mountain. Mother He's expression had completely changed by now. She smiled with a flattering smile, her eyes twinkling. Oh, Master Su, why didn't you notify us in advance? It's like a flood has washed away the Dragon King temple, and family members don't recognize each other. It's just a small fight, just a joke, nothing serious. She quickly added, I've said it before, Su Cheng and my Yin-Yan are a match made in heaven. It's just that Yin-Yan is ignorant and mischievous, but they are all harmless. Please take a seat. The wedding isn't over yet. Today is a good day. As his mother spoke, she was calculating in her mind. It didn't matter if she lost Yang Shuqiu, the wealthy son-in-law. Su Qing was the one she wanted to cling to the most. As long as we establish a connection with the Su family, our family will be able to rise to prominence, she thought secretly. He Yin didn't dwell on her mother's words anymore. She knew that if she could hook up with the head of the Su family, that would be her real chance. She quickly composed herself and prepared to continue with the wedding. She suddenly took Su Cheng's hand, not caring about her previous indifference, and said in a pretended gentle tone, Brother, it's great that you came to our wedding too. She stole a glance at Su Qing and couldn't help but feel a little distracted. He is so handsome. If I can hook up with him. Su Qing glanced at her a few times and pretended to be confused. Where is your brother? Who is your brother? I don't know him. He Yinyan's smile froze. She felt flustered. Don't joke, I was wrong. After Su Cheng and I get married, We will love each other and live happily ever after. A happy life? Su Qing looked at Su Cheng, sneering in his heart. A happy life you're talking about, do you deserve it? He turned to Yin Yin, his lips curled up slightly. When did I ever admit that you are my brother? Just because your last name is Su, just because you hope for my death every day, just because you're a brainless bootlicker, you are so stupid. Su Qing took a step closer and stared at Su Cheng coldly. Are you qualified to talk to me about this, or are you on my household registration book? Su Qing stood in the living room, looking at Su Cheng with a cold expression. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his tone was emotionless. He's not even on my household registration, but he says he's my brother. Tell me, who would believe him? His words were like a sharp knife, stabbing Su Cheng's heart. Su Cheng's expression instantly turned grim. He tried to protest, but found himself completely out of position. Just because you ask, I have to give you the inheritance? Who do you think you are? Su Qing continued with a sneer, showing no mercy. Besides, I don't have a serval brother like you. You don't even own the child, yet you're rushing to become a father? Did you have too many grandchildren in your past life? Su Qing's tone was even more sarcastic, as if he wanted to completely trample Su Cheng under his feet. Even if you get married, tell me whose surname the child will take. His words left Su Cheng speechless for a moment. I can take the child's last name. Su Cheng's tone was a little anxious. He answered subconsciously, but as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. The scene fell into an awkward state for a moment. Everyone stared at him in a daze, and Su Qing just raised an eyebrow slightly and sneered. Su Cheng, I officially declare that apart from the surname Su, we have no relationship. Su Qing's words were like a cold iron hammer, hitting Su Cheng's heart hard. I am an only child. His words were devoid of emotion, and his tone was so cold that it was impossible to refute. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your bank card is a company card. I've frozen it. From now on, you're penniless, Su Qing said calmly, as if announcing a fact. Also, the house you live in is also under the company's name. I'll give you 3 days to move out, or I'll be rude. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Su Qing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of driving the licking dog brother out of the house. Mission reward. Get cured of terminal illness. Restore physical condition to peak. Get additional rewards. Strength +1. Intelligence +1. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, and instantly felt an unfamiliar power surge in his heart. He felt as if all his strength had been completely released, and his entire body was filled with an incomparable sense of exhilaration. What surprised him even more was that he had actually returned to peak physical condition, with a noticeable increase in both strength and intelligence. He felt an unprecedented power, and his eyes were full of oppression, as if they could penetrate everything. Su Cheng felt a little uncomfortable under his sharp gaze, and an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. Everything in the past seemed to disappear in an instant. The Su Qing in front of him was no longer the sickly brother, but a threatening presence. Brother, are you kidding? We are blood relatives. Su Cheng finally couldn't help but shouted, but the urgency and anger in his words obviously couldn't cover up his fear. If the inheritance rights are not given to me, who could it be given to once you die? Will everything be given to outsiders? As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously swept towards Liu Bo, and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Su Qing looked at him coldly, but he had already decided in his heart. This time, he must completely eliminate this brother who had been stabbing him in the back. Slap, he whispered. Several bodyguards quickly stepped forward and subdued Su Cheng without hesitation. Bah! Bah! 2 loud slaps echoed, and Su Cheng's face instantly swelled up, turning into a pig's head. Su Qing remained expressionless, watching all this with cold eyes. Slap again, Su Qing said coldly. Bah! Bah! 2 more loud slaps followed, leaving 2 more bright red marks on Su Cheng's face. He fell to the ground, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. All of this made everyone present dare not utter a word. Su Qing stood there, looking at Su Cheng lying on the ground, and shook his head. There must be something hateful about pitiful people, he said coldly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Although Su Cheng looked weak, his inner viciousness and malice were enough to make people feel deeply disgusted. Su Qing knew that such a person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave, Su Cheng suddenly shouted from behind, I am your biological brother. Your things are mine, and when you die, I will make you beg me to come back. He spoke his true thoughts without reservation. Su Qing paused, turned around, and looked at him coldly. Don't worry, I won't beg you to come back. Not to mention that I won't die. Even if I die, I will definitely donate all my property to charity. He said lightly. I won't leave a single cent for you. He added at last, his words filled with utmost determination. Su Cheng's body collapsed to the ground again, muttering to himself, Why don't you die quickly? The Su family is mine. His words were full of anger and resentment. After Su Qing left, He Yinyan's family quickly gathered around and helped Su Qing up. He Yinyan's eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and she comforted him. Don't worry, you are related by blood. Once your brother's anger subsides, everything will be fine. You will still be the second young master of the Su family. He Yu also hurried forward, patted Su Cheng on the shoulder, and said, Yes, brother-in-law, I support you. When you become rich, don't forget me. You must give me a branch to manage. His mother smiled proudly. Yes, good son-in-law, but the most urgent thing is to get the certificate as soon as possible. I am 100% satisfied with you. Su Cheng's anger seemed to be slightly dissipated by their comfort, and a smug look appeared in his eyes. Okay, Yin Yin, as long as I take the position, half of the Su family will be yours. Xiaoyu, you can go to any company you want. It's all up to me. Joy appeared on their faces, but then Su Cheng had a new plan in mind. Su Qing, I'm not done with you. No, I have to call my uncle to discuss this. He said angrily in a low voice. Su Cheng said angrily in a low voice. Su Qing got in the car and ordered, Don't forget to collect the house in 3 days. Uncle Lu was a little uncertain. Master, are you really going to collect it? Then where will the second master live? Su Qing poured a glass of red wine and took a sip. He said calmly, Uncle Lu, don't make a fool of yourself when you go out. When did the Su family have a second young master? From the beginning to the end, there was only Su Qing, not Su Cheng. Su Qing drank the red wine in one gulp. Lu Bo felt that the temperament of the young master in front of him seemed to have undergone a drastic change, and the previous sickly image of the young master was completely overturned. Although he didn't know why such a change occurred. But this change is good. Young master, what should we do about your illness? Uncle Lu was still worried. Su Qing smiled and said, I met a master. Now I'm no longer suffering from any disease. In addition, I have turned a disaster into a blessing and am stronger than ordinary people. Master, what kind of master is this? He's so amazing. Are you meeting a charlatan? Lu Bo was still somewhat confused. I wondered if the eldest son was desperate and tried all kinds of treatment, believing the words of some quacks. If you don't believe me, arrange for a full-body checkup immediately, Su Qing said. Okay, I'll ask Dr. Lin to get ready right away. Uncle Lu also desperately wanted a positive answer. We don't need him anymore. Fire him. He has been bribed by Su Cheng. Su Qing said lightly. This heartless guy, you trusted him so much in vain. When he was in the most difficult time, it was you who helped him. Now he dares to bite back and betray you. Uncle Lu cursed. They soon arrived at the hospital, and the comprehensive examination began. All the instruments were available, and Su Qing received the report in less than 10 minutes. All indicators are normal and even exceed those of ordinary people. The so-called terminal illness can be cured without treatment. After reading the results of the examination report, Uncle Lu's eyes filled with tears, and he went out to burn incense and thank God. Su Qing stretched his body. It was great to be young. Being young and rich was great. Being young, rich, and healthy was even better. He slowly began to think about the future. And on the other side, Su Cheng called his uncle Hua Qiao, who almost smashed the phone and claimed that Su Qing would pay the price. Tell him to wait for me. I'll be there right now. This time I'll bring someone important with me. I want him to know that there are always people who are better than you. When the time comes, he will have to bring you back in a sedan chair and let you sit in that position. Chapter 8 Luck Unlocked Successfully. Doctor, please save my daughter. She's only 5 years old. I kneel before you. I'm willing to trade my life for another's if it means saving my daughter. See if there are any parts of my body you can sell for money. Take them all. Su Qing walked out following the sound of crying and saw a 7-foot-tall man kneeling on the cold floor of the hospital with red and swollen eyes. In the hospital ward, there was a little girl about 5 years old lying there. Her small body was curled up, her face was pale, and her lips were bloodless, as if she was experiencing the greatest pain in the world. Sir, please get up first. You're making it very difficult for us to handle this. There's nothing we can do. This is the hospital's policy. We can only do our best to treat you first. The doctor was also in a dilemma. The hospital is not run by him, nor is it a charity, and this is not a small expense. The medical expenses are a total of 300,000 yuan, which many people may not be able to save up even after 10 years. There were cries of regret from the crowd nearby. The little girl is really pitiful. She has leukemia at such a young age. It's hard to find a suitable bone marrow transplant. The transplant cost 300,000 yuan, and it's not even reimbursed. 300,000. How can an ordinary family afford this? Otherwise, I will give him a water drop fundraising. Over 100,000 yuan was spent up front. This guy is just a laborer on a construction site. Where did he get that much money? He borrowed it here and there. Now he needs another 300,000 yuan. Where's he going to get it from? It's really pitiful for a 7-foot-tall man to be kneeling on the ground like this. Let's all do our bit. I'll donate 500 yuan first. A man couldn't stand it anymore and just paid the money. At this time, a nasty voice came. I'm asking, are you stupid? It's 2020. How is it possible that there are still families who can't even come up with 300,000 yuan? If he can't even come up with 300,000, then that man isn't working hard enough, and he deserves it. If you ask me, it's definitely a show. There might be a camera hidden somewhere. Then post it on TikTok and make a ton of money. You bunch of idiots, you don't even know you've been cheated. A young man in his 20s, with his hands in his pockets, leaned against the wall of the hospital and gave orders like a know-it-all. After hearing what he said, the people who were about to pay stopped and hesitated, with doubt in their eyes, looking around for the camera. Don't spit blood at me. What Douyin? I've never heard of it. I just wanted to save my daughter. Did I do anything wrong? The man's face flushed red, and he was very angry. He can be poor, have no money, and be scolded by others, but he cannot be wronged by others. The young man was not afraid at all and said jokingly, if you want us to trust you, just tell us your home address and phone number so we can call and ask. And you can also go to the local government to give certificate. Only then can I trust you. Otherwise, you are just cheating and trying to defraud money. The young man acted as if it was a matter of course, standing on the moral high ground, as if he was going to donate a large amount of money. But in fact, he just wanted to show his presence. He enjoyed this feeling very much, and it was so cool. As for whether the little girl lives or dies, what does it have to do with him? Then post a message on Douyin. A brave young man exposed the hospital's money-swindling scam, and the light of righteousness has spread across the earth. The number of fans is increasing rapidly. I'm not lying. You have to believe me. The tall man was so anxious that he was about to cry. He finally saw a glimmer of hope, but was he going to watch it slip away? If even this little bit of hope is gone, what will happen to his daughter? If you're not lying, then find a way to prove yourself. If you can't prove it, then it's fake. The young man was grinning and didn't seem to care about the matter at all. Okay, I'll fight. The man took out a cell phone and hesitated, but finally gritted his teeth and dialed a number. Hey, bro. Brother? Your brother is not here, and you want to borrow money again? I already lent you 5,000 yuan last time, and you still want to borrow? I tell you, no way. I'm already lending you 5,000 yuan because we are all relatives. I'm telling you, don't push your luck. There was a mean woman's voice on the other end of the line. But sister-in-law, I lent my eldest nephew 50,000 yuan when he bought a house last time. Xiaoxi needs surgery. Can you give me some more money as a loan? And there's still some money left for mom, right? The man was so anxious that he was about to cry. Bullshit. That counts as borrowing money? He's the only child in your Zhou family. If you, the second uncle, don't take care of him, who will? Besides, the money your mother left behind is for your nephew. Don't even think about taking that money. I'm going to the beauty salon now. Thanks, sister-in-law, but most of mom's money is deposited with me. Beep, beep. Before the man could finish his words, the other party hung up. He was left staring at his empty phone in a daze. Fuck your life. What a bullshit family relationship. Bang. He yelled and threw his phone to the ground. The phone was smashed to pieces and the parts were scattered all over the floor. Woo-woo. He squatted on the ground, buried his head in his knees, and burst into tears. The young man saw that things were not going well and ran away. Just when the man was feeling a little desperate, he suddenly felt someone walking in front of him. Then I heard words that sounded like a savior. I cover all of his daughter's medical expenses, including follow-up examinations and nutrition expenses. If you need anything, please contact my housekeeper directly. Okay, I understand, Mr. Su. The doctor looked at the man in front of him respectfully, and the female nurse's eyes were filled with worry. Handsome, rich, and kind. All the perfect qualities of a man are concentrated in him. This is simply the most perfect man in the world. The young nurses glanced at each other and saw the admiration in each other's eyes, and sparks suddenly appeared in the air. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the luck list. Ding, the host is expected to pay 500,000 gold coins and receive 5,000 luck points. Su Qing felt that there was a new luck added to his attribute panel. There is 5,000 written behind the word luck. However, after this item appeared, the system fell silent again without any sound. When the tall man raised his head, Su Qing had already walked away. I could only keep tears in my eyes and keep saying thank you. However, he didn't have any desire to have any contact with such a big shot, but he still had the urge to thank him in his heart. I suddenly remembered that after the family split up, there was still a piece of ancient jade in the house. It was not valuable anyway, but it was of great significance. Then give it to this good man as a reward. Su Qing said as he walked. Have you found out the details of that young man just now? I've checked it out. It's a blogger on Douyin. He has hundreds of thousands of followers. He usually relies on videos with positive energy to attract fans. Those videos are all fake. Uncle Lu said respectfully that with the power of the Su family, it would only take a few minutes to investigate someone. Okay, contact Douyin's management and have them block all of his accounts. Block as many as he has, until he's off the platform. Su Qing acted as if he had crushed an ant to death. To take revenge on someone, you have to destroy him in the area where he is best. Doesn't he like exposure? Then make sure he has no exposure at all. He scoffed at the young man's words. What do you mean you can't even come up with a mere 300,000 yuan? There are so many families in this world who find it difficult to make even 100,000, let alone 300,000. The vast majority of families in this world cannot survive a single stay in the ICU. So please help if you can. By the way, also check for me this man's brother and sister-in-law. They owe him money and are blatantly taking away from him. Don't let them off either. Make them return all the money. Yes, I understand. Although he cannot control all the injustices in this world, he will try to do something about it whenever he encounters it. There is still justice in this world. Su Qing got in the Lincoln and left, the idea of luck constantly echoing in his mind. In Haiyuan City, more than 1,000 kilometers away, a middle-aged man respectfully took a young man to the first-class cabin of the plane. Flying towards Linzhou. He is Su Qing's uncle Hua Qiao. Chapter 9, The Use of Qian. What on earth is luck? How should I use it? I gained luck earlier because I saved that man's daughter. 500,000 in exchange for 5,000 luck. Doing good deeds can gain luck. Su Qing thought secretly in his heart, although he didn't know what luck was. According to the system's unpredictable ability, luck should not be just a simple number. Logically, this number should be expendable. I just don't know how to consume it. You have to figure everything out on your own. Besides using money to gain luck, what else can you use? Does money only work when used for good deeds? Or does it only work when you spend money? $100 for a little luck. It's a bit of loss. He would definitely not have done this in his previous life, but in this life, he had a mountain of money, so it was harmless to spend some to try it out. There is nothing else but money. He had some ideas in mind, but each one needed to be verified. He took out his cell phone and started spending. He heard that Huawei had released a new phone, so he grabbed one to try and see if spending money would work. Whether in the previous world or in this world, there's a legend about Huawei. Its photography and signal are very good, but it is said that due to sanctions, the chip production and supply have been greatly reduced. If you want to buy a mobile phone, you can only rob it. I don't know if it was just his luck, but as soon as he opened it, it showed a rush to buy. He directly purchased 10 of the latest M40p top-of-the-line models in autumn poplar color and placed the order directly. There was almost no waiting, and I got it in a second. What good luck! However, after he finished buying it, it quickly became out of stock. I really want 10 more summer poplar-colored ones. Su Qing said in his heart. Ding, purchasing 10 more Huawei units will cost you 500 Qi. Do you want to choose? Su Qing's hands trembled when he heard the prompt. He finally understood that luck could be used in this way. He could get whatever he wanted by consuming his luck. 500 luck points, that's 50,000. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't click. He checked his luck value. He had just bought 10 top-of-the-line machines, and all of a sudden, 80,000 yuan was gone. But his luck did not increase at all. He had some guesses in his mind, then quickly ordered a few other things. The result is the same. There is no change in luck at all. You can't gain luck by spending money. Uncle Lu, I just placed an order for 10 of Huawei's latest mobile phones. After they arrive, I will keep 2 and use the rest as the company's lucky draw this month. Su Qing said, Okay, sir, they will definitely be excited. Uncle Lu was also a little jealous. This was the latest model of mobile phone, and it was said to be very difficult to get. He didn't expect Su Qing to grab 10 of them in one go. Don't envy others. One of the two I left behind is for you. Su Qing saw his anticipation and smiled gently. Okay, thank you, master. Lubo suddenly felt itchy. Ding, the host has gained fame and is expected to gain 700 luck. The system's voice rang again. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Here it comes again. Try again. Uncle Lu, I've thought about it and decided to forget about the 8 cell phones. Cell phones are harmful. Su Qing said in a sudden change of tone. Lubo, didn't you just say you would give it to me? Why don't you give it to me now? Young people don't care about money ethics. Su Qing discovered that as soon as he said this, the 700 luck points he had just gained disappeared in an instant. Su Qing nodded in his heart. It was exactly what he expected. Got it. So this is how it is used. In addition to doing good deeds, you can also use fame to increase your luck. Then, are good deeds also considered a kind of reputation? Uncle Lu, I've thought about it and decided to send it. It's not easy for the workers. Before Lu Bo could come to his senses, Su Qing said another sentence. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Lu almost choked himself. Okay, master, I'll make arrangements once the phone arrives. Sui nodded. Since gaining fame could increase his luck, he had so much money that it would just sit there anyway, and he wouldn't feel bad about spending it. He might as well use some of it to do charity. Uncle Lu, I believe that those who have survived a great disaster will be blessed in the future. I must give back to society, so I plan to invest 500 million yuan in the name of the company to establish a charity organization specifically for the construction of primary schools in mountainous areas. Then every year, I take out 10% of my company's profits and invest it all in charity. Su Qing also wanted to learn from Principal Gu. Okay, I understand, master. I'll do it right away. Lu Bo responded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 million luck. Su Qing's luck instantly became 500, 5000. The luck suddenly soared. Su Qing always felt that more luck was a good thing. Even if it was not used, it would not depreciate. 5 million luck points is already a huge sum of money. After all, 500 million is an astronomical figure even for the middle class. What's more, he kept the 500 million yuan and invested it all in charity. How can ordinary people have such courage? In other words, Su Qing happened to inherit hundreds of billions of assets, so it would be okay for him to do whatever he wanted. Young master, wasn't old Master Huang a little while ago? Later, I heard that they invited a hermit master. He's not very old, but his medical skills are extraordinary. He saved old Master Huang with just 3 injections. So, after the radiant old Master Huang has fully recovered, he wants to hold a charity dinner. It is said that he will also invite that young man with extraordinary medical skills. I heard that you were also seriously ill before, so they specially invited you to help you get together. It's set for tomorrow night. What do you think of the arrangement? Uncle Lu said uncertainly that if it were before, he would definitely go, but now that the eldest son has fully recovered, it seems there is no need. Go, I want to take a look at this young talent. Su Qing said after thinking for a moment. With his status and position, he no longer needs to curry favor with anyone, not to mention that he has great luck. But he vaguely felt that this felt a bit like the protagonist template. Superb medical skills, young talent, 3 injections to save a life. Could this person also be someone with a system? He had some vague guesses in his mind, which piqued his interest even more. System to system. I don't know whose system is more powerful. Su Qing quickly returned to his villa. The villa was very large and luxurious, with a swimming pool, a home theater, and an underground wine cellar, but it was still a bit empty. Before 10 o'clock, he yawned and felt sleepy. He began to understand why some people went to bed so late. Because they have sex lives. Bored, he turned on a live broadcast. Kung Fu is a killing skill. If you don't kill me, I will kill you sooner or later. It's just a live movie broadcast. What a pity, baby. Change it. Young man, you have no moral principles. You attacked me. This is a martial arts live broadcast. Change. You can kill me instantly with 17 cards? You can kill me instantly? If you can kill me, Lu XX, instantly with 17 cards today, I will swallow the computer screen on the spot. This is a game live stream. Wasn't it banned? Why is it still there? Hello, everyone. Today, I will take you to appreciate the night view of Kunlun Mountain. The page jumped and turned into a beautiful female anchor. This one is quite rare, but it's not very popular, only about 100 people. Let's go in and take a look. The night view around Kunlun Mountain is SOSO. It's lonely to look at, and it's late at night. No wonder it's not very popular. If the anchor wasn't good looking, I'm afraid she wouldn't even have those 100 or so viewers. Sunontai clicker on ite. Chapter 10, I want this book. After Su Qing clicked into the live broadcast, he stared blankly at the female anchor, a little absent-minded. He is certainly not an LSP. It was because when he focused his attention on the girl, he actually saw a 3-foot-high white mist above her head. When he saw the wisp of white air, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and closeness. Of course, this was not towards a person, but towards the wisp of air. Ding! The system has detected that the host has met a person of good fortune. You can spend 100 points of luck to understand the secret of luck. Damn system finally came out to explain. If it's any later, I really want to cut you off. Su Qing has a lot of luck now, so he doesn't feel bad at all and directly exchanges it for information about his luck. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he had already understood what luck was. Everything in the world is born with destiny. Luck will rise and fall. The luck of ordinary people never becomes apparent, which is equivalent to a blank sheet of paper. Those with strong luck are born with purple aura spanning 30,000 miles across the sky. These are the chosen ones of heaven and the darlings of heaven. This kind of person can even encounter a divine beast when he is fishing for a fish, or meet a super powerful person who will accept him as a disciple when he goes out to buy vegetables, and he can probably find a peerless magic medicine when he finds a place to pee. Luck is divided into white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. This female anchor has the lowest level of white luck, but she stands out from the crowd. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely achieve something in the future. People who can show good luck must have something special about them, and are definitely not ordinary people. No wonder he ran into the mountains in the middle of the night and was not afraid of anything. Although such people cannot be said to be extremely lucky, they're still somewhat favored, and even if danger occurs, they can turn into safety. He clicked on the previous live broadcast of this anchor and found that they were all famous mountains and rivers. Among the many anchors who pose coquettishly and sell their sexuality, she is a rare breath of fresh air. He actually became interested for a moment. The live broadcast room is still discussing. The anchor is so brave. He dares to go to the mountains to broadcast live in the middle of the night. What if he encounters a wolf? It's okay to meet a wolf, but I'm afraid of meeting a pervert. The two upstairs are both perverts, confirmed. The girl looked at the comments, just smiled, and didn't take them to heart. It was almost pitch black all around, and only a few sparse light and shadows could be seen through the reflection of the moonlight. Today was originally scheduled to be a live broadcast during the day, but because of a bet with a friend of mine, I had to change it to the evening. I won the bet, and she had to buy me a Dior lipstick. The girl said playfully that it was really hard work just for a lipstick. Our live broadcast today ends here, my dear friends. Our live broadcast of famous mountains and rivers has come to an end, and I'm going back to my hometown. Okay, new friend, let me introduce you again. I'm going to end the live broadcast in 5 minutes. The place where I am now is the legendary sacred mountain, Kunlun. Kunlun Mountain, also known as Kunlun Su, is China's most sacred mountain. Ancient mythology believed that the Queen Mother of the West lived in Kunlun Mountain. Many mythological legends in China are related to Kunlun Mountain. Su Qing was the last one to come in. Even though it was late at night, she did not ignore him and introduced him again. After the introduction, she let out a long breath. My wish has finally come true. I have spent 2 years traveling to all the famous mountains and rivers and witnessed my growth through live broadcast. There was wailing in the live broadcast room. Host, please don't leave. Are you not going to broadcast live anymore? Yeah, can you please not leave? Watching your live stream makes me feel like I'm on a journey. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel a little empty. I've also been a die-hard fan for 2 years. Me too. There was a chain of conversation downstairs. There are only a few hundred people in this live broadcast room, but there are quite a few loyal fans. Goodbye, my dear friends. When Shun-Chi was about to turn off the live broadcast, he suddenly felt something hard under his feet. Hey, what is this? She turned on the light out of curiosity and was able to see what was underground clearly. A corner of a box emerged from the soil, which looked very ancient. It was this little corner that tripped her just now. The people in the live broadcast room were also a little curious. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Why does it feel like it exudes an unusual aura? It must be dangerous. Host, I'm willing to take this risk for you. Send it to me quickly. The upstairs people are shameless. Hurry up and open it, you're going to get rich. I bet there are definitely antiques inside, or gold bars hidden inside. Even if it's antique calligraphy and paintings, I'll make a fortune. Shouldn't it be handed over to the state? Apply for harmonious upstairs. Over. Su Qing was also full of curiosity. In this legendary fairy mountain, a place where no one existed, there was such an antique box. He wondered what was hidden inside, but he was just curious. He already had more money than he could spend. Shunshi didn't waste any time and directly found a tool from the car. After a while, the antique box was dug out. It's time to witness a miracle. Shunshi also took a deep breath and opened the box with excitement. When everyone saw what was in the box, they immediately became depressed. What the hell? I guess none of them right. I've taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Because there was actually a book lying in the box. Some people still hold out hope. You guys are too impatient. Host, please take a look. It might be the handwriting of some great writer. Yes, it's very possible, as long as it's not a martial arts secret manual. Shunshi carefully took the book out of the box and placed it under the light of the flashlight. The words on the cover caught my eye. Qingyun Sutra. There's also a line of small words next to it, which says that this book is a teaching material for cultivating immortality and is an exclusive product. Please do not damage it. Everyone, why does this feel like a novel about cultivating immortals? Did there exist novels about cultivating immortals in ancient times? Be more confident and take away the if. Host, you've made it. Can you sell me the immortal cultivation technique? I'll give you 50 yuan, but shipping is included. The above is not fair. I'll give 60. She shook her head. She didn't feel much disappointed. After flipping through a few pages casually, she found that they were full of incomprehensible words. Although she knew some of the words, when they were put together, they sounded like a heavenly book. It looks like an ancient book, but I can't quite understand it. It looks like it has some history, so I think it's worth collecting. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations in the live broadcast room. When she looked up again, she found that the screen was flooded with a series of planes and rockets. She stared in amazement as one firework after another burst into life. These few short minutes, I have given away at least 100,000 worth of gifts. Damn, who is this guy so rich? You bunch of LSBS, there are still people hiding deep inside you. Come out quickly. I have a younger sister at home who is about to get divorced. You're lucky. Of course, the one who can be so wealthy is Su Qing. He typed a line of words. I want this book. Chapitre 11 Dragon Jade Pendant. Of course, Su Qing was not coveting her beauty. It was because when he saw this book, a system prompt came to his mind. Ding, Qingyun Sutra, basic immortal cultivation technique. Although he remained silent after saying only this one sentence, Su Qing's heart was burning with passion. If you go out on the street and say you have a book on how to cultivate immortality, you will definitely be arrested as a psychopath. But if it is a system prompt, it is different. There is nothing wrong with spending 100,000 yuan to get a book on cultivating immortality, even the most basic ones. If there really is a method of cultivating immortals, then who created it and whether there are other immortal cultivators in this world are all unknown. But no matter what, he must get this book. Fortunately, things didn't cause too much trouble. After a little hesitation, Shunshi felt that this book was not of much use to her. Besides, she had received a gift worth 100,000 yuan, and the profit she would get from it would be 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. So I didn't ask for an exorbitant price and just sent a private message to his backstage to ask for his address. Su Qing sent the address and waited for delivery. He did not stay in the live broadcast room for the rest of the time and directly exited the room. He was not afraid at all that Shunshi would turn against him. As long as he wanted, he could find her location anytime and anywhere. Su Qing slept until after 10 o'clock. It was a sunny day outside, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto the ground, as if it was God's gift to the world. Everything seems like a lifetime ago. Newborn. All the clothes are ready. Givenchy casual suits, tailor-made. More than a dozen sets made at a time, suitable for any occasion. Breakfast is lobster meat and caviar from Australia. All of these things were delicacies that he had only heard of in legends in his previous life and had never seen before. They were extremely luxurious. He took a few bites. Although every ingredient was carefully selected and tasted extremely delicious, he still missed the hand-pulled pancakes that he often ate in his previous life. He couldn't help but take a picture and post it on his moments. Although lobster meat and caviar are delicious, I still miss the days of eating hand-pulled pancakes. As a result, as soon as I posted it on WeChat Moments, I received dozens of likes and comments. Versailles literature reappears. Caviar, Su Qing, who are you sharing the bill with? Do you want to return it after taking the photos? You're finally willing to go online. If you don't go online soon, You'll really disappear from your classmates' memories. Yeah, where did you go after dropping out of school? Why haven't you heard from me since then? You're finally online. But don't start off with this precise stuff, okay? It's a bit harsh. We've all played it out, and you're still playing it. It's really boring. After seeing these comments, Su Qing realized that he had not posted on WeChat moments for a long time. He went to university in another province, so almost no one knew about his family's financial situation. When he was a junior, he dropped out of school due to family changes and went home, completely disappearing from their sight. This post on my moments really ignited their excitement. Message after message was posted in the comments. He looked at the plate in front of him. Damn it, was he really eating caviar? My husband bought me a Ferrari, but the color is so ugly. Straight men are just unfashionable. I'll let him buy red next time. My bestie asked me to go to France for tea this afternoon. I'm so annoyed. We just went there for macarons last week. My husband is the same. He buys me a lot of Joe Malone without asking me if I like it or not. I don't need it at all. It's so annoying. A week's worth of household money is gone again. Sister's upstairs. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. How about we hold a class reunion? Okay. It's been a while since we last met. You must come. Su Qing, are you coming or not? Don't say you don't have time. You are a caviar eater, let alone you can't even afford a plane ticket. This sentence is full of malice. Okay, I'll be there then. Su Qing had originally not planned to go, no matter what others thought. But later I found out that I had a collaboration in that city, so I might as well go and take a look. After he turned off his phone, Uncle Lu walked in. Master, there's a man at the gate of the manor who wants to see you. He's the man we met in the hospital last time. What is he doing here? Is it because he doesn't have enough money? 500,000 should be more than enough to pay for his daughter's medical expenses. Su Qing was a little confused. If he wanted more money, it would make him unhappy. Let's go out and take a look. He hoped that no other situations would arise. He didn't want endless troubles to follow every time he did a good deed. When I walked out of the manor, I saw a man waiting at the door, holding something in his hand. As soon as he saw Su Qing, he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Su Qing was quick to help him up. He could not accept a man in his 40s kneeling down to him. If you have something to say, talk about it nicely. Don't kneel down so easily. You saved my daughter's life, which is equivalent to saving my life. I don't think it's too much to repay you. The man was extremely sincere. When he returned home, a drastic change took place in him. His brother and sister-in-law came to apologize in fear and trepidation, explaining that what happened before was just a misunderstanding, asking him not to take it to heart, and begging him to forgive them. He was also willing to return all the money he had previously swallowed, and even added some extra money as compensation. How could he not know that the source of all these things pointed to Su Qing? It was because he met such a noble person that his fate changed drastically and his daughter's life was able to continue. Su Qing was the one who revived his destiny, and he couldn't think of anything he could do to repay her. The only thing he could remember was a jade pendant that had been passed down in his family. It had been in his hands for many years. It is said that it has existed since the time of Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty. He had heard others say before that rich people generally prefer antiques and things with historical and cultural heritage, so he thought of this jade pendant. The man unfolded what he was holding. Mr. Su, I have no way of repaying your kindness. This jade pendant is a family heirloom. Although it's not worth much, it's said to have been passed down from the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang. If you don't mind, please accept it. Su Qing's brows relaxed, realizing that he had not misjudged the person. He shook his head and said, "You should keep this jade pendant. It's your heirloom after all. It's useless to me." He reached out and pushed the jade pendant back. But as soon as his hand touched the jade pendant, the system's voice came from his mind. Ding! A jade pendant containing dragon energy has been detected. Absorbing dragon energy can gain 1 million luck. Chapter 12 Spirit Stone? Su Qing was really surprised. The jade pendant embodying dragon energy was passed down from the time of Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. Could it be that this jade pendant belonged to Zhu Yuanzhang? That's huge value. Moreover, this jade pendant actually contains 1 million points of luck, which is equivalent to 100 million. It is hard to believe that this unassuming jade pendant has such hidden value. But this is only true for Su Qing. Zhu Yuanzhang, the first emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Almost all those who have achieved great things in China over the past 5,000 years came from wealthy families, and even those who were not wealthy had a certain foundation. Even a legendary figure who started from scratch, such as our Han Dynasty Emperor Liu Bei, claimed to be a descendant of King Jing of Zhongshan when he started his career. Only 3 of them have truly become legends. The first one is Liu Bang, the first emperor of the Han Dynasty, who was the chief of Sisui Pavilion. This position is equivalent to the current director of a township police station, but the power is not as high as that of a township police station. The second is Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty. He is the real idol. In the past 5,000 years, no founding emperor had a lower starting point than him. It started with a bowl, but it built the reputation of the top empire in the East. If the jade pendant was really worn by such a legendary figure, then it would make sense. Have you taken it for appraisal? Su Qing asked with a restrained expression. No. If I really couldn't raise the medical expenses at that time, I might have used this jade pendant to exchange for money to treat my daughter's illness. But fortunately, I met you. Now I give this jade pendant to you, which can be regarded as repaying the kindness. The man shook his head and said, but it is said that my ancestor once served as Zhu Yuanzhang's attendant. The jade pendant was a family heirloom, and he had kept it hidden carefully, not even telling his brother. This was the only thing he did right. Otherwise, his brother would definitely try every means to take the jade pendant away. Then do you know that this jade pendant may be very valuable, even worth more than 500,000? Su Qing looked into his eyes and said. The man smiled calmly. It's just a jade pendant. No matter how valuable it is, it's not as valuable as my daughter's life. Please accept it. Su Qing kept staring into his eyes and found that there was only sincerity in his eyes, without a trace of reluctance. He thought about it and accepted the jade pendant. This jade pendant is useful to me, so I'll keep it. I'll never take advantage of others in my life. If you give me this jade pendant, I will give you something of equal value. Uncle Liu, the company's real estate is about to be put on sale. I'm going to give you a 200 square meter house. Su Qing looked at him. He didn't know the man's name yet. My name is Wei Hua Hong. The man said unconsciously, completely unaware of what he had gained. To Mr. Wei, Su Qing turned around and gave instructions to Liu Bo. Okay, sir, I'll do it right away. Uncle Liu's eyes were full of envy. The newly developed real estate was called Yujing Longtan, and it had a particularly good location in Linzhou. There are famous schools from elementary school to high school around it, which is definitely a fighter among school district houses. The average price has exceeded 20,000. This house alone is worth nearly 5 million. Mr. Su, this house is too valuable. Please. Wei Huahong was filled with panic and quickly refused. You deserve this. But before he could finish his words, Su Qing had already left, leaving him no chance to refute. Wei Huahong's heart was filled with infinite gratitude. He did not think that his jade pendant was worth that much, and thought that Su Qing was taking special care of him. Su Qing took the jade pendant and walked back to the villa. In the eyes of others, he had made a huge loss in business. He threw away 5 million yuan for a jade pendant that had not been appraised. What kind of person is that if not a fool? But Su Qing knew that this jade pendant could not be valued at just 5 million. In the room, Su Qing sat cross-legged on a cushion with a jade pendant in her hand. The jade pendant is only half the size of a palm and is green in color. It is carved into the shape of a dragon, and the shape is exquisite, which is beyond the reach of ordinary sculptors. Moreover, the dragon shape was regarded as a symbol of the emperor in ancient times. If anyone privately engraved it, the punishment would be beheading at the very least, or even confiscation of property and extermination of the clan at the worst. So it can be seen how precious this jade pendant is, but the jade pendant is precious only to Su Qing. The jade pendant itself is worth no more than 1 million. But Su Qing never wanted to treat others unfairly, and 5 million was not a lot. System absorb luck. In the interval, a dragon-shaped spirit emanated from the jade pendant and penetrated into Su Qing's body. It had no substance, like a phantom, and disappeared without a trace, without any feeling. His luck panel instantly increased by 1 million. What he saved was not just 100 million, but also a direction. In the future, when he looks for personal belongings of emperors of past dynasties, he may find similar items that also contain the same luck. The jade pendant after his luck was absorbed did not change much. It just became a little dimmer. Regardless of other factors, the material of this jade is top-notch. Su Qing casually put the jade pendant aside. After absorbing the luck, the jade pendant was of little use to him. I wonder if all antiques have aura, or if they must be personal belongings of the emperor. Su Qing thought secretly. According to Wei Huahong, his ancestor once served as Zhu Yuanzhang's attendant. This position is specifically responsible for recording the emperor's words and deeds, whether good or cruel, almost all of which are recorded truthfully. So this profession is also considered a high-risk profession. In other words, if you want to be a housekeeper, you must have a strong head. Perhaps it was because this attendant was appreciated by Zhu Yuanzhang that he was awarded this jade pendant. But I don't know whether some ordinary antiques have any luck. There's a special basement in his villa which is used to store antiques. He followed his memory, found the room, entered the password, and passed through 2 layers of protection before entering the antique room. The protection here was extremely strict. It was almost impossible to steal things in it. Even if he used brute force, it would take a certain amount of time. Moreover, the entire manor is filled with bodyguards, most of whom are veterans. There are patrols 24 hours a day, so it is extremely safe. The antique room covers an area of more than 300 square meters and displays nearly 100 scattered antiques accumulated by generations. Calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, calligraphy, ancient books, jadeite, everything you need. Su Qing touched each item one by one. Every antique here was extremely precious, and now they were like toys in his hands. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, top-grade chicken bloodstone, Tang Bohu's paintings, Yin Jinqing's calligraphy. But what made him disappointed was that after touching them for most of the time, no one responded. Even if these things are priceless, they mean little to him. Not only did none of the ordinary antiques react, even some of the things that the kings and princes once owned are useless. It seems that only the emperor's personal belongings or things that are endowed with great significance can have luck. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. When he touched those pieces of jade, the system in his mind responded. Ding, found a spirit stone, poor quality. Ding, found a spirit stone, the quality is very poor. Ding, found a spirit stone, poor quality. Chapter 13. Departure, Charity Dinner. Spirit stone? Isn't this something that only exists in novels about cultivating immortals? Does it really exist in real life? First comes the cultivation technique, then comes the spirit stone. Su Qing scratched his head. The immortal cultivation technique plus the spirit stones. Isn't this a complete immortal cultivation process? His luck is really off the charts. In his previous life, he had read too many fantasy novels and was an old bookworm. I know all the classic quotes by heart. For example, Han Pao Pao frowned, realizing something was wrong, and stepped behind the crowd. For example, the unknown later years of Emperor Yi Tian. It was so terrifying that I gasped. Holding the sun, moon, and stars in my hands, there is no one like me in the world. If I, Li Chungang, had not been born, the path of swordsmanship would have been as dark as eternity. So he was not unfamiliar with spirit stones and was just like an old prostitute. You don't even need to take off your clothes to know how much they weigh. System, can I absorb it now? Su Qing asked, rubbing his hands. No, there's no way to absorb it. Forcibly absorbing, it will only strengthen the body and waste the natural resources. The method of absorption. It seems to be referring to the method of cultivating immortals, Qingyan Sutra. The name sounds okay, but it is only the most basic method of cultivating immortals. However, now he is satisfied with even the most basic one. However, he still asked with some reluctance. System, do you have any immortal cultivation techniques? This system does not have a system mall, and this function has not yet been opened. Suing. What? There's no system store? It feels like a game that's not even fully developed, yet has been directly launched for public beta. Without a system store, isn't that ridiculous? Go out and look at the streets, and you will see which system does not provide good after-sales service. You can go to a certain website, Lu, K, Mao, or Chia, and see which system does not provide one-stop service. How come you don't have them all? Even for mobile phone systems, there are a lot of service points for Xiaomi, Apple, Blue, and Green. Do you think you are from a certain tribe? After all, they are 2 big brands, but they have pitifully few after-sales service points. Other big brands all have a lot of after-sales points, as they are afraid of losing old customers due to inadequate service. Even if Su Qing complained in his heart 1,000,000 times, it would not change. Life is like, since you can't resist it, you can only enjoy it. He put these 3 pieces of jade aside, separately. In his eyes, these 3 pieces of jade were much more valuable than other things. These 3 pieces of jade have very high quality and are extremely rare in terms of purity, transparency, fineness, and color. 1 piece is glass type and 2 pieces are imperial green. Each piece is the size of a palm, and its market value is over 100 million. But even for these few pieces, the quality is only poor or very poor. If his guess was correct, these 3 pieces of jade contained spiritual energy, but the quality was poor and the content was very low, so they were identified as poor. According to the general plot of the novel, the Earth must have entered the Dharma ending age, with spiritual energy cut off, and only the current jade still contains spiritual energy. He shook his head and didn't want to think too much. There was no point in thinking too much now. He hadn't even got the skills yet and had no chance to experiment. He closed the door of the secret room and walked out. I have an appointment tonight. Charity dinner. At that time, I will have to meet the person who is suspected of carrying the system. I don't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. It is system against system. I don't know who will win. Damn it. Our own system doesn't even have a system all. What if someone directly exchanges for a killer weapon and blows me up? Then I'm doomed. I hope the system can be more motivated and not kill people instantly when we meet. Otherwise, I would probably be the most frustrated host. Soon it was evening, and Su Qing changed into another outfit when she went to attend the dinner. This time the suit is a little more formal, with a dark blue outerwear, a blue striped lining, and a tie. The whole outfit is simple yet neat. Combined with Su Qing's face, he is almost a replica of a domineering president, with the lethality of a nuclear bomb. Few women can resist this temptation. The young boss, who is worth hundreds of billions, is handsome and tall, and is still single. He is rarely involved in scandals. With such good conditions, he is the absolute focus of the crowd wherever he goes. For this kind of young rich man, let alone surrendering, even just taking a bite is worth decades of struggle for an ordinary person. However, having no scandals and no ambiguity is an advantage for an honest man, but for Su Qing, it is not an advantage for those women. If they are so chaste, how can they have a chance? As the Lincoln extended length car with the license plate number 8 entered the Dong mansion, it instantly attracted a lot of attention, and countless real socialites looked at it. The socialites who can enter this manor are real socialites. Each of them has a certain background, either power or money. These are not fake socialites who piece together bags and necklaces. Nor is she a fake socialite who dreams of breaking into the circle of rich wives by buying a brand-name bag or getting a membership card at a high-end beauty salon. Those who can appear in the manor are all genuine socialites who have received invitations. The first reason for attending such occasions is business, and the second is socializing. The second generation of rich and powerful people only choose their spouses within the same circle, and few of them want to go out of the circle. Since you can't help me, why should I marry you? For love? Oh, therefore, those girls who have poor conditions but dream of marrying into a wealthy family are ultimately just dreaming. Mr. Su, it's been a long time since we last met. You're so hard to get an appointment with. Last time I wanted to ask you out to see, you refused. How about we make another appointment? Yes, Master Su. You haven't been out and about for a long time. Are you secretly working on some big project again? If there is any money-making project, don't forget me, your sister. Brother Su, hello. Do you remember me? You last came to my house for dinner a few years ago. I've graduated from college and would like to intern at your company. Is that okay? As soon as Su Qing got out of the car, many girls surrounded her. The genes of these girls have been optimized through several generations, and there are almost no ugly ones. Even those who are ugly are self-aware. Those surrounding him all score above 70 points, and there are several who score above 90 points. Su Qing responded one by one with a faint smile on his face. Of course, there are projects, and they're all large projects worth hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. We could talk about them slowly, carefully, and all night long later. These girls are all beautiful, wealthy, and charming in their respective circles. But now they are surrounding him one by one and refuse to leave. It is a bit ironic. The men next to him had complicated expressions in their eyes, but they could not find any reason to be jealous. Su Qing could crush them in every aspect, and they could only look up to him and try to catch up with him all their lives, but never be able to surpass him. Now, the bonus era has passed. Thank you all for your kind invitation. I will definitely go next time I have a chance. I will go meet Mr. Huang first. Su Qing was in the turbulent sea, crying out that he couldn't bear it and ran away quickly. If you don't run away, these female monsters will eat you until not even a bone is left. He finally understood the previous sentence. Rich people can easily possess the youth of many girls, but we have to go through a lot of hardships to have just one. Chapter 14, the Su family only has Su Qing. An old man in a tang suit and with a cane walked out. Although his hair was gray, he was still energetic, and his eyes were not cloudy at all, but particularly bright. The most obvious change was his hair. Su Qing remembered that when she saw him 2 years ago, his hair was already extremely white, but now it has slowly turned black again, making him look 10 years younger. This is Mr. Huang. He was involved in politics in his early years and later in business. Although he did not hold a high position, he accumulated a lot of connections. Later, his business went smoothly, and he was considered one of the first people to venture into business. However, with the development of technology, he gradually failed to keep up with the times, but he still accumulated a lot of wealth and was highly respected in Linzhou. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have come out to greet him in person. But age is one thing, and status is another. Although Su Qing is not very old, only 23 or 24 years old, he is now the head of the Su family, with assets worth hundreds of billions, and he is also capable, so there is no need for him to put on airs. Xiao Su, it's been a long time since we last met. I heard you were sick a while ago, so I should have gone to see you. But what a coincidence, I was sick too. Now, I'm back, so please don't blame me. Mr. Huang came out and joked that he looked very good and didn't look like he had just recovered from serious illness at all. Su Qing quickly bowed and said, Mr. Huang, you are joking. I should be the one to come to see you, not you to come to see me. I am really sorry. Please forgive me, Mr. Huang. What are you talking about? If you keep saying that, I'll get angry. Mr. Huang pretended to be angry. Thank you, Mr. Huang, Su Qing said with a smile. The two walked side by side. After taking a look at him, Mr. Huang said, Xiao Su, didn't I hear you were sick before? Why don't you look sick at all today? Su Qing is now very healthy and has a stronger physique than ordinary people. He doesn't look like he's still recovering from a serious illness at all. He looks even stronger and has a rosier complexion than ordinary people. I met a master some time ago. He has very advanced medical skills. He cured the stubborn illness that I had for the past few months with just one treatment. Su Qing lied without blinking an eye. Master, is he a young man? 1.8 meters tall, and he likes to wear casual clothes. Mr. Huang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. Su Qing's mind turned. This young man should be the legendary young man with outstanding medical skills. He shook his head. No, it's an old Taoist priest who likes to wear a green Taoist robe and hang a wine gourd around his waist. I used several bottles of Yuan dynasty wine to persuade him. This is pure nonsense. As for the old Taoist priest, it was all made up by him. No one would check out anyway. I see. It seems it's not little friend Lin. Old Huang nodded, a little disappointed. He thought he and Su Qing had met the same person. Last name Lin? Su Qing silently thought in his heart that among the four major families in the protagonist world, the Lin family was prosperous and deeply rooted. Representative characters: Lin Lei in Coiling Snake, Lin Dong in martial arts, and Lin Yi in School Beauty. Any one of them can defeat the three realms. Another person named Lin has appeared. If a conflict occurs, this kid must not be allowed to stay. Su Qing silently criticized the potatoes. Before they had gone far, they heard a quarrel at the gate of the manor and heard a constant noisy sound. All of you get out of here, you bunch of watchdogs. Do you know who I am? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Watchdog? Old Huang frowned, his eyes gleaming coldly. This was the first time he was blocked at the door and scolded. Is someone here to cause trouble? Do they really think he's made of clay? Huang Bingquan has been active in the underworld for so many years and has considerable connections in both the black and white worlds. No one in Linzhou doesn't give him face, yet there are still people who dare to trespass into the manor. Only Su Qing showed a sneer on his face. He already knew who the visitor was. You useless bootlicker brother, I really don't know who gave you the courage to come here. The one who gave you such courage must have an extraordinary backer. You must be making some progress. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw a young man standing there, clamoring to teach the group of watchdogs at the door lesson. Su Qing narrowed her eyes when she saw her licking brother. What does it mean to be timid in front of the goddess while I strike hard outside? The arrogant and domineering look made him look like he was the best in the world. The bodyguards at the door were trying their best to restrain themselves, especially one of them, who had a bright red slap mark on his face. If it were normal times, they would have taken action long ago, but Su Qing kept shouting that there was someone behind him, so they were a little cautious and didn't dare to take action. Those who came to the manor today were either rich or noble, and they couldn't afford to offend them with their small bodies. If Su Qing hadn't taken out the invitation, they wouldn't be so embarrassed. Old Huang walked out and looked at Su Qing with extremely cold eyes. If he didn't want to make things too big of a deal, Su Qing would have been lying on the ground now. Who are you? Which family are you from? Old Huang asked coldly. Anyone who dares to hit him. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. What's more, This happened at the gate of his own manor. If he backed down on this matter today, he would probably become the laughingstock of the entire Linzhou. No matter how strong his background was, Huang Bingquan would get to the bottom of it. Su Cheng was a little flustered when he saw the look in his eyes. But then he remembered what his uncle said. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. No one can stop you. I will clean up all the mess for you. Su Qing, he's nothing. He's just a guy who got to the top by reincarnation. He was just born into a better family. If I were in that position, I would do 10 times better than him. I want Su Qing to apologize to you, pour me some tea and admit his mistake, and even call me uncle. Su Qing knew a little bit that his uncle had hooked up with a real master, the kind as great as the sky. So, this is the reason why he dares to act so recklessly, even if it exposes the truth. He looked straight at Su Qing, who was standing in the distance. The indifference in Su Qing's eyes made him feel a little cold in his heart, but more of it was resentment. Why should you inherit the family business? And I am just an illegitimate child. I also have half of the Su family. It's mine, and no one can take it away. Su Qing, why don't you just die? Wouldn't it be better if you died? There wouldn't be so many problems. The Su family would be mine, and I could grow old with Yin Yan. It's all your fault. Go to hell. The jealousy in Su Cheng's chest was about to overflow, and it felt like a ball of fire was burning and exploding. I am Su Cheng of the Su family. Su Qing's younger brother. Su Cheng said with gritted teeth. Su family, Suin. Everyone looked at Su Qing. Is this boy Su Qing's younger brother? Even Mr. Huang hesitated. This matter was difficult to handle. If it was someone else, he would definitely get to the bottom of it and make him pay the price in blood. But if it was Su Qing, he was in a dilemma. Even the bodyguard felt despair in his heart. How could he have the ability to seek revenge on the younger brother of the head of the Su family? Even Mr. Huang would not offend Su Qing because of him. Everyone looked at him with sympathy. Su Qing smiled lightly and said slowly, the Su family only has Su Qing, not Su Cheng. I didn't know my mother gave birth to a younger brother for me. Chapter 15, I was beaten. As soon as Su Qing said this, Su Cheng's face became extremely ugly. In front of everyone, he tore his face to the ground and stepped on it hard, leaving no room for him. Okay, Su Qing, you are cruel. From now on, we will break off all ties. I hope you won't have to beg me anymore. Su Cheng said angrily. Su Qing glanced at him coldly, not knowing where this guy got his confidence from. I'm begging you humbly? What are you dreaming about? You're just a piece of shit, a licking dog wagging its tail for mercy, and you're not worthy enough to say that to me. Are you still breaking off all ties with me? I want to ask you, when have you ever been kind to me? When have we ever been righteous? You were just a mistake, and you're not qualified to talk to me about this? Where's your face? Can you please have some dignity? Su Cheng's face turned pale and blue after being scolded by him, and he was speechless. After listening to the conversation for such a long time, Mr. Huang finally understood. The two of them definitely knew each other, but it's not certain that they had a very close relationship. But I heard before that Su Qing's father had a romantic affair and left behind an illegitimate child. Could it be the one in front of him? He narrowed his eyes. Since Su Qing didn't admit it, he was happy to pretend to be ignorant. There are really few people in this world who are still alive and kicking after beating him. He snorted coldly. You are truly courageous. You dared to break into a private house and even injured my people. You are completely lawless and unscrupulous. I wonder if lawbreakers like you can escape legal punishment. Mr. Huang had no intention of letting him go easily. He originally thought he was some playboy and wanted to give him a good beating. But when he found out that he was nothing and even slapped him in the face, he became so angry that he had to send him to jail. When the time comes, just a greeting will be enough to make him suffer a lot, and he won't even need to do anything. Su Cheng was stared at by his sharp eyes and panicked in an instant, especially when he heard that he would be subject to legal sanctions. He immediately became afraid. He is not a fool. He knows that once he goes to prison, the rest of the situation will be out of his control. He took a few steps back, sweat pouring down his forehead and screaming in his heart. Uncle, Master Lin, why haven't you shown up yet? If you don't show up soon, I'm going to die. Mr. Huang would never let him go easily, so he gave a look to the bodyguards. You're trespassing and attacking people without provocation. I suspect you have violent tendencies. Restrain him while we wait for law enforcement to arrive. Don't be too rough. If he gets hurt, we'll have to pay for his medical expenses. Mr. Huang said this with ill intention, especially emphasizing the last few words. The bodyguards understood immediately. Don't be too rude means it's okay to be rude. Need to pay for medical expenses? Mr. Huang has been in the business world for so many years, and he still lacks this little money? What I mean is, you can do whatever you want. I will pay for the medical expenses and I will deal with the problem. Especially the bodyguard who was slapped in the face. He had been holding back a lot of anger in his heart. Even if a clay Buddha was slapped in the face, he would want to smash the other person to death with the lotus platform, let alone him. Su Chung watched the bodyguard approaching him and retreated step by step. Everyone was in a mood to watch a show. This kind of plot was much more interesting than those boring gatherings. Many people have already picked up their champagne, leisurely waiting to watch the big show. Just when Su Chung was about to learn a lesson, suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the scene. He was not tall and a little fat, and his face was so drunk that oil could be squeezed out of it. "Stop it, everyone! You dare to hit my nephew? Do you all want to die? I'll give you one more chance. Get back here, or I'll kill you one by one." After Hua Qiao appeared, he walked straight to Su Chung, glanced at them fiercely, and cursed. "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to care? Are you this kid's family? Humph, you've come just in time. Do you know what your nephew has done? If you don't apologize, you won't be able to bear the consequences." A bodyguard asked with a frown. The bodyguards did not retreat because of his appearance. Instead, it aroused the ruthlessness in their hearts. "You are not qualified to know who I am. You only need to know one thing. I am someone you cannot afford to offend. If you want to beat up my nephew, there are not many people in Linzhou who can do it, let alone a bunch of watchdogs like you." Hua Qiao glanced at them and said disdainfully, "Do you know what date is today? Who did you offend?" The bodyguard leader frowned. He had never seen such an arrogant person since he was a child. This made him even more afraid to move. His pupils shrank slightly. Who was this person? The anger in his heart made him want to slap him, but he hid this impulse heavily. Anyone who dares to ignore Mr. Huang is not someone that a small bodyguard like him can offend. He looked at Hua Qiao deeply and stepped back with frustration. So sensible. Hua Qiao glanced at him proudly, then walked towards Mr. Huang. "Mr. Huang, it's been a long time since we last met. You are still as strong and vigorous as ever," Hua Qiao said with a smile. If it weren't for the scene just now, this scene would be so heartwarming. When Mr. Huang saw Hua Qiao coming over, he snorted coldly. "Who am I, Hua Qiao? What are you doing here? I didn't invite you, and we don't have any connection. Your nephew came to my house to cause trouble, and as his uncle, you don't do anything about it. Or do you think that your face can make me give up the pursuit?" Old Huang looked at him unkindly. Hua Qiao relied on the former old man Su to do business well, but it only stayed at this level, far from the point that made Huang Bingquan pinch his nose and let it go. Although Hua Qiao knew that Huang Bingquan would not give him face, he was still a little unhappy. They are just a bunch of people who were born with silver spoons in their mouths. If he were in someone else's position, he would have become the down payment for Linzhou long ago. He looked through the crowd and saw Su Qing standing in the distance. "Humph, you have a serious illness that cannot be cured. Come and beg me. Maybe I can give you a chance to live. But I want half of the Su family, and you and Su Chung can split the remaining half." "What, not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, then just sit and wait for death." He forced a smile and shouted meaningfully, "Nephew, long time no see. You saw your uncle coming over, but you didn't come over to greet him. You're so disrespectful. You just wanted to humiliate Su Qing in public and enjoy the feeling of being slapped in the face." The crowd watching was in an uproar. Hua Qiao and Huang Bingquan were too far away to hear what they were saying. But from what he said, this person is the uncle of the head of the Su family? That would be much more interesting, as it was clearly an attempt to humiliate Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at him with disdain. "Idiot. Uncle, your mother is my only daughter. You still want me to call you uncle? What are you dreaming of? Someone slap me in the face." "Suing Xiaotif, what are you?" "Bang." Before Hua Qiao could finish his words, a bright red slap mark appeared on his face. Su Qing's bodyguard had no scruples and hit him with all his might. He covered his face and looked at Su Qing in disbelief, with only one thought in his mind. "Was I beaten? I was beaten? I was beaten?" Chapter 16, Xiao takes a day off. "I couldn't stand it anymore today, so I want to see a dentist. I didn't expect that dentists are so expensive nowadays. Root canal treatment in Guangzhou costs 3,000 yuan per tooth. I couldn't bear it, so I went back to Foshan. My mouth was full of blood after the first step, and I slowly received treatment afterwards. It was too late when I came back after the treatment, so I may not be able to continue with the update today. I hope you guys can forgive me, and I wish you all get rich." Chapter 17, I Want to Die. Hua Qiao's face was filled with disbelief. He knew that even if he got his revenge today, the insult of this slap would be forever imprinted in everyone's heart, like a nail that would leave a mark even after it was pulled out. Suing. Hua Qiao looked at Su Qing with a dark face, wishing he could tear him into pieces and swallow him into his stomach. From now on, Hua Qiao would no longer have the face to come to Linzhou again. Why are you yelling? Do you think it loudest? This is a charity gala, and the word charity has nothing to do with you, okay? Do you want to get out of here, or do I need someone to do it? Su Qing scratched his ears and said impatiently, he's just a clown. Someone, throw him out. Old Huang looked at him with disgust. He bowed and smiled towards both sides and said, there was a little incident during the evening tonight. Please forgive me and don't be affected by it. Everyone nodded, indicating that it didn't matter. The bodyguards looked unhappy and were thinking about how to get him out. Huang Bingquan, you can drive me away today, that's right. But there is always someone you can't drive away. Hua Qiao said angrily. There's another person? Who? Huang Bingquan was already extremely impatient. What on earth was he trying to do? Mr. Huang, long time no see. Old Hu was talking about me. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. A young man with an extraordinary appearance got out of a vehicle in the distance and smiled gently. Anyone who saw this gentle smile would be unable to help but feel happy. Huang Bingquan looked at him in surprise and said, little friend Lin, why didn't you tell me you were here? You saved my life, so there's no need to be polite. Lin Xiaoyu, this special name. In addition, Huang Bingquan's attitude towards him after he appeared made everyone curious, and many young women were jealous. This is the legendary Master Lin, a genius in medicine who brought a dying old man back to life with just 3 needles. What magical skill! Everyone gets sick sometimes. Knowing a skilled doctor is like having an extra amulet to protect you. Lin Shi waved his hand and said indifferently, Old Hua and I came here together. I'm so sorry to bother you. You know Old Hua, he's too impulsive. I can't stop him. I apologize to you on his behalf. After he finished speaking, he pretended to bow. Although Huang Bingquan was old enough to be his grandfather, he didn't dare let his savior salute him, so he quickly stopped him. Since Hua Qiao is your friend, I won't say much. I just hope there won't be a next time. Please come in. Huang Bingquan suppressed his unhappiness and forced a smile. Being slapped in the face at his doorstep and having to smile and cater to this feeling really made him depressed to the point of vomiting blood. If Lin Shi had not appeared here today as a savior, but as a rich second generation, he would never have let him go. But this kind of relationship now makes him feel a little at loss. He looked at Hua Qiao deeply and hid the coldness in his eyes. That's good. Su Chang is just too playful. Life is about having fun, right? Lin Shi turned his head and looked at the slap mark on the bodyguard's face with a playful look on his face. You are just a mortal. It is your honor to beat you. Yes, Master Su Cheng was just joking. The beaten bodyguard took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Sucheng, Lin Shi shouted. I am here. Su Cheng hurried over. Look at how you did things. You slapped someone, and now you have to pay for the medical expenses. Lin Shi said with great sorrow. Good. Su Cheng took out a handful of money from his pocket and threw it directly on the ground, scattering it all over the place. He said arrogantly with a cold look in his eyes, remember, don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with in the future. Otherwise, Su Cheng leaned close to his ear and whispered sinisterly, otherwise, you'll end up dead on the streets. The bodyguard looked at the face so close to him, and although he wanted to punch it and smash it to pieces, he lost his courage when he thought of the consequences. Ha ha ha. Su Cheng laughed out loud. It felt so good. Lin Shi spread his hands and laughed heartily. Look, there aren't so many contradictions in this world. As long as we admit our mistakes, everything will be solved. Although everyone was smiling, they had other thoughts in their hearts. What place is this? What occasion is this? Is it something that can be solved by just admitting your mistakes? This is riding on the face and peeing. Although Huang Bingquan had a smile on his face, the closeness in his heart had cooled a little. His little friend Lin was no longer the little friend Lin he knew at the beginning. People always change. Please come in. Huang Bingquan's smile was a little forced. Lin Shi didn't feel anything was wrong and walked forward, one step ahead of Huang Bingquan. He has already considered himself the master of this place. Having obtained the system, isn't he the child of destiny? I saved you. How dare you not be grateful? Then I will take your life. I hate ungrateful people the most in my life. Hua Qiao and Su Cheng walked behind him arrogantly. Although his faces were still burning with pain, it did not affect his pride at all. With Master Lin here, no matter how rich you are, he will suppress you. Lin Shi walked up to Su Qing, looked at him carefully without saying a word. I thought to myself, system, scan him to see what strange disease he has. Ding, scan completed. Target shows no abnormalities and is healthier than an average person. Lin Shi frowned. How can there be no illness? Hadn't we heard that he was already terminally ill with a terminal disease and was about to die? How could he be healthier than the average person? Had he been faking it all these years? How can I complete the task if I'm not sick? How to get rewards? The mission to save the billionaire failed? He looked back at Hua Qiao and Su Cheng, his eyes full of confusion. But Hua Qiao could never understand the confusion in his eyes and what it was all about. I thought it was encouraging him to seek revenge. After all, he had just been slapped hard in the face, and Master Lin was the most protective of his people. He stepped forward, his heart filled with excitement. Su Qing, this is Master Lin, the person you will always look up to. Master Lin is a master of extraordinary medical skills. Even if you are dying, he can still snatch you back from the underworld. Hua Qiao looked very proud. After all, not everyone could become Master Lin's friend. If you want Master Lin to save you, then you'll have to spend a lot of money to avoid disaster. I want half of the Su group. Su Cheng is your brother, so it's only natural that he get to share the family property. However, since you call me uncle, the remaining half will be divided equally between the two of you. This money can also allow you to spend your whole life in luxury and debauchery. Also, I want you to pour tea and admit your mistake, and hold a grand ceremony to invite Su Cheng back home. The opportunity is right before you. Whether you choose to live or die is up to you. Have you made up your mind? Hua Qiao didn't realize how shameless his conditions were. In his opinion, saving your life is a big deal. Asking for half of your property is nothing. And as for pouring tea and admitting the mistake, can that be considered a big deal? Su Qing looked at him, who was feeling good about himself, and had no idea where this thing came from. He touched his nose and said indifferently, I'm begging for death. I won't bother you with that. Chapter 18. Hello, Leek. Haha, that's right. You want to live, eh? You want to die. Hua Qiao was still feeling smug, but he realized something was wrong halfway through his words. Not seeking life, but seeking death. Didn't you hear it clearly? Then say it again. Su Qing, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is Master Lin, a recognized master. As long as he diagnoses and treats you, there is nothing you can't save. I know you're worried about money, but money is something you can't bring with you when you're born and you can't take with you when you die. First of all, you have to live before you can enjoy the money you earn. No matter how much money you have, it's all gone when you die. So you should consider my conditions carefully. If you want to cure your terminal illness, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to survive without Master Lin's help. He explained very seriously, fearing that Su Qing didn't know who Lin Shi was. Su Qing smiled gently and said, It doesn't matter. As long as I cherish my time and live well, it will all be the same. If something unfortunate happens to me, I could donate all the money. There are so many people in the world who need help. Look at those who cannot afford medical treatment or medicine, those who are blind, and those schools in the mountainous areas that only have tiled houses. They all need help. Isn't it a joy to help them? This is a spiritual upliftment for me. What a meaningful thing. So when I die, I will donate all my property. Then every mountain school I have helped will have my name on it. How proud I will be. Su Qing's face was full of compassion, and he wished he could donate all his property on the spot. Hua Qiao really had nothing to say. He looked at Su Qing with a gloomy expression. Su Qing, when did you become so enlightened? How could you do that by donating all your property? How can there be people like you in this world? You're going to donate all your money? You're such a spendthrift. Why don't you just give me the money? I'll ask Master Lin to save you. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Hua Qiao still didn't give up. The duck that he had got flew away before it was cooked. Su Cheng became even more furious. If he donated all the money, he would not get a penny. Su Qing, what do you mean? There's also my money in there. I won't allow you to donate it. Su Qing looked at the uncle and nephew, who were performing in front of him like clowns, and simply ignored them. Whether I donate money or not is none of your business. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? If you want money, go earn it yourself. Don't keep an eye on my money all the time. He wants to get something for nothing. He looks ugly, but his thoughts are beautiful. These words made the two of them blush and turn pale. Hua Qiao, in particular, couldn't understand why it felt like things were going astray. Shouldn't you kneel down and beg me to save you? Then I'd take control of the Su group, gradually chipping away at it and growing it into a multi-billion-dollar corporation. His dream was like glass, shattered in an instant. Su Qing looked at Lin Shi, and a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The primary system, Supreme Divine Doctor System, has been discovered. The host can consume it by spending 1,000,000 in luck. After consumption, it can be upgraded to an intermediate system. It really does have system. The Supreme Divine Doctor System. My guess really came true. No wonder the other party could rise so quickly. It turned out that it was because of the system. If I hadn't appeared, the other party should be the real protagonist of this world. However, judging from his puzzled expression, he should have scanned me, but I don't know if he discovered my system. He asked in his heart, System, have you been discovered? Host, rest assured. This system has activated the automatic shielding function. No object can detect this system. Please rest assured. Su Qing finally felt relieved. If his system was killed, it would be the end of him. He is the unlucky one. Hello, Master Lin. My name is Su Qing. Nice to meet you. Su Qing looked at him with a smile on her face, full of enthusiasm. I said silently in my heart, Hello, Leeks. As long as I devour his system, my own system will be able to upgrade. Although I don't know what the upgrade will be used for, it will definitely have more new features. Thinking about it, I feel a little excited. Lin Shi had no idea that he had been exposed, but when he looked into Su Qing's eyes, he inexplicably had an ominous premonition. It's like a hunter seeing his prey. He threw this ridiculous thought out of his head. He was the one who had the system and was the son of destiny. How could he be afraid? The whole world should revolve around him. He extended his hand and put on his signature smile. Hello, my name is Lin Shi. It's almost time. Everyone please take your seats. The dinner will begin soon, and then our treasures will be presented to you. We hope you will make a contribution to charity. Thank you. Huang Bingquan's voice rang out, and everyone came back to their senses. Lin Shi felt as if he had been pardoned after hearing this, and quickly left, away from Su Qing's gaze. When he left, a row of tiny beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He felt that staying with Su Qing for one more second was torture. Hua Qiyao complained, This damn Su Qing is such a miser. He would rather donate the money than leave it to us. It's really hateful. Yes, uncle, what should we do now? What if Su Qing really donates the money? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Su Cheng said hatefully. Hua Qiyao was silent for a while. What was originally a sure thing had now changed. He turned his gaze to Lin Shi. Master Lin, please help me. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Lin Shi nodded. Although things had changed, if Hua Qiyao or Su Cheng could control the Su group, it would be like having an extra wallet for him. If you don't have a few rich henchmen around you, you won't dare to say that you are the protagonist when you go out. For some reason, he felt an urge to hate Su Qing from the bottom of his heart, and even he himself could not explain where this urge came from. It is clear that the two have never met each other and have never had any intersection. The lights came on, and the dinner was extremely luxurious. The chefs are all French chefs, and the precious ingredients on the table are placed as if they are free. Many of the top quality ingredients are not available on the market and can only be ordered privately. Although the portions are not large, each dish is so exquisite that one is reluctant to pick up their chopstick for fear of ruining the wonderful atmosphere. Abalone, bird's nest, Kobe beef, truffles, foie gras. Even a most ordinary cucumber dish was made into the shape of a bamboo forest. Red wine, Romanicani, is more expensive than Lafite. The charity dinner officially kicked off amid the clinking of glasses. The hosts we invited were also extraordinary, one male and one female. Both of them were rising stars. Mr. Huang is a man of great philanthropy. He held a charity dinner and donated 10 of his own treasures. There were also 20 treasures from Mr. Li Yeming, Mr. Zhou Shi, Ms. Wang Mei, and others. The host read out a dozen names. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to charity. I hope everyone can find something they like and contribute to charity at the same time. Thank you. Charity auction starts now. Tupte di Noli Yugoslavia sale. Treasures were presented one after another. The bodyguards had protected the entire manor so well that only organized robbers with hot weapons could break in. Anyone who can come here to attend the charity gala must have a few bodyguards with him. Together with the temporarily hired antique security team, the security force is already extraordinary. It is not an exaggeration to call it the safest place for the people of Linzhou. What's more, we have already informed the Law Enforcement Bureau, and there are people from the Law Enforcement Bureau watching outside. They're also afraid. It is not an exaggeration to call this place half of Linzhou. If it is taken over by bandits, it will be a big deal. The charity gala began in this extremely safe environment. Han Dynasty generals were equipped with swords. Bada Shamazuda landscape paintings. Yen Jinxing's handwriting. The Wang Wali ornaments in the palace. Top-grade jade rui. Each piece is a unique treasure. Moreover, each piece has been strictly authenticated by several authentication experts, and there is absolutely no possibility of counterfeiting. And no one would intentionally bring out fakes. Those present were all well-known people. If their things were found to be fakes, they would be truly disgraced. Waves of high prices came one after another. This is equivalent to a small auction, and each item is rare. Many jealous people have already started bidding. For some people, some favorite things are worth spending any amount of money on them. Moreover, at their level, money is just a number. Anyway, the money will be donated to charity in the end, so why not do it? Everyone's attention was attracted by the auction items on the stage, and a handsome man and beautiful woman were so pleasing to the eyes that no one cared about the things on the table. Su Qing lost interest after taking a look. There was nothing worth buying. I have done a lot of charity, so I just watch the fun. At most, I can add a high price to a random item to avoid looking like a stingy person. The things on the table are what you should take seriously. It is shameful to waste food, and you will be struck by lightning. Every auction item was sold at a sky-high price. Any number here is something that an ordinary person cannot achieve, even if he works hard for his entire life. It is estimated that the final total transaction price will be at least over 100 million. Next, the item up for auction is a bit special. It's the seal of Li Yu, the last emperor of the Southern Tang dynasty. Legend has it that the seal was lost during the war, but I didn't expect it to be collected by Mr. Li Yiming. During the banquet, a middle-aged man stood up and waved to everyone. Su Qing had some impression of him. He was a medical equipment tycoon in Linzhou, with a supply chain spread across the country. His strength was not much different from his. Daring to use Li Yu's seal as an auction item shows off one's wealth. Everyone looked at him in surprise. You know, a private collector would not let go of a collection of this level easily. It was too rare to come across one. What's more, it is not used to exchange for funds, but for charity. Li Yiming looked at everyone's eyes and nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted, otherwise why would he bother? You have to know that he only owns a few pieces of collections of this level. The starting price is 10 million. As soon as this sky-high price was announced, the place suddenly became much quieter. The highest price ever achieved at an auction was not this high, and this was only the starting price. 10 million is already the total assets of a middle-class family. Doing charity does not mean donating nakedly. No one would auction such a valuable item. After hearing the price, many people shook their heads and said they couldn't afford it. They want to take out 10 million in cash, but everyone present cut off half of it in an instant. Even if you can afford so much money, you still feel it is not worth it. In the end, only a small group of wealthy people were able to buy the seal without any pressure. Li Yuuzlabia seal. Su Qing suddenly thought of the luck he had obtained from the jade pendant before, which was another item belonging to an emperor. And it is not ordinary. Li Yu seal has been used to issue countless national decrees. From another perspective, it has political significance. Even though the Southern Tang was defeated by Li Yu, there is no guarantee that there would not be some remaining luck. System, can you scan the seal? Long-range scanning requires 100 points of luck. Do you want to scan? Scanning. Ding, luck is discovered. If the host absorbs it, he can obtain 5 million luck. 5 million? Su Qing was surprised. Is the luck so strong? Luck seemed to laugh at him as a bumpkin and explained it in his mind. A nation's destiny is immeasurable, ranging from tens of millions to billions. The seal is the center of the nation's destiny, so it's normal for millions to remain. Su Qing didn't care about the system's attitude. My mind is full of luck. 5 million would save him so much time and money. He had to get it. This is a priceless national treasure. Please make your bid. The female host Yang Ning swept her eyes across the first few rows. There were only a few people who were able to eat the seal without any serious damage. The final transaction price will definitely be astronomical. Many people looked at Li Yiming, feeling both angry and amused. I asked you to do charity, but I don't want you to donate all your money. Why are you working so hard? 15 million. The evening party is known as the half of Linzhou's business, so there are naturally quite a few rich people. Although 10 million is a lot, there are still people who can afford it. 20 million. After the first person makes a bid, the second person follows closely. 25 million. 30 million. The price continued to soar and increased several times in an instant. Su Qing listened to the prices rising one after another. Although he was determined to get it, His face was as calm as a mirror, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. 60 million. A woman sitting in the front row made a bid, and it was a sky-high price. Everyone looked over, and after seeing that it was her, they lost the desire to compete. Even if they were wealthy and powerful, they were not able to compete with this woman. Wang Mei, who is less than 40 years old, is in charge of a famous high-tech company in the province. Especially in recent years, after the listing and financing, her net worth has skyrocketed and is showing a trend of reaching the top. Wang Mei, I didn't expect you would like this kind of thing. I thought you were only interested in money. Liaming Deasa. You're right, I do like money, but I don't like it. My old man likes it. Can't I buy it and give it to someone else? Wang Mei said lightly. Okay, I'm so happy that you bought my things. Li Yiming said with a smile. Wang Mei is famous for her aloofness. She is a strong woman who acts decisively. Even he has to admire this woman. Once such a high price is announced, few people can compete. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Asked the female host with a sweet smile. Wang Mei nodded in her heart. The price was about right at this point and shouldn't go any higher. In a circle where you see each other everywhere, malicious bidding is unlikely to occur. 80 million. Su Qing finally broke the silence. The price was raised by 20 million as soon as it was announced. Chapter 20 final. 80 million. Everyone's focus suddenly changed. What does 80 million mean? There are many people present who have assets of 80 million, and they are everywhere. But to come up with 80 million in cash, in one word, difficult. If you take out this 80 million in cash, will your company still pay salaries, purchase goods, and operate? Even if you can get these out intact, what if your company suffers losses? Even if there is no loss, is it worth spending 80 million to buy a seal? Even a wealthy person like Wang Mei fell silent for a moment, frowning and calculating the pros and cons in her mind. 80 million was nothing to her. Even if it was 10 times more, 800 million, she could easily come up with it. The key was whether it was worth it. While she was thinking, a voice sounded again. I'll give you 90 million. Lin Shi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised the price to an incredible level. It's just charity, only 90 million. I can afford it. Brother Su, are you going to add more? If not, this seal will be mine. Lin Shi chuckled. Su Qing looked at him intently, initially thinking that he had seen through the mystery, but a closer look showed that it was not the case. It was as if he was fighting with her. Huo Qiao and Su Chang next to him also looked at him provocatively. Su Qing looked away expressionlessly and said calmly, 100 million. Lin Shi was also surprised by the sudden high price. Of course, he didn't see the mystery in it. He was simply feeling uncomfortable and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Su Qing. To say he really wants it, definitely not. It takes time to accumulate wealth. He originally came from an ordinary family, but suddenly became rich after owning the system, but his assets are only a few hundred million. He was asked to surpass Su Qing and spend 100 million to buy a useless seal, unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey. So he was a little hesitant. Su Qing saw his hesitation and said lightly, do you still want to increase the price? I play with you, but I don't know how much money you have in your account, so you can waste it at will. I spent 100 million and earned it back in a month or two. You must be heartbroken when you spend 100 million. The fire in Lin Shi's heart was extinguished instantly. Indeed, Su Qing touched the heart of his heart. He is not qualified to play with Su Qing at this stage. Master Lin, why don't you bid? Bid higher than him. Kill his arrogance and take the seal. Huo Qiao said anxiously from the side. Lin Shi glanced at him and said, you are so anxious, why don't you do it yourself? It's just a small thing. Besides, I've already given him an extra 20 million. My goal has been achieved. There's no need to pursue it relentlessly. There will be opportunities later. Lin Shi pretended to be calm. Since Brother Su likes it so much, I'll give it to you. Lin Shi turned around and said. Su Qing curled her lips. You talk as if you have more money than me. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Lin Shi's face twitched, and he wanted to explode, but held it back. Anyone else want to raise the price? Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Southern Tang Seal for 100 million yuan, and thank you for your support of charity. Seeing that no one bid again, the host did not delay any further. 100 million was already a sky-high price. When Su Qing saw that he had taken the seal, his face was calm, but he was extremely happy in his heart. It's a great deal to get 5 million luck with 100 million, a price difference of nearly 5 times. This is why it is important to have no middlemen making a profit from the price difference and how much money you can save. Okay, Gentlemen who didn't get the item you wanted, you can take a look at what other goodies we have coming up next. After that, Su Qing lost interest as he could no longer find items that could be sold at such a high price. Items are put on auction one by one. Next, it's our grand finale treasure, said the host Yongning. This item is from Mr. Huang's collection. Now let's invite Mr. Huang to the stage to explain it in person. Huang Bingquan walked onto the stage solemnly. He looked to the side and saw a cart slowly pushed out with an object half a person's height on it, covered with a red cloth, full of mystery. Everyone's attention was drawn over and filled with curiosity. Being the finale is certainly extraordinary. Huang Lao looked at it with a nostalgic look and slowly stroked it with his hand, saying, "This is a piece of Burmese old mine stone I bought 30 years ago. I bought 3 pieces at that time. The first and second pieces both produced jadeite of considerable value, which also became the capital for my business." Everyone listened in fascination, so that was how he started his business. I've kept the remaining third piece. It's been 30 years since I've been holding on to it. I'm not interested in gambling on stones anymore, so I'll just give it to you as my last donation tonight. Please rest assured, I believe this stone definitely contains jade. I've invited many people to look at the stone and have drilled holes in it. It does contain jade. It just depends on your luck. Starting price, 1 yuan. Mr. Huang smiled easily. Gambling on stones, in one word, is gambling. One cut will bring up the price. Another one will bring down the price. If you win, you will get rich. If you lose, you will lose money. He reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing a stone half a man's height. There was a very obvious cut on the stone, and to the right of the cut, there was a small, faintly emerald green spot. The starting price is 1 yuan. Is it so low? Asked someone who didn't understand. 1 yuan is the starting price, but the transaction price is far more than that. With multiple companies bidding, do you think you could get the deal for just 1 yuan? What are you thinking? Someone explained. Mr. Huang, can we go up and identify it? Someone said. Many people were interested. Of course you can look at it at will. Mr. Huang nodded and smiled. There are quite a few people who are interested in this field. He was also very interested in it in his early years and bought a lot of books to study it. In a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people came onto the stage, surrounded the stone, and began to look at it, whispering to each other. Lin Shi, who was sitting under the stage, was filled with joy. His system prompted that this stone was extremely extraordinary, containing top-grade jadeite, and was the size of a watermelon. The system also assigns him tasks, and he will receive many rewards if he completes them. If the mission fails, his property will be wiped out. He had to buy it. Seeing those people on the stage, surrounding the stone like experts, he sneered in his heart. Do you know what Child of Destiny means? I want this stone. No one can take it away from me. At the same time, Su Qing also received a prompt from a system. His eyes flickered. The quality of this piece was comparable to the ones he had at home, and it was even bigger. The key point is that this kind of thing is priceless and difficult to buy even if you have money, not to mention that it is so big and will be a great use to him. Mr. Huang is really generous. If it is opened in perfect condition, it will be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Su Qing even wants to give Mr. Huang a thumbs up. He turned around to look at Lin Shi, and seeing him grinning like a pig, he knew that he might have also received some enlightenment from the system. Be happy for a while. You will know in a moment what it means to be a pay-to-win player. Chapter 21, Toothache. Make up for it tomorrow. I had root canal treatment on my tooth and sealed it with medicine. Friends who have had root canal treatment should know that the pain is so severe that I may not be able to sleep tonight, and it may be so painful that I can't breathe. I will have a filler treatment tomorrow. Chapter 22, I just like doing charity. After the people on the stage finished checking, they returned to their seats, looking confident. In particular, some wealthy people who are interested in this have made up their minds to take the photo even if it costs a lot of money, and have started sending messages to raise funds. They looked at the people next to them with some hostility, as they were all competitors. Mr. Huang also anticipated such a scene and couldn't help but smile. He was the same in his early years, but he estimated that the maximum value of the jade in this stone was tens of millions, so he donated it. Anyway, he is about to be buried and will not be able to enjoy a luxurious life for a few more years. As for the future generations, let them struggle slowly. Bidding starts now. The host returned to the stage and said, although they're all stars in front of others, none of them dares to be arrogant in front of this group of bigwigs. I am afraid that tonight we will witness the birth of another miracle. I'm just throwing out a suggestion and making a price to help you guys find a way. 10 million. A tourism tycoon said happily and was the first to make the bid. At the first move, it was a full 10 million, which instantly raised the level. Boss Wong is very quick to act. I won't be polite then. 15 million. A big boss from a construction company followed closely behind. 17 million. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. Prices continue to rise. In the blink of an eye, it reached 30 million, but this was far from reaching the ceiling. Li Yiming suddenly stood up, bowed, and smiled to those around him. All the bosses are wealthy and are contributing to charity. Li naturally can't fall behind. This price increase has been going on for too long. I won't beat around the bush, Li. I want this stone too. Since you're raising the price, let's raise it high and make it final. 80 million. This price increase shocked everyone. 80 million, a full 50 million added. This is already the price of Li Yu's seal that was auctioned before. There's no need to add to it. After all, there's only a small piece of emerald green exposed. What if you are unlucky? They don't have the confidence to lose so much. Many people have already given up in their hearts. Even some top wealthy people of the same level as him did not raise the price again after weighing the pros and cons. Mr. Huang touched his beard and was very satisfied with the price. It can also be regarded as giving my lucky stone a good home and realizing its ultimate value. And once these are donated, they will eventually make him famous. No one spoke for a long while. Li Yiming thought the situation was settled and smiled. Then I will. Wait a minute. 80 million is enough to get it? I'll offer 90 million. A voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw Lin Chi showing his gentle smile again, like a modest gentleman. Li Yiming's smile froze on his face, and Chung Yaojin suddenly appeared. He looked at Lin Chi intently and said, "Young people have big appetites. It's not easy to make money. It's better to take it easy." Lin Chi said, "Making money is easy. Just spend some money and have some fun." "What? You still want to force me to give in?" "This is Mr. Huang's charity dinner. Hold back your anger." Li Yiming snurta coldly. Although this was the truth, he still felt a little uncomfortable when being confronted by young people. If you can't afford the price, don't embarrass yourself. You're such a rich man, but you're so stingy. Hua Qiao, standing next to him now, wants to mock everyone he sees. "It's just tens of millions. I can't afford it." Li Yiming was ridiculed by Hua Qiao, and he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Anyone could teach him a lesson? Just as he was about to continue bidding, another voice rang out. 100 million. Everyone gasped again. Is it worth it for a stone that only has potential value? The world of the big guys is really hard to understand. Su Qing was stared at by a group of people. He shrugged and smiled. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that I love charity. Brother Su, you are really rich. But no matter how much money you have, there will come a time when you go bankrupt. Don't become a spendthrift then. Lin Chi said unhappily. It feels good to intercept something, but it is not so good to be intercepted by others. I'm sorry, but we don't have anything else at home but money. So I'll just be a spendthrift. It's pretty cool. After all, spendthrifts have money to spend, unlike you. Su Qing did not get angry when he was called a prodigal son, but smiled instead. 110 million. Lin Chi continued to raise the price. 150 million. If you want to raise the price, just raise it higher. What's the point of adding 10 million? Su Qing turned his head and glanced at him. 160 million. Lin Chi almost shouted out with gritted teeth. He had never seen so much money since he was a child, let alone spending it. Half of his property was spent in one go, and his heart was bleeding. 200 million. Su Qing didn't want to haggle with him anymore, so she pushed the price up frantically. After all, the money was going to charity, so she wouldn't lose out on anything. Everyone felt their blood boiling. It was so exciting. What a sky-high price it would fetch. Li Yiming has kept silent. The price is too high, and it is unnecessary. After hearing the price, Lin Chi was in great conflict. Even if he paid a high price to buy it, it would not be worth it. But this is a task issued by the system, and if it fails, the consequences will be serious. Brother Su, how about we just stop here? Consider it a favor to me. I can treat you for free once in the future. No matter how serious your condition is, I will definitely make you fully recovered. After thinking about it, Lin Chi said that it would be difficult for him to compete with Su Qing, so he could only think of other ways. When the others heard this condition, they were all tempted. Lin Chi was known as the #1 doctor, and having his promise was like having an extra amulet. Lin Chi, don't take yourself for granted. I won't give up. What can you do to me? I'll make you mad to death. Suin is native. 210 million. Lin Chi stared at Su Qing intently. You're ruining my plan. Damn it. He had already thought about exchanging items in the system store to sell, but the items he could exchange were limited, all of which were medicines. It's impossible that others will believe it just by showing it to you. He really wanted to see some wealthy person get into trouble so he could take action. 300 million. Su Qing still felt no pressure, as the price already exceeded the value of the jade itself. Lin Chi stared at Su Qing intently. He knew that even if he raised the price again, Su Qing would definitely follow suit. What hatred? What resentment? But the system's mission must be completed. He looked at Mr. Huang and said with a smile, "Mr. Huang, I saved your life, and I only ask you for 50 million. It's too little. Please give me this stone. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem." He looked at Su Qing proudly and said, "I don't have as much money as you, but I saved Huang Bingkuan. I want him to give me this stone. Does he dare to refuse? You asked for 50 million just to treat an illness, and now you want a stone worth 300 million as a gift. Don't you want a wall curtain?" Su Qing really wanted to find Lao Lu and spit thick and old phlegm on his face. Chapter 23, Devouring System. Why are there so many shameless people in the world? Sure enough, those who hang out with people like Hua Qiao and Su Cheng are not good people either. It's fine if it costs 50 million to treat the disease, but it's a two-way street. However, since you can't snatch it from me at the auction, the original owner will give it to you without spending a penny. How can such a good thing happen in the world? It's simply repaying a favor. If you take a stone today, will you have to give away the entire Huang family and bankrupt them tomorrow? Although kindness is priceless, you cannot always be so greedy and ask for endlessly. There must be a limit. Besides, what kind of occasion do you think this is? This is a charity auction, and all the money raised will be donated to charity organizations. You just took it away so openly. What will others think of it? No matter how thick-skinned Lin Chi was, he felt embarrassed after being scolded like that. What does it have to do with you if I talk to Mr. Huang? What qualifications do you have to comment on this matter? It's not yours. Su Qing expressed disdain for his character. I bought it with my own money. Do you think I'm qualified? Unlike some people, when they can't spend the money, they start to think of some conspiracy and trickery. I really don't know where they get the nerve to do it. Rules are rules. No one can break them. Don't even think about forcing Mr. Huang. He's already paid 50 million for his illness. Forget it. Just go to bed. Su Qing's words received a lot of recognition. Everything in the world has a hidden price tag, but it's not fair to increase the price after buying it out. If you want it, just take out money to buy it. It's that simple. If you don't have money, get out. Li Yiming said, unhappily. Don't force Mr. Huang to give it to you. As a human being, you still need to have some conscience and not be so shameless. If you don't have money, don't buy it. You're just trying to be rich. I hate people like you in my life. Why are you pretending to be rich when you don't have money? Lin Chi instantly became a public enemy. Lin Chi was very angry. He scanned these faces and remembered them firmly in his mind, thinking of taking revenge in the future. Huang Bingkuan also remained silent. If it were in the past, he would definitely come out to act as a peacemaker. After all, he was a savior. But after seeing what Lin Chi did today, even though he didn't mind on the surface, there was always a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. Besides, today was a charity auction, and he asked him for it so casually. If he just gave it to him like that, where would he put his face? Choosing not to speak is the best option. Seeing that Mr. Huang had closed his eyes to rest, Lin Chi cursed inwardly. Old man, you actually watched me die without helping me? I'm your savior. How dare you do this to me? You should have asked you for 300 million in the first place. He could no longer rely on Huang Bingkuan, so he could only think of other ways. He turned to Hua Qiao and asked, Old Hua, how much cash do you have? Lend me all of it. Hua Qiao showed an embarrassment on his face. Master Lin, to be honest, my account is empty. Not to mention how much cash I have. Even if I sell off my assets, I may not be able to pay off my debts. If his company hadn't been in such a huge deficit, he wouldn't have been so anxious to divide up Su Qing's company. Lin Chi looked at Su Cheng and remembered that this guy didn't even have the right of inheritance, let alone how much money he had. 2 pieces of trash. No one could be relied upon. It seems that you still have to rely on yourself at critical moments. He silently looked at the exchange mall in his system. Most of the items he could exchange were medicinal herbs, with only a very small number of finished products. Moreover, the number of redemptions per month is limited. It is useless, but also powerful. Mr. Lin, would you like to make another bid? If you can't bid anymore, this stone will belong to Mr. Su, the host said to him. Wait a minute, I'll need a few minutes. He suddenly stood up and looked at the people present and said slowly, I know everyone here has some misunderstandings about me, but it doesn't matter. I have something I believe you'll be very interested in. If I weren't short of money, I wouldn't take out such a precious item. I hope you don't miss it. How could he not understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth? Moreover, once some things were exposed, he could not explain them. But there was no way. The system's task had to be completed. The mission to save the billionaire has already failed. Now that we have a mission to remedy the situation, we cannot mess it up again. The consequences are too serious. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Qing fiercely. What is this? It's so mysterious. It can't be some magic pill. Someone asked curiously. It's not a magic pill, but can bring the dead back to life. It just depends on whether you have the courage to take the photo. Lin Shi said slowly. No way. Is there really an elixir? Can it bring the dead back to life? The person who spoke just now asked in surprise. It came true. There was no expression of anger on Su Qing's face. Have you activated the system? If so, then let your system die in the womb and never see the sun again. System, prepare to devour the other system. Preparation complete. The opponent is a primary system. It will take at least 1 million points of luck to devour it. Are you sure you want to devour it? Swallow. Su Qing had nothing to hesitate about, so he just clicked to swallow it. At the moment of confirmation, the number representing the luck decreased rapidly, and 1 million points disappeared. Although Su Qing couldn't see it, he felt a boiling and burning energy above his head. A fierce flame turned into a giant dragon, rushed out of his body, and pounced on Lin Shi, who was smiling. Swallowing begins, qi suppresses, digestion begins, swallowing completes, this system begins upgrading. Ding, the first male protagonist system is upgraded to an intermediate system. Ding, new ability gained. Ding, obtained elementary medical skills. Lin Shi suddenly felt as if something in his body was about to be peeled off. This thing conveyed to him an extremely panicked emotion, as if he had encountered a devastating disaster and was asking for help. He didn't know why he had such a feeling. The panic was fleeting and disappeared after just a few seconds. But at this moment, his heart was empty. It was as if something important had disappeared from his life. What is it? What is it? Lin Shi murmured to himself, and suddenly felt an urge to cry. Master Lin, since you have the elixir, please give it to us. As long as the price is right, we will definitely not be stingy. Don't fight with me. My father is seriously ill at home. Please give me some space. Many wealthy people said loudly that they are willing to pay as long as it is for health. After all, money can't buy life. Lin Shi suppressed the panic in his heart and said with a smile, Please rest assured, I guarantee with my integrity that I have the elixir. If you take one, no matter how serious your illness is, even cancer, you will recover instantly. The starting price is 100 million. Lin Shi is extremely confident in himself. 100 million is not expensive for a pill that can cure cancer. He looked at Su Qing proudly and said, This time, I want to see how you compete with me. System, I want to exchange for the eternal life pill. No response. System. Still nothing. Lin Shi's smile froze on his face. Chapter 24 Crazy. System, where have you been? Don't fall asleep. Wake up and answer me. Lin Shi started to panic again, and the confidence he had just felt turned into panic. All the changes in his fate were brought about by the system. If the system had not come and chosen him, he would probably still be an unknown factory worker and would have no chance to change his fate. After owning the system, he got rid of the situation of working overtime until 10 o'clock every day and having no rest on weekends. Luxury cars, villas, beautiful women, as long as he wants it. There is nothing he can't get it, and he'll try every possible way to get it. Isn't the purpose of life to enjoy life to the fullest? The system is everything to him. Without the system, he has nothing. But the system suddenly crashed and disappeared, which made him very panicked. He now only hopes that the system is only temporarily down and can be restarted immediately. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, he had not heard that the protagonist's golden finger disappeared halfway. He didn't want to think about it, nor did he dare to think about it. He prepared for the worst. Even if the system was gone, at least his villa, luxury car, and 300 million in savings were still there, enough for him to live a carefree life. Thinking about it this way, it was not completely unacceptable. You can still live a carefree life in the future. But his prayers were of no use. The phone beeped. Hello, sir. Your villa experience has expired. We will arrange for someone to take it back and clean the room. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Hello, sir. Your Ferrari luxury car experience has expired. We will arrange for someone to collect your personal belongings in the car and return them to you in a package form. We apologize for any inconvenience. China Construction Bank. Your bank card ending in 0506 has a current balance of 5,050.86 yuan. Lin Chi, don't look for me anymore. It's impossible for us to be together. Let's break up. I'm going to study abroad, but you're not worthy of me at all. Stop dreaming of eating swan meat, you toad. No more contact from now on. When Lin Chi saw these text messages, he was completely stunned. How could his villa, luxury car, savings, and girlfriend be gone? Impossible. This is all fake, a lie, a bunch of liars. Give it back to me. Don't take my things. They belong to me. Give them to me, thief. Lin Chi suddenly yelled like crazy, and he looked like a madman, hammering the table nonstop. Liar? Thief? What do you mean? Who stole Master Lin's things? Was it the elixir? Those who were still waiting for him to get the pills were even more confused, wondering in their hearts, how could the person who was fine just now become like this? Can you please stop hammering? The table has been hammered into pieces, and the wine has spilled. Can you please stop and take out the pills first? Everyone is waiting. Everyone looked at him in confusion, and for a moment no one tried to stop him, so they just let him perform. Su Qing was also shocked. He was probably the only one among the people present who knew what was going on. After all, he was the instigator and the source of everything. Master Lin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Huo Qiao was also panicked. He was probably the most frightened person present. How could a good person become like this in the blink of an eye? What kind of incitement had happened to him? It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he spoke, Lin Chi's bloodshot eyes stared at them, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred. Huo Qiao Sucheng was startled by him, and felt that his eyes were full of danger. It's like he has the hatred of having his wife taken away from him. This is actually true. If it weren't for them, Lin Chi might not have come here. It was also because of them that he and Su Qing had a grudge. If he was a system owner who did good deeds and had a kind heart as a doctor, Su Qing might have let him go, because if he really wanted to deal with a good person, Su Qing would not do such a thing. Ultimately, it is a matter of his own moral character. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes committed by man cannot be forgiven. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here and my things wouldn't have been lost. I'm going to kill you. Lin Chi went completely crazy like a paranoid. It seemed that he had determined that the two people in front of him were the culprits, and his eyes became more and more dangerous. Master Lin, calm down. We can just find the lost things. Don't be so excited. Huo Qiao was still trying to make amends. Let's call the police. The law enforcement officers are outside. No matter what is lost, we can find it back. Su Qing nodded repeatedly. Fuck you. Both of you go to hell. It's all your fault. Lin Chi cursed. Before the two men could react, they were knocked 4 or 5 meters away and lay on the ground unable to move. So powerful, a martial arts master? The rich people were surprised. This guy was even more powerful than their bodyguards. One could beat 10 of them. But these punches seemed to have exhausted all of Lin Chi's strength and energy. He staggered and could fall at any time. He covered his head, his mind was in a mess, and he was forgetting something important. What the system gave him back then is being taken back bit by bit. Even the traces left by memory must be erased. No, please don't let me forget, okay? I beg you. Can't you just treat it as a dream? Lin Chi burst into tears and made his final struggle. Even if it was just a fleeting dream, he wanted to keep this beautiful dream in his memory forever. However, he didn't expect that in addition to depriving him of his system, his memory would also be deprived as well. Master Lin, what's wrong? Is he crazy? Hurry up and call 120. Those 2 guys over there are still alive, right? They were sent flying 5 meters by a punch. I just want to say, awesome. Hurry up and call the law enforcement department and have them come over. They should be outside. Everyone present was an old fox and had seen many big scenes, but they had never seen such a weird scene. Lin Chi stood up unsteadily and looked at the people around him in confusion. Who are you? Why am I here? Hey, you bunch of monsters. How dare you steal my golden cudgel? You all must be tired of living. I'll beat you to death. Lin Chi started looking for a stick, and the people around him scattered. Su Qing shook his head. This was the consequence of losing the system. He went crazy on the spot. Would it be his turn one day? We still need to become stronger as soon as possible. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau arrived soon and took the crazy Lin Chi away. In the end, Mr. Huang couldn't help but go up and tell them to treat Lin Chi well. People from emergency center arrived quickly and carried away the two jokers, Hu Qiao and Su Cheng. Both of them had several broken ribs, and their faces were almost purple when they were carried away. With so many witnesses present, the law enforcement agency withdrew after understanding the situation. Huang Lao said with regret, "Such a good child. How could he be like this? Can he be saved?" The rest of the people were also in a dilemma. Where are the promised pills? Damn, young people nowadays. Chapter 25, A Rich Harvest. Lin Chi is gone, so there's no need to think about the elixir anymore. Originally, some people were full of hope for Lin Chi. After all, he had spoken so confidently about the elixir that could bring the dead back to life. But in the blink of an eye, he went crazy. Let them feel like they've screwed up. Did I just talk to a madman? Isn't this the legendary medical god who saved Mr. Huang from the brink of death with just 3 needles? Now, no matter how I look at it, it feels like something is wrong. Go crazy if you want, and let their hopes be shattered in the fire. It is a fact that Lin Chi has gone crazy and has been taken away. Whether he can be cured in the end is another matter. Even if they are worried about him, they cannot bring him back to ask him clearly. The charity auction continues. Continuing Su Qing's price, he bought the stone for 300 million. A full 300 million. Some people would feel sad just looking at it, even if it wasn't their money. The total transaction price of this charity auction exceeded 500 million yuan. Su Qing alone contributed most of it, but he also gained a lot. A seal of fortune, a stone containing the finest jade. No matter which one you get, you won't lose. After old Lu completed the transaction, he felt a little heartbroken. The eldest son was spending too much. Nearly 1 billion yuan was spent in these 2 days. No matter how rich you are, you can't afford to do this. The assets are tens of billions, but the available liquidity is not particularly large. 10 billion is a bit of a blow to the vitality. Su Qing naturally knew that he couldn't keep squandering money. He held the seal in his hand and couldn't help feeling excited. There was a total of 5 million in luck in it. What he had just spent on the devouring system was earned back in an instant. Besides, this money is not wasted. It will eventually be donated to charity. After the transaction was completed, his luck instantly soared by 3.8 million. After he finally absorbs the luck in the seal, the total luck will exceed tens of millions. This system upgrade has brought new functions. All in all, tonight was quite rewarding. After bidding farewell to Mr. Huang, Su Qing set off for home. Seeing that Mr. Huang looked a little sad, he couldn't help shaking his head. It was all fate that played tricks on him. He couldn't bear this tremendous fortune and could only sink into it. I have nothing to feel guilty about. If I let him grow up, who knows what kind of trouble he might become in the future. He held the seal in his hand, and Mr. Huang specially dispatched a truck to transport the raw stone to him. Su Qing sat in the car, stroking the pattern of the seal with his hand. The sacred treasure of the Southern Tang dynasty. System, absorb luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a dragon energy emanating from the seal in his hand and merging into his body, making him feel extremely comfortable and a little lighter. Ding, luck absorption successful. Su Qing checked his panel and found that the data on it had changed. Name, Suyin. Age, 24. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13. Life remaining, 68. Luck, 138050000. Other, primary medical skills. Unlockable storage space. Not only did his luck soar to tens of millions, but even his lifespan increased by 2 years. Su Qing saw the last line of small words below, which should be the changes brought about by upgrading to the intermediate system. Storage space unlocked. Su Qing swallowed his saliva. This function really hit the spot. Storage space. People who have read fantasy novels will love this kind of thing to the extreme. The ease of packing up your belongings and going anywhere is second only to flying with a sword. However, the novels I read before were all about storage rings, storage bags, and the like. There is no way to carry a storage space with you. After all, if the ring falls off, it will be game over. Open the storage space. Ding! Opening the storage space requires 10,000 points of luck. 10,000 is just 10,000, no big deal. Su Qing is now very rich. Ding! The storage space is successfully opened. The initial space size is 1 cubic meter. Expanding it to 10 cubic meters requires 100,000 points of luck, and expanding it to 100 cubic meters requires 1 million points of luck. Suing. Robbing money. Tenfold increase. Although 1 cubic meter is enough, It's because he has expanded now. System, expand to 100 cubic meters. Ding, expansion successful, consuming 1,000,000 points of luck. Su Qing felt a little pain in his heart. How could he not understand luck now? The uses were endless. The more the better, and new functions were still waiting for him to develop. Spending millions of points is a waste. After expanding the storage space, he took the opportunity to experience the new functions and the new capabilities that emerged after upgrading to the intermediate system. After a moment, he opened his eyes, surprise flashing in them. This feature is a little bit counterintuitive. To put it simply, after he has expended his luck, he can directly push some things to the next stage until they are perfect. Take the jade in his hand as an example. It was originally a spiritual stone of the lowest quality, but as long as he expends his luck, the quality can be improved and turned into a spiritual stone of higher quality. Once he gets that martial arts book, he will be able to directly deduce it into a more advanced martial arts technique. It is no exaggeration to say that this method is against the will of heaven. However, there are also many restrictions, the most important of which is that it must have appeared in the long river of time. Just like he can evolve spirit stones and plants, but he cannot evolve mobile phones. He looked down and suddenly had a bold idea. Is the next stage of 1530? He shuddered, feeling a little scared, but decided to give up. After returning home, he had the raw stone carried into the basement and sealed up to keep it for now, as it was not the right time yet. Uncle Lou, please go out first and tell him to keep an eye on this area. Don't come in and disturb me unless necessary. The area outside had been cleared, and Su Qing rubbed his hands. Start experimenting with new features. Storage function. As soon as he thought about it, the system automatically sensed it. Everything he touched disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the place he touched was empty, as if it had never existed. Then the second and third ones. In just a few minutes, he had emptied the entire treasure room. If Uncle Lou walked in now and saw this empty room that looked like it had been ransacked, he would probably faint on the spot. Su Qing was very satisfied. He could feel that the storage space was already filled with the things he put in. As long as he thought about it, whatever he wanted to take would appear directly in front of him. It was extremely convenient. He took out every item and put it back in its place. What might be priceless to others had no appeal to him. Just use it as decoration. He picked up the piece of top-quality glass jadeite, which was of extremely poor quality. System upgraded. Ding! Consuming 200 points of luck will upgrade you to a lower-grade spirit stone. Are you sure? Sure. Su Qing instantly felt a huge change in the glass in his hand. After the upgrade, it seems to have a layer of flowing light, and it is obviously valuable at first glance. He took the remaining 2 pieces of imperial green and upgraded them according to the same method. The quality of these 2 pieces is indeed better, and it only costs 200 points of luck after upgrading both pieces. Upgrade to the lower grade first. Next, it's time to wait for the exercises. Chapter 26. Only 300 million. Su Qing put some commonly used items into the storage space, so from now on, he could go anywhere empty-handed. He hardly touched anything in the entire treasure room. He only took the 3 pieces of jadeite, which should now be called low-grade spirit stones, and put them into the storage space. In his eyes, these things are much more precious than other things. If they are lost, he will have no place to cry. Such a large piece of pure top-grade jade is really hard to find. Luck really has infinite uses, so no one would complain about having too much. Poor Lin Qi. He originally thought he was the son of destiny, but unexpectedly he fell into the quagmire in the blink of an eye and went crazy. If it weren't for me, Lin Qi might have been the real protagonist. But there are never so many ifs in the world. Hua Qiao and Su Chang brought this upon themselves. If it weren't for their instigation, Lin Qi wouldn't have ended up in this situation. In the end, it actually helped him. After devouring his own system was actually upgraded. However, if you want to upgrade to a high level, it may not be enough to just swallow one system. There's still a long way to go. He closed the door of the treasure room, returned to his room, took a shower, and rested. The next morning, I woke up at 10 o'clock. The bed was soft, but it seemed like it was missing something. What's missing? Su Qing tilted her head and thought. It seemed that this family was too big and lacked a woman. There's no need to rush. He got out of bed, took a shower, and changed into new clothes as he had things to do today. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't take care of the raw stone after pulling it back. I'll take advantage of the time today to open it. Sitting in a Lincoln, Su Qing asked Uncle Lou next to him, "Have you found a place?" Old Lou nodded and said, "We've found one, but Linzhou isn't a border area, so we can't find a factory that specializes in processing jadeite raw stones." However, the technology in the place we're going is pretty good. Sui nodded. He didn't want others to know so much about the jadeite, raw stone. More than an hour later, they arrived at a jade processing factory in the suburbs. Various sculptures were placed at the door, and there was a sign saying that the factory could process all kinds of jade sculptures. The bodyguards covered the raw stone with a red cloth, carried it out, and walked into the processing plant. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" A man came out and asked. When he saw what was being carried behind, he knew at a glance that the man was here to cut stones, not to buy jade, and the enthusiasm on his face faded a lot. "You won't do business without an appointment? We want to cut a piece of raw stone. Please help us find a master." Old Lu said lightly. "Opening the door is for business. There's no reason to rush customers out once they've entered. Please follow me." The man led the way. Opening the raw stone? Although these sales staff prefer people from other places, they can get a lot of commission by wholesale hundreds of thousands of jade pieces as soon as they come. Cutting a piece of raw stone only costs a few thousand yuan in fees, and it is time-consuming and laborious. Where can I buy some jade at a good price? Although there's not much profit, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. With his professionalism, he would never put on a bad face and drive away customers. What's more, this group of people seemed to be well-dressed, so they're probably of high status. The man quickly found them a Master Zhou. Master Zhou is a veteran in our shop. He even spent several years in the border area. His skills are sophisticated and mature. You don't have to worry. Okay, thank you. After introducing them, the man left directly. He couldn't wait to serve the next customer and had no time to waste here. He had seen countless people cutting stones, always thinking there were treasures inside. In fact, it is just a broken piece of stone and nothing can be cut out in the end. He had seen many people like this, so even though the people in front of him were well-dressed and had bodyguards, he didn't take them seriously. Isn't it just a rich, second-generation playboy? He has seen a lot. He has no skills at all, but only learns these crooked ways. He spends a lot of money to buy a piece of stone, but in the end he gets nothing out of it. Instead of wasting this time, he might as well go to the door and take a few more orders. "Young man, take out your rough stone. I've been mining stones for decades and have seen all sorts of things. Don't worry, just leave the rough stone in my hands." Master Zhou has a good temper and is not prejudiced. For bodyguards carried the raw stone over and removed the red cloth. When Master Zhou saw the large stone, he frowned and said, "Young man, let me be frank. Even though this large stone has some green color showing through, it's going to be difficult to get good material out of it." "It's okay, Master, you could drive ahead, but you can't drive here. There are too many people here." Su Qing glanced around. People came over from time to time. He didn't want to cause such a big commotion, otherwise he would be on the front page of tomorrow's news. "Don't want to open here? Fine, I'll take you to another place where there are fewer people." Master Zhou didn't say what was in his mind. He was very mysterious about opening the stone. Such a big stone was not very good. Although it showed a little green, it was not pure. But since they are customers, we must provide good service. Soon they arrived at a remote house, and the bodyguard entered and closed the door. Although Master Zhou didn't say it, he still felt a little disapproving in his heart. The raw stone was placed on a specific shelf. Master Zhou took out a flashlight and shone it around. The stone is too thick to make out anything. You can only see the cut piece, which is a light green color. "Let's do it. The jade may be hidden inside," Su Qing said with a smile. Master Zhou smacked his lips and said, "Young people are just confident. This way we can be 100% sure that there is good quality jadeite inside." "Okay, then I'll get started." Master Zhou packed up and prepared his things. Although he was sure that this stone could only produce a few thousand yuan worth of impurity jadeite at most, he did not dare to be careless with his skills. He had been cutting raw stones for decades and had some professional qualities. Seeing that young man so serious, someone who didn't know would think there was glass inside, he started to smooth his skin. Fortunately, there were no onlookers around, otherwise there would definitely be a lot of onlookers. The stone skin peeled off bit by bit, and the greenness came through. It is only the size of a child's fist, of poor quality, and contains a lot of impurities, but can still be sold for several thousand yuan. "Young man, it's already been cut. It just needs some processing and polishing. Although this piece of jade has a lot of impurities, it's still a good size. It should be no problem to sell it for a few thousand yuan." "How much did you spend when you bought it?" Master Zhou asked casually. "Not much, just 300 million. Su Qing said lightly. Bang! Master Zhou's tools fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 27, Green. 300 million? Master Zhou glanced at him sideways. "Are you kidding me? You dare to spend 300 million to buy this stone, and you didn't get beaten to death by your elders at home. What are you bragging about? Besides, the amount of cash Lin Zhou can come up with, he can count it with his eyes closed. If you want to make a living out there, you should at least read the guide to showing off. The elders at home must be very unhappy, right? Master Zhou pretended to cooperate with his performance. I'm the only one at home, and there are no elders. Su Qing shook his head and smiled. Okay, it will be almost done after a little polishing. You can choose to take it away for yourself or sell it to our processing factory. Don't worry, our price is absolutely fair and we won't take advantage of you, said Master Zhou. Unexpectedly, Su Qing waved his hand and said, keep driving. There might be more inside. Su Qing didn't believe that there was only a piece of broken material inside. The system would not lie, so the problem must be inside. Still open. Master Zhou murmured in his heart that young people really don't know their place. This is the piece of material that was polished out, and its value is not that great. He suddenly remembered that brilliant afternoon, which was the highlight of his life. The setting sun shone down on him, as if it had covered him with a golden coat. On that day, he personally polished a piece of icy jade worth millions. He was a young man who came to gamble on stones. He picked a piece of material at random. As luck would have it, he picked the king of the raw stones with just one piece. After it was opened, it was bought by a jade shop on the spot, and he embarked on the road to wealth, making countless people jealous. The raw stone shop had been doing very good business for several days in a row. Even he went there to open a few pieces. I don't know if he was lucky, but he made 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. However, this kind of thing can only be encountered by chance. Gambling on stones is a gamble in itself, so it is good enough to get some material. However, since Su Qing asked to open it, he did not object. The customer is God. Looking at the remaining large piece of material, he planned to cut it in half from the middle, otherwise it would take a long time to grind it bit by bit. Just as he was about to take action, Su Qing quickly stopped him. It's best not to start from the middle, otherwise if there's good stuff inside, you can't afford to pay for it if it gets damaged. It's better to grind it slowly. Master Zhou paused, looking somewhat displeased. Want to grind it more slowly? It's obvious that there's not much material left, but you still want to grind it. Isn't this a waste of time? If you cut in the middle, you can tell whether there is any material or not. It saves trouble for you and me, and everyone is happy. Isn't that right? When Su Qing saw him frowning, she smiled, knowing that he was somewhat reluctant, and patted the piece of ordinary material that had been ground out. I won't let you work for nothing. I'm giving you this stone. Didn't you say it was worth a few $1,000s? Just consider it your labor fee. Master Zhou's brows relaxed. Don't be hard on money, no matter who you are. After all, it's several thousand yuan, which is equivalent to half a month's salary for him. You are really generous, young man. Don't worry, maybe you can get some good stuff out of it after grinding it. It's not difficult to cut out a piece of ice-type material from such a big stone. Master Zhou forced a smile. Since people paid for it, it's worth it for him to smile along. If smiling every day could be worth thousands of dollars, he would like to smile every day. As he spoke, he began to grind the stone slowly. He slowly ground down the half-man-high raw stone. The machine roared, and tap water washed the raw stone. Su Qing sat on the chair and waited. His position was excellent, and he would be the first to see the green color as soon as it appeared. Time passes by little. Suddenly, Master Zhou screamed, It's green." He quickly took out a professional flashlight to check. When he shouted, Su Qing also saw it, a hint of green coming out from the raw stone. This green is pure yet rich, crystal clear, pure, and bright. What is this? Master Zhou had a terrible guess. How is this possible? Could it be that he was blind to the true Buddha and didn't recognize the real Buddha? Sir, you are right. It really exists. Mr. Huang did not lie to us. Uncle Lu was very happy. After all, he knew how much money this stone cost. It was a full 300 million yuan, real cash, without any fancy words. If he didn't cut anything out, he would have wanted to apologize for not taking good care of the eldest son. Don't be impatient. Keep cutting it down and see how big it is. Master Zhou, you really have to be careful this time. Although Su Qing had the system's prompts, it was still better to see it with his own eyes. What he heard with his ears was not as real as what he saw with his eyes. Don't worry, sir. I will be careful. Master Zhou took a deep breath. Even without Su Qing's reminder, he would be extremely cautious, even more cautious than his own life. You are witnessing history in your hands. If my guess is correct, it is real glass type. And it looks so big. Not to mention a small Lin Zhou, even in the border stone city, The appearance of such a valuable stone is extremely rare. I don't know how many people would break their heads to fight for it. When processing it again, Master Zhou's hands were shaking slightly, for he was afraid that if he accidentally destroyed a piece, he would never be able to redeem himself. I hate myself for having to cut it in half. If I do that, I will ruin such a perfect piece of food. I will regret it, and it will become a nightmare for my whole life. Fortunately, he felt grateful to Su Qing for a moment. The stone skin peeled off bit by bit. The complete jade material also slowly emerged. It was the size of a watermelon, glass type, pure and uniform, with a faint green color, and it was incredibly beautiful. Master Zhou's hands became more and more gentle, just like the first time he held the hand of his first love, and his eyes became obsessed and sacred. Which stone cutter doesn't hope to get a good piece of stone and spend his whole life savoring it? I thought that cutting out the ice jadeite that year was the pinnacle. Compared with this moment now, bah, it's like heaven and earth. There's no comparison. It's simply an insult. Sir, it's done. Master Zhou carefully held the jadeite over and spoke respectfully, but he couldn't bear to take his eyes off it. No wonder it had to be kept secret, and the stone couldn't be cut in public. If he really solved it in public, he would definitely become famous, but there would be no problem for the stone he solved to make the headlines tomorrow. Put on, Su Qing said to the bodyguard, who was also prepared and took out a school bag to put the material into it. Master Zhou, please keep it a secret for us. I don't want too many people to know about this. Su Qing said, Understand. I only solved one stone today. There's no second one. Master Zhou said after taking a deep breath. You're so smart. I'll give you that piece of jade. We can work together again when we have time. Su Qing said with a smile. There might be trouble for him in the future, and as long as he knows what's good for him, he doesn't mind giving him some benefits. Even if he doesn't know what's good for him, it doesn't matter. In the whole Linzhou, few people dare to take advantage of him. Okay, let's go. Su Qing strode away with his bodyguard and went to the front desk to pay. Chapter 28, all open. When Su Qing and others came out, they happened to meet the previous salesperson Wang Hu. Wang Hu was stunned when he saw them. They had been working on cutting a stone for so long. It must have been 2 or 3 hours. Could it be that Master Zhou is too old to hold the knife anymore? They have found some good stuff. We have to take a look. Sir, you have been working on this for so long. You should have produced something good. I wonder if I'm lucky enough to come and see it. Wang Hu said with a smile, looking left and right. He had just closed a big deal and earned several thousand yuan in commission, and he was in a very happy mood. Su Qing frowned, a little unhappy. Are we familiar with each other? You come up and want to see my things. Just then, Master Zhou opened the door and walked out holding the piece of material. Su Qing pointed at him and said, I found a piece of material that's not very valuable. I'll give it to Master Zhou as a reward for his hard work. If you want to see it, go over there and take a look. After seeing the stone, Wang Hu secretly curled his lips. He thought it might be some good material, but it was so ordinary that it was not worthy of the eyes. It was worth a few $1,000s at most. He brought such a big piece of raw stone, but only this little thing came out of it. I thought I overestimated him, and it was all in vain. My face turned cold instantly, and my curiosity disappeared. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Qing was indifferent to his attitude. He was just a small fish on the roadside. There was no need to take a special look at him. 5,000 yuan, WeChat or Zifubo. Si Fu Bao. Mr. Liu at the front desk paid the money. Wang, who had just walked in with a group of customers, and said, Our processing factory just received a new batch of jadeite rough from the southwest. Are you interested in taking a look? In Linzhou, I dare say you won't find a second store with a more abundant supply than ours. Jadeite, rough stone? Su Qing turned around and looked over. Wang, who saw Su Qing's eyes, hesitated for a moment and said, Why don't you go and take a look too? He also had other ideas in his mind. Although this rich second generation only did a small business, if he could trick him into buying raw stones and charge him a small fee, the commission would be huge. Su Qing touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Did you say that? Wang, who was stunned. Was he wrong? How can he be so happy spending money? He is really uneducated. Put the bag in the car first. You don't need to follow. Just keep an eye on the stone. Suing Guispith. He followed Wang, who to the jadeite raw stone purchasing area. It was indeed a new batch of goods. When we got there, the unloading had just been completed and the prices had just started to be posted. Hundreds of raw stones were piled together, which was quite spectacular. There are raw stones ranging from the size of a basketball to as tall as a person, which is dazzling and spectacular. The prices of the raw stones here range from a few hundred to tens of thousands. You can pick and choose as you like. The prices are clearly marked, and we are fair to everyone. Wang Hu introduced, pointing to the raw stones piled up like a hill. He looked at Su Qing and said, "Sir, do you have any favorites? If you do, I'll ask the staff to get them for you. We offer on-site stone cutting. As long as your total purchase amount exceeds 5,000, we can cut it for free. Do you think I don't know anything? What can you see from a distance?" Su Qing glanced at him and said, "Wang Hu, could it be that he is still an expert and can't take advantage of others?" Su Qing continued, "Of course you can't see anything from a distance. You have to look closer." As he spoke, Su Qing took a few steps closer and stared at the pile of raw stones. Wang Hu, people around. What the hell? When choosing a raw stone, if you can't look at it from a distance, then you have to look at it up close. Even if you don't use tools, you still have to touch it and feel it, even if it's just for the feel. Apart from the potholes on the surface, what else can you see? It's so lonely to watch. When it comes to choosing raw stones, I just use my eyes. I can tell at a glance whether a stone is destined to be with me. If it's not, I won't take it even if it's given to me for free. If it's destined to be with me, I will buy it even if it costs millions. I don't have anything else. I just have a lot of money. Su Ismail fondly. Wang Hu, is it okay to show off your wealth so blatantly? Then, which stones do you have a connection with? Wang Hu said carefully. Let me think about it. System, scan it for me. Which raw stones have material? Ding, scan successful. Luck consumed 100 points. The image of the jadeite raw stone instantly appeared in Su Qing's mind, with a dozen light green dots marking their positions. The darker the green, the higher the purity. There are only a dozen green dots among hundreds of stones. The probability is 1 in dozens. No wonder it is called gambling on stones. The quality of this batch of new stones is not very high, and the green color is very light, which is not proportional to their price. But there are 1 or 2 good ones. This piece of land under your feet is destined to be with me. Su Qing pointed at the ground under his feet. Wang Hu was stunned. How come every piece he stepped on was destined to be with him? He took a step back and accidentally stepped on another piece. Su Qing pointed to the stone he stepped on and said, "This stone seems to be destined for me too. Shall we take both of them together?" Wang Hu, a ghost's fate? It's too casual to choose the raw stones. You take them all just because I stepped on them. What kind of logic is that? Everyone was also shocked by his behavior. Are you sure you are here to gamble on stones and not to make fun of others? Little brother, is this your first time gambling on stones? I advise you to think about it. After all, these 2 stones together cost more than 10,000. A big brother next to him kindly reminded him. Wang Hu glared at him. If the source of wealth he had obtained was gone, he would want to slap this big brother to death. It's okay. Everything is a matter of fate. I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw Manager Wang. I felt that the stones he stepped on must be destined to be with me. Su Qing waved his hand and smiled. The eldest brother also kept his mouth shut and said nothing. One reminder was enough. Okay, do you want to open it right on the spot? Wang Hu said with a smile. This was all his commission. Let me take another look later. Su Qing turned his gaze to another place. There were also 3 or 4 stones piled up in a corner, full of potholes and very ugly. They were neither marketable nor priced well. But all this is superficial. In Su Qing's mind, they're bright green. Wang Hu saw his eyes sweeping over and said, "Why? You're interested in those stones too? They're left over from the previous batch, so I'm selling them to you at a discount. Take them for 1,000 yuan each." Su Qing looked at him with a complicated look. What a good person. This is not the way to give money. I wonder if he will be so angry that he will jump off the building when he finds out the truth. Wang Hu was secretly happy. These stones were not worth 1,000 yuan at all. 500 yuan was too expensive. Finally, he sold them. Do you want to open them all? You've already reached the limit of 5,000. No matter how many stones you open, it's free. Wang Hu was unusually polite to him. It's free, so let's open it all. Su Qing waved his hand and said, "This is much cheaper than mining the stones alone. It would be a fool not to take advantage of the bargain." Chapter 29. This kid is so terrifying. Where do I pay the money? Su Qing asked directly. Pay now? Isn't it too hasty? It's okay to pay later. We are not in a hurry. It was the first time that Wang Hu saw someone so anxious to pay. He had seen people who refused to pay at first and then refused to pay again when their gambling failed. But he had never seen anyone who was so eager to pay. You are not in a hurry, but I am, Su Qing said silently. Who knows if you will be jealous when you see me come up with so many good things. 7 pieces of material, 16,000 yuan. He picked the first 2 pieces at random, and Wang Hu forced the last 5 pieces on him, fearing that he would not want them. Everyone present gathered in a circle. Many outsiders had only heard of gambling on stones, but had never seen the real scene, so their curiosity was instantly overflowing. They may not be willing to buy a stone that costs tens of thousands of dollars, but if they see others opening stones, their interest will suddenly increase. Everyone started discussing it. Do you think these 7 stones can produce jade? I've only seen it in novels before, but now I finally see the real thing. Someone asked curiously. Bullshit, Jade. With my 10 years of experience in the industry, I'm going to pee upside down on the spot if these few stones can produce material worth 10,000 yuan. Someone shook his head and said, he has been there since the beginning, selecting the materials with his eyes closed. If he can produce something good from this, then that would be truly incredible. That's not the case. What something good comes out? Nothing is absolute in this world. Someone objected. It's not impossible, but if something good comes out, someone said quietly, then glanced at Wang Hu, will he be so angry that he vomits blood on the spot? But they were just thinking about it. The materials from Linzhou are not very good to begin with, and they're only displayed on one side after being selected. Very few of them can produce green. At most, you have to be lucky to come across 1 or 2 pieces, and I'm afraid the quality is not very good. Master Zhou is still the one who cuts the materials. When he saw that the client was Su Qing, his hand shook inadvertently. This man had opened a piece of top-grade glass. His luck was incredible. Looking at the 7 pieces underground, he couldn't help but have an absurd idea in his mind. Could there be several more pieces? As an expert, he has already selected this batch of stones. He had already picked out the stones that were more likely to produce green. The remaining stones were ambiguous and difficult to judge. He took the flashlight and examined it carefully. Still no green. Not all. Master Zhou, go ahead and cut them. These stones were basically selected for me by manager Wang Hu. I believe in his vision, and he will surely produce green stones, so just feel free to cut them boldly. Su Qing said with a smile, seeming to have great faith in Wang Hu. Someone who knows the business took a look and cursed silently in his heart. Fuck, is it so deceptive? Looks like I've been tricked. I'm still too young and not calm at all. I bought it as soon as the salesperson told me to. I also had my eye on it at first, but I didn't buy it because it looked so bad. Fortunately, I didn't buy it, otherwise I would have been taken advantage of. Everyone was talking about it. If it was really a good stone, he would have picked it out long ago. How could he recommend it to others? Wang Hu felt a little nervous when he saw the looks from the people around him. But he couldn't refute because the items were really selected based on his suggestion and were even sold in packages. Master Zhou prepared his tools and began to cut the stone into large pieces, but he had a thought in his mind and did not dare to cut it in half. The psychological shadow left by Su Qing was too heavy for him. This time they were not as cautious as before. Soon, the stone that was chosen at the beginning was peeled off bit by bit, revealing its original shape. There's green. Is it going to be jade? Some people who don't know anything about it shouted immediately after seeing it. Everyone looked closely and saw that green had indeed emerged. They looked at Su Qing and thought he was too strong. Any piece he made could produce green. His luck was so good that it was against the sky. Why didn't they have such good luck? Wang Hu also took a breath and subconsciously looked at his feet. Is he so lucky? Master Zhou quickly polished the stone into a prototype. Although the quality was average, it was not a problem to sell it for tens of thousands of dollars. This cut increased the value. Congratulations. Wang was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Manager Wang. I told you this stone was meant to be with me, and it turned out just fine. The second piece must be cut as well. After all, they were both stepped on by Manager Wang. I believe in Manager Wang's luck. Su Qing gave him a thumbs up and thanked him. Wang Hu smiled on the surface, but thought to himself, it is a blessing to be able to cut out one piece of stone. How can I expect the same for the second one? Master Zhou started cutting the second piece. Young man, are you willing to sell this piece of jade? Asked a middle-aged man. I plan to keep it as a collection. After all, it took a lot of effort to cut out a piece, don't you think? Su Qing smiled and shook his head to refuse. The middle-aged man shut up after hearing this. A small stone was not worth him buying again and again. With the first piece laid as a prelude, everyone began to be reluctant to leave, and their eyes were fixed on the second piece being cut. Another piece of green, another piece of jade, shouted the man who spoke first. He was the first to see it, and his eyesight was extremely good. I know. Don't shout so loudly. You're going to make my ears deaf. The people around were all disgusted, but their eyes couldn't help but be drawn to it. After cutting and polishing, there is another piece of jade, which is of better quality and larger in size than the previous one. In other words, the value has increased again. Aha. Thank you very much, Manager Wong. Manager Wong is really my lucky star. I must give you a red envelope to thank you very much. You can get a jadeite by stepping on it. Su Qing laughed, and his words were full of gratitude to Wong Hu. Everyone looked at Wong Hu with admiration. This was the son of destiny. I just stepped on 2 stones, but ended up finding a piece of jade with each step. Could there be any luckier than this? Wong Hu really has no words to express his pain. Now everyone thinks he is so incredible that he can't explain it even if he wants to. Wait, am I really the son of destiny? He was stunned and looked at his feet. I must go to the raw stone area later to collect a few more pieces and cut them myself. Maybe I will get rich. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, tears welling up in his eyes. Did God finally remember me? He sent me a golden finger. But the golden finger, why is it on the foot? The owner of the processing plant also rushed over after hearing the news, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Wong, who also changed. I gave him an encouraging look and said, "Young man, come on, work hard, and I might consider you for my daughter." Wong, who couldn't help feeling a little elated. When cutting the third piece, this person had already held his breath for fear of disturbing Master Zhou. When I saw the third stone being cut, everyone present couldn't believe it and took a deep breath. Hiss. They all looked at Wong Hu. This kid is so terrifying. Chapter 30. Open 5 green blocks in a row. Everyone looked at Wong Hu with fanatical eyes, as if he were a god. If it weren't for the public watching, they would probably have pounced on him. Mysterious and powerful. Wong Hu's image suddenly became radiant in front of them, shining in all directions. It looks like a walking unicorn. The people who came later saw everyone looking at Wong Hu with fanatical eyes, puzzled. This stone clearly belongs to this young man. Why are you looking at him? You came later, what do you know? He packed all these rocks and sold them to this young man. This young man didn't even pick them out. Who knows what happened next? The person who was speaking was filled with grief. Wong Hu had tried to sell it to him before, but he had rejected it because the quality was too poor. Now he was regretting it deeply. Su Qing looked as if he had seen a ghost and patted Wong Hu's shoulder heavily, saying ecstatically, "Manager Wong, I didn't expect you to be so helpful. You just pointed out a bunch of things to me, and they're so valuable. I don't know how to thank you enough." Wong was a little dazed for a moment. After people took a look at it, they delivered it to his door and sold it in a package. If he had known it would be like this, he would never do such a thing. But he could only pretend to smile generously and said, "It's okay. It's just a small matter. The customer is God." After he said that, Su Qing became even more excited. Manager Wong is so noble and upright that he didn't even ask for a red envelope. I was even prepared to give you 10,000 yuan. Next time, I will definitely come to your place again. What? Wong Hu was stunned. When did I say I don't want red envelopes? Can you say it again? I'll think about it before answering. In front of so many people, he couldn't say anything and could only grit his teeth and swallow it. While he was confused, the 4th piece of raw stone began to be cut. Wong Hu couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd pieces had all been opened, so the 4th piece wouldn't be there as well. These fanatical gazes cast upon him made him feel uneasy. Especially the boss's eyes were extremely ambiguous. Your chance is great again. Just wait to reach the peak of your life. Wong Hu was praying in his heart. Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and Aragaki Yui, please bless me. Please don't let it bloom again. Hey, it seems like something strange has sneaked in. Hey, why is it not green anymore? Cut a few more pieces and grind them. When Wong Hu opened his eyes, he heard a disappointed voice in his ears. After hearing this voice, it was like hearing the sound of nature. Finally, it was gone, thank God. Thank you, Yui Aragaki. Really not, what a pity. Someone was extremely disappointed. What are you thinking? You think it's easy to get jade from a piece of rough stone? You might not get one even if you buy dozens of pieces. You're overthinking it. Su Qing nodded, his words were true. That's true. I can only blame myself, because I have a great cheating tool that can clear targets with 100% accuracy. This piece is the only one among the 5 pieces in the pile that does not have green color. The others have it more or less. Don't be discouraged. This is how gambling on stones works. The price goes up one way and down the next. It's normal. Just be positive. There will be another chance next time. Wong Hu patted Su Qing's shoulder and pretended to comfort him. Yes, I believe you. Manager Wong, said there will be a next rough stone. Su Qing said seriously. Old Lu was trying hard to hold back his laughter and looked at Wang Hu with pity. What a good young man, what a pity. If we say there will be a next rough stone, does that mean there will definitely be one? Is this what I said? There was confusion in Wang Hu's eyes. What did I mean this? I was comforting you. Can't you hear it? Master Zhou, open the next one. Try to take advantage of Manager Wang's luck. Su Qing said with a smile. Okay, let's start now. However, he was also a little confused as to who was the son of destiny. Speaking of Wang Hu, Su Qing opened a piece of top-quality glass-type jade. But when it comes to Su Qing, whatever Wang Hu points to is jadeite. When the fifth stone was being brushed away, Wang Hu was at ease. It was impossible that he was so lucky that a pile of stones randomly packaged and sold could be a pile of jade. Look, that one just now is not it. It doesn't make sense. It's green again, someone said in a hoarse voice and swallowed. From novelty to fanaticism to numbness, they witnessed the rise of a miracle. Manager Wang, you are so amazing. Whatever you say comes true. I admire you. Su Qing smiled after coming closer to admire. Wang Hu stared at the green area intently, feeling a tight breath in his chest. Damn, is my brain full of S? I thought I made money, but I made nothing. If he had driven it, I would have enough money to buy a car now. Each of these stones is valuable. Although the quality is average, they add up to a lot. He looked at the remaining 2 pieces of raw stones, as if it were a curse. They're just small things, it doesn't matter. Will we open later? Wang Hu squeezed out these words with difficulty, and his smile was uglier than crying. There are only 2 pieces left. Apart from 1 piece of waste, 4 pieces of jadeite were produced. The total value of these 4 pieces is more than 200,000. 200,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Su Qing, but it is a huge sum of money for others. The most important thing is that these 7 pieces add up to just over 10,000, and the returns are enormous. How can they remain calm? Open it, everyone wants to see it. Sui Nadith. Okay, let's do it again. Master Zhou was a little excited. It was a big regret in his life that no one watched when he opened the top-quality glass jade. But opening 4 green pieces in a row has already brought his popularity to a new height. From now on, no matter who comes to open the stone, they will come to him first. Even if it is used as a mascot, gambling on stones is all about luck. Master Zhou's skills are becoming more and more lively, as if he has returned to the peak. His techniques and angles have reached his peak moments. He looks at the stone in his hand that is grinding the skin with a burning gaze. A moment later, looking at the hint of green that was revealed, which was purer and more valuable than the previous green, everyone felt like they were dreaming. What did they see? Another piece of jade. Especially those outsiders, they were extremely enthusiastic. If they didn't want to continue looking, they would have rushed to the raw stone area to buy. The jade slowly revealed its true appearance. It has increased again. Although it is not big, the quality is good, almost ice type. The market price starts at least 300,000. Master Zhou said, holding the jade material. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited, but it was not that exciting either. After all, with the top-grade glass jade in front of him, no other jade material could cause him too much emotional fluctuation. But all this has had a huge impact on other people. It was so exciting the first time I saw gambling on stones. Wang Hu took a half step back and leaned against the pillar. When I looked up, the boss looked at me with a resentful look, but also with a look of joy as if he had discovered a treasure. My daughter will marry you in this life. Wang Hu thought of his boss's daughter and shuddered. He weighed 200 pounds, so he shouldn't be killed by sitting on it. Su Qing silently took the jadeite material, looked up at Wang Hu and said with a smile, Manager Wang, you are really so polite. I came here just for the sake of courtesy. Why are you giving me a gift? I am so embarrassed. Chapter 31 Opening a Raw Stone Company. Wang Hu really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He was unhappy that hundreds of thousands of dollars were just given away like that, but he was happy because he seemed to have a golden finger. Although what is supposed to come will eventually come, don't let it come at this time. In this situation now, everything is exposed. Can't you just develop yourself in a vulgar way and become an old bitch? Su Qing had paid in advance, so he couldn't deny the payment in front of everyone. Whenever he thought about what happened just now, he wanted to slap himself twice, saying, You are so mean. Okay, let's stop here for today. Master Zhou, you have worked hard today. I will give you the remaining 1 as a reward. Su Qing pointed to the last piece of raw stone. Thank you, sir. But why are you giving it to me? Master Zhou was stunned when he heard this and quickly thanked him. He looked at the last piece of stone left at his feet. For some reason, He always had a strong premonition that this stone also contained jade. This is the intuition of an old man who has been cutting stones for decades. You helped me solve 6 stones, and 5 of them have green. That's a good job. You deserve a reward. Su Qing smiled when she saw his surprised expression. Dada took it for himself and gave some soup to others after he finished eating the meat. The remaining stone also contains jade, but it has a lot of impurities. Its only advantage is that it is quite large and can be worth some money. Borrow a cart. I can't move it by myself. Su Qing pulled a cart from the side and put the 5 pieces of jade on the cart, like piling cabbages. Others felt a little annoyed when watching this. What the hell? Why is jade everywhere, just like cabbage? Little brother, please stay. I think it will be difficult for you to move 5 pieces of jadeite. Why don't you sell them to me? Don't worry, the price will never be discounted. My Jinyutang's price is absolutely fair. Seeing that he was about to leave, someone quickly called out. Although there is a source of goods, it is definitely cheaper to buy freshly baked ones directly than through the purchasing channels. The most important thing is that he took a fancy to the piece of material inside that was close to ice type. Some good things depend on chance. Wait a minute, little brother. I, Fu Manuan, also want to do this business with you. Price is not a problem. I can give you what Jin Yutang can give, or even more. You talk as if you can't afford it. Everyone relies on their own ability. Several more companies are vying for it. Even if you're not in this line of work, you will want to grab a piece of it. Nowadays, jadeite raw stones are becoming increasingly scarce, and good jadeite materials are even more scarce. It is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake in the market. The real material that finally appears in front of you cannot be let go easily. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not interested in money and don't want to sell it for now. I want to keep it as a souvenir. If I have the chance next time, I will definitely sell it. As he spoke, Su Qing pointed at Wang Hu. Isn't Manager Wang still here? He's so skilled. Just ask him for some pointers, and he'll give you whatever you want. Uncle Lu, let's go. Su Qing pulled the jade material and took Lu Bo away. Seeing that he spoke so resolutely, it was difficult for everyone to stop him. They looked at Wang Hu with inexplicable flashes in their eyes. Yes, that young man still relies on Manager Wang. Everyone looked at Wang Hu, and Wang Hu said hurriedly, there is still a piece of stone that has not been cut. Wait, yes, there's still a piece of stone that hasn't been cut. Manager Wang will choose one for us later. Don't worry. Wang Hu's eyes widened. Can you please not overinterpret this? I have little education, so don't lie to me. After a while, Master Zhou untied the stone that Su Qing gave him. Everyone looked at the green as if they'd seen a ghost. Although there are many impurities, but this is also jade. What a sin. Open 7 pieces in a row and win 6. Wang Hu, you still say you don't have any special abilities. Wang Hu was being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, and the murderous looks in them made him feel very oppressed. So he retreated step by step. Although Zhang Shuntian, the boss of the processing plant, felt a little sad after hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of materials were taken away, it did not have much impact on him. He had a big family and a big business, so hundreds of thousands of dollars were nothing to him. Seeing these people walking towards his son-in-law, he quickly protected them. Hey, bosses, don't do this. You'll scare Manager Wang. The rough stone area is over there. Everyone go and take a look. There might be more around. When everyone heard this, it seemed to be true. Hurry to the raw stone area. Don't grab. Show mercy, leave one for me. Is that what the young man was buying just now? Go and look for it. It must be in that nest. Most of the people who came to buy were tourists from other places. The jade merchants shook their heads at the scene. They knew the mystery here. Gambling on jade is not that easy. They turned their eyes to Wang Hu and Zhang Shuntian. Manager Wang, Boss Zhang, can you please excuse me for a moment? Wang Hu tightened his coat and took an arrogant step. Then tell me. A group of bodyguards looked at their eldest son pushing a small cart with a few pieces of green jadeite on it and asked in confusion, Uncle Lu, why did the eldest son buy some more jadeite? Uncle Lu patted his head and said with a smile, what's the point of buying this? I just cut this out of the car. Put it in the trunk of the car, quickly. Cut. The bodyguards were surprised. Back in the villa, Su Qing asked someone to put a few pieces of jade into the treasure room. Of course, he didn't do it on a whim. He just wanted to verify it. He gently stroked the jade pieces. He secretly said, System, upgrade, and evolve. Ding, scanning begins. Incomplete spirit stone, attempting to evolve. Insufficient spiritual energy in heaven and earth, evolution failed. Please try evolving in an area with abundant spiritual energy. Tip, The spiritual energy of an incomplete spirit stone can be absorbed by the spirit stone. Insufficient spiritual energy. Evolution failed. Suin Fronith. Is it really not possible? These jades of average or even poor quality are all spiritual stones, but the quality cannot even be considered poor, it can only be considered incomplete. But the only good news is that the remaining spiritual energy inside can be absorbed by the spirit stone. Isn't this like a power bank? The spiritual stone is like a mobile phone. Use a power bank when your phone runs out of battery. He threw all the pieces of jade and the piece of top-grade glass into the storage space. It is no exaggeration to say that the storage space is the safest place in the world. After going out, he called Lu Bo and had an immature idea in his mind. Uncle Lu, there is something I need you to do. Su Qing said. Young master, what's the matter? Uncle Lu asked seriously. I'm planning to set up a raw stone company, and I need you to do it. You can recruit new people, and I'll make arrangements. Su Qing said. Uncle Lu was his chief steward. During his illness, many things were assigned to him. He was very familiar with the company's operations and was very familiar with the work. Okay, I understand. I'll do it right away. I'll just have to be a professional. Uncle Lu did not ask for any reason. Since it was the eldest master's order, he just had to complete it with all his heart. However, professional talents were too difficult to find. We just met a professional, Su Qing said with a smile. What if Master Zhou doesn't want to come? Uncle Lu was a little worried. Don't worry, he will. Sui Nadif. He had his own considerations. After all, his energy was limited in dealing with raw stones. Selecting them step by step would be too time-consuming, inefficient, and conspicuous. However, he would not do that if he opened a company specializing in raw stones. When he has collected everything, he only needs to choose once. With this cheating tool, he will be invincible. Even if you're short of money, you can make your money back immediately by selling a few pieces of high-quality jade. Sir, there's a delivery for you. The bodyguard walked quickly outside the door and delivered a package. Su Qing's eyes lit up. They had finally arrived. Chapter Tvein der Tao to Qing. His eyes lit up. What speed? It arrived so quickly. It was worthy of being Shunfeng Express, the express delivery company on Earth. Su Qing returned to the room and opened the martial arts technique he had been longing for. A dark yellow ancient book caught his eye, with the words Qingyun Sutra written in traditional Chinese characters on it. The basic method of cultivating immortality, Qingyun Sutra. This is the prompt given to him by the system. There are actually traditional Chinese characters in the parallel world. He flipped through a few pages and found that everything was written in traditional Chinese characters. Some of the words were obscure and difficult to understand, and he had no idea what they meant. Why does this feel a bit similar to the Tao Te Ching? There is no moral code in this world. At this moment, he had a question in his mind. This is a parallel world. But this world, apart from humans, is mostly similar to Earth, but it is precisely these similarities that make him feel at home and not feel repulsed. It has the same big group, the same thinking pattern, and the same writing. The only difference is that some of those well-known large groups and those rich and boring people with the surname Ma in the previous life have disappeared. Not only that, the names of many places are also different. For example, Linzhou. He had never heard of such a place in the central and South China in his previous life. Even some provinces were different. However, the geographical divisions of most of the world remain the same. But what makes the difference? Unless something changes at some point in time. A butterfly on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean can cause a huge storm thousands of kilometers away just by flapping its wings. If a parallel world identical to Earth undergoes a change at a certain point in time, or a war breaks out, the resulting impact will be immeasurable. Once I figure this out, everything fell into place. Although there are still many things I don't understand, I can only wait for time to slowly discover them. Kunlun is still there, Wudong is still there, Mount Tai is still there. All these famous mountains and rivers are still there. In a legendary past, these famous mountains and rivers were filled with various myths and legends. What if these legends are true? In the past, he would never believe in the existence of immortals. Even if they saw the cultivation techniques, they would, like most people, conclude that they were meant to be funny. Believing that there are fairies and ghosts in the world isn't that crazy. But when he traveled through time, it seemed that everything was possible in this world. He turned his gaze back to the Qingyun Sutra. How do I learn this? Can I upgrade? As soon as he had a thought in his mind, the system sensed it. Ding! The Qingyun Sutra, a basic cultivation technique, has been detected. This technique evolved from the Dead Edging and can be evolved into the Dead Edging. The luck consumption is 5 million. Suing. System, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Even if you don't let me speak, I will speak anyway. Can you please have some shame? I worked so hard to earn this little, and now you open your legs and ask for 5 million in luck just by opening your mouth. Do you still have any shame? Believe it or not, I can turn around and use a hammer to block it. Ding, upgrade. Upgrade. Su Qing accepted his fate. At least, the Tao Te Ching sounded very impressive. Successfully upgraded to a Dao level technique, but lacks the mantra. Mantra? What's the mantra? Su Qing was thinking about it when he found that a spirit stone in the storage space was slowly becoming dim and losing its luster. System, face is a good thing. I hope you have it too. Su Qing was in tears. He had collected all the things with great difficulty, and you ruined them in the blink of an eye. A pattern of light appeared on the Qingyun Sutra, dazzling the eyes. At the same time, it transformed into countless threads, soaring straight into the sky and disappearing without a trace. These threads kept dancing, as if connected to something, and finally slowly disappeared. The Qingyun Sutra in front of him turned into a ray of clear light, penetrated into his mind, and turned into a golden page in his mind. Countless words appeared above it, and each word seemed to depict the great way of this world, which was extremely mysterious. They are all familiar words, but at this moment they become strange, as if I could never understand them even if I spent my entire life. If a powerful cultivator saw this golden page, he would probably be so scared that his eyes would fall out. The Taoist technique that suppresses everything in the world is revealed. Ding, click to learn. It will cost 100 qi. Study. In an instant, a lot of things appeared in Su Qing's mind, and he entered a mysterious state, as if he was connected with the world and could integrate into it at any time. Su Qing suddenly began to speak unconsciously. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal name. Named is the beginning of heaven and earth. Nameless is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be without desire, so as to observe its wonders. Always have desire, so as to observe its fiery edge. Suddenly a voice came from the system. Tao Te Ching. Mantra. Heavenly Tao. Protection. Unable to detect. The second spirit stone in his storage space was quickly drained and turned dim. Su Qing stayed in the room all night. When he woke up the next day, he felt refreshed and his whole body felt happy and light. He felt his body and found that there was a dormant energy in his dantian, which he could mobilize whenever he wanted, although it was extremely weak. But he had a feeling that even thick tree trunks could be penetrated. So, does this mean I've gotten started? Where does the smell come from? He looked at his body and found that a layer of impurities had appeared on the surface without him knowing when, and it smelled terrible. He quickly went into the bathroom and washed 2 or 3 times before he could wash away the bad smell. After taking a shower, he noticed that the 2 spirit stones in his storage space that he had upgraded had all turned gray. Oh, my heart hurts so much. That's several hundred million. Was a prodigal son. That's what we call. But fortunately, I can still recharge it, add some spiritual energy into it, and continue using it. There are only 2 left. He spent 100 points of luck to upgrade the newly opened piece of top-grade glass into a low-grade spirit stone. I wonder how much luck I'll need to continue upgrading? Low-grade spirit stones are so easily drained, but if I upgrade to mid-grade, it shouldn't be that problem. Can I upgrade to high-grade or even top-grade? That would be really frustrating. Su Qing classified them according to the novel and thought happily. Ding, insufficient spiritual energy to upgrade. Please move to a place with abundant spiritual energy. Suing, I've taken off my pants and you're showing me this? Can't I get promoted? What can I find spiritual energy for you? Anyway, there is no other way now. He walked out the door and Uncle Lu came over and said, Sir, there are a few matters at the company that require your signature. What time will it be? You can go after you have breakfast. Good. All the previous business was remotely controlled by him. Now that he has recovered, it is time for him to go to the company and show his face. Uncle Lu, what is the main business this time? Su Qing asked while drinking lobster porridge. It's mainly in the gaming sector. Our company has always been weak in this area and doesn't have any representative works to show off. Sui Nadif. The Su Group has many businesses under its name. Real estate accounts for the bulk of the spending. However, his business also includes many other projects such as entertainment, games, and catering. Game? Su Qing suddenly stopped, raised his head, and asked, Uncle Lu, do you know what League of Legends Honor of Kings and Chicken Dinner are. Chapter 33, Developing a New Game. Uncle Lou looked confused, then shook his head. What is this master talking about? What Honor of Kings? What League of Legends? What Chicken Dinner? Is this the name of a game? It sounds weird. I've never heard of it. Also eat chicken. What kind of chicken do you eat? Won't your mouth be covered in hair if you eat that stuff? Never heard of any of them. Su Qing raised his eyebrows. His original owner didn't play games and didn't have much understanding of games, but he could faintly smell the scent of money. The above games are extremely popular on Earth. There are almost no people born in the 80s, 90s, and ought to have not played these games. Especially among young people, they have become a must-have for socializing. A lot of online dating games. The things a man loves most in his life, besides women, are games. Whose childhood was not spent secretly playing games. Su Qing still misses the time when she used to sneak out to play games during school. CS, Counter-Strike, Crossfire, Dungeon Fighter, League of Legends. Have you ever played Plants vs. Zombies, Temple Escape, and Three Kingdoms? Su Qing asked again, with a look of surprise on his face. Lu Bo shook his head again. How come he had never heard of any of them? But Uncle Lu, what games do you usually play to pass the time? Su Qing asked curiously. Lu Bo's face turned red in an instant, and he felt a little embarrassed. I don't play many games. I mainly like to play judge cases and get promoted in legendary hegemony. Suing. I didn't expect that the old man, who looked quite serious, would have such a stuffy hobby. These two games were very famous in the previous life and could be compared with Tanwan Blue Moon. I didn't expect that this also exists in this world. I wonder if the spokespersons will still be Bao Xiang and Brother Chow. Su Qing took out his mobile phone and opened the game list in the App Store. The entire list is a list of the most popular mobile games in recent times. Su Qing read it page by page. No, none at all. Many classic games from my previous life are not on these lists. None of the games he just mentioned made the list. If he could make these games a success, their influence would be so overwhelming that making a fortune every day would be an understatement. Haven't you seen that in the previous life, Penguin Company relied on games to defeat a number of large companies? You are strong, but I am stronger. If you become big, I will acquire you. Universal Login provides users with the greatest and most convenient experience, especially in some large mobile games, where even if you spend money, you won't get much improvement. Unlike a certain company, the games we make are just conveying one idea. I am your father. Send me money. Plants vs. Zombies is a highly strategic game that has remained popular. If it were successfully developed, it would undoubtedly dominate the market. Even if the cycle is only 1 or 2 years, he would have already made other games. He closed his eyes. After entering the chi refining stage, his mind became extremely active and his memory improved significantly. Some of the things he had casually read in his previous life were now clearly engraved in his mind. After a moment, Su Qing opened his eyes. It's all in the mind. Uncle Lu, notify the person in charge of the company's gaming business to bring their core team to see me later. Okay, sir. Seeing Su Qing suddenly smile, Lu Bo scratched his head. Although he was full of doubts, he didn't dare to ask too much. I could only wonder secretly, is there something fun on the phone? Could it be that Korean movies are releasing new adult films? Why didn't I know about this? Su Qing didn't know what was in the mind of this wretched old man, Lu Bo. Otherwise, she would have thrown him into a women's prison. What kind of ethical film? What about my mother's friend, the neighbor's sister? He is a serious man. After Su Qing got in the car, she kept typing on the computer. Since we have decided to make Plants vs. Zombies, we have to express the complete game worldview, game settings, character design, scene design, etc. in the form of words and pictures. Su Qing typed quickly, using the speed of his hands that he had gained from being single for more than 20 years. He also gave the game a new name, Plants vs. Zombies. A sudden plague swept the entire world. The deadly virus in the plague turned humans into zombies. At the same time, a group of plants began to mutate, protecting the last piece of pure land for mankind. Ordinary zombies, single sled zombies, balloon zombies, pea zombies, machine gun zombies, pumpkin zombies, roadblock zombies, pole zombies, dancing king zombies, dolphin rider zombies, toy box zombies, jumping zombies, hot pepper zombies, kirigongs, fury peppers, podaromine, dumichrons, corn cannon shells, exploding newts. Su Qing wrote the settings behind each zombie and plant. Thousands of words in total. It was all done in half an hour. This was all thanks to his successful entry into the realm of spiritual practice. His qualities in all aspects improved significantly, and his typing was almost error-free. Phew, it's finally done. Su Qing let out a breath and stretched. The first game worldview structure is released. Sir, we're here. Su Qing got off the car and looked at the more than 30-story apocalypse building, towering over the world. It seemed familiar yet strange, and at the same time, he felt faintly excited. This is my territory. This entire building belongs to the Su Group, which houses the head office and its various business branches. Hello, Mr. Su. Congratulations to Mr. Su for coming back. Good luck will come to those who are lucky. May God bless you. I was saying, how could a little difficulty defeat our chairman Su? Look, he's back to lead us again. It's truly cause for celebration. As soon as Su Qing entered the door, there was already a group of people waiting there with smiles on their faces. If we hadn't greeted people in advance, there would have been a lot of people at the door. Thank you all for your cooperation during this period. Su Qing greeted him modestly, with just the right smile on his face. No, it's as it should be. Everyone echoed. Suddenly, a woman's hand gently patted his shoulder and said softly, Xiaoqing, welcome back. Su Qing turned around and looked at the woman in her 30s in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness and nodded. Sister Xiao, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Xiao Ani, 32 years old, graduated from the Department of Economics and Management at Stanford University. He is currently the Deputy General Manager of the group and also owns 5% of the company's shares. She got this position at such a young age, firstly because she was the daughter of a veteran and had a strong background, and secondly, because she had outstanding personal abilities. During the time she was with him, she almost supported the entire group, and many of the business deals were negotiated by her. And General Manager Zhong Yong, a cold light flashed in Su Qing's eyes. They are disloyal, enrich themselves, and form cliques. He doesn't care about the company's business at all, and has always been dissatisfied with Su Qing. If he wasn't a veteran with rich experience, he would have been killed long ago if he hadn't been a big deal. He was not among those who came out to greet Su Qing. The previous owner didn't dare to kill you, so let me do it. I have no scruples. Sister Xiao, let's go up. Su Qing called her affectionately, and the two walked into the elevator side by side. Chapter Su Qing's murderous intent. In the elevator, Xiao Ani reported on the group's recent development and business dealings, as well as some development plans and cooperation, explaining every detail. Sister Xiao, you don't need to report these things to me. You've already said it in the email. I trust you. I don't know much about business matters, so just let me handle whatever you want. Su Qing smiled and said that Xiao Ani graduated from a prestigious university and worked on Wall Street in the United States for 2 years. After returning to China, he joined the company and rotated through various departments. He did an excellent job and completed everything in an orderly and perfect manner. Otherwise, given that he had been ill for nearly a year, Zhong Yong would have thrown the group into chaos. Although he inherited Su Qing's body, there are some things that he cannot inherit. Professional matters must be done by professionals. He was very relieved about Xiao Ani. The only people in this world he could feel close to were Lu Bo and Xiao Ani. You are the chairman. You always have to know these things. It is always better to tell you in person than to send you an email. There are always some details that are missed in an email. You still need to make the decision on some things. Xiao Ani said seriously. Okay, whatever you say is what it is, Sister Xiao. Su Qing raised his hands in surrender. Then his face turned serious, and he turned to look at Xiao Ani. Sister Xiao, how's the evidence I asked you to collect about Zhong Yong's crimes going? I won't keep him this time. Boiling a frog in warm water is useless. If you don't kill the snake, you'll get bitten. You should understand this principle better than I do. A short pain is worse than a long one. Cutting with a blunt knife will only harm the company's interests. There were only him and Uncle Lu in the elevator, so Xiao Ani no longer cared and his face turned cold. I've got the evidence. If I reveal it, he'll be in big trouble. I'm worried about getting rid of Zhong Yong and his accomplices. The consequences will be enormous, and the other shareholders won't sit idly by. It will be very disadvantageous to you. Xiao Ani's face was full of worry. She really wanted to get rid of Zhong Yong, the thorn in her side. But Zhong Yong has deep roots and people in every department. If he leaves, he will definitely take a large group of people with him. Don't worry, not everyone is willing to go with him. Starting a new organization is like a rebellion in ancient times. People will only join you if they are hungry and cold and are about to starve to death. Without a 200% return, they won't follow Zhong Yong. He can't give that guarantee. Even if he could afford it, few people would believe it. As he said this, He gave a mysterious smile. I guarantee that those who leave will regret it. It will be useless for those shareholders to oppose. Whoever jumps out will be eliminated together. Su Qing said with murderous intent. Ding! The elevator door opened. We have arrived at the group headquarters. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Many people greeted him. Su Qing nodded in response. We passed by the general manager's office. It was empty. It was already past 10 o'clock, and he, the general manager, had not arrived yet. Many important documents were waiting for him to sign, and many people were waiting at the door. Some could only be signed by the general manager, and Xiaoani did not have the authority. Suin Fronith. He was sick, and besides some strategic arrangements, most of the documents did not require his signature. So it doesn't matter whether I come or not. But, Zhongyong, you shouldn't have done that. When the people in the queue saw Su Qing coming, they hurried to greet him. Su Qing took a look, but didn't get angry. He said calmly, send the documents to my office. I'll sign them later, and you can pick them up. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and rushed to the chairman's office. The discord between the general manager and the chairman has long been no secret. They have discussed it privately countless times. But Su Qing hasn't come to the company for a year, and they almost forgot about this matter. Now that Su Qing appears, some people secretly say in their hearts, things are going to change. Su Qing retracted her gaze, turned to look at Lu Bo, and said, when Liang Xianin comes, take them directly to my office. I understand. They'll be here soon. Uncle Lu said with his head down. Su Qing turned around and took Xiao Ani into the office. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little shocked when he entered the luxurious office. Over 70 square meters, decorated in new Chinese style. On the wall hang several landscape paintings by famous ancient painters. It is fully equipped with a small meeting room, a desk more than 2 meters long, a lounge, a toilet, a coffee machine, etc. What surprised him even more is that there is a semi-open-air private garden of about 30 to 40 square meters outside. In his spare time, he can sit here to enjoy the scenery and relax. The whole office is very large, but the design is still very stylish, elegant, and not vulgar. Knowing that he was coming back, the house had been cleaned inside and out, leaving it spotless without a trace of dust. Xiaoqing, did you ask Mr. Liang to come over? What's going on? Do you have any ideas about the gaming business? Xiaoani was not at all shy. She sat on the sofa and boiled water to make tea. It's a bit of an immature idea. Sister Xiao, you are very experienced. Can you help me take a look and see if my plan is feasible? Su Qing turned on the computer and retrieved the information she had just written and moved it in front of her. Xiaoani looked at him in surprise. She thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect it to be true. She became serious, took the computer, and began to look at it in detail. Su Qing started to make tea. The authentic Dahongpo, although not the most authentic ones on Wui Mountain, is also a tea tree from the best area in the center and costs tens of thousands of yuan per 2 taels. Soon the office was filled with the aroma of tea. There was a glint of surprise in Xiaoani's eyes, and it was obvious how much of an impact this game had on her. Su Qing poured her a cup of tea, but seeing that she was so focused, he didn't care about the tea. He picked up a few sheets of A4 paper and, relying on his memory, began to hand-draw the characters from Plants vs. Zombies. His writing is clean and neat, and each character is presented under his pen. It is simply a masterpiece of his writing, and he can outline the general shape with just a few strokes. Xiaoqing, I've read it. Did you come up with this idea? That's awesome. It looks like our gaming branch could make a comeback. Xiao Ani tasted the tea and said happily that with his keen business sense, he had noticed the business opportunities there. The market needed fresh blood, and so did the game. Yes, these are some of my ideas. Su Qing shamelessly claimed the idea for herself, since no one knew about it anyway. Xiao Ani's eyes lit up when he saw the character draft. The brushwork was very good, and the design prototype was also good. With this game, our gaming department can make a great comeback, but will this game alone not be enough? The time circumference of a game is limited. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry, the game ideas are all in my mind. I have many more game ideas like this. Su Qing said, pointing to his head. Boom, boom, boom. Come. Uncle Lu pushed the door open and walked in, bowing respectfully. Sir, Mr. Liang from the branch office has arrived with his core team. Chapter 35, Preparing for the Shareholders Meeting. Out of respect, Xiao Ani prepared to turn around and leave. Su Qing quickly stopped her and said with a smile, Sister Xiao, you are one of us. How can I hide anything from you? Please help me and turn on the projector. Listening to Su Qing talking about his own people, Xiao Ani felt a warm feeling in his heart. Come back and sit down. Turn on the projector." After a while, a middle-aged man came in with four young people in their 20s. "Mr. Liang, welcome." Su Qing smiled gently and extended his hand to lead them in. "Mr. Su, congratulations on returning to the company. This is a document from Namli Entertainment Culture that requires your signature." Liang Xiannan smiled respectfully and handed over a file bag. "Okay, everyone, please take a seat." Liang Xiannan has a gentle appearance and wears a pair of black-framed glasses, giving him a scholarly air. He doesn't look like a gamer at all. He has a relatively stable personality and didn't ask much about why Su Qing suddenly summoned him and his core subordinates. The four young men behind him seemed quite curious about being able to come to the chairman's office. They looked around and secretly guessed the purpose of this trip. They had never heard that none of their predecessors had the privilege of coming to the chairman's office for tea. Moreover, they were summoned suddenly without hearing any warning. In their excitement, they caught a glimpse of the manuscript on the sofa out of the corner of their eyes and were a little surprised at first sight. The character proportions were harmonious and novel, and it seemed that it had never appeared on the market before. I couldn't turn my eyes away, and I was too embarrassed to ask, so I could only keep my doubts in my heart. "Mr. Su, these are the four team leaders of Namli Entertainment Culture. Don't be fooled by their young age. Each of them has a team under him. They have been active in the front line of game production for a long time and are very experienced." Liang Xiannan introduced them to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded at them. He stood up and opened the document he had just written. "The reason I called you all here this time is simple. I have a new game idea. I've already written the world background, character settings, and the general game structure." "Game ideas?" The four team leaders looked at each other silently. If Su Qing was one of their employees, they might have started to criticize him directly. What game idea? Most people think that their ideas, which come up on a whim, can sweep the market, but when they finally put them to practice, they realize how ridiculous they are and that they fail to even make a splash when they put them into the market. No matter which industry it is, people are afraid of outsiders guiding insiders. But when they saw the contents of the document, their eyes seemed to be drawn to it, as if it held endless magic power. They sat up straight, afraid of missing a line. At the same time, I was constantly making preliminary models of the game in my mind and thinking about its feasibility. The more they thought about it, the happier their faces became. It was like encountering a novel and fun toy, which stimulated their creative desire. The fact that they can take the position of team leader at the age of 27 or 28 is certainly not for nothing. They are crazy fans of games themselves, and after graduation, they entered the gaming industry with a kind of persistence. More than 10 minutes passed, and they kept thinking about it after watching it. On the table is my rough draft of the game design. Take a look. There are still many unfinished characters that need your help. Su Qing pointed to the design manuscript on the table. "Mr. Su, is this your manuscript?" A girl asked in surprise. She thought it belonged to some original artist. "Yes, I'm sorry to embarrass myself in front of you. You draw better than me." Su Qing said modestly with a smile. No. Your drawings are so good. I thought you were a concept artist. You're amazing. If you were to become a concept artist instead of chairman, I don't know how many game companies would be vying for you. I think if this game is made, it will become a national hit and sweep all the charts." The four young men had admiring looks in their eyes like little stars. Namli Entertainment Culture is a subsidiary of the Su Group. It is quite good in Linzhou, but in the whole country, it can only be called a studio. There are at least hundreds of studios of their level across the country. Nowadays, the mobile phone business is so developed, and the mobile game market segment is a huge cake. But no matter how big the cake is, if it is not cooked well, there is nothing to eat. Although Namli Entertainment Culture has produced many games, the response has been mediocre and they have not received any market feedback, which makes them quite anxious. It's not that the level is not good enough, but that there are no good ideas and the foundation to implement them. Other businesses are temporarily put on hold, and people and money are invested in this game. I'll give you the greatest convenience. If you four teams work together, how soon can you guarantee we'll be online?" Su Qing leaned on the table and said with sparkling eyes. Liang Xiannan seemed to have thought of this problem a long time ago, and said with a gleam in his eyes, "With the game architecture and design draft, we can greatly shorten the time. A normal game team needs more than half a month." But the four teams worked together, had sufficient funds, and were fully operational. We were given a week to launch the product. A week? So fast. Su Qing was a little surprised. He thought it would take at least 10 days. "Okay, then I'll give you a week. I'll wait and see your finished product and the project's profits, and then I'll give you and your team 30% as bonuses. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The four young men became more motivated after hearing this. 30%, if the market is huge, their income will skyrocket. Now I can't wait to fly back to the company to deploy manpower and prepare for the new project. I don't want to stay for a moment. 7 days? It's been too long. They have to work overtime day and night to try to get it online within 5 days. Normally, they wouldn't be able to do it so quickly, but the existing game architecture and settings were practically perfect and didn't need to be modified at all. If they still can't speed up, they might as well just quit. Several people left with full of enthusiasm. As long as the money is enough. What is 996,007 will do? If I make 40,000 or 50,000 yuan a month, the company is my home. Su Qing walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The view from the window was wide, and the scenery was excellent. He could see half of the city at a glance. Uncle Lu looked at the door and said respectfully, "Sir, Zhong Yong is here. Do you want him to come see you?" Su Qing said coldly, "No need. You will see me later." He turned to look at Xiao Ani and said, "Sister Xiao, please inform all shareholders of the company and ask them to get ready. In 15 minutes, I will convene a shareholders meeting. All personnel must be present. All major shareholders work in the building, so it is easy to convene a meeting." Xiao Ani gave him a deep look and said, "I understand. I'll go right away. I'll prepare the materials." After saying that, she left the office. Su Qing reached out and picked up the information Xiao Ani had just given him and began to look through it. The cold light at the corner of his mouth grew stronger and stronger, emitting a dangerous aura. Chapter 36 Expulsion. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Qing tightened his clothes and walked into the meeting room with unquestionable authority and momentum. Actually, I feel a little panicked. As a corporate slave, he has never participated in such a big scene. "Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman." As soon as he entered the door, everyone shouted, "Sui Nadif." The meeting room was not big, and all 8 shareholders were present, but the position of general manager of the group was still empty. Su Qing glanced around the entire room. The noisy sounds caused by everyone's speculations all died down after his eyes passed over, and everything became calm. Looking at Su Qing's gaze, everyone couldn't help but feel a little frightened and didn't dare to look into his eyes. After just 1 year of not seeing each other, Su Qing's aura had changed so much that it even seemed a little unfamiliar to them, and they felt scared at first sight. What they didn't know was that after Su Qing entered the Qi training stage, his brilliance was revealed, and that aura alone was enough to suppress everyone. "Where is General Manager Zhong Yong? Didn't you notify him?" Su Qing pretended to be angry. Lu Bo looked at him and knew what he was thinking. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Chairman, when you announced the meeting, I had already notified all the major shareholders. Mr. Zhong was the first to be notified. What I meant was that I had informed Zhong Yong a long time ago, but he ignored the meeting and the major shareholders. Oh, what big thing has our general manager, Zhong, been busy with until now? It's really hard work." Su Qing had a blank expression. The major shareholders looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. Moreover, Su Qing didn't look like a sickly person at all, nor did he look like he had been lying in bed for a year. His face was rosy, and he was full of energy. Just one look from him could scare them. As soon as Su Qing came to work at the company, he summoned the major shareholders. They were not useless and knew that something big was going to happen. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. A hearty voice came, and a sturdy middle-aged man in his 50s walked in and said with a smile, "Haha, I'm not used to such a big scene all of a sudden. Sorry, Xiao Su, I was sweating a little when I came here just now, so I took a shower. I'm a few minutes late, don't mind. To celebrate your safe return, I'll host a party tonight to welcome you home and celebrate." After saying that, he scanned the entire venue as if it were his home court. "I'm hosting a welcome party for our CEO, Su. Everyone must come. Not coming is not only disrespecting me, but also our CEO, Su." Zhong Yong walked in, plopped down in his seat, and nothing he said could be faulted. It only makes people think that he is generous and unconventional. Su Qing felt uncomfortable listening to some of the words in it. "What Xiao Su? Mr. Su? There is no respect at all. If you don't respect me, then I have no intention of respecting you. General Manager, what are you talking about? Chairman Su's safe return is a blessing for everyone. We must attend the welcoming banquet you are hosting." Yes, Mr. Zhong, you must bring your bottle of good wine today. I've been thinking about it for several days." The two people who were talking suddenly felt a little awkward. because the scene was too quiet. Only their voices seemed a little abrupt and even a little dull. When he looked up, he found that Su Qing's face was as indifferent as water, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Some shareholders remained silent, closing their eyes and resting, as if whatever happened had nothing to do with them. Su Qing gave him a cold look. Boss Zhong, I told you to call a meeting 15 minutes ago. Your office is only 30 meters away from the conference room. You should be able to get here even if you crawl, right? Or you're too old to walk anymore. Since you are old, why not retire? Zhong Yong is only in his 50s, so how could he admit that he is old? Being said that in front of everyone, he looked a little embarrassed, with a hint of anger on his face. What qualifications does a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair have to criticize me? When I was the general manager, you were still breastfeeding. What made him feel even more uneasy was that Su Qing exuded an aura of keeping strangers away today, and there was something a little off about him. In short, for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. Now that everyone is here, the meeting is officially underway. The first thing to do is to remove Assistant General Manager Lu Minji, Human Resources Director He Chun, and Vice President of Marketing Ma Yun from their positions. As soon as the words were spoken, there was dead silence in the conference room. These three people seem different, but in fact they are inextricably linked. The person who united this relationship was Zhong Yong. Each of them is his confidant. If these three people are fired, it would be equivalent to cutting off Zhong Yong's right-hand man. Everyone present was smart, and they figured out the secret behind it in an instant. It was like a thunderclap in my mind. Everyone looked at Su Qing in shock, then looked at Zhong Yong, who was gradually getting angry, and came up with a terrible idea. This is going to take action against General Manager Zhong Yong. Zhong Yong's face turned extremely ugly. If he didn't understand the meaning, he would be a fool. He suppressed his anger, his face devoid of a smile, and said, "Excuse me, Chairman Su, these people you mentioned are the backbone of the company. You want to fire them. What mistakes have they made if you don't have a convincing reason? I'm afraid many people in the company will be dissatisfied." Su Qing glanced at him. Was it everyone in the company who was dissatisfied, or was it you who was dissatisfied? Firing them means that we have the reasons for their crimes. Without them, how could Zhong Yong be so successful in his endeavors, as he was betraying his own people and enriching himself? The Director of Human Resources is in charge of finances. He had secretly joined Zhong Yong a long time ago, especially Ma Yun, who was his lover. Who among the company's veterans doesn't know this? Even the positions they used in bed were kept secret. As the chairman of the company, I own more than 65% of the company's shares. Do I have the authority to appoint 3 people? Su Qing glanced at him and asked coldly. You? Zhong Yong hesitated to speak, anger boiling in his heart, but he couldn't find any loophole. As the largest shareholder, he has complete control over the final say in the company. If he wants to fire someone, he can't stop him, unless all shareholders unite to resist. But how is this possible? Deputy General Manager Xiao Ani alone was completely on his side, and there were 3 other shareholders who were indifferent and indifferent. The only ones he could win over were the 2 who had just spoken. Besides, if he contradicted them on the spot, those 2 fence-sitters might not necessarily side with him openly. At the same time, he was a little scared. How could such a big change happen suddenly? Isn't he afraid that his rebound will be too strong? In the past, Su Qing was most afraid of something happening in the company, so he always turned a blind eye to himself. What kind of love potion is this? Could it be that he wants to attack me? Su Qing glanced at him, threw out a pile of documents, which hit the desk with a bang and scattered everywhere. Sternly said, "Didn't you ask me for evidence? Then I'll give you evidence." Chapter 37, A Bunch of Idiots. Looking at these materials, Zhong Yong's face turned pale, his breathing became rapid, and his lips trembled, but at the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. What makes people despair is that Su Qing dared to throw out this pile of investigation materials in front of all the shareholders, which means that this pile of materials can withstand investigation and no one dares to falsify them at this time. It was still found. It's no use regretting it now. Su Qing hasn't come to the company for a year, and he has become somewhat unscrupulous, and his subordinates will no longer care about him. But many things were done so secretly, how did he know? He glanced at Xiao Ani beside him, and a hint of gloom flashed across his face inadvertently. If I'm not mistaken, it should be her. Otherwise, how could Su Qing, who has been ill for so long, go straight to the vital point as soon as she came? Besides, If you're not a core member of the company, you cannot access this information at all, and you don't have the authority to do so. Zhong Yang's teeth were broken, but he could only swallow it. Once someone catches you, it's easy to kill those people within the rules. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Su Qing ignored the complex changes in everyone's psychology at this time and said calmly, "Who is in favor of this resolution, and who is against it?" Xiao Ani was the first to raise her hand. "I agree. These three people are all pests within the group, damaging the group's interests for a long time. I suggest they be removed from their positions and handed over to the courts." Ruthless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Dismissal is the lightest punishment. They have been involved in economic crimes, and handing them over to the law will completely put them to death. "I agree. I agree. I agree." The three neutral people looked at each other and raised their hands. While Zhongyang's three cronies were devouring the company's assets, they were actually also damaging their own interests. In the past, no one dared to take the initiative to punish Zhongyang. As small shareholders, they did not have that much authority. But now that Su Qing acted like he was doing his job impartially, they were happy to push him forward and step on him. "General Manager Zhong, the 8 of us have 9 votes in total, and 6 of us are in favor now. What do you think?" As chairman, he has 2 votes, which already account for the majority of the 9 votes. Su Qing turned to look at Zhong Yang and glanced at the remaining 2 shareholders. The remaining 2 small shareholders only hold 5% of the shares together. How can they be so confident? Sitting on the stool, I felt very uncomfortable. He looked at Zhong Yang anxiously, hoping that he would express his opinion quickly. Zhong Yang closed his eyes. No matter how much hatred he felt, he couldn't vent it out on the spot. He could only cut off his arm to survive. "I agree." These words seemed to take up all his strength, and he slowly raised his hand. After seeing him express his opinion, the remaining 2 small shareholders also quickly raised their hands. "I agree to. I agree to." It was passed unanimously. After removing them from their posts, they will be promptly handed over to the judicial authorities. Su Qing made the final decision. "In that case, I have nothing more to say. You are the chairman, so you can do whatever you want." Zhong Yang hated him so much that he didn't want to stay even a moment longer and didn't want to humiliate himself anymore. So he prepared to get up and leave. "Wait a minute, General Manager Zhong. The meeting isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Qing said coldly. Zhong Yang sat back down and said impatiently, "Everyone is very busy. If Director Su has nothing else to do, please adjourn the meeting. I have other things to do." In his opinion, Su Qing was eager to demonstrate his authority today. Killing 3 of his men was already the limit. As for killing him too, he simply didn't believe that Su Qing had such courage. If he were to kill him, the group would be severely damaged. Not to mention him, even if Su Qing's father were standing here, he would not dare to fire him easily. Next, I want to announce the second thing. When Su Qing said this, he suddenly paused and said slowly, "While investigating those 3 individuals, I discovered something very distressing. Our shareholders were colluding with outsiders, engaging in acts of betrayal that greatly damaged the interests of the company. So I decided to remove him from all his positions and reclaim his shares. The company's shares cannot be in the hands of such a person." This news was like a depth bomb, even more exciting than before. If what happened just now was a serious fight, then now it's like putting a knife to your neck. Although Su Qing didn't say the name, they all knew who it was. There is no one else except Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang suddenly slammed the table and stood up, saying angrily, "Young people, being full of youthful energy is a good thing, but being too assertive can lead to failure. Don't be ignorant of your own limitations, or you'll make mistakes and regret it later." The implication is, can you touch me too? Su Qing was not only hitting him in the face, he was also peeling his face off, throwing it on the ground, stomping on it hard, and spitting on it twice. The smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger. Everyone started to persuade. "Chairman, the situation is not that serious, right? Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Let's sit down and talk it out. We should make amends and apologize when necessary. We're all family, so why bother?" Yes, such continuous major moves will have a very negative impact on the group, especially the subsidiaries. Some projects have just started, so stability is the priority. "Chairman, think again." They all shook their heads, almost saying that you were just a young man with no experience in talking. Just be a good chairman and don't try to stir up trouble. This is a matter that concerns their vital interests. If the company is in turmoil, who knows how many projects will be affected? They have no objection to doing some brave work as soldiers and even agree with it. They were unwilling to do anything to Zhong Yong, and this seemed to be an attempt to restrict Su Qing. Even neutral shareholders have to side with Zhong Yong. A glint of pride flashed in Zhong Yong's eyes. This was the reason why he had remained standing for so many years. For the sake of profit, these idiots will swallow shit. Now let's see how you end up. I call you Mr. Su, and you really think you are the chairman. You are far from it. Su Qing felt a little disgusted when listening to the sounds coming from the flies around his ears. These short-sighted idiots only care about their own interests. Hee Suinis native. Do you think this group will stop functioning without you? You're too conceited. Without you today, there will always be someone else who will step up and do better than you. Unlike you, who only care about making money and don't even care about your dignity. You think that just a bunch of you guys can unite and force me to surrender and prevent me from stepping down? You are so naive. I'm telling you, the group will run much better without you. But without the group, you're nothing. You really think you're big shots. The shareholders were speechless after hearing what he said, but there is no way to refute it. Those who are not in the Su group are like rootless duckweed. They were so embarrassed that their faces turned pale and blue. They were so ashamed and angry that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Su Qing put the criminal record of Zhong Yong that Liang Ani had investigated on the table. Sun Han said, Zhong Yong, look at this. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. You know all the bad things you did. Either give up your shares or go to jail. It's your choice. Chapter 38. Good at playing. Zhong Yong stood up with a bang. In addition to anger, he was more shocked. Su Qing came prepared and was fully prepared. This matter cannot be resolved today, but he still refused to give up. You're simply slandering, talking nonsense, and excluding dissidents. The data above are all fake. Don't think you could drive me away with fake data. Dream on. Zhong Yong was frustrated. How could he leave in disgrace? Even if he left, it was his own decision to leave and split the Su group. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He reached out, took the pile of documents on the table, and tore them into pieces in no time. The sound of paper shredding rang out in the office. In the silent space, it is particularly harsh. No one expected him to be so radical and resort to such a stupid move. They were stunned, and the person who just spoke for him felt ashamed. Isn't this a mental problem? Everything will be fine if you tear up the materials. What are you thinking about? Su Qing was also amused by his actions and did not say anything to stop him, just watching him perform. Zhong Yong was also extremely angry and desperate. He could not think of any other way to deal with the situation and could only destroy the evidence to cover up the fact that he had committed a crime. Su Qing raised her head towards him. Mr. Zhong, are you tired of tearing it? Are you satisfied with it? If you're still not satisfied, I will ask my secretary to print out a dozen more copies for you. You can tear it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Zhong Yong. His hand paused, and then he stopped. Looking at Su Qing with complicated eyes, he really didn't expect that this kid could be so cruel. He was not mentally prepared at all. Does he really not care about any negative impact? Don't you care about the stability of people's hearts within the group? Don't care about old feelings? If Su Qing knew what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him, I don't care about anything. It's not my group. We just met for the first time. There's no such thing as friendship. Su Qing had no intention of letting him go and pressed on, I'll give you a minute to think about it. Sell your shares or go to jail. It's your choice. According to the commercial crime law, you won't be released for 3 to 5 years. Do you want money or freedom? 3 to 5 years? How could he endure it for so long? Let alone 3 or 5 years. Even 3 days without freedom would be worse than death. Xiaoqing, I watched you grow up and even held you in my arms when you were little. There's no need to be so extreme, right? Zhong Yong still wanted to keep him and didn't want to leave so hastily. Don't call me Xiaoqing. I don't really know you that well. It's not that I did it so cruelly, but why did you do it so cruelly? Su Qing quickly stopped him. Zhong Yong saw that there was nothing he could do, and Su Qing was so strong that he could only accept his fate. But in the end, he still wanted to make a profit. After getting the money, he can still spend it like a spoiled brat. He owns 15% of the shares of Su Group, and if he cashes out all of them, he can get more than 10 billion. These billions will allow him to live comfortably for the rest of his life, and he won't have to worry about money forever. Humph, I'll let you go. I'll take the money and live a carefree life, posting on WeChat moments every day to make you mad. He thought happily. Since you said so, I won't object. But you can't give me less than what I deserve. Without 1.5 billion, Don't even think about sending this giant Buddha away. Zhong Yong's noses flew to the sky after he had nothing to worry about. Big Buddha? Suinis Nidith. Can you still be considered a Buddha? The lid of Sakyamana's coffin is about to burst open, and he will definitely come out to strangle you to death. You still want 1.5 billion. Where's your face? You have committed so many crimes, and it's good enough that you haven't been put in jail. Yet you want so much money. You really think you are the master of the world, and the earth revolves around you. Boss Zhong, forget about 1.5 billion. Even if I were to buy out your shares, they wouldn't be worth that much. Besides, I kicked you out. How dare you ask me for so much money? Su Qing wanted to call Lao Luan again and give him a mouthful of thick and sticky phlegm. Then tell me, how much is my 15% stake worth? It can't be worth only 100 million. Zhong Yong said unconvinced. 100 million? It seems to be about the same. Let's use this number. Su Qing tilted his head, thought about it, and nodded. This action made Zhong Yong furious. You give me 100 million for my 15% stake. Don't even think about it. Don't be so bullying. I'm giving you face. At worst, we could just break up. You won't have an easy time even if I go in. Zhong Yong was so angry that he slammed the table. Su Qing touched his forehead. Why did he always like to bang the table when he disagreed with something? Just listen to what I have to say. Su Qing said softly. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'm not done with you. Zhong Yong thought that things could still turn around, and he really didn't want to go to jail unless it was absolutely necessary. Uncle Lu, Su Qing called out. Young master, I'm here. Uncle Lu handed over an envelope. Mr. Zhong, don't be anxious and angry when you are old. Otherwise, what will happen if you get a heart attack? Come, take a look. Is the stuff in here worth 1 billion? Su Qing threw the envelope over. What's worth 1 billion? A check. But when Zhong Yong opened the envelope and saw the photo inside, he quickly stuffed it in. His face suddenly became extremely ugly and gloomy, as if water seemed to be dripping out. Mr. Zhong, do you think they're worth 1 billion? Su Qing said with a smile. Zhong Yong looked at him with gritted teeth. Slowly utter a word, value. If he still had some desire to fight against Su Qing before, now he is completely disheartened and has lost all hope. Okay, Sister Liang, take out the contract and have Mr. Zhong sign it. Su Qing watched Zhong Yong slowly sign the document with a smile on his face. Done. There were only 2 ordinary photos in the envelope, but if they were leaked, Zhong Yong's family would be ruined, and he might even die. One photo is of Zhong Yong with his daughter-in-law, and the other is of him with his mother-in-law. This mother and daughter. Why do you have this hobby? According to the investigation, the mother and daughter seemed to be unaware that they had become sisters. Zhong Yong could also eat it. But this format is a bit like the structure of Japanese art films. After signing, Zhong Yong slumped his chair like a stray dog, dejected and feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant and had lost all his energy and spirit. Everyone was extremely curious about what was in that ordinary envelope. It could make Zhong Yong lose confidence in an instant. But at the same time, he thought about himself and wondered if he might have some negative information about himself. Suddenly, he was filled with fear of Su Qing. Su Qing cleared his throat and said, "From today on, Xiao Ani will take over as the general manager of the group. All personnel changes at the middle level must be approved by the general manager. At the same time, we will thoroughly investigate the company's recent financial problems. Once we uncover any issues, we will show no mercy. Those who deserve to be fired will be fired, and those who deserve to be brought to justice will be brought to justice." I've finished what I'm saying. Who's for and who's against? Everyone was frightened by him. How dare you resist? They all nodded. There was a noisy sound outside the door. As soon as Su Qing went out, 3 people came over, 2 men and 1 woman, looking very aggressive. Especially the woman in the lead. Her heavily made-up face was extremely gloomy, as if her mother had died. Chapter 39, Who do you think you are? Mr. Ma, you can't go in. There's a board meeting going on inside. If you have anything to say, wait until the meeting is over. Someone behind was chasing and shouting. But the 3 men turned a deaf ear and rushed in regardless. They were Ma Yun, Vice President of Marketing, He Chun, Director of Human Resources, and Lu Minji, General Assistant, who had received the news. They were panicked and could not wait, even for a moment. They had to find Su Qing to make things clear. They were fearless, and with the general manager as their backer, they could naturally act arrogantly and look down on everyone. Ma Yun, in particular, was furious when she received the news. He almost swore on the spot. She was not afraid, even if Su Qing was the chairman. Besides, he had not come to the company for a year, and Su Qing's deterrent power in their hearts had greatly decreased. Her affair with general manager Zhong Yong was almost out in the open, and no one in the company dared to give her a hard time. Even if she is the chairman, she cannot be wronged. As they came over aggressively, the door of the conference room opened. Su Qing walked out and was not surprised to see the three people. He turned around and glanced at Zhong Yong inside. They guessed that Zhong Yong had tipped them off, and since the communication tools were not collected, it was easy for him to send a message. Although this woman is already in her 30s, she is still well maintained. She has some looks and even a hint of charm. No wonder Zhong Yong couldn't control his pants. Zhong Yong and his wife have been playing their own games. Therefore, it would not matter if their relationship was exposed. Zhong Yong was all-powerful, so who would dare to comment on it? He dared to expose his relationship with Ma Yun, but he did not dare to make the two photos public. Not to mention his father-in-law, even his own son would kill him. It's immoral and despicable. Ma Yun was fearless just now, but when he saw Su Qing, he became extremely panicked. He wanted to ask something, but after being glanced at, he was speechless. After all, no matter how high their positions are, they are just employees, but Su Qing can control their destiny. If they offended Su Qing, they would have no place to stand in the Su group, let alone the entire Linzhou. However, thinking that I have the general manager's support, I feel a little more confident. Chairman, I heard you want to fire us. What do we do wrong? You should take care of all the big and small affairs of the company. It is because of our hard work day and night to run the company every day and night that we can ensure that you can live a life of luxury. Today, you fired us without saying anything. Even if I agreed, the group of people under me would not agree. Ma Yun spoke righteously, almost saying that Su Qing was a good-for-nothing waste. Isn't it? The news of spending 300 million to buy a broken stone spread throughout the group. He's simply a spendthrift. Compared with the 300 million he spent, what were the few million he embezzled? Just a drizzle. You are making such a fuss that you want to fire me. If I hadn't worked so hard to earn so much money for you, would you have the time to squander it outside? Can't I spend some of the money I earn? Su Qing did not interrupt her. After she finished speaking, he slowly said, Then what? What then? Ma Yun looked confused. You toiled day and night, poured your heart and soul into the company, and then you took a few million. I've never been in charge of the company, so what does that have to do with you? Who do you think you are to give me orders? Since you said it's hard, I'll let you go and let you find an easier job. However, that will have to be after you get out of prison. As for whether your subordinates agree or not, don't worry, they will be happy to do so. With your departure, another position will be created. This is something worth celebrating. Su Qing seemed to be telling the truth, and her cold gaze made Zhou Yun feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Prison? Wasn't it agreed that he would just be fired? How'd he end up in jail? Was there a mistake? She glanced behind her and saw that the people who had followed them just now suddenly scattered, as if the three of them were plague gods. He Chun and Lu Minji, who were standing behind them, felt as if thunder had exploded in their heads. Their eyes were vacant, and they almost collapsed to the ground on the spot. They actually wanted to force the emperor to abdicate, but they didn't expect that they couldn't even protect themselves. Impossible! You lied to me. I don't believe you. Ma Yun was panicked. She didn't want to go to jail. It is the most terrible place in the world, with no sunshine, no freedom, only cabbage and radish. Where's the general manager? We must go to him and beg for mercy. Otherwise, our lives will be ruined. Sister Ma, you're most familiar with the general manager, so I can only rely on you. Their ranks are higher than Ma Yun's, but because Ma Yun and Zhong Yong have a special relationship, they usually follow Ma Yun's lead. General manager? Yes, find the general manager. Ma Yun wanted to grab the last straw. I want to see the general manager. Wherever the general manager is, he won't ignore us. General manager? She's right here. Su Qing pointed at Xiaoani next to her. Chairman, I'm not familiar with them. Xiaoani said lightly. Suing. No, he's not the general manager. I'm looking for general manager Zhong Yong. Ma Yun took a step back and thought of a terrible possibility. Could Zhong Yong have also been fired? No, she dismissed the horrible thought. At this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and Zhong Yong walked out hunched over, with fatigue unconcealed between his brows. Mr. Zhong, they said they were looking for you. Do you know them? Su Qing pointed at the three people and asked after seeing him come out. Not very familiar. Zhong Yong was extremely indifferent. Ma Yun, we're not very familiar with each other. You even played 69 last night. Today I'm not so familiar with it. Did I get fucked by a dog? I have something to do at home, and I have to go to the kindergarten to pick up my grandson. I'm leaving first. Zhong Yong left without looking back, like a stray dog. If it's any later, he's afraid he won't be able to keep his 100 million. Mr. Zhong, wait a moment. They hurried out to chase after him, but just as they reached the door, they met people from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Who are Ma Yun, He Chun, and Lu Minji? You've been reported. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. The people in the Law Enforcement Bureau are impartial and just. All three of them are here. I was the one who called the police. Xiaoani walked over and said, Ma Yun and the other two were completely desperate. Sister Xiao, I leave the matter to you. Su Qing nodded at her. Well, I'll take care of it. You go ahead and do your work. After Su Qing returned to the office, he let out a long sigh. Things went more smoothly than expected, but the company's group business would definitely be affected. However, these cancers were finally cleared up. Everything is developing in a good direction again. Xiaoani acted decisively and sent Ma Yun and the other two to the Law Enforcement Bureau. He began to investigate the company's internal financial problems without stopping. A large number of people fell from power, and a large number of people came to power. You finish your performance, and I will take the stage. Xiaoani, who is in full control of the power, fully demonstrates the style of a strong woman. Su Qing, on the other hand, was in a daze after completing another practice. Spirit stones, not enough. Chapter 40 game production is completed. Please recommend votes. Big eyes. It has been 4 or 5 days since the company's major purge, and the amount of money embezzled by Ma Yun and the other two is as high as hundreds of millions, which is simply shocking. With such a large amount of money involved, cooperation from all departments is needed. It is definitely impossible for the three of them to do it so perfectly. Even if they did, it would be impossible not to leave any traces. But there is Zhong Yong behind them. Although Zhong Yong's character is not very good, as a veteran of the company and one of the partners during the startup period, he does have real abilities. He erased all of this, some of which even Xiaoani could hardly find any trace of. Xiaoani had to use a lot of tricks and even seek external help to catch these traces. All the stolen money embezzled by the three people has been returned. Zhong Yong was fired, and Su Qing actually held more than 80% of the shares, which was absolute control. The remaining small shareholders could not cause any trouble at all and dared not to act recklessly. If they are honest, then reward them with a bowl of rice. If they are not honest, they will be killed without leaving a single trace. Xiaoani was in charge of all these and cleaned up the company inside and out. He doesn't have to worry about it for the time being. What worries him most now is that he doesn't have enough spirit stones. There were 4 spirit stones and several pieces of low-quality jadeite, and only the last piece was left. These days, apart from occasionally going to the company, I have almost devoted all my attention to cultivation. The 3rd spirit stone had turned gray, and the spiritual energy in the several pieces of jade that were cut out had also been sucked out, but it was still not enough. However, after consuming a large piece of spirit stones and the remaining spirit stones, his progress was also huge. The energy in Dantian was originally only a wisp, so weak that it was almost negligible. After several days of practice, he made rapid progress. The original 1 strand had evolved into 100 strands, wandering in his Dantian endlessly. Not only that, his physical fitness has also improved a lot. Unless he is a real fighting master, it is difficult for ordinary people to defeat him in terms of strength. Even if there is someone who can surpass him in strength, with the hundreds of wisps of energy in his Dantian, no one can match him, and no one can even get close to him. And even if they get close, they will find that this is just the beginning of the nightmare. Because these spiritual energies have many uses, they can enhance defense and increase strength, making them the king of single combat. He suddenly thought of a question. Can the current knife cause any harm to him? He walked into the kitchen, took out a fruit knife, and started cutting his hands. When he cut his skin, it felt like cutting on sandpaper, dull and tough. He had a feeling that unless he used all his strength now, it would be difficult to cut the skin. He tried to apply the spiritual energy to his hands, covering the entire hand, and then when he cut it with the knife, this time he felt more than just numbness, there were other sensations as well. It's like having an extra layer of defense, like a layer of soft armor. He tried to push hard, but even with all his strength, he couldn't break through even a point, let alone hurt himself. I just don't know if it can be used as bulletproof vest. If it can be used as a bulletproof vest, it can block bullets. It is a bit regrettable that these 100 strands of spiritual energy are still too few. Although they can enhance defense, they're only local and cannot cover the whole body. Can the abdomen be cut? The abdomen is the most vulnerable part. If you're attacked by someone one day, you may die accidentally. You have to try it and have a clear idea in your mind. He gently picked up Gavinci's shirt and was about to stab him in the stomach. Uncle Lou walked in. He was smiling and talking on the phone with an apple in his hand. After seeing this scene, the smile was frozen on his face. The apple fell to the ground. I also forgot to answer the phone. Hey, hello. Hello, little cutie. I'll call you back later. It's urgent. Uncle Lou finished speaking in a flash and hung up the phone in a hurry. He quickly rushed over and snatched the knife from Su Qing's hand and said in panic with fear, "My young master, my little ancestor, is there something that is bothering you?" Old Lou, I've lived for so long and encountered far more difficulties than you, but I've never once thought of going to extremes. You said that if I hadn't come to the kitchen today to peel an apple and happened to run into you, if I had been a little bit late, I wouldn't have been able to see you. Tell me, what is this? Suing. With an embarrassed look on his face, he explained, "If I say I'm just joking, do you believe me?" His explanation was destined to be pale and powerless. Even if he explained it clearly, Lu Bo would not believe it. Who could believe that scene? You took a sharp knife and put it to my stomach and said it was a joke. Is that a joke? Uncle Lu's face was full of relief and grief. He yelled, "Auntie Zhang, hurry up and go to the kitchen and put away all the knives for me. By the way, clear all the knives in this house and lock them all up. You hold one key, and I hold one. Don't give it to anyone else. Forget it. Close the kitchen door too and lock it tightly." Aunt Zhang was startled and ran over in a panic. What's the matter? What happened? Lu Bo is the head butler, with absolute authority, and controls the fate of all the servants in this room. Do as I say. Lu Bo was unusually stern. I'll go right away. Aunt Zhang quickly packed up the knives and went to lock the kitchen. After Uncle Lu finished his instructions, he looked at Su Qing seriously and said, "Sir, from today on, don't go into the kitchen. If you want to eat something, just tell Aunt Zhang and the others." Suing looked helpless. It seems that this misunderstanding cannot be explained no matter how. I could only watch as Aunt Zhang took away all the knives in the room as if she were plowing a house. But he was still a little curious. What did Lu Bo mean by that lewd smile on his face when he came in just now? What little cutie? Granddaughter? That's not right. Uncle Lu doesn't seem to have a granddaughter, only a grandson. Even if it's a grandson, he seems to be in junior high school, right? Imagining Uncle Lu calling a teenager cutie gave him a chill. Just when he was feeling embarrassed, a phone call saved him. It was Liang Xianan who called, and the voice on the other end of the phone couldn't hide his inner excitement. "Mr. Su, the game testing has been completed. It's preliminarily complete and runs smoothly without any major issues. Please come over for review. If there are no major issues, we can start releasing it to the market." "Okay, so quick, I'll go over and take a look." After he left, Uncle Lu took out his phone and called back carefully. "Little cutie, don't be angry. I have something to do. How can I support you if I don't make money?" Su Qing fled in panic and did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. He was feeling faintly excited. Plants vs. Zombies used to be his favorite strategy game, although the life cycle of mobile games is relatively short and most of them are short-lived. However, this game still occupies the top of the strategy game rankings. To make a game like this, I think it would take at least a week. I didn't expect that it would be completed in just 5 days. More than half an hour later, he arrived at the company group building. Instead of going to the headquarters, he went directly to the Nonly studio. Chapter 41, Awesome. Please recommend, spread flowers. Chairman, please come this way. Everything is ready. Liang Xianan and his men were already waiting there for Su Qing. Many people stretched their necks to peek at Su Qing, looking very surprised. As the gaming arm of the group, Nonly Entertainment has actually always been in an insignificant position with a very weak presence. Its year-end report was mediocre and had no highlights. There was not even any praise, let alone the chairman personally coming to the studio to provide guidance. The Su Group is mainly engaged in real estate, and its side businesses include design, hotels, catering, and other businesses. The gaming section seems particularly out of place here, just like a Z suddenly appearing among ABCD, which doesn't fit in. If the gaming sector fails to improve, it may face the dilemma of layoffs or even dissolution. But for some reason they got lucky a few days ago. Their studio suddenly received an invitation from the chairman of the group. The general manager took 4 team leaders from the front line to the group's headquarters building and came back like a different person. Each of the 4 groups selected strong and capable personnel and the general manager personally took charge of the development of a new project. However, this new project is still in the confidential stage, and even they don't know what it is. The previous lazy and idle state is gone forever. When we were selecting people before, some people were reluctant to sign up. They were used to a life of drinking a bottle of Coke, smoking a pack of cigarettes, and playing a game all day. So how could they move? Later, I saw that they were busy like dogs every day, almost without a break, and I was secretly glad at that time. I cursed in my heart. Wouldn't it be better to use Tantan more often if I had that much time? Look, the company has been so active in recent years and has launched so many projects, but how many of them have been successful? But now, the chairman is here. It would be foolish of them to not know that this project has huge interests at stake. I regret it so much now, but it's no use. I could only watch Su Qing enter the office. There were nearly 20 people standing in the office, their eyes red, and it looked like they hadn't had a good rest for a long time, but they were all very energetic, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Everyone has worked hard. Mr. Liang, I'll give everyone a red envelope of 2,000 yuan later as a reward for your hard work day and night over the past few days. Okay, got it. When everyone heard this, they all showed joy on their faces. Their salary was only 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, but they received a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. Moreover, they heard that there would be dividends after the game was released, which made them even more excited. A team of 20 people worked day and night for a game. Everyone felt like they were back in middle school, forming a team to go to dungeons and fight bosses. Now the dungeon is finally completed and the boss has been defeated. Su Qing looked at the familiar interface and couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. The version produced has some changes, but it is almost 80% similar to the Plants vs. Zombies in the previous life. The staff has tested it more than a dozen times and eliminated all the bugs. The first version can be put on the market, and subsequent optimizations will follow gradually. Liang Xianan reported to him the progress of Plants vs. Zombies. But it's also very good. Can I try it out? Of course, it's a beta version now, please. Su Qing started to get started with the controls and found the gaming experience quite good. It had everything it needed, and the worldview he had constructed was fully utilized. We've also made some changes that make the game smoother and more engaging. The project was considered a success. I just don't know what the response will be after it is released to the market, but I think it should be good. There is no reason why the strategy game is so popular on Earth. Changing to a similar world would be different. Okay, very perfect, it can be put on the market. Do a good job in marketing. Even good wine needs no bush. Don't let the game be good, but have no sales, that would be sad. Su Qing stood up and said, after a simple test, it was more in line with his expectations. After playing the original Plants vs. Zombies, play this modified Plants vs. Zombies. The difference is not big. I was a little worried about them because Nonly Studio is just a small studio after all. I didn't expect their level to be quite good, even exceeding my expectations. However, it is a pity that this can only be considered a simplified version. Otherwise, it would not be possible to make in 5 days. Chairman, after we launch this game, if the response is good, should we develop with this game as the core? Liang Xianan said. Su Qing shook his head and showed a mysterious smile. No, no, no. This game is just the beginning. Your next tasks will be very heavy. Everyone, take advantage of this free time to have a good rest. Everyone looked confused. The game is already done, and subsequent optimized versions will suffice. What other tasks are important? Su Qing didn't continue. How could a Plants vs. Zombies game possibly be the end? By the way, Chairman, there's one more thing I need you to confirm. Since you're the chief architect of this game, I need to add your name to the game design. Liang Xianan said that this was not entirely flattery. Not only him, but all his colleagues agree with this fact. Otherwise, even if they have great technology, they will not be able to create a hit product without ideas and structure. Su Qing originally wanted to shake his head and refuse, but then he thought, maybe it could increase his reputation. Then can luck also be increased? Okay, then, give me a new name, Wei. Lu Bui. Okay, this name sounds weird, but they didn't think too much about it. It's just a pseudonym. Any name is fine, even Wu Kai. Su Qing was just making a joke. It's also for the sake of being easy to pronounce. If this game becomes popular all over the country, people will know the designer as soon as they see him. Will definitely say, oh my god, Lu Bui is so awesome. If everyone keeps repeating this every day, no matter what else happens, their luck value will definitely increase every day. Okay, then I'll use this alias. The programmer quickly started designing through the background and added the designer's name. LB Wei. The programmer didn't know that the name he added would probably become popular all over the country in the next few decades and become a god worshipped by countless gamers. After all the design and development is completed, it will be uploaded for review and release. But after all this was done, it was almost noon. Mr. Liang, how long does it take to review and upload the game? Su Qing asked. He really didn't know much. The initial upload will take about 1 or 2 days, and the subsequent version iterations will only take 1 or 2 hours. However, I am familiar with the director of a large platform, and uploading to their platform can be completed in 1 or 2 hours. Liang Xianin said. He was also a little impatient. As a veteran in the gaming field, he had quite a few connections. That's good. Su Qing nodded, then turned and said, Everyone has worked hard today. I would like to invite everyone to have lunch together at noon. A new Yunnan cuisine restaurant has opened downstairs. Please go and try it. Su Qing is in a really good mood now. The people outside watched them leave in a hurry, and their hearts were filled with loneliness. I made up my mind that if there is such an opportunity again, I must grab it. An hour later. Game. Start review. Review passed. Online. Chapter 42. This game is good. Big guys, remember to give us a recommendation vote. Xia Country, a university dormitory in the imperial capital. It was almost noon. A young man with dark circles under his eyes, wearing pajamas, yawning constantly, with his hair messy like a chicken coop, was sitting on the bed leaning against the wall, scrolling through game apps boredly. He hasn't slept well for several days. His name is Lu Chao, a junior computer science student. In addition, he is also a game anchor on the Manhwa live streaming platform. He is always focused on finding fun mobile games to live broadcast, and has gained some fame, but is also in a state of being neither up nor down. I have a few thousand fans, but compared with the big anchors, it is just a drizzle. I usually earn enough to live on and provide for myself. But as of today, he has not broadcast for 3 days. Because he really didn't know what to broadcast, everyone was rushing to broadcast the bigger games. Smaller games are not popular, and no one watches them, so there's no point in broadcasting them. Especially with the rise of the live streaming industry, a large number of anchors have flocked in, exposing their buttocks, acting coquettishly, and doing anything to attract attention. He didn't have much traffic to begin with, and a lot of his fans were taken away, causing his traffic to plummet. He used to be able to earn 2 or 3,000 to barely make ends meet. Nowadays, 5 or 600 is considered a lot. There's no way. He can't possibly take off his clothes and dance on a pole with his bear, but in front of the camera. Don't say whether it will be blocked or not. Just thinking about that scene makes my eyes hurt. The pressure of tuition fees was overwhelming, and he even wanted to take out a loan. But when people heard that he was a man, they call him a psycho and told him to find a mirror to look at himself. Lu Chao was furious on the spot. If you don't want to give naked loans, then don't give naked loans. Why are you scolding people? You have no manners. Then he embedded a test virus developed by a professor of the college directly into the video and threw it over. This virus was originally used as a test for their studies, and ordinary people could not decipher it at all. Within a few days, the platform was paralyzed. Lu Chao came back to continue playing games, hoping to find a new and interesting game to rekindle his live streaming career. He has played most of the interesting games on the market, except for some that looked so rubbish that he didn't even want to click to download them. What kind of name is this? What idiot developed this game? These 50-cent special effects are so eye-catching. He flipped through the game animations, some of which were really stupid. What? 5 transformations to level 180 in half an hour. 6 pieces of divine equipment at the start, plus 9,999 gold and permanent VIP status. What kind of super abnormal legend, directly leveling up 50 times a day and giving away artifact rings nonstop? So stupid. I thought to myself that I must go wash my eyes later. Hey, this game looks pretty good, huh? At least it's a little better than those stupid games. Plants vs. Zombies. The name sounds okay, but I don't know if it's one of those old ones where one plant can instantly destroy the entire map or reach level 50 in just 5 minutes. Introduction. A sudden plague swept the whole world. At the same time, the deadly virus in the plague turned humans into zombies. At the same time, a group of plants began to mutate and protect the last piece of pure land for mankind. The introduction is not bad, better than nothing. Some fun is better than no fun. Click download. After more than 10 seconds, the download is completed and installed. A green field, green, what a nice color, youthful, beautiful, and lively. The game begins. Collect sunlight, plant sunflowers, zombies attack, plant plants. And not bad. The picture quality is pretty good, not as crude as he had imagined. Lu Chao's eyes lit up as if he had found a fun toy. The first death. Start again. Now he has lost his previous decadence and seems to be full of fighting spirit. This game has brightened his eyes and even made him addicted and excited. He wasn't prepared for his first death and wanted to test the game. By the second time, he started to take it seriously. He was originally a game anchor, and his gaming skills were better than those of ordinary people. He was thinking about strategies and how to deploy his troops, and soon he passed the first level. Just as I was about to open the second level, the door opened. The people who came in were several of his roommates. The boy who walked in saw him, still concentrating on playing games on the bed, and teased him. "Son, you don't have to go to class today. Luckily, I was smart enough to check in for you. Why don't you thank Daddy?" Lu Chao said without even looking up. "Thank you, Dad." Xiaoyu looked surprised. Why was he so well-behaved today? He actually called out Dad when he asked him to. Was he possessed by a ghost? It is an excellent historical tradition for boys in the dormitory to call each other Dad. They have taken it to the extreme. If you don't call Dad, you can't take a single step, and it is shameful for outsiders to hear it. Lu Chao touched his stomach and said, "So, Dad, did you bring me lunch? I am starving. I didn't eat breakfast or lunch. If this continues, I'm going to get a stomachache." "I knew you didn't eat it, son. Look, Dad brought you something delicious, black pepper chicken rice. Remember to transfer the money to me." Xiaoyu looked disgusted. "Okay, bring it up to me. I still have something to do, so I won't get out of bed." Lu Chao began to deploy troops for the second level, which was more difficult than the previous one. "You won't even get out of bed? Are you possessed? Are you watching porn? Good, bro. Can you let me want to talk?" Guo Xiaoyu climbed onto his bed and moved closer with a curious look on his face. "Which country?" No. Guo Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, but his curiosity was also piqued. "What kind of game is this? The graphics look pretty good, and the production is pretty good. Which studio is it from? How is it playing?" As Lu Chao's best friend, he certainly knew that Lu Chao had been trying hard to find a new game to live broadcast recently. "Looks like it's found. It's not produced by a big company, but a small one. I haven't heard of it before. The designer's name is Lu Benwei. This game is pretty good and is great for killing time." Lu Chao praised that the game has good graphics and reasonable level difficulty, making it very suitable for slacking off at work. Guo Xiaoyu was also fascinated by what was happening and started watching from the side. Second level passed. The third level passed. At the fourth level, the charges begin. Not expensive. 9.9 yuan to unlock all levels. He can still afford 9.9, and the game is worth that much money, and 9.9 is cheaper than many large games. The other two people in the dormitory also came back. Seeing them cuddling in bed, I couldn't help but squeeze onto the bed out of curiosity. Once they started watching, they couldn't stop and took out their mobile phones to download it. Noon passed quietly. They reluctantly got out of bed, feeling drained. "Lu Chao, are you sure you don't want to go to the director's professional class in the afternoon?" Guo Xiaoyu raised his head and said to Lu Chao, who was still in bed, "No, I need to take a shower and freshen up. I'll be doing a live broadcast this afternoon. If Director Zhang asks about it, I'll just say I have a stomachache and ask for leave." Lu Chao looked excited. "After 3 days of depression, I am finally back to full health. Come on, babies." Chapter 43, I am the anchor Yao Yao. Please vote, spread flowers. After Lu Chao started the live broadcast, he skillfully placed a photo of a Tinder and Tinder girl on the screen and turned on the voice changer. "Dear brothers and sisters, did you miss me? I'm the anchor Yao Yao. I haven't seen you for a few days. Yao Yao misses you all so much." Everyone knows Yao Yao is a game streamer who specializes in finding fun games for everyone. I haven't been streaming for the past 3 days just to find a fun game for everyone. After much hard work and searching through all the game apps, I finally found one for everyone. The game I'm bringing to you today is called Plants vs. Zombies. I stumbled across it by accident, and once I started playing, I couldn't stop. I'm recommending it to everyone. Lu Chao started the live broadcast as usual. She has always appeared on Huya as a sweet girl, using a voice changer to pretend to be a female anchor. After I used a voice changer for fun during my first live broadcast, my fans increased a lot, and I couldn't stop. There was no other way. My image couldn't be ruined. The more important reason is that his appearance has no selling point. His fans have been dropping like crazy lately, and he can't actually appear on camera, which makes him very anxious. Finally, after the appearance of Plants vs. Zombies, I regained some confidence. As the live broadcast room started, the number of people began to grow slowly. "Miss Yao Yao, long time no see. I missed you so much. Heart. Miss Yao Yao, You have such a beautiful voice. Don't just show your photos. When can I see you in person? As long as you appear on camera, I will give you rockets and yachts. Love you, love you. Add me on WeChat, Sister Anchor. I've been watching your live streams for a year now. If you don't add me on WeChat, I won't watch anymore. Host, what game did you bring today? Hurry up and show it to me. I've been so bored in class these past few days. Comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Lu Chao was very excited to see that he would be given a rocket and a yacht whenever he appeared on camera. I sighed in my heart, maybe in the next life. In this life, you can only have men on top of men, men on both sides, and men coming forward. There's also that person who wants to add me on WeChat, but he doesn't spend a penny and just wants to get it for free. However, he still adjusted his voice and started to interact, as he had to maintain his popularity. The number of viewers slowly increased after the show started. From the initial dozens of people, it has grown to more than 1,000 people. But most people asked him to appear in person as soon as they came in, otherwise they would not give them gifts. Lu Chao adjusted his mindset and started the live broadcast. Dear brothers and sisters, I'm playing a newly released strategy game. I'm hooked on it, so I came here to share it with you all. After using the voice changer, his voice became extremely sweet, and with some tricks, he became extremely seductive. Many people can't stand it if you act a little bit coquettishly. Okay, Yao Yao, open the game interface now. You'll see a green field. There's only one initial passage, and the zombies will attack from here. All we have to do is collect sunlight to grow sunlight and plants to stop the zombie invasion. When crossing the border, we must pay special attention to the combination of plants. Each plant has a different function. Let's take a look at the introduction of each plant. When we place them here, they can block the zombies' attack. Some special plants can even eliminate zombies at specific locations. But there are different types of zombies. As you advance further into the levels, their attack power will become stronger, so we need to build plant guards specifically for them. This game has just been released. Don't miss out on this treasure trove of games. You can search and download it on the Manhwa game platform. Lu Chao began to narrate Plants vs. Zombies with great concentration. 10 minutes later, the comments section instantly became lively. This game seems interesting. It's something I can use to slack off at work this afternoon. I'm going to download it right away. Take me one. I love this kind of strategy game the most. I finally saw a good one. Brother, drive slower and take me with you. You who said you were slacking off at work? You're dead. I'm your boss, and you're losing your bonus this month. However, if you bring the game over here and we discuss it in depth, I can give you a raise. What are you talking about upstairs? I don't seem to understand. Can someone explain it to me? I don't really understand either. What do you mean by explaining things in simple terms? You look confused and hesitant. The popularity of the live broadcast room began to soar. Gifts were also given away. 1,100, 2,000, 5,000, 7,000, 9,000, 15,000, 23,000. I have to say that there are still many people who are bored in the afternoon. And since we finally have such a high-quality strategy mobile game, we can't miss it. The game development in this world is too slow, almost 10 years behind that of Earth. In addition to its initial popularity, Plants vs. Zombies has continued to this day, actively ranking at the top of the strategy game rankings, while those once famous games of the same era have gradually been eliminated and forgotten. After the storm, only the classics remain. Comments are constantly being updated. This strategy game is so fun, I want to recommend it to my friends. The first 3 levels are free, but the later levels need to be unlocked, so buy it. Just for such a good game, I have to buy it. Go, go, go. The game designer is amazing. What's his name? Lu Binwei. Lu Binwei, awesome. After Lu Chao passed the level, he looked up and was shocked. The number of people in his live broadcast room has exceeded 50,000, a number he has never reached before. Even at its peak, it was only over 30,000. Welcome all the boys and girls to Yao Yao's live broadcast room. I love you so much. Moi, I love you. Since Yao Yao is working so hard, can you give her a gift? I love you guys, moi. Lu Chao was pouting his lips and acting cute on the other side of the screen, which made people feel sweet to the bone. After acting cute, he also shuddered and fell to chill. Why do I feel like I am letting myself go more and more? The effect is obvious. Although we can't see their faces, their photos and voices. The calls of little brother made them almost fly to the clouds. Yao Yao, I love you too. I love you, ma. I'm going to buy you some gifts, and I'm going to sleep with your photo in my arms today. Yao Yao, you've been calling me so much that I'm almost exhausted. I'm going to the bathroom first and exercise. I'll come back later to give you a gift. Comrade upstairs, please stay and borrow one to talk. This is my big rocket, Yao Yao. Send me a private message in the background and add me as a friend. I want to talk to you all night long today. In a blink of an eye, Lu Chao's computer screen was flooded with countless loves and gifts. There are even more than a dozen rockets and yachts. The money he made from this afternoon's live broadcast was more than he had made in several months. He was stunned. This was not a virtual gift. It's all white, red RMB. Thank you all, boys and girls. Thank you to Big and Round Watermelon, Shocking Tiger Body, Crooked Mouth War God, for the rewards. Yao Yao is here, using White Rabbit, Milk Candy, making a big heart shape for everyone. Half an hour ago, on the other side, the studio staff came back from dinner. I wanted to open my computer to see if the upload was successful. After opening the background data, I was instantly stunned by the data. Damn, how long has it been uploaded? It's only been about 2 hours. Why did the background data explode? We haven't even started operations yet, but we've just launched a platform, and it's already received tens of thousands of downloads, and it's still growing. Chapter 44 Plants vs. Zombies and the Eternal Heart. Please recommend Spread Flowers. Everyone was shocked. Although they were prepared, they were still shocked by the data. The app has thousands of reviews, almost all of which are 5-star. Apart from some people criticizing the charges, there are almost no negative reviews. As for the charges, we worked so hard to make this product, and now we don't charge for it. Are we just going to starve to death? Previously, they were a little skeptical about the popularity of this game because it had not been launched on the market and had not been tested by the market. No one knows whether a game will become popular, but it has only been online for 2 hours and has already been downloaded tens of thousands of times. Just counting the fees, it's hundreds of thousands. This is just the income of a few hours. I'm afraid it will take half a month to make back the money, let alone a month. They suddenly felt extremely fortunate to have participated in this project. Moreover, it seemed as if I was witnessing history. This is the most fulfilling thing, Liang Xianan said solemnly. Although our achievements have begun to show, each of us must maintain an enterprising spirit and not become complacent. The chairman said that this game is just the beginning, not the end. We want to make our studio the most influential in Xia country, so that those who used to look down on you will only have envy in their eyes. Everyone's heart trembled, their blood boiled, and they were filled with great ambition. At the same time, he had an unstoppable admiration for Su Qing. It seemed that in addition to that enviable face, the chairman was also extremely talented. For men, talent is more attractive than appearance. What's more, she is beautiful, talented, and rich. She is simply the perfect lover in my fantasy. I heard that he set up a charity foundation some time ago and spent a lot of money at a charity gala. I wonder how much effort he has put into charity. Where can you find such a perfect person? Domineering CEOs all like silly girls. I wonder if I do something stupid on purpose, I will get the chairman's love and it will develop into a touching love story. Wait, it seems the heroines in this kind of stories are all pretty miserable. Either the family is destroyed or the body is crippled. Forget it, the game is still fun. Spend your life playing games. It seems that games can give me all the happiness except the inability to have children. Liang Xianan looked at the infatuated eyes of some people and couldn't help but cough twice. Okay, let's get to work. Everyone, divide into groups and upload the game to the major platforms. The operations department has started operations, and all major media and public accounts have placed some advertisements to increase their efforts. Don't worry, the popularity has already increased. We don't even need to generate positive reviews. The company's financial support for this project is still relatively ample, but the money must be spent wisely. In short, I have only one request. Within 3 days, I want to see the activity of our game on all major platforms. Everyone, work hard, and there will be a generous bonus waiting for everyone later. Liang Xianan arranged the work in an orderly manner. Since he had already made a good start, he would continue with the momentum and make it to the top of the list. Xia Country, top gaming company, Fengxian Network Technology. Mr. Zhou, the Eternal Heart project, which the company launched 6 months ago, has been successfully completed. This game was designed by a top master. The game is highly playable and logical, and the internal testing results are very good. It could be released to the market immediately. A middle-aged man is reporting to General Manager Zhou Chong. Okay, it's been 6 months since our company's last hit game, and the buzz has died down. It's time to release a new game. Zhou Chong nodded. He had personally approved the Eternal Heart project with an investment of tens of millions. He is very confident in this project and believes that this game will be a hit once it is released. He thought for a moment and asked, Are there any development from Weixiong, Lepai, and Manhwa BI? These three companies are all well-known gaming companies in the industry and have produced many hit products. Together with Fengxian Network Technology, they are known as the Four Giants. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and shook his head. I haven't heard of any major moves from them yet. Even if they wanted to stop us, it would be too late. Besides, we've made sufficient preparations this time. What can they use to fight us? Speaking of this, he was full of pride and he had high hopes for this game. Whether it is the game's story background, structure, program, or graphics, it is among the best in the country. He doesn't believe anyone can beat it. Moreover, Fengxian Entertainment has many channels and is released on all platforms, beating everything else. If he can lose this, he will shit upside down. Okay, let's prepare for the launch today. I hope you'll be a huge success. I'll personally host a celebration party for everyone and double everyone's bonus this month. Zhou Chong laughed heartily, quite satisfied with his generous spending of hundreds of thousands. It seems that there is no company in China that is willing to give out hundreds of thousands of bonuses. If Su Qing were here, he would tell him. Penguin Entertainment once gave 100 million yuan as a reward to Tianmei Studio. On this day, Fengxian Network Technology launched the annual blockbuster game, Eternal Heart, to the entire network. On the same day, Nanli Entertainment also released Plants vs. Zombies. After the dinner, Su Qing did not return to the group. Set off for home, thinking about the future strategic layout in my mind. He plans to separate Nanli Entertainment culture from the group and control it independently. There is no need to merge it into the Su group. After it becomes independent, it will have to start recruiting troops. Plants vs. Zombies alone is far from satisfying his appetite. There are many games in his mind, such as Temple Run, Honor of Kings, and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, all of which are powerful games. In addition, there are large-scale online games such as CS, Dungeon Fighter, League of Legends, etc. No matter which one of them is included, it can be used as a powerful weapon on its own. Even though the trajectory of history has deviated by half a degree, these games could have appeared anyway, because the times are developing in sync. However, this game-destroying movement caused the gaming industry to lag behind by 10 years. These games may be stillborn. The reason is that a group of parents believe that games are ruining their children and are mentally ill products. Their children are addicted to games and lose their ambition, and the root cause is games. Games should be listed as banned items. All games should be banned, and people who develop games should be sentenced. The game-destroying movement began with responses from all over the country. Countless parents joined in, rushing into game companies to destroy all data and smash up the companies. The law enforcement agency didn't know how many people they had arrested, but couldn't suppress the situation. The entire gaming industry experienced a cold winter for several years before it began to recover. Although some people still advocated for a ban on gaming, it was no longer as intense. However, at this time, the domestic gaming industry was deeply behind by 10 years. Even abroad, there has been some influence and restriction to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Su Qing opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and looked out the window. Just passed by Linzhou First Hospital. Wei Huahong's daughter should have completed the surgery. He thought to himself. Suddenly, he saw someone who surprised him. Hey, why is it her? Su Qing was extremely surprised. Chapter 45, I was played? Please vote for recommendation and spread flowers. He said this person was both familiar and unfamiliar. She was the girl who was broadcasting live in Kunlun Mountain that day, but the two places were hundreds of kilometers apart. How could she appear here? From the express box that day, I learned that the girl's name was Shun Shi, a nice name. She is tall, has skin as white as cream, is gentle and charming, and has a little bit of playfulness. In terms of appearance and temperament, some first and second-tier stars can't compare to her. An 8.5 is not an exaggeration. Could it be that she discovered the secret contained in the booklet and wanted to get it back from him? Su Qing thought to himself. He thought about it and rejected this possibility. It shouldn't be. She has her own name, phone number, and address. If you want to ask him to get it back, you should either call him directly or go to him directly. Why go to the hospital? Not like the doctors in this hospital either. Could it be that a friend is sick and hospitalized? If this is the explanation, it makes sense. Otherwise, you can't come all the way here just to eat at the hospital. He didn't really want to get to know this girl because, after all, they only had a dirty money transaction for one night. It looks good. It really looks good. It also nourishes the skin. I feel a little bit moved. After all, food, sex, and nature are human nature. However, If you want to get to know each other deliberately, there is no need. Wei Huahong's daughter had completed the surgery, and the money for the surgery should be enough. He also left some nutrition expenses for him. Moreover, their efforts were made to help him resolve his family issues, and his brother received the retribution he deserved. So things were relatively perfect. But since I was passing by, I decided to go and take a look. You guys go back first. I have something to do at the hospital. I don't need you to follow me. Su Qing opened the car door and said that although he only brought a few bodyguard with him this time, it was still a bit ostentatious in a place like a hospital. Sir, this won't do. Your safety must be guaranteed. If anything goes wrong, Uncle Lu will skin us alive, said the bodyguard leader anxiously. Their young master has just recovered from a serious illness. If something happens and they're not around, they will regret it deeply. Moreover, although the current public security situation is not as bad as it was in the previous 20 years, if an accident happens, they will have nowhere to cry and can only atone for their sins with death. Su Qing is one of the richest men in Linzhou, and there are countless people who want to target him. If something happens to Su Qing, the whole Linzhou will be shaken. Those extremely dark kidnapping cases of wealthy people were all caused by momentary negligence, which led to huge mistakes. They learn a lot in the training course of Become a Good Bodyguard in 30 days. Su Qing saw their concerns. He took out a mask and put it on his face, covering most of his face. Don't worry, I'm not a big star. I'm known everywhere I go. It's not as dangerous as you think. Besides, if someone wants to take advantage of me, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Su Qing waved his hand and gave a mysterious smile. He was not bragging. His physical fitness was now incomparable to before. After he started practicing Qi, his physical fitness had skyrocketed. Several strong men could not beat him, not to mention some petty thieves. If there really were extremely vicious bandits, Su Qing would tell him, "Do you know any immortal cultivators? One punch will make you cry out loud. How can this be possible? Unless you could defeat me." The bodyguard leader still refused to give in and was extremely responsible. "In that case, if you can block my punch, then I will listen to you and keep you all here." Su Qing touched his chin and said that these people were loyal to him and it was difficult to drive them away with bad words. "Okay, I'm ready," the bodyguard leader said seriously, but he really didn't take the punch seriously. Su Qing was so thin, let alone defeating him. It was already good enough to push him. "Here I come." Suin threw a punch. It was clearly a light punch, but the bodyguard leader's hair stood on end, as if he was facing a ferocious beast. Bang! Before he could react, he was lying on the cold ground. Not only was he extremely shocked, the other bodyguards also rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What happened? When did the boss become weak? He was defeated with just one punch. Now you believe it, okay? Well, that's all you need to know about this matter. Don't worry, I'll contact you anytime if anything happens. Go back. Su Qing nodded to them and entered the hospital. "Boss, tell me the truth. Did you secretly look at the two sisters-in-law behind our backs last night, and your legs are so weak?" The bodyguards looked at him doubtfully, their eyes full of suspicion. There's still a trace of resentment for daring to eat alone. The bodyguard leader blushed and said, "Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. I just downloaded it today and haven't had time to read it yet." "Then how come you fell down with just one punch? Aren't you usually pretty fierce when you hit us?" "I don't know. I just felt a punch. My eyes went blurry, and when I woke up, I was already on the ground." The leader of the bodyguards still felt a lingering fear when he thought of that punch. The heavy feeling like a mountain pressing down on him made him unable to muster the desire to resist. Su Qing bought a fruit basket, took her temperature, and walked into the hospital. Originally, few people in Linzhou knew him except for the powerful circle, and it was even more so after he put on the mask. After asking the nurse, I found out that Wei Huahong's daughter's ward was still in the original ward. After he left, the nurse thought of those eyes that seemed to contain vast stars, and her heart was filled with longing and endless aftertaste. Su Qing followed his memory. I walked to the door of the ward and heard a little girl's laughter through the glass window. It is cheerful, cute, and full of energy. It makes people feel good as soon as they hear it, and it clears away all the haze. He looked through the window and saw that the girl who had been curled up in the hospital bed had been reborn, although his face was still a little pale. But he has a positive spirit all over his body, and his eyes are full of hope. When Su Qing saw this scene, he suddenly felt as if he had done something very meaningful. Apart from the little girl, Wei Huahong was sitting beside him, looking at him with a doting smile. But there was a third person in the ward, a girl, sitting with her back to him. Su Qing suddenly felt that the girl's back seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Isn't this Shunshi? Exactly the same clothes? I wonder why there's a faint sense of familiarity. It turned out to be her. Are you here to see Wei Huahong's daughter? The world is so big. It goes around and seems to come back again. Su Qing picked up the fruit basket, smiled, and was about to open the door. Since it was a coincidence, it would be a good opportunity to get to know each other. Haha, Uncle Wei, do you think that guy is stupid? I feel guilty about spending 100,000 to buy my book. Shunshi laughed playfully, disregarding his image. Suing, that guy? Which guy? Your book? Which book do you have? Su Qing's smile froze on her face. Am I being played? Chapter 46, Don't Look Back. Please recommend votes. Su Qing rubbed his sore face, as if things were going a little off. I thought he was on the first floor, but it turned out he was on the second floor. She thought I was on the first floor, but she didn't realize I was on the third floor. I thought I got a good deal, but I ended up being ripped off. She thought I was being cheated, but it turned out that I actually got a bargain. It's a mess after all. However, what Zhang Wuji's mother said was true. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Humph, falling in love is impossible in this life. Woman, don't even think about having my body. Even if you get my body, you can never get my heart. Miss Shun, isn't it a bad idea to lie to him like this? Although you're trying to raise money for Qianqian's medical expenses, what if he comes looking for you? Wei Huahong said with a hint of worry. There's no other way. I can't come up with 300,000. I can only rely on this method. It's just bad luck for him. He originally wanted to trick the old man named Xiao, but he didn't show up, and instead another one showed up. But I didn't cheat him out of 300,000 yuan. I gave him 100,000 yuan. If he comes to me, I can just return it to him. Shunshi was also a little embarrassed, but he didn't care too much. She really didn't intend to deceive Su Qing at the beginning. Su Qing just happened to fall in her trap by accident. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Ever since she started live streaming, an old man has been pestering her and often says nonsense in the comment section. Either he asked for her WeChat or he wanted to treat her to a meal. He keeps talking about how many tens of millions he has, how many factories he has, and how many people he manages. Even if the mayor comes, we should be polite to him and solve his problem with just one phone call. When Shunshi heard this, he almost vomited. You are addicted to bragging. Even if you really have tens of millions, the mayor can't solve it for you with just one phone call. You really think he has no work to do? The old man saw her always broadcasting live at some famous mountains and rivers and thought he had found a topic, so he talked to her about it all day long. Ask her if she has found any elixir or martial arts secrets. At that time, she saw Wei Qianqian's fundraising report on the internet, but no one donated money. I contacted Wei Huahong through his contact information and donated some money, but it was a drop in the bucket. During that period, she often interacted with Wei Qianqian through video calls and sang to encourage her. Every time I see her extremely pale face, I feel extremely sympathetic, but I am powerless to do anything. Although she is a Maoshan sorcerer, her skills are too shallow, and she can't make any money at all. Even eating and drinking are problems. So, I thought of the solution. She found a book from a box of useless books in the secret room of the Taoist temple. I can't understand the words in the book. I just decided this is it. She was an expert at deceiving people. After burying the thing, she pretended to fall and deliberately discovered it. As a result, the man surnamed Xiao just showed up and went offline without saying a word. When she was full of disappointment, Su Qing appeared out of nowhere in her mind as a rich and foolish man. However, she also knew that she was in the wrong. So after Su Qing spent 100,000, she didn't dare to ask for more. Besides, they have already paid for it, and it is a worthless item, so it would not be nice not to send it to them. When she was struggling to raise money, she received a call from Wei Huahong. Said, all medical expenses have been paid. After Wei Qianqian finished the operation, she hurriedly took the high-speed rail to come and see her. When she got off the high-speed train, she still felt uneasy, because the buyer seems to be in Linzhou. But she comforted herself. The world is so big, and if you don't deliberately meet some people, you will never see them again. After listening to her explanation, Wei Huahong nodded, his brows relaxed, and he was no longer as worried as before. Even if he has to pay more money at that time, he can't just stand by and watch. Oh, Uncle Wei, you only said on the phone that someone is fully covering Qianqian's medical expenses. Who is that person? 300,000 is no small sum for someone so wealthy and kind. Shunshi looked curious. In her opinion, Those who are so rich and kind-hearted must be old men, although I'm not very skilled. Oh, it's all because of my master's early death. Learning the FA all depends on one word, understanding. After much thought, she only learned how to help others watch the land. If he is an old man, help him look after a piece of land and bring blessings to his descendants. How nice. There's an entrepreneur in Linzhou named Su Qing. He's very kind-hearted, and I heard he donated a lot of money to charity, but I guess you haven't heard of him. Wei Huahong thought for a while and said that his impression of Su Qing was simply very good. Su, what? Shunshi didn't react at first. Su Qing, she's in her 20s, good-looking and young. If you meet her, you might fall in love with her at first sight, haha. Wei Huahong was joking. Su Qing, Linzhou, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Shunshi quickly threw away the terrible thought in his mind. There are so many people in the world with the same name. What a coincidence. Young Master Su lives over at Zhuanyeshu. How come you know him? Wei Huahong asked in confusion. Shunshi. Su Qing knocked and pushed the door open. When Wei Huahong saw that it was him, he quickly stood up with a face full of gratitude. Mr. Su, why are you here? I heard Qian had the surgery, so I came to see her, Su Qing said with a smile. Shunshi turned his head with difficulty and gave a stiff smile. The real boss is here. This world is just so coincidental. What the hell is that lucky fortune I got when I went out today? Hello, Miss Shun. Nice to meet you. Su Qing stretched out his hand and looked at her with a smile. Hello, Mr. Su. When did you come? Shunshi looked at him hopefully, holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Not long after, before she could be happy, he heard the second half of the sentence. It started from the moment you said, I was unlucky. Shunshi's hands were soft and boneless. Smooth, soft, slightly cool. At the hospital entrance, Shunshi was no longer as embarrassed as he had been when they met just now. Su Qing took advantage of her, but she didn't want to expose the truth. Besides, her hand was so slippery, so just forgive her. Mr. Su, we'll meet again. Don't forget to look for me when you go to Nanjiang next time. I drew a very good fortune when I went out today, and, as expected, I met Mr. Su. Shunshi said politely, trying hard to forget the awkward atmosphere. If Su Qing went to Nanjiang in the future, she would find an excuse to say that she had gone out and would not be back for 10 days or half a month. See you later. You said you left in such a hurry that you didn't even give me a chance to show my abilities, Su Qing said with a smile. Shunshi smiled awkwardly. If he didn't leave quickly, would he still have any dignity left? Robbery, robbery, someone shouted. A yellow-haired young man rushed past them, holding a yellow briefcase and running for his life. A woman was chasing and shouting behind him. It seems that we are about to fall behind. I'll catch him first. Shunshi hurriedly said something and rushed over, his eyes full of excitement. Su Qing was stunned. This, Tiger Girl. He quickly took a shortcut and strode after him. Although Shunshi looks quiet and thin, he is very fast and is about to catch up. The yellow-haired young man who was running for his life in front suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, he curled up and lay on the ground, motionless, like dead. Shunshi was also startled by this sudden situation and was about to stop. But Su Qing's serious voice came to my ears. Don't stop, run, don't look back. Chapter 47, A Murder Caused by a Dagger. Please recommend votes. Shunshi glanced around, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A pool of blood slowly flowed out from under the yellow-haired young man. She looked for Su Qing, but found him 5 meters away, and her heart was full of doubts. Those words rang in her ears. How could they have such an effect from such a distance? For a moment she thought she had misheard. Shunshi is a bit fierce, but she is not stupid enough to distinguish between good and bad. If a girl who dared to live broadcast famous mountains and rivers alone in the middle of the night did not have some ideas and strength, she would have been eaten to the bone. She read something different from Su Qing's tone. He was about to stop to check the situation, but after a sudden pause, he exerted force again and slowly ran forward. But this time her steps were a little heavy. We're in trouble. She subconsciously chose to believe Su Qing and did not look back. She knew that if she stopped and panicked, she would be in even greater trouble. After running for a distance, Su Qing's voice sounded behind him. Stop, we're too far away from the scene. Shunshi was nervous and asked uncertainly, what happened to that guy? Is he injured? Shouldn't we call the hospital? He's not just injured. If I'm not mistaken, he won't survive. Su Qing shook his head and said, with his basic medical skills, he could tell at a glance that the accident this person had encountered was fatal. Even if he tries, he might not be able to save her. Besides, why bother to save him? Although a little bit of scum in the world is not a big deal, it is still an eyesore. Whether to save him or not is the hospital's business. Saving you is a favor. Not saving you is my duty. However, given his injuries, even if he went to the best hospital, there was no way to save him. Did he die just like that? She was extremely shocked, with a panic in his heart and a slight sense of guilt. Because after all, if it weren't for her, the young man Huang might not have died. Su Qing saw her guilt. He comforted her. This is not your fault. What you did was not wrong. Even if you were not there, he might have had an accident. You're not the only one chasing him. It's not your fault, so don't get so hung up on it and blame yourself. After being enlightened by Su Qing, she felt less guilty and asked, "What should we do now?" "Go back. There are so many surveillance cameras. After all, this is a human life. Even if we don't go back now, I'm afraid the law enforcement agency will find you soon. By then, there will be more trouble. It's better to go back now," Su Qing said after thinking for a while. There are so many surveillance cameras at the hospital entrance. It is easy to find Shen Shi. But before I go back, I need to make a phone call. Su Qing took out his phone and called Zhu Songling from the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Hello, Director Zhu. Hello. I have something I want to ask you for help. This call is just a precaution. This matter has nothing to do with Shen Shi, but it does matter. If it does matter, it doesn't matter much." The yellow-haired young man didn't even turn his head. Who knows who was chasing him? After hanging up the phone, Su Qing patted her shoulder. "Don't be nervous. We are just passing by." Su Qing paused with her hand on her shoulder. "Hey, the strap is quite soft." Shen Shi blushed slightly. For some reason, Su Qing standing next to him seemed to give him infinite strength, even though they had only just met. "I'm not nervous anymore. So can you put your hands down?" "No, I think you're just nervous. Don't worry. This is my territory. I won't let you suffer any loss." Su Hink Ganti Pinchit Herschuldes. Shen Shi. Su Qing suddenly felt a murderous aura coming towards him. The other side, after the yellow-haired young man fell to the ground, blood slowly flowed out from under his body and quickly turned into a small pool of blood. The onlookers were shocked by this sudden accident. How did he die while running? The middle-aged woman, standing behind and gasping for breath, turned pale when she saw this scene. He quickly raised his hands and explained to everyone around him. "Everyone, look carefully. I was standing right here, but I didn't chase him. He fell because someone else was chasing him. It has nothing to do with me. Everyone, please bear witness to my actions. Call the police quickly. If you're too late, the culprit will have gotten away." With just a few words, he pushed all the responsibility onto Shen Shi. "Everyone, are you still human? If you lose your bag, someone will help you chase the person. If something unexpected happens, you put all the blame on others, as if you were a pure and innocent white lotus. You even want to call the police to arrest them? Can you please have some shame? My conscience has been eaten by a dog." Looking at her shameless face, everyone wanted to slap her twice. A few people wanted to leave. When the middle-aged woman saw this, she was afraid that they would run away and no one would testify for her, so she grabbed them and shouted, "No, you can't leave. You can only leave after the police arrive. You all have to stay and testify for me. My innocence depends on you. If you leave, you will destroy me. I will not let you go." The people he caught were so angry. "I'm just a bystander. Why did you catch me? So your time is time, but our time is not? What do you mean your innocence is on us? With the way you look, I wouldn't even be interested in eating Air Force One. Just stop annoying people." They wanted to leave, but the middle-aged woman refused to let them, and they immediately got into a fight. The incident happened right at the door of the hospital. There was no need for an ambulance. It only took a few minutes for the doctor to arrive. Several doctors and nurses arrived quickly, carrying a stretcher. The doctor quickly stepped forward and began to examine carefully. When they started detecting the patient's breathing, the doctor's face changed, and he realized that the patient was no longer breathing. He turned the yellow-haired young man's body around and saw a shocking scene in front of him. When they cut open his coat, they found a dagger at his heart position, which had pierced his heart. This was the real cause of death. The patient has stopped breathing. The cause of death is a dagger inserted into the heart, causing a rupture and massive bleeding. Everyone was wondering how the dagger could be there. It is true that the evil done by others can be forgiven, but the evil done by oneself cannot be forgiven. The law enforcers soon arrived and frowned upon seeing the chaotic scene. After separating the crowd, they began to set up isolation zones and retrieve surveillance footage. All the people who had been gathered in a circle were detained and questioned about what had happened. The middle-aged woman exaggerated the matter, denied everything, and accused Shun-Shi in a verbal manner, clearing herself of all blame. It is said that Shun-Shi caused someone's death and fled the scene, so we must send someone to catch her immediately. The law enforcer was speechless as he listened to her exaggerated accusations, his eyes filled with disgust towards her. At this moment, Su-Ching and Shun-Shi came back. The middle-aged woman was delighted when she saw them, happier than seeing her own parents. She shouted in an imperative tone, "That's them. Catch them now. Don't let them get away." The law enforcer was already filled with disgust towards her, and when he heard her speak in that tone, he wanted to stuff a stinky sock that hadn't been washed for 10 days in her mouth. He glanced at her coldly and shouted, "Shut up." Chapter 48. Old Bitch Sisters? Please give me some recommendation votes. The middle-aged woman's name was Hong Yongmei. After being yelled at by the law enforcer, she closed her mouth but rolled her eyes inadvertently. I thought to myself that after this matter is over, I must call the Law Enforcement Bureau to complain to them. Dare to yell at me. I'll complain to death. Although the law enforcer disliked Hong Yongmei, what she said did make some sense. This matter is rather tricky, and all those involved in this case must be investigated. They walked up to Su-Ching and the other two and said, "Hello, there are some things that require your cooperation in the investigation. Please show us your ID cards." When they looked at Su-Ching, they didn't know why they always had a faint sense of familiarity, as if they had seen him somewhere. Cooperating with law enforcement is a citizen's obligation. Give. Su-Ching and Shun-Shi handed over their ID cards. Shun-Shi from Nanjiang, Su-Ching from Linzhou. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at each other. Suing. There are several Su-Chings in Linzhou who make them feel familiar with some faces and names. Needless to say, no wonder there is a sense of familiarity just by looking at his face. Although Su-Ching does not appear much, he is also well known in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Moreover, his status and position were extremely extraordinary, so each of them had seen him and was naturally deeply impressed. At the charity dinner a few days ago, they were on duty outside the manor and had seen it from a distance. "Su, don't reveal my identity. Just treat me as an ordinary person." Seeing that they were about to call out her name, Su-Ching quickly interrupted them. "Revealing your identity at this time is not a good thing. Just knowing it in private is fine." At this moment, the phone of the leading law enforcer, Captain Liu, rang. After taking a look, Captain Liu's pupil shrank. The caller ID showed Director Zhu, the top leader of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It was difficult for him to even meet her normally, so it was quite unbelievable that someone would call him out of the blue. "Hello, Director Zhu? Hello? You said, okay, I understand. I will handle this matter. Thank you for your trust," Captain Liu said seriously, patting his chest loudly. After hanging up the phone, he became serious, nodded at Su-Ching, and whispered, "Mr. Su, Director Zhu has already told me that we will handle this matter impartially and properly." Sui nodded. Although he used some of his connections, Shun-Shi himself was not at fault in this matter. Hong Yongmei became unbalanced when she saw that the law enforcers did not go up to arrest them, but were still talking and laughing. What if the hatred is transferred to me? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Feeling guilty, he angrily said, "What's wrong with you? You didn't arrest the suspect right in front of you. This is abuse of power and perverting the law. I'm telling you, if you don't arrest them, I will file a complaint against you right now." Su-Ching glanced at her, and she really didn't know where she got the nerve from. He confuses right and wrong and puts the blame on others with just one mouth. The key point is that if you were just a passerby, it would be fine, but you're also a victim, but you want to kill the person who helped you. The head really was kicked by a donkey. Captain Liu couldn't stand her noise and looked at her coldly. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Hong Yongmei, who was jumping up and down just now, felt cold from head to toe after being glanced at by this look and didn't dare to say another word. The resentment towards the law enforcers in my heart deepened even more. I'll expose you guys on short videos later. Law enforcement officers take taxpayers' money, but do not do their jobs and bend the law for personal gain. She didn't even think about the fact that she only paid a tiny amount of tax. But how many benefits they enjoyed? Did the law enforcement officers take your money? At this moment, a law enforcer suddenly ran over to report. "Captain Liu, the deceased mother is here." When Hong Yongmei heard that the deceased mother had arrived, she panicked and became even more determined to put the whole thing on Shun-Shi. "I only bear a little responsibility. It's best not to have any responsibility at all." Captain Liu frowned, looked up at Su-Ching, and saw the latter nodded. He knew what to do and said slowly, "Bring the deceased's mother here to identify him." The details of the matter have been almost investigated. The mother of the deceased was named Zhang Xiaoxia. She looked to be in her 50s with a strong and even slightly fat build. She had sharp eyes and looked like someone who was not to be messed with. When she saw her son, she rushed over and cried out loudly. Her strong body provided endless power for her voice. When it howls, it could be heard clearly within a radius of 100 meters. But Su Qing could see clearly that although she was crying, there was not a single tear in her eyes. "Who is the murderer?" she asked viciously. "I never thought that today I would see someone younger than me die. My son, you died tragically. Who was so heartless to kill you? I want her to be buried with you." Her eyes kept scanning around. Like a poisonous snake, it chooses its prey. Captain Liu also realized that she was crying fake tears, but he still explained patiently. "Your son was robbing people in the street, carrying a dagger as a weapon. He didn't expect the consequences to come back to haunt him. When he fell, the dagger pierced his chest, and he died accidentally." Died in an accident? Zhang Xiaoxia was not satisfied with this answer at all. If he died in an accident, wouldn't she not get any compensation? How is that possible? My son couldn't possibly steal anything. He's just a child. You must have misunderstood him. I heard that my son fell because he was being chased. If she hadn't chased my son, so many things wouldn't have happened. Ultimately, it's all her fault. Besides, my son was just joking. Is it necessary to hit him so hard? It's simply unscrupulous. The onlookers were shocked by her logic. Is it a child? Your child is 25 or 26 years old. Why do people all over the world still think he is cute, give him candies, and pinch his face? Misunderstanding, oh my God. It would be fine if he just robbed something, but he actually hit a dagger. Was he going to kill someone if he was caught? What the hell? What the hell? You steal things and don't let anyone chase you. What does it mean that everything in the world belongs to you? Although they were not the real culprits, many people were still so angry that their chests were about to explode. Old sister, I believe your son is innocent. It's her fault that she chased your son. Make her pay. Hong Yangmei pointed at Shun Shi with extreme viciousness, as if she was the victim. You killed my son, you cruel woman. I want you to pay with your life and compensate my son 5 million. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't suspect anything. She looked at Shun Shi and was about to go forward to hug her and drag her to the ground or roll around. Seeing this, Su Qing pulled Shun Shi away and moved his finger slightly. You little bitch, you still dare to hide. Zhang Xiaoxia missed her move and was about to stand firm, but suddenly she felt her body was out of control and she fell forward suddenly, landing on her face. Bang! Woo-woo! When she was lifted up, her face was covered in blood, her 2 front teeth were missing, and her face was broken in 5 or 6 places, which was particularly terrifying. When everyone saw this scene, they felt extremely happy. WDNMD. I've lived for so many years and have never seen anyone so shameless. I saw 2 of them today. These 2 are a perfect match. Are they old bitch sisters? With my luck, I really should buy a lottery ticket and try it later. Maybe I can win. Captain Liu gave her a look, and 2 law enforcers stepped forward to hold her. Let me go. You dare to hide and make me fall? This matter is not over today. 2 law enforcers came over, tablets in their hands. Reporting to Captain Liu, the surveillance video has been exported. Chapter 49, I don't know him. Why should I save him? Please recommend votes. Captain Liu took the tablet and said seriously, we in the Law Enforcement Bureau rely heavily on evidence when handling cases. How'd your son die? Was it an accident or intentional injury? Everything requires evidence. The surveillance footage recorded everything. We will neither wrongly accuse a good person nor let a bad person go. Although Zhang Xiaoxia was greedy, she was not stupid. She knew that if she continued to make trouble, it would backfire. Anyway, she had made up her mind that no matter how her son died, she would blame someone for it. Even if it was an accident, so what? Would an accident have happened if you hadn't chased him? It's your fault. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't move, but Hong Yangmei became anxious. Why don't you just keep making trouble? If the surveillance footage revealed that it was her fault, wouldn't she be the one being blackmailed in the end? How can this be allowed? It must be stopped. No, you can't watch the surveillance. Everything in the surveillance is fake. The suspect is right in front of you, and you haven't arrested him yet. Why are you dithering? Why do you have to watch some damn surveillance? She was extremely anxious, afraid of being exposed, so she took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and tried to snatch the tablet from Captain Liu's hand, trying frantically to stop him from opening the video. 2 law enforcers stepped forward and grabbed her, preventing her from moving. What are you doing? Let me go. This is illegal detention. Hong Yongmei struggled constantly, but the law enforcement officer's hands held her tightly like a pair of pliers, and she could not move. You are interfering with our official duties. If you don't shut up and continue to make trouble, you will be involved in a crime, and detaining you for 7 days will be considered a light punishment. Captain Liu shouted angrily. Big sister, just let them go. I don't believe they can bend the law for personal gain when the evidence is right before their eyes. I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. I really couldn't imagine that these people could be so dark. But I believe that there are always good people in this world, and you are one of them. Zhang Xiaoxia was deeply grateful to Hong Yongmei. She still hasn't figured out whose bag her son snatched first. Influenced by what Hong Yongmei said, she always thought that it was Shun Shi who was robbed. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at Su Qing, greed revealed in her eyes. She used to work as a warehouse keeper in a second-hand luxury goods store, although she was later fired for stealing. But if she was not mistaken, the set Su Qing was wearing must have cost at least hundreds of thousands, and that watch must have cost at least millions. I must extort a lot of money. Don't let them bleed profusely and never let them go. Hong Yongmei was speechless. She couldn't stop it at all. But she was still thinking that she must push it away if she could, because her money didn't come from the wind, and if she really had to pay compensation, she would be very upset. Su Qing looked at the two of them, singing in unison, and shook his head. There are so many weirdos in the world. Hong Yongmei is a fool and a typical egoist. Huang Mao died in an accident this year. Even if his bag was stolen, she wouldn't have to take much responsibility. She could just do what she had to do. He had to jump up and down like a clown. Now you shot yourself in the foot. Captain Liu turned on the tablet. The video is released slowly. It is relatively clear, and you can clearly see what happened. The yellow-haired young man in the video was being chased by Hong Yongmei. He kept looking back and running for his life. Hong Yongmei was shouting to catch him and kept chasing him. I don't know where she got the strength from, but she was able to chase the yellow-haired young man and not lose to him. However, there is no sign of Shun Shi in this scene. The video turned again, and Shun Shi appeared on the screen, but the yellow-haired young man never looked back during this process, which proved that he had no idea who was chasing him. When he fell to the ground, Shun Shi circled around him and ran away without even looking at him. When the yellow-haired young man fell, the dagger that was originally used to hide the scare was displaced and reached the position of his heart, eventually piercing through his heart and causing massive cardiac bleeding that was incurable. The scene ends here. Su Qing's mouth curved up. Is the video really like this? Yes, it is. But there were some slight changes made to it, and some clips were cut out, such as the one in the hospital. After a little processing, it is not necessarily true to say that the logic is very rigorous. However, if this is used to prove that Shun Shi is the culprit who caused the death of the yellow-haired young man, it is impossible to prove it. What is it at most? It can only be regarded as not helping. I don't know you well. Why should I save you? You chased him. Weren't you chasing him from behind? Hong Yongmei said excitedly, as if she had seen a new world. Su Qing gave Shun Shi a look. It was time to test her acting skills. However, Shun Shi's subsequent performance told him that women are born to act. She looked confused. When did I chase him? I was running, and he ran faster than me. I thought he was in a hurry. I didn't know him. So why did I chase him? There's something wrong with me. He stole the bag, so you chased him. Hong Yongmei said anxiously. If someone steals a bag, I have to chase him. I'm not crazy. Why would I do such a thankless task? Besides, I don't know whose bag he stole. He stole my bag. You helped me chase him. Hong Yongmei was furious. What would she do if Shun Shi didn't admit it? Shun Shi looked puzzled. Do I know you? She had felt a little guilty before, but after seeing the hateful faces of these two people, the guilt in her heart had disappeared without a trace. Hong Yongmei. Su Qing just wanted to give her a thumbs up. That's a beautiful thing to say. Then why didn't you save my son when you saw him fall? Zhang Xiaoxia felt a little guilty. Your son fell down. Why should I save him? Is he handsome? She looked helpless. The onlookers agreed immensely. Is your son a treasure? Son of the universe? You have no morals. Zhang Xiaoxia was unable to refute and could only squeeze out these words in the end. Oh, and then what? The law doesn't stipulate that I must save him. She looked indifferent. She has a very good mental state, and these words are not enough to make her angry. You. Zhang Xiaoxia's hands were shaking with anger. Okay, the video is clear. The evidence is irrefutable. No one touched your son. Your son's death was accidental and had nothing to do with anyone else. If there was an accidental factor, it was hers. Captain Liu pointed at Hong Yongmei and said that he didn't want to say the last word, but Hong Yang-mei was really hateful. Captain Liu set the tone, then turned to look at Shun, Shi, and criticized him. I also want to criticize you. As a decent citizen, how could you act so recklessly and indifferently? You must correct your mistakes and never make the same mistake again. You must strive to build a beautiful socialism. Yes, I know I was wrong, and I will write a self-criticism. Shun Shi lowered his head, as if he had already realized his mistake. Okay, it's a great virtue to admit your mistakes and correct them. Go and take your statement with my colleagues, and then go home. Captain Liu nodded and said that he still had this right, and did not give the other two a chance to refute. Even law enforcement officers cannot detain people forever. They can only question them. So, let it go. There's nothing wrong with that. You vicious old woman, you're taking my son's life. As soon as Su Qing and Shun Shi left, Zhang Xiaoxia hugged Hong Yang-mei and asked her to pay compensation. If she didn't, she would stay in her house for the rest of her life, eating her food, drinking her drinks, and living in her house. Chapter 50. Let me show you a piece of land. Please recommend. After taking a brief note, they left. When they left, the two guys were still arguing. One wants to blackmail others, and the other is unwilling to be blackmailed. Although Hong Yang-mei is also a victim, Su Qing cannot muster any sympathy for her. She's extremely selfish and simply disgusting. As for the other one, although he lost his son, he does not deserve sympathy at all. That yellow-haired young man was not a good guy either. He even carried a knife when he robbed. If he encountered resistance, I'm afraid a bloody incident would have occurred. For people like this, no matter how many they die, it would not be too much. Just don't involve others. His mother is a weirdo. She only cares about money. I'm afraid she's extremely disappointed with her son and just wants to make a fortune from his death. Su Qing shook his head. All living beings have their own appearances. Although there must be something pitiful about a hateful person, there must also be something hateful about a pitiful person. No, it has nothing to do with them anymore. Those two are biting each other, so let them hurt each other. They walked on the street. Mr. Su, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I really don't know how I would have coped. Shun Shi stopped and looked at him sincerely and thanked him. It's just a small matter. As a child of Jianghu, seeing injustice on the road, we should draw our swords to help. Isn't this a very normal thing? Su Qing waved his hand and said generously. He showed a playful look. But I'm a little curious. Did you really draw a very good fortune this morning? Shun Shi. Her face turned red, and she said it was a good fortune. I went back and threw it into the corner. It was too inaccurate. Mr. Su, call me Su Qing. It sounds weird. Su Qing said with a smile. Calling him young master seems a bit weird. Calling him sir seems like he's about the same age as her, and calling him young master makes me feel like I'm being scolded. It's better to call him by his name. It sounds more friendly. Well, since you're a wealthy man, don't mind. I'll call you Su Qing. Shun Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She also felt a little weird about him always calling her young master Su. Then he said a little embarrassedly, well, although I have already explained it once, I still have to say that I really didn't mean to lie to you. Who would have thought that you really liked that book so much? I've thought about it and decided to return the money to you. I'll use that ancient book as a gift for us. Shun Shi nodded and was about to find a mobile phone to transfer the money. After what happened just now, Su Qing was already considered a friend in her mind, and she would never cheat a friend of her money. What's more, if it weren't for Su Qing just now, she would have been in a lot of trouble. That ancient book has no value at all, not even worth collecting. This made her conscience uneasy. No. Su Qing quickly stopped her. One thing is for sure, I bought it willingly. Su Qing touched his nose. Should he really tell her that although the book is useless to her, it is very useful to me? Not to mention 100,000, he would even be willing to pay 100 million. My affection for Shun Shi doubled. I realized that she was a kind-hearted person, otherwise I wouldn't have tried to find a way to raise medical expenses for Wei Qianqian. But he's a little too aggressive. He asked curiously, how did you get that book? Girls generally don't like this kind of book, right? Actually, there's one thing I haven't told you. I am a sorcerer from Maoshan. Shun Shi scratched his head and said shyly. It's really hard to say. A Maoshan sorcerer? Su Qing's eyes lit up. Maoshan? It turns out that he is a Taoist priest from Maoshan. No wonder Shun Shi looks thin, but his kung fu is not bad at all, and he is also very brave. He had only seen this name in novels. Maoshan was a good place, full of legends. In some supernatural novels, Maoshan and Longhushan often appear. As the birthplace of the Shangqing school of Taoism, they're full of various legends. There are often disciples of Mao Shan coming down the mountain. All of them are handsome and powerful. She wears a 7-star crown on her head, holds a peachwood sword in her hand, has a gourd filled with black dog blood, and occasionally hides a few sanitary napkins in her bag. She can exorcise ghosts and monsters, tell fortunes, and read faces. She is almost omnipotent. I didn't expect to see a living person. He really wanted to pinch Shunxi's face and see what a real Mao Shan Taoist priest's face looked like. That's not right. Aren't all Taoists men? How could there be a female one? Su Qing asked in confusion. Who told you there are only men? Although there are few female disciples, there are still some. Shunxi glared at him. Have you ever seen a ghost? Can you catch ghosts? Su Qing's eyes were full of light as he asked curiously. Although he has already entered the realm of immortal cultivation, he is still extremely interested in these legends. Catch ghosts? I can't, Shunxi said in astonishment. She doesn't even dare to watch horror movies. How can she dare to catch ghosts? Why did she go down the mountain? It was because I was bored and wanted to find a movie to kill time, but I ended up watching a horror movie alone in a Taoist temple. As a result, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep the whole night. I turned on all the lights and sat there all night. From then on, I had a psychological trauma about my quilt. I dare not get under the quilt at night, for fear that if I lift the quilt, a child's head will appear. That's right, she was watching The Grudge. You don't know how to catch ghosts? Su Qing was a little disappointed. Then can you tell fortunes? He still didn't give up. No, my master didn't teach me much. She lowered his head. Then can you tell fortunes? This isn't some scam you Taoists are using. He looked up and saw Shunxi's murderous gaze, and quickly changed his tone. Well, isn't that a necessary skill for you to navigate the martial arts world? Shunxi lowered her head even lower. If there was a hole on the ground, she would have wanted to crawl into it. His feet scraped against the ground. His voice is quiet as a mosquito. I don't know how to do this either. My master never taught me. Suing, what kind of Mao Shan Taoist priest is this? How come you don't know anything? You can't catch ghosts, you can't tell fortunes, and you can't read faces. So, as a Mao Shan Taoist priest, what exactly can you do? Su Qing suddenly felt that Shunxi's image in his heart was rapidly collapsing. He can't do this, he can't do that. Isn't he a poor student? Then you must have a Taoist robe. Don't tell me that you don't even have a Taoist robe. That would be too embarrassing. Suin Saif, just like when you go to school and you're not good at Chinese, maths, or English, then you should always bring your school uniform. Taoist robes are equivalent to Taoist school uniforms. If you don't even have this, who would believe you if you go out and say you're a Mao Shan Taoist priest? Even if you have to fake it, you have to do it completely. Taoist robe. I do have a Taoist robe. Shunxi raised his voice half a degree. Then the tone changed. But I forgot to take it when I got off the bus, so now it's as good as gone. Suing. He admitted that he was careless. If you can't learn so many, you have to learn one thing. Su Qing had never seen such a poor student before. Her master's coffin was about to burst open. Su Qing's words seemed to hit the nail on the head. Shunxi seemed to have found something to be proud of, and his voice became louder. Although I don't know any of these, I can tell the land. Many dying people ask me to tell their land, hoping that their descendants will prosper. You're so nice to me, I'll show you one too. Suing, you woman are a real tiger. Chapter 51 Encounter at Qing Bar. Please recommend votes. Black lines appeared on Su Qing's forehead. How to speak. Su Qing's expression was strange. Your master probably didn't like chatting with you in the past. Shunxi blushed, as if what he said hit the mark. How do you know? Why talk to master? His face is always dark, and he doesn't like chatting with me at all. Is it because I speak rudely? Su Qing touched his nose and said against his will. You speak very nicely, very cute. I thought silently in my heart. Don't you know whether what you say is nice or not? Your master was lucky not to die of anger at you on the spot. He coughed twice and said, Well, I want to ask, do you have any similar books? Shunxi nodded. Yes, there's a large box left. My master told me that these ancient books have been passed down for hundreds of years and have been passed down until now. Master said they are all very useful, but he himself can't understand some of them. But my master is always there practicing. Several times at night, I found him flipping through those ancient books, mumbling to himself, saying things like, How could it be useless? I even suspect my master has Alzheimer's, but he refuses to go to a mental hospital. Shunxi fell into memories and felt a little sad. Su Qing's mouth twitched. What do you mean take him to a mental hospital? He doesn't want to go. You drag a normal person to a mental hospital for no reason, and see if he will go or not. It seems that Shun Shi's master knows something. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so obsessed with those ancient books. I'm afraid her master never understood until his death why those skills were useless. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is cut off and all things degenerate. Without spiritual energy, those so-called skills would naturally decline and become useless. This is probably the sorrow of their generation. I have heard of the truth, but cannot enter it. You clearly know where the door is, but it is as heavy as 1,000 pounds and can never be opened. You can only imagine the brilliant world behind it and fantasize about it forever. You like these things? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you come to the Taoist temple to see me someday, I'll take you to see them and give you a few copies. Shunshi patted his small chest and said with a righteous tone, Suing, isn't your master in the Taoist temple? Su Qing suddenly wanted to meet her master. He passed away 2 years ago. I was the one who chose the land for him. It's a great place, a feng shui gem. It will definitely bless me in the future. Shinshi was quite proud. Suing, he had deep doubts about Shun Shi's train of thought. The two walked and admired the city scenery of Linzhou. Although Linzhou is not a provincial capital, it is no different from a provincial capital. The two are on par with each other, with extremely developed economies and excellent urban construction. The pedestrian street, in particular, is bustling with people coming and going. I've seen Walk Loved. The place I want to go in the future doesn't include you. A song came from somewhere, and the song contained deep emotions, as if there were countless feelings that wanted to be expressed, but could only wail in the heart. But all Su Qing heard was just whining. Hey, such a familiar song. Shunshi looked up and saw a bar. His eyes lit up. It was a very stylish bar. Your bar in Linzhou is really nice. It looks very classy. How about I buy you a drink? In addition to the style of the bar, she also likes this song very much. I even voted for him during the singer's online audition. However, after the singer had plastic surgery, Shunshi gradually became indifferent. Su Qing was stunned. Drinking? Shunshi nodded. Don't worry, it's very low in alcohol. Just think of it as a taste of your Linzhou customs. Shunshi thought he had never been to such a place. Su Qing looked at him strangely. Although he had never been here before, he had a deep impression of this bar, mainly because this bar is too expensive. Its name is Encounter Bar. Most people can't afford it all. A single visit would cost them thousands of dollars. How can ordinary people bear this? In addition to special wines and high-quality services, Xiao also often invites some young artists to perform, all of whom have participated in a talent show. Although not a star, it can satisfy the vanity of some guests. What's more attractive is that it occasionally invites a well-known artist to perform on the scene. There is no fixed time and no publicity. This marketing model is full of mystery. Just like its name, Encounter. You walk towards me, and our passing by was itself a kind of encounter. You can imagine how attractive it is to young people. If you remember correctly, this bar should be opened by Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu is just a respectful title in the underworld. His real name is Lu Shou, and his story of making a fortune is quite legendary. It is said that he used to be a tomb robber. After retiring, he went into business and built his own business empire. Although this person came from a tomb raiding background, he's been walking on the edge of gray transactions for a long time. But he is extremely upright and hates evil, and he can be said to be a legend in the world. Shunshi grabbed his arm and walked into the Encounter Bar. Don't hesitate. I know rich people like you rarely go to Qing Dynasty. Just treat it as a trip to have some fun and broaden your horizons. Su Qing felt a strange sensation when her held his arm. He felt itchy in his heart, as if something was touched. This woman is really fierce, but it looks pretty cool. The decoration and service of the Encounter Bar are first class. The decoration style of the whole bar is very elegant, but it does not give people a pale feeling. Just like a pretty girl, after washing up, putting on light makeup, gently tying up her hair, lighting a piece of incense, with a vague and hazy feeling, you will fall in love with her at first sight. An unknown male singer stood on the stage and sang passionately, as if he was actually there. He was the protagonist in the story, experiencing the separation of life and death. Suhing Juliet Hadips. How could she be so sentimental at such a young age? The name of this song is I Won't Wait for You in the Future. The singer's name is Yang Xiuhan. You seem to have heard of this name before. It seemed to be sung by a second-tier singer who was quite popular for a while and had some fame. Some scandals broke out later, but he didn't feel anything. After Shunshi came in, he looked left and right, full of curiosity. Although she was so confident before, it was actually her first time to come to a place like a bar. Su Qing, let's go sit over there. Shunshi still didn't let go of his arm and found a quiet spot in a corner, next to the window, with a unique view. But there was already a table of people next to it. One man and two women. That's weird. Come in and clean up. Why are you still wearing a mask? Shunshi whispered. This is steady. Su Qing took a look, but didn't see anything, so she gave Shunshi a blank look. Hehe. Let me tell you, the singer of this song is Yang Xiuhan. I even voted for him when I participated in a talent show before. They walked over there. When Shunshi said this, the more he looked at the young man wearing a mask, the more familiar he looked. I can't say exactly where I'm familiar with it. Perhaps because he saw them walking straight towards that direction. He mentioned Yang Xiuhan's name again. Intermittent. The young man wearing a mask frowned. The woman in leather jacket next to him stood up immediately, her face turning cold. You can't sit here, it's full. Please leave. Chapter 52, I don't care whose brother you are. Please recommend votes. Is anyone here? Shunshi frowned and pointed at the empty table, wondering. This table is clearly empty. Why can't we sit there? The leather-clad woman turned her nose up, rolled her eyes, and said disdainfully, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You recognize my brother. I hate you illegitimate fans the most. You're so invasive. Su Qing was stunned, and he finally understood a little. It turns out that the guy sitting and wearing a mask is a celebrity. I misunderstood that they were here to ask for autographs. Su Qing shook her head. I think you misunderstood. I don't know who your brother is. I just saw that there was an empty table here and wanted to sit here. The woman in leather jacket curled her lips and didn't believe it at all. You speak so eloquently. If I hadn't just heard you mention my brother's name, I would have actually believed it. If you know what's good for you, leave now. My brother doesn't want to expose himself. If you don't sit further away, I'll call security. Suin Fronith. How could this woman feel so good about herself? Your brother is Yang Xiuhan? Shunshi finally understood where the sense of familiarity he had just felt came from. I didn't expect that Qingba invited Yang Xiuhan. However, she had no feelings for Yang Xiuhan a long time ago. The only connection was that she voted for him during the auditions when she was young and ignorant. That's all. Seeing the real person right in front of her, she didn't feel anything, as if she had just met an ordinary person. You said you didn't recognize my brother, and even said his name. How hypocritical. The woman in leather jacket crossed her arms and said with disdain. She didn't know how many people like this she met every year. Pretend not to know each other, then deliberately get closer to create an encounter. A worn-out trick. Su Qing reached out and pulled Shunshi behind him, looking at the woman in leather jacket, and said indifferently, I don't care who your brother is. I don't know him, and I'm not his fan. Tell him to go somewhere cool. He doesn't despise us, but we despise him. He has no hope of survival and is suffering from a serious illness. He said without giving her a chance to retort. He simply took Shunshi's hand, turned around, and left gracefully. As for this damn Yang Xiuhan, what does he have to do with him? What your brother, my brother? Nausea. Upon hearing this, the leather-clad woman roared like a hedgehog with its fur blasted. Who are you talking about? What do you mean? Come back and explain clearly. Su Qing just turned his head back on her and ignored her even though she yelled at him. Yang Xiuhan, wearing a mask, turned his head and stared at Su Qing's back as if he was hurt by what he said. After looking at it for a few seconds, he suppressed the anger in his heart. There is still work to do today. Why bother with the ants on the roadside? Anyway, he will never be able to reach such a level in his lifetime. They will never understand how much suffering he endured during training, concerts, and filming. Once, while practicing a move, he got his hand skinned and had to rest for 4 or 5 days before he recovered. Another time, when filming a movie, the director actually filled the bathtub with river water. Fortunately, he insisted on using mineral water. Who could understand his pain? Alas, it's so hard to be a human being. Being a star is even harder. There is only faint singing echoing in the bar, which was quite harmonious. But the roar of the woman in leather jacket attracted many eyes. After the bar manager noticed the situation, he immediately ran over. As the manager of the bar, he knew that there was a big star in that corner, and it was the main event of the day. There must be no accidents. Miss Qing, what happened? The woman in the leather jacket angrily said, Manager Zhong, my brother is willing to come here because he is giving you enough face. Many variety shows want to invite my brother to appear, but he has refused them all and only came to your Linzhou. Instead, a few unknown people sneaked in and dared to insult my brother. Please kick them out immediately. Her tone was full of arrogance, and she was really angry just now. Manager Zheng groaned inwardly. At the same time, I felt a little unhappy. You're just a little assistant to a star, and you're just a lackey, making you act like the star. So arrogant. Besides, kick the guests out. Does he still want to have this face when he meets Qingbar? If you drive customers away for no reason today, who will come to consume with you tomorrow? But we can't offend this group of people. I can only try my best to comfort you. After much persuasion and comfort, I finally got her back. Manager Zheng returned to the backstage, and someone nearby came up to him and gossiped. Boss, who made the big star Yang Xiuhan angry? Manager Zheng spitted and cursed. What a bullshit superstar. What a joke. Why are you playing so high-handed? Do you really think you're still the same as you were 2 years ago? What's there to be proud of as a celebrity who's already past his prime? Just now, the woman in leather jacket scolded him like she was scolding her grandson, and he had been holding his breath for a long time. In such a situation, Yang Xiuhan did not even call for a stop. He hated all of them. As soon as you arrive, you have to stay in a 5-star hotel, drive a luxury car, and the subsidy for each person and each meal must be no less than 1,000. What the hell? In order to come here, he turned down many invitations to variety shows. Pooh! Another plastic surgery, another scandal. Those big shows. If you have the guts, go ahead. However, he only said these words in his heart. Yang Xiuhan was not someone that a small bar manager like him could afford to offend. If his boss, Uncle Liu, came forward, would Yang Xiuhan dare to say another word? You have to come here with a licking face. Su Qing looked at Shun Shi's stern face and said with a smile, Why? Has the myth in your heart been shattered? Shun Shi rolled his eyes at him and said viciously, What myth? I just regret that I voted for him before. If I had known he was such a person, I would have voted for the host. Suing. Okay, it's just a joke. I don't take it seriously at all. Shun Shi wanted to wave to call the waiter, but found that his hand was still in Su Qing's hand. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Seeing this, Su Qing quickly let go. Ahem. Well, aren't you a regular at the bar? Can you order me a drink? It's my first time here too. Shun Shi smiled awkwardly. Suing, this is your first time here, and you speak so clearly. The waiter came over quickly. Hello, sir and madam. What can I do for you? Please recommend a cocktail for us. It doesn't have to be too strong, thank you. Su Qing said. Okay, sir, you're suitable for Sunshine Coast, and ma'am, you are suitable for Moonlight Kiss. One is stronger and the other is gentler, but the overall alcohol content is not very high, said the waiter. Okay, come on first, and then some desserts. Sui nodded. Please wait a moment. Our bartender will make it for you right away. After singing a few songs, the unknown male singer on the stage finally put away his bitter and resentful face and left the stage. It is a great honor for a male singer like this to receive an invitation to perform at Xiao Bar. Although they also have dreams, their dreams come before eating. Worthless. Next, a girl wearing a white top, jeans, and a light green windbreaker slowly came on stage. The girl had fair skin, a delicate oval face, perfect facial features, and light makeup. As she sat there, a cool temperament emerged naturally, and she instantly became the visual focus. Chapter 53. Your circle is really messy. Please recommend votes. The song I bring to you today is Human Ideal. The girl opened her red lips and began to speak slowly. This song is more like a folk song, with an infinite yearning for an ideal life. The lyrics are well written, and her voice and singing skills are very special. When the two are combined, the song is so fascinating when it comes out of her mouth. Everyone was fascinated by what they heard. They applauded. Hey, isn't this girl Gordon Shawn? I remember she was such a standout on the talent show last year, leaving the others far behind. How did she wind up performing in this small place? Shun Shi's eyes lit up, and he said, Chun Jiashang. Su Qing shook his head. His original owner didn't watch variety shows and was not particularly familiar with these so-called stars. You also know who she is? The waiter beside them heard their question and answer and interrupted, quite curious. Yes, I saw her talent show, but unfortunately she didn't get first place. After the talent show, she seemed to have signed with the company, and then there was no news. Shun Shi felt a little regretful. After all, she had liked this girl's songs before. But why doesn't she sing her own songs? Shun Shi asked puzzledly. Chun Jiashang on the stage has already started singing the second song, but each one is sung by some famous singer. Shun Shi clearly remembered that she had many famous works, all of which were popular songs and were no worse than these ones. But I haven't heard a single song. The waitress was also very gossipy. after hearing what Shunshi said, glancing at the stage. Then he glanced around the corner again. He came over and whispered, I'm going to tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone about it, let alone say it was me who told it. Su Qing and the other person looked at each other. What? Is there a story behind this? They nodded. The waitress took another look at Su Qing. He was so handsome. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, I heard about it too. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that after Gordon Chan signed with Lightyear Entertainment, he was spotted by a big boss there, but he didn't want to be exploited, so he was banned. The contract I signed at the time was very overbearing. All copyrights of Gordon Chan's works belonged to the company, and the contract could only be terminated after 5 years. After things got bad, I was put on ice and didn't even have the right to sing my own songs. Just think about it, the entertainment industry changes so quickly. Let alone 5 years. Even 2 years can bring about earth-shaking changes. In 5 years, Gordon Chan would be ruined. The money she received from the contract was not much to begin with, and she had already spent it all on living expenses. She could only sing as a resident singer to earn some living expenses. Shunshi asked doubtfully. Then why didn't she terminate the contract? Terminate the contract? The termination fee is a whopping 50 million. That boss is forcing her to compromise. The waitress shook her head, very regretful. Su Qing glanced at Chun Jiashong on the stage and felt that it was indeed a pity. Such a good singer, such a great talent. Seeing that they were still interested, the waitress smiled mysteriously and said, Let me tell you another explosive news. At this point, she glanced into the corner. He pursed his lips. Did you see that group of people? Let me tell you, there's a big star among them. Can you guess who it is? Young Siyu Han. Shun, she said casually. The waiter was very surprised. How do you know? They don't let anyone get close. Su Qing shook his head. Should I still say that I scolded them just now? The waiter was a little shocked, bit his lip, and revealed some secrets. What I want to say is not just this, but I heard that Yang Xiuhan and Chun Jiashong are from the same company, and he is still pursuing Chun Jiashong. If he succeeds, he might even help her break the ice and perform. Otherwise, he wouldn't necessarily come to our bar. Oh, celebrities are so good, they're so rich. Her eyes were full of longing. Su Qing and the others suddenly realized why they came here. It turned out to be for Gordon Chan. Didn't they say she was spotted by the company's big boss? Yang Xiuhan still dares to pursue her. Isn't he afraid that he will be frozen out as well? Shunshi was puzzled. This big guy is Yang Xiuhan's uncle. The waiter gave him a look that said, You know what I'm doing. Suing, is your circle so chaotic? But think about it. There are so many complicated relationships in the entertainment industry. I don't know how many people who seem unrelated on the surface actually have intricate connections in private. How many of those who win the talent shows don't have bigwigs supporting them? There are even some talent shows where contestants actually dress up as the heirs. How did you know that? There were little stars in Shunshi's eyes, and he was extremely curious. Women are born to gossip. Just careful observation. Do you know Do Group 8? The waiter said. Shun, she shook his head. The waiter felt that the more he talked to them, the more interested he became. I can't help but want to continue exposing the news. What else do you want to hear? We have songs by all kinds of celebrities. I guarantee you haven't heard them before. For example, Xiao Xi's story that has to be told is very pornographic and violent. Do you want to listen? Suing, is this so widely circulated? At this moment, Manager Zheng came out and shouted, Xiaowen, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. The waiter named Xiaowen responded and left, giving him a look before leaving. That's all for now. If you come again next time, or if you want to hear other gossip, remember to look for me. Shunshi's compassion overflowed. Looking at Chun Jiashong, he said pitifully, She's so pitiful. She doesn't even have the right to sing her own songs. Under the huge monetary interests, human nature has long been destroyed. Think about all the scandals that have been exposed in the entertainment industry. Being ball-stuffed, time management, doing hair. None of them is more exciting than this. But no matter how dark it is, it can't be as dark as the Korean entertainment industry. The popular actress spent time with more than 200 political and business dignitaries in 1 year, which was extremely dark. But even so, countless people are trying their best to get in, because it only takes a little bit of showing off. You can earn more money in 1 year than many people can earn in their entire lives. So it wouldn't be surprising if something chaotic happened there. Think about the 421-page PPT that leaked in the entertainment industry that year. Even if only half of it is true, it's still terrifying. As they were talking, Chun Jiashong's third song was coming to an end. There was a burst of applause from the audience. She has a good figure, appearance, and talent. Naturally, it received numerous praises. But she only sings 3 songs a day, and each song costs 300 yuan. The price is extremely low compared to her conditions. Miss, can you sing Yang Xiuhan's I've Always Loved You Again? I'll give you 3,000 yuan. Although Chan Jiashong was somewhat tempted by the money, he still shook his head. Sorry, I don't sing his songs. It's not that I can't sing, but that I don't sing. There was a commotion below. They didn't expect that he wouldn't be willing to pay 3,000 yuan for a song. Suddenly, a young man wearing a mask stood up in the corner, struck a pose, and spoke gently. Miss Chun, can I sing with you? Chapter 54 Yang Xiuhan wants to vomit blood. Please recommend. Everyone was speechless as they watched the young man wearing a mask suddenly stand up. Are you flirting with girls? You need to be able to pick up girls. Didn't you see that her singing is like heavenly music, comparable to that of a top singer? Do you think you can sing a duet with her at your level? Innocent. Several rich young men who had been pursuing Chun Jiashong showed disdainful eyes. Which of them had not pursued, but failed in the end? They also know some of the inside story behind this, which is why they flocked to her. Where can we find such a clean star? Although I can't afford the termination fee of 50 million, marrying her and raising her is also an extremely happy thing. However, Chun Jiashong had no feelings for them. No matter how they pursued her, she remained indifferent, as if they had no attraction to her at all. Therefore, they felt particularly disgusted when Yang Xiuhan jumped out. Someone couldn't help but sneered. A toad wants to eat swan meat, but he doesn't even know where he is or what level he is in. He has no idea what he is doing. Don't come up at the end with a broken, tone-deaf voice and pollute everyone's ears. Yeah, you can't just sing whenever you want. Who do you think you are? Get out of here and don't embarrass yourself. For some reason, they just felt uncomfortable looking at young people wearing hats. Seeing Yang Xiuhan's face turning pale and blue due to the ridicule, Su Qin couldn't help but touch his nose, wondering if he had stood up just now. Would he have been scolded even more harshly? He didn't know any of these rich young men. Maybe I'm not at the level to contact him yet. So there's a high probability that even if he stands up, these rich young men will not recognize him and will continue to criticize him. He was watching the show leisurely here. Yang Xiuhan was almost going crazy over there. Since he became famous, has anyone ever pointed at his nose and scolded him like this? So even though he knew that he was wearing a mask and people couldn't recognize him, he still felt a surge of anger. Manager Zheng stood in the corner watching all this without standing up to stop it. Yang Xiuhan was being scolded, but he just wanted to watch the show. Let you be arrogant. The leather-clad woman next to Yang Xiuhan suddenly stood up, her voice becoming shrill with anger, pointing at them and angrily saying, Shut up, you second-generation rich kid. What qualifications do you have to call me brother? Do you know who my brother is? Hey, brother? German orthopedics? Someone teased. Yang Xiuhan suppressed his anger and had to pay attention to his image and personality in public. If he starts swearing and causes a conflict today, I'm afraid I don't know how the media will write about him tomorrow. So no matter how angry he is, he must remain rational. Humph, you bunch of blind people, I will scare you to death. He slowly took off his mask. As he picked them, he said, Do you think I'm qualified? When he took off his mask, everyone looked at his face and was shocked. A face more delicate than a woman's, with double eyelids and a pointed chin. If she were to have long hair and a long skirt, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is a beauty. Yes. Everyone looked at that face and gasped. Yang Xiuhan. Someone lost his voice. Oh my God, how could it be him? I'm so lucky today. I ran into a big star right away. I want to ask for his autograph, but I wonder if he'll give it to me. I think so, but the woman next to him looks quite fierce. I wonder if she is his aunt. He's so young, right? Who knows? Some women look young, but are actually in menopause. Everyone was discussing at once. It's like seeing a rare animal. After hearing their discussion, the woman in leather jacket had a distorted face and was about to explode with anger. Aunt? Menopause? Do you have any sense at all? I'm his assistant. Am I that old? But such people no longer visit her. He kept staring at Yang Xiuhan. He's a living star. Yang Xiuhan enjoyed the gazes of the crowd, and all the frustration he had just felt disappeared. He looked at the group of rich young men with pride. It feels so good to get slapped in the face. Those rich young men were a little upset and mocked the guy, but they didn't expect that he was actually a famous singer. I wasn't so scared that I was just a little embarrassed. Moreover, I lost face. Suddenly, everyone heard a deep voice. Hey, isn't this the same guy who had plastic surgery and cheated on his partner? How dare you pursue someone else? The sound was so loud that everyone seemed to hear it in their ears. But no one could tell where it came from. When everyone heard this, their expressions became strange. Plastic surgery and cheating. Isn't this talking about Yang Xiuhan? Although the scandal was suppressed as soon as it came out, the internet has memory. Everyone was gossipy about Yang Xiuhan's cheating. Because I heard that the cheating was not one-man affair, but a group affair, and I heard that there was more than one man. Very pornographic and violent. It was because of this incident that his rapidly rising career suddenly came to an end. Those rich young men seemed to have found a way to fight back and start a laugh. Bah, what kind of celebrity is that? It's all plastic surgery. Who was that? Turns out you're the body manager. Why are you just wandering around instead of exercising? That's just the kind of person you are. Don't you know what you did? You have to come out and ask for a scolding. You keep a calm face and think you were so handsome. If they were somewhere else, they would still take it into consideration. But in your own territory, there is nothing to worry about. With your character, I can't stop scolding you. Yang Xiuhan's face turned pale and blue, and he really wanted to close his eyes and faint so that he wouldn't have to worry about anything. In the shows he appeared on before, no one dared to mention this matter. Even he himself was about to forget it. Unexpectedly, someone else brought it up again and tore his face apart. I was so depressed that I wanted to vomit blood on the spot. Chen Jiashang on the stage frowned. She didn't expect it to cause such a big disturbance. Although she really disliked Yang Xiuhan, she still had to maintain her basic dignity. He said coldly, "Mr. Yang, I'm not used to singing with others. Besides, we're not familiar with each other. If you like to sing, then you can sing alone." After saying this, he prepared to step down. Did you hear that? If you want to sing, go sing it alone. I don't want to listen anyway. What's so good about it? That sissy voice is disgusting. Yang Xiuhan didn't expect that Chen Jiashang would be so disrespectful and not even given the chance to sing a song with him. A real slap in the face. And these people didn't let him go. I have lost all my face. And it all stems from that one strange sentence. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Shunqi looked at Su Qing with a strange look. If others didn't know, how could she not know? Those words came from Su Qing's mouth. He is the culprit. At this moment, Su Qing was attracted by Chen Jiashang because he subconsciously checked Chen Jiashang's luck and found that her luck was extremely strong. It's actually orange. Chapter 55 won't intercept. Please recommend votes. The luck is orange. Divided according to luck. White is the lowest and purple is the highest. Orange's luck had reached the third stage, and he had never seen a higher level than hers. And my own luck. Su Qing felt a little bit of pain in his balls. Luck has nothing to do with luck value. His luck is now only white, similar to Shunqi's. Logically speaking, at his level, there should be more than that. Because he had also observed other entrepreneurs, as long as they had achieved certain achievements, their luck was basically white or even higher. And his is only in the white stage and has not turned red yet. This probably also includes the luck generated by his breakthrough in Qi training. He had some guesses as to the reason. I'm afraid it's because the original owner's luck was completely gone after he died once. With my arrival, destiny is born again. But these are just speculations. The luck is extremely mysterious. Sometimes, the luck of a billionaire is not necessarily better than that of a street vendor. However, those with strong luck will often be blessed by God to a certain extent. However, this was the first time he had seen orange luck. He couldn't help but feel curious. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Jiashang's predicament is only temporary. It won't be long before you soar into the sky, free from all restraints. Although a termination fee of 50 million is a sky-high price, for some people, it is just a drop in the bucket. If someone really sees her talent, it is not impossible to help her out of her predicament. Although he has a lot of luck now, it is better to be prepared. Who can have too much a good thing? He thought of another way to accumulate luck. He's going to intercept this time. He had so many classic songs from his previous life in his mind. Although some of them were repeated, those that had not been repeated were enough to make him famous. As long as you have fame, your luck will also rise. He looked to the other side and saw manager Zheng finally coming out, but the scene was already in chaos. He quickly found a singer to save the situation, and he himself came down and apologized to both parties, hoping to extinguish the anger. He secretly groaned in his heart. I originally wanted to see Yang Xiuhan suffer a little, lose face, and suppress his arrogance. But I didn't expect that I would bring disaster upon myself, and he was about to be burned to death. Gordon Chan walked down the stage, packed up his things, and prepared to leave. Su Qing said to Shunqi, Wait a moment, I'll go get her. Shenshi looked at him with a strange look, and for some reason, he felt a sense of jealousy in his heart. The emergence of this emotion even surprised herself. Quickly pat your face. Su Qing saw her strange behavior and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She reacted. "It's nothing. Go find her if you have any problems." Su Qing shook her head. This tiger woman, doesn't it hurt when she hits herself? He really had no other thoughts in his mind. He was only thinking about how to recruit Chun Jiashang. Although it is possible to use money separately, it always lacks a bit of meaning and feels very deliberate. Then the only way to impress her is through songs. Countless songs suddenly flashed through his mind, as if they were vivid and engraved in his mind. Which one should I choose? A little confused. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. The brightest star in the night sky. This is the one. Although his memory has now doubled and the song can appear clearly in his mind, the melody is not something he can do. There are only lyrics, no music. It's always a little bit lacking. But just as this thought came to his mind, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. Ding, the host's needs have been detected. Can you please tell me if you want to evolve to the current world's perfect level? After hearing the content, Su Qing's face looked strange. Upgrade directly. His luck value began to deplete. After consuming 500 points, the song had undergone a drastic change in his mind. There are lyrics and music. Moreover, the lyrics of this song, "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky," have changed a lot, but after the changes, the whole song is more charming than before, and the wording is more perfect. It is more in line with the thinking habits of people in this world. Moreover, the songs have been rearranged, and a lot of new music has been added, and the coordination of various instruments is completely different from before. The rhythm, emotion, and expression are more shocking and comfortable. If you could get 80 points before, now it should be at least over 95, which is very close to perfection. Perfect. This is the killer feature. A magic weapon that can turn Gordon Chan into a toolman. Shin Jiashang was ready to leave with her guitar on her back. It was her principle to sing only 3 songs a day. Singing more than that would be a waste of time. Singing just enough to make a living was enough. Although she needed money, it was not so urgent. Wanting her to sell herself for 50 million is wishful thinking. As long as she spoke to her family and admitted her mistake, what would 50 million be? 10 times 50 million would be no problem. But she was too stubborn and didn't want to admit her mistake. Just put on hold. This is a good opportunity to use this time to polish my new work. 5 years later, she will be back to the top with a smile. To prove to the world that true talent can never be concealed, will not fade with age, will only continue to sublimate, and one day will soar into the sky. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in front of her. She frowned, thinking that it was another rich second-generation kid coming to give her flowers. It's so annoying, but it's not good to offend too much. After all, it's quite stable here, and I don't have to deal with those messy interpersonal relationships. If you change places, you will meet some mixed people again, and the result will be the same. She subconsciously thought that Su Qing was also pursuing her. When I looked up, I saw that the person in front of me was quite good-looking, with fair skin, fresh and handsome appearance, and clean and tidy all over. I couldn't help but feel a good impression of him. Her anger also inadvertently subsided a little. "Hello, my name is Su Qing." Su Qing stretched out a hand. "Hello." She stretched out her hand and shook it gently. The people who were watching this side almost dropped their eyes to the ground. When did the icy beauty Chun Jiashang shake hands with someone? No matter how many flowers those people send you or how romantic they are, don't you always remain calm and refuse without hesitation? Sure enough, women are all liars. Well, my hands are quite cold and more bony than Shinshi's. Su Qing said silently. "What do you want from me?" Chun Jiashang also realized that what he did was indeed inappropriate and quickly withdrew his hand. "I want to help you." Su Qing went straight to the point. "How can I help?" "I'll help you pay the penalty and create a new single for you." "Do you know how much the penalty is?" 50 million. Now that you know, can you afford it? "It's only 50 million. I can do it any time I want." "What are the conditions?" "There are no conditions. The only condition is probably that you sing the song I wrote." At this point, Chun Jiashang looked at him in surprise. She couldn't believe that the only condition was so simple. "I need time to think about it." Chun Jiashang did not explicitly refuse, but he did not agree immediately either. "Give me 5 minutes. Listen to me and you will agree." Su Qing said. "Okay." Chun Jiashang responded after thinking for a moment. It's just 5 minutes. She can afford to waste it. More importantly, she felt that Su Qing was different from everyone before. Chapter 56, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Please recommend. Su Qing took Qin Jiashong back to their seats. This behavior was difficult to accept for everyone who witnessed it. What on earth happened? Didn't you say that you never use fake colors? So what the hell is this? Not only did we shake hands just now, but now he's even gone to sit at someone else's table. Can anyone explain to me what happened? Those rich second generations and Yang Xiuhan were still arguing with each other, and Manager Zhang was trying hard to mediate. They suddenly found that the air had become quiet. Just their voices. Everyone looked confused and had no idea what was going on. What's wrong with you? They followed the crowd's gaze. My eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What the hell? What happened? Can someone explain this to me? The battle was still going on for 500 rounds, but in the blink of an eye, the pot was taken away. It's like two people are jealous of each other over a woman, and they make an appointment to duel at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before the duel is over, they see the woman they like coming out with another man after getting a marriage certificate. I felt a big fuck in my heart. Defense during the day and defense at night. In the end, it was not prevented. We didn't even take down a single tower, and the other party directly stole our base. What a sin. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Su Qing looked around and found that everyone was staring at him with red eyes, as if they wanted to pounce on him and eat him. He shrugged at the crowd. She's so charming, there's nothing I can do about it. Qin Jiashong seemed not to see these scenes at all, treating them all as air, and had no effect on her at all. Her eyes were only on Su Qing from beginning to end. If Su Qing didn't give her an attractive enough answer, what would it matter even if it was 50 million? If she doesn't want to do something, no one can force her. Singing those messed up songs would be a lifelong shame. Qin Jiashong and Shun, she looked at each other, both confused. It's not quite true to say that Su Qing doesn't have that idea. If he did, why did he bring two women together? Isn't this wrong? Qin Jiashong and Shun, she nodded to each other as a greeting. Although there were some sparks, Shun, she was still a little excited. After all, this was a real star. I'll only give you 5 minutes. If I don't get the answer I want within 5 minutes, I won't agree to your proposal, no matter how good it is. Qin Jiahua said without a doubt. What 5 minutes? Shun, she was confused and didn't know what was going on. I have to come up with something that will impress Ms. Chan within 5 minutes. Otherwise, she won't agree to my terms. Suin explained. What conditions? Help her pay the 50 million yuan penalty. Shun Shi. Are all rich people so willful? And it seemed that Qin Jiashong had not agreed immediately, which made her have a better impression of Qin Jiashong. Take a 5-minute break, or even sleep. Su Qing told Qin Jiashong that what he wanted to bring out were the lyrics and composition, and there was really nothing else to talk about. Even if I talk to Gordon Chan, I may not be moved. After all, this person can even resist the temptation of 50 million, so you have to come up with something that can impress her. Not too much is needed. One piece of paper is enough. Almost no one can resist this perfect version of the brightest star in the night sky. The brightest star in the night sky represents a person's soul and represents the deepest emotions when one has no way to retreat or avoid. I have lost some things before, and I have felt regret and helplessness. I always gave up because of lack of courage and suffered and struggled in self-pulling. After the changes, some other elements were added. Even if we lose and give up countless times, we still have to stick to our true selves and be firm in ourselves. We have to look up at every star with love and hope in our hearts and go to a bigger world. Whenever he listened to this song late at night, he couldn't help but burst into tears. The later it gets at night, the more people and things I can think of. The perfect version of a song will be even more explosive than the original. Su Qing pulled a napkin from the side and wrote the lyrics and music. Gordon Chan, didn't you come to me and say you'd give me 5 minutes to convince me? So what are you doing? You call me over here just to let me come and see if your handwriting is beautiful? Or napkins? Shun, she was also extremely embarrassed standing next to him. I want to say something to make the atmosphere less awkward, but I don't know what to say. Sister Chun, your singing is so beautiful. I even voted for you before. Shun, she gritted his teeth and continued the awkward conversation. Really? Thank you so much. Qin Jiashong glanced at her and was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet a fan here. But looking at Su Qing riding furiously beside me, I really don't know whether I should be happy or helpless. The people around him said fuck in their hearts. You invite people over just to let them read what you write? With such a beautiful girl sitting in front of you, you still have a mind to do other things. What is written? A pornographic book? So attractive. They are so disappointed with Su Qing that they wish they could be replaced by Su Qing. Please be a human being. 5 minutes later, Su Qing put down his pen. Okay, let's take a look. He put the napkin on the table. Gordon Sean, is this what you wanted to show me? Chun Jiashang glanced at her and said, if it were someone else, she would have walked away long ago. You must have believed in evil to stay here. Just look at it. Su Qing pushed the napkin over and straightened it. Can you write a song in 5 minutes? Chun Jiashang no longer had any hope in his heart and planned to take a few casual glances and find a reason to refuse. But after she took one look, she couldn't move away. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. There was a strong light flashing in her eyes. Her heart was beating fast, and she was extremely excited. It was as if an old client saw a newcomer. It was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days seeing a big meal. How can I be more satisfied? What perfect lyrics and music, there's almost nothing wrong with it. The depression in the first half and the unwillingness to give up in the second half form a sharp contrast. The transition between the two emotions is just right, allowing people to reach the highest point of emotions and then release them suddenly. This is just perfect. This song is top-notch, but there are still some things she doesn't understand. She raised her head and looked at Su Qing and said enthusiastically, can you say for me roughly? I don't quite understand some of the tunes. Su Qing was startled by her gaze. Business is business. Don't do anything bad to me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are beautiful. Okay, I just have a rough idea in mind, so I'll lend you my guitar. He also played guitar for a while and still knew the basic melodies. He was already familiar with this song, and although some changes had been made, it was still basically the same. He began to sing slowly. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear it clearly? The loneliness and sigh in the heart of the person looking up. After the song was over, Su Qing sang with ecstasy, as if she was immersed in the song and couldn't extricate herself. After singing, open your eyes and take a deep breath. But I found that their eyes looked a little strange. What's wrong? Are you shocked by me? Su Qing was complacent. Chun Jiashang looked extremely distressed and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. You sing so awful. Shun, she nodded and added, and the sound is broken. Suing, can we still have fun? It never ends, doesn't it? Come on, here's the guitar for you, sing. Chapter 57. You want to pick me up? Please recommend votes. I can't bear to listen to it. Chun Jiashang's musical level is top-notch, and the profound meaning of the songs can be deeply felt. The song Su Qing just sang was not much different from what she had imagined. After going over it in her mind again, she already had a basic idea in mind, but some parts still required the coordination of various instruments to bring the song to its peak. But the more I savor it, the more I realize how high the level of the lyrics and arrangement of this song is. Especially in this song, the rhythmic coordination of different instruments is very bold. But the final result is definitely not bad. This is what she admires most. This level of talent is comparable to that of top international composers. What's even more terrifying is, she just saw with her own eyes that Su Qing took out a napkin and started writing lyrics and arranging music without any pause, completing it in one go. How could this be something a human would do? This kind of person can only be called a pervert. Su Qing, whom she regarded as a pervert, looked at her with an increasingly strange look in his eyes. He was startled. No way. I helped you out of your misery with good intentions, and even wrote lyrics and composed music for you. And you actually want to have sex with me? Chun Jiashang had no idea what was going on in his mind. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. I still don't quite understand. You want to terminate my contract and even release a song that could be passed down for decades. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Chun Jiashang still hasn't figured it out. The song amazed her. Moreover, the lyrics and music are all complete and do not need to be adapted again. They are completely ready-made. As soon as it is taken out, it will immediately cause a scramble. Especially some singers who are in a bottleneck period and have not produced any good works for a long time are eager to find lyrics. Although there are many people in the lyricist industry, their quality varies. The real top-tier singers all have their own lyricists, but for some ordinary top-tier singers, it is not that easy. After all, there are only a few people who can write and sing their own songs. This has led to a shortage of excellent lyricists and composers. It is precisely because of this that Chun Jiashang felt extremely shocked and unbelievable. It's like someone suddenly comes up to you on the street and tells you that there is $1 billion fortune that needs you to inherit. When you first hear it, it seems extremely absurd. If you believe it, you must be mentally ill. But now it is right in front of Chun Jiashong, and she has no choice but to believe it. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly asked with a wary look in her eyes, "Are you trying to pick me up?" Suing. The wine in his mouth sprayed out directly. Cough, cough, cough. You can eat whatever you want. Don't talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. Shunchi had a strange look on his face, as if he had also thought of this possibility. And the more he looked at Su Qing, the more he felt something was wrong. It's like watching an LSP. Su Qing felt that even if he jumped into Yellow River, he could not wash himself clean. Is it so difficult to be a good person and do good things? I really didn't mean that. Don't worry, I just want to do a good deed. There's nothing else to it. If you don't want it, forget it. Su Qing pretended to reach for the lyrics. Stop. Chun Jiashong quickly stopped him. Then, as if to protect yourself from thieves, I folded the napkin carefully and put it in my wallet. He kept his eyes on Su Qing, fearing that he would go back on his word. She could resist being tempted by a 50 million yuan termination fee, but she couldn't resist such a masterpiece. If such a song that is ahead of its time were to slip away from her hands, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Don't be so precious. Don't worry, there are plenty of songs like this, Su Qing said lightly. But to Chun Jiashong's ears, it sounded like thunder. More? How is this possible? Songs like this will definitely leave a lasting mark on the Chinese music scene. But now Su Qing said he still had a lot. She subconsciously chose not to believe it. But Su Qing just told her with his actions that there are people with natural talent in the world. 5 minutes, a masterpiece. If you tell it to others, no one will believe it. If Su Qing had copied it, she didn't believe it. How could such a song be unknown? If not, the truth is too shocking. Now Su Qing said that he still had a lot of them. Chun Jiashong was extremely speechless. Are they the cabbages on the street? I will arrange for a lawyer to contact your original company, and I will pay all the termination fees. In addition, I will give you 500,000 yuan in recording funds, but at the same time, I will take 60% of the revenue generated by this song. Su Qing said he would not do business that would lose money. He would have to make up for the 50 million he gave away in vain somewhere else. Otherwise, if you continue to spend like this, sooner or later you will end up spending more than you earn. However, as long as he succeeds, the benefits that Chun Jiashong will bring him will definitely be more than this. The lyrics, after a system upgrade, are 10 years ahead of the times, and Gordon Chan's strength and appearance are both top-notch choices. The combination of the two generates energy beyond imagination. Okay, I agree. Chun Jiashong had no objection, although 60% was a bit too much, but the lyrics and music were all written by Su Qing. It is reasonable to take 60%. Besides, if there are so many high-quality songs in the future, there will be no need to worry about money. You can release this song first. After you have dealt with your affairs, you can come to Su Group to find me. My name is Su Qing, and this is my phone number. Su Qing took out another napkin and wrote down the phone number. Gordon Chan, could you please not be so shabby? Don't sign a contract. She was becoming more and more confused about this kind of trickery. No need, I believe you, Su Qing said with a smile. He cares more about fame than money. Even if Chun Jiashong runs away, he still has plenty of partners. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. The two men shook hands. They're discussing cooperation here. People watching from afar had no idea what they were talking about, especially when they saw Gordon Chan folding napkins one after another and putting them into his wallet, and then shaking hands. They were going crazy. What exactly was written? They are very affectionate here. Yang Xiuhan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He is the protagonist. Okay. Who are you looking at? You should all be looking at me. You bitch. Why are you pretending to be so pure? Sooner or later I will get you, and I don't believe you can stay so noble forever. He straightened his clothes and smiled. He walked to Su Qing's table and whispered, Jiashong, I came here today specifically for you. As long as you are willing to come back with me, I promise that our company will no longer impose any restrictions on you. There are a lot of high-quality resources, and the company will tailor a brand new album for you. He came closer and spoke. After all, you know my background. Yang Xiuhan was still very confident in his heart that no one could resist such temptation. Chun Jiashong glanced at him indifferently and said disdainfully, You have bad breath. Stay away from me. Chapter 58 Uncle Liu, please recommend votes. It was so embarrassing to be called a bad breath in front of so many people. Yang Xiuhan's face turned the color of liver. But he couldn't get angry because many people had already raised their phones. If he started cursing in public today, I'm afraid that all major media and entertainment outlets will be filled with negative news about him tomorrow. This kind of negative news is something he absolutely does not want to see. He took a deep breath, held back the anger in his heart, and whispered, Jiashang, you have to know that if I didn't help you, you probably wouldn't be able to make it through the 5-year period. You wouldn't be able to release songs, you wouldn't be able to appear on TV shows, and you would never make any money. I'm afraid no one would be willing to pay a 50 million yuan termination fee for you. The entertainment industry changes so quickly. Do you think anyone will still remember you in 5 years? Thinking of this, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What's the use no matter how popular your songs are or how talented you are? You still have to be tied up in the company. Who is willing to pay the 50 million yuan termination fee for you? Chun Jiashang frowned. If she hadn't trusted her agent so much and given her full authorization, how could she have been tricked and signed such a stupid contract? Although she fired her agent immediately after learning about this, the consequences were ultimately unreversible. Sucker, am I the one you're talking about? Su Qing put down the cup and looked at him. Don't worry about it. I've already paid for Chun Jiashang's termination fee. Just wait for the termination letter. So, she's not from your company right now. Please stay away from her and don't delay our relationship. Su Qing shook his head in disgust. Terminate the contract? What does that mean? Yang Xiuhan was confused. He suddenly looked at Su Qing with an unknown anger in his eyes. It was like a prey that he was determined to catch. He finally trapped it, but he didn't expect that it would be taken away by the wolf in the end. It's the termination of contract you imagined. What's the problem? Su Qing spread out his hands. You paid 50 million for her. Yang Xiuhan swallowed his saliva, suddenly feeling something was wrong, and pointed at Shun Shi. Yeah, is there a problem? I feel sorry for her talent. So what's wrong with wanting to help her? If you don't do anything, why don't you let me do something? Su Qing shook his head and felt very ashamed of their behavior. The woman in leather jacket stared at Chun Jiashang with a jealous and crazy look. Why do people always like you wherever you go? How am I worse than you? I have good looks, a good figure, and good posture. Why? Good luck just can't come to me. Yang Xiuhan suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong and instinctively wanted to keep Chun Jiashang, but he couldn't find any reason. Angry and unwilling. A mixture of emotions. Jiashang, you can't go. You work for the company. How can you betray the company? Yang Xiuhan couldn't help but ask loudly. This place was originally the visual focus. When Yang Xiuhan got angry, everyone became alert. Yang Xiuhan spoke too quietly for them to hear, but that doesn't mean they didn't gossip. How can you miss such an exciting scene? Betraying the company? You didn't even give them a chance to perform, and you still accuse them of betraying you. Have some shame. Su Qing said disdainfully that in the future he would have to ask Lao Lu to save some old and thick phlegm and be ready to spit it out at any time. There are too many people in this world who don't want billion. There are not enough. At this moment, the door of the bar was suddenly pushed open. An elegant middle-aged man, wearing glasses, accompanied by a group of people, walked in accompanied by Manager Zheng. When Manager Zheng faced this man, he was very nervous, fearing that he would not take good care of him. Su Qing recognized the person at a glance. Lu Shou. People in the underworld call him Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu saw Su Qing at a glance, smiled, and nodded at him. Ignoring their age, they were equal in some ways. Then he turned his head to look at Yang Xiuhan and Chun Jiashang. Being in a high position, he naturally knew the conflicts and inside stories between the two. He didn't know that Qing Bar was able to invite Yang Xiuhan. Normally, he never asked about such trivial matters, because the biggest names we usually invite are just third-tier stars. Although Yang Xiuhan's divinity has been lost, he can still be considered second-tier, and his identity and background destined him to be extraordinary. But with his status and position, Yang Xiuhan was nothing in his eyes, so even if he offended him, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, he was originally going to see Chun Jiashang today, but he received a call from Manager Zheng on the way, so he drove faster. Xiao Su, how come you have time to come to Uncle Lu's place today? You didn't even say hello. I'm sorry that my subordinates didn't treat you well. Don't mind it. Uncle Lu walked over and said with a smile. Uncle Lu is qualified to call him Xiao Su. His character alone makes Su Qing admire him very much. Uncle Lu, I came here to play with a friend today. I didn't think too much about it and didn't dare to trouble you. Su Qing stood up and said, Zheng Qian, this is the chairman of the Su Group. Remember this from now on. When Mr. Su comes again, all his expenses will be free of charge. Uncle Lu turned his head and said. Manager Zheng was sweating profusely behind him. I didn't expect that there would be such a huge Buddha squatting in such a small bar. It is of the same level as the big boss of this restaurant. It's a pity that Yang Xiuhan actually wanted to kick him out himself. I'm afraid I'll be fired if someone calls me. Yang Xiuhan killed people. He was glad that he managed to hold it back. Mr. Su's willingness to come is the greatest recognition of us. He quickly smiled apologetically to save his image. Uncle Lu, no need to be so affectionate. We're not that familiar. Yang Xiuhan was also surprised when he saw the person coming. Just as he opened his mouth, Uncle Lu stopped him with his hand. Yang Xiuhan's smile froze on his face. Uncle Lu's industries cover a wide range, including the entertainment industry. Although Yang Xiuhan was not very familiar with him, he had met him once or twice, and his uncle had business dealings with Uncle Lu San. Even if they were not very familiar with each other, he would not say such heartless words. This shows that the other party doesn't want to pay attention to him at all. This is a very bad omen. What's even more terrifying is that the person who stood up for Chen Jiashong is on the same level as Uncle Lu. He knew very well how terrifying Uncle Lu was. Unless the big boss stepped in, he couldn't afford to offend his uncle. How terrifying would people at the same level as him be? He could even imagine it with his feet. Uncle Lu glanced at him and said, "Why? You're not leaving yet? Do you want me to ask you to leave?" "Yes." Yang Xiuhan left dejectedly, feeling anxious and powerless. With the two big guys favoring him, how can he stop them? Head. When they came out, the woman in leather jacket said with a look of jealousy, "What's so great about that? It's just some shit luck. I must make her pay the price." Yang Xiuhan was filled with shame and indignation. Just wait. Even if the contract is terminated, it won't matter. You will still be suppressed and unable to get ahead. Inside the bar, after some reminiscing about the past, Uncle Lu got down to business. He looked at Chen Jiashong with burning eyes. "Hello, Miss Chen. After observing you for a while, I think you're a perfect fit for our company, so I'd like to sign you. What do you think?" As soon as the words fell, he noticed that Su Qing and the other two looked at him with a strange look. Chapter 59 Rejection. Please recommend votes. Uncle Lu touched his face and asked in surprise, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" He didn't think about anything else for a moment, and he didn't expect that Su Qing had already taken Chen Jiashong down. Although the Su Group has many industries covering various aspects, it has not yet entered the entertainment industry. Seeing that Chen Jiashong had no reaction, he thought that he had not explained it clearly enough. Quickly added, "You're a talent I have always valued. I didn't sign you right away when you came to Qing Bar because I wanted to see what choice you would make in this difficult situation. The result makes me very satisfied. Don't worry, the contract I'm giving you is absolutely reasonable. You won't have the unfair contract you had with your previous company again. At the same time, I will also help you with the 50 million yuan termination fee. I will also provide you with our company's top lyricist and composer to tailor a new album for you. Although this involves some copyrights, as well as some advertising and film and television revenue sharing, don't worry, I'm a very ethical businessman and I won't give you a penny less." Uncle Lu's promise is more valuable than a contract, because his own credibility is extremely high. Since he has stated so many points clearly, he will definitely carry them out to the end. What's more, the contract is very generous to Chen Jiashong. Compared with the previous unfair treaty, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. He himself thinks so too. If ordinary people heard the content of this treaty, they would have no reason to refuse it. However, although Chen Jiashong showed gratitude on his face, he was not excited and did not agree to him. Just when he was full of doubts, Chen Jiashong said apologetically, "Thank you for your kindness, but you're a little late. I've already agreed to cooperate with Su Qing. Thank you again." She stood up and bowed her head slightly in thanks. She was already very grateful in her heart for what others had done for her. In this cannibalistic society, I wonder how many artists dream of meeting such a wise leader. Even if it was half an hour earlier, she would agree without hesitation. But Su Qing appeared first. Uncle Lu's contract was very generous to her, but Su Qing brought her more aspirations and hopes and could be regarded as her mentor. There is enough fatal attraction, so she could only apologize to Uncle Lu. "Please think about it again and take a closer look at the contract. I have brought the contract here." Uncle Lu spoke again. "Don't think about it, really. I know your conditions are very generous, and I'm also tempted, but Su Qing gave me something more fatally attractive to me, so I can only apologize." Chen Jiashong refused again with full of apology. After listening to her, Uncle Lu was a little stunned as he didn't expect such an outcome. He never thought that Chun Jiashong would reject him. And the reason for the rejection was because of Su Qing. Su Qing is not involved in the entertainment industry. What's there to cooperate on? Isn't this just winking at a blind man? He thought for a moment, but decided not to give up. He had finally come across a piece of unpolished jade and didn't want to waste it. Although Su Qing is young and promising, he does not believe that Su Qing has the ability to make Chun Jiashong a new generation of powerful singer. This is not because he looks down on Su Qing, but because everyone has their own expertise. So he turned to look at Su Qing and said sincerely, "Xiao Su, Miss Chun is very talented. I believe you also noticed this. However, everyone has their own expertise. You haven't been involved in the entertainment industry, nor do you have any talent in this area. It will be a waste to have Miss Chun in your hands. My idea is that if she joins my company, she will be able to get better development. Of course, I will also give you some compensation." Uncle Lu said earnestly. Part of this is for the company. Another part is to cherish talents. He didn't know why Chun Jiashong gave up such a lucrative contract and followed Su Qing wholeheartedly. But if it can be saved, he still wants to save it. Uncle Lu, I understand your meaning and concerns, but I have also thought deeply about this matter. It is not an impulsive act. Su Qing touched his nose. Does he look so unreliable? And I also have the idea of re-establishing an entertainment sector so basic guarantees can still be provided. Su Qing said. This idea was just an immature one because he only had a vague understanding of the entertainment industry, and professional matters could only be left to professionals. Uncle Lu, even if we set up a company, it would take a while to find the right talent and equipment. Su Qing knew that he was telling the truth. He originally wanted to find an outsourcing company, and as for the entertainment sector, he could only proceed step by step. However, it seems that Uncle Lu is a ready-made outsourcing company. Uncle Lu's image instantly became taller in his eyes, emitting light. A bit dazzling, Uncle Lu looked at him with a somewhat uneasy look. I wasn't wrong. That's how it is. Su Qing knew that if she didn't produce some evidence to convince him, Uncle Lu might really refuse to give in. Su Qing nodded at Chun Jiashong. Take out that song and show it to Director Lu. Song? What song? Uncle Lu was confused. Chun Jiashong carefully took out a folded napkin from his wallet. That expression was like a pilgrimage. It was as if that napkin was a rare treasure. Uncle Lu, he almost thought he was seeing things. How can a napkin be treated like a treasure? Still neatly folded in the wallet. Mr. Lu, this is a song Su Qing wrote for me. It's because of this song that I rejected you. Chun Jiashong handed over the napkin. Is it that magical? Uncle Lu thought to himself. But after taking a quick glance, the contempt on his face disappeared and he became very serious. Although he is not an expert in the music industry, his appreciation ability is not bad. It's immediately apparent that this song is something special. Whether it is writing lyrics or composing music, they all reveal a new trend. Almost no one under his wing can compare to him. After a while, he raised his head and exclaimed, "It's truly a top-notch piece of work. Even though I'm not a professional, I can tell the artist's skill has reached the pinnacle. It's so effortless and can truly stir people's emotions. I never thought you would have such a talent under your command. I have to admire you." Uncle Lu felt powerless. With such a work in front of him, no matter how hard he tries, it will be in vain. At the same time, I became deeply curious about the author of this song. What kind of person is he? He is a genius to be able to create such an amazing song. It would be great if I could poach his subordinates, but this is just a thought. If I really poach him, I will become a complete enemy of Su Qing. Su Qing understood him very well. The original song of this song is quite excellent and widely sung. After the perfect evolution of the system, there are almost no loopholes, and it is infinitely close to perfection. Uncle Lu, I have a request, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Su Qing smiled and said that he had a good idea. Chapter 60 Cooperation. Please recommend votes. Uncle Lu looked up with a puzzled expression, not knowing what he meant. Su Qing did not keep the secret and said directly, Uncle Lu, I'd like to borrow your resources and equipment. I'll also pay the corresponding price. We can work together. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss. Su Qing returned the words he had given to Chun Jiashong intact. He had a lot of considerations. Uncle Lu's entertainment company also had the business of recording songs, and it was difficult for him to equip himself with the corresponding equipment at once. In addition, he lacks resources in this area, so it is most convenient to find a company to cooperate with. It's like laying eggs in a shell. Just like the former world tennis queen Li Na. After becoming strong, you can leave the organization, hire your own coach and team, compete, and endorse independently. All of your income is your own, and you don't need to share dividends. That was his idea. All copyrights belong to him, and Uncle Lou's company is just a promotion channel. After listening to this, Uncle Lou did not express his opinion immediately. He stared at Su Qing and kept calculating the gains and losses in his mind. Although he has a decent character, but business is business, and one thing is another. He paced back and forth quietly, and no one dared to disturb him. Finally, he stopped, looked at Su Qing helplessly, took a deep breath, exhaled, and nodded seriously. Okay, I agree, but your partner can only be me. No second company is allowed to appear. He took a long time to make this decision. Although his company has the business of recording songs, Su Qing's requirements are not limited to this, but also include a series of promotions. If your own company does not promote it, it is very unwise and even unprofitable to promote an outsider. For him, the best way is definitely to bring Chun Jiashang into his pocket, so as to maximize the benefits. But after watching that song, he knew it was impossible. We can only settle for the second best. Accept cooperation. Su Qing nodded. This was the best ending. But I have a request. I need to really listen to this song so that I can decide how much resources I can invest in it. Uncle Lou continued. Music is to be listened to, and what can be heard is the most reassuring. Okay, I want to listen to it too. Su Qing nodded and agreed to his request. I don't know what the effect will be when Gordon Chan sings this song, but I think it should be very explosive. It should be a little better than mine. I think my singing is not bad. It's just a difference in technique, but the emotions are still very much in place. Su Qing thought happily. If Chun Jiashang knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him. How many strokes are there in writing the word death? Let's go to my place. We have everything in our company. We have ready-made musical instruments and equipment. I also just imported a batch of tuning equipment from Germany. It's top-notch in China. Uncle Lou was greeting them, and he was a little impatient. A group of people watched them leave, and then various discussions and speculations began to arise. Today's event was so explosive. Yang Xiuhan arrived at the scene in person and had a conflict with others. Once the video is posted on WeChat Moments, it will definitely become a big hit. The group drove to Uncle Lou's Tiansheng Entertainment Culture Company, Ltd. Tiansheng Entertainment, although not as good as those top entertainment companies, but it also occupies a leading position in the industry. It has made many stars famous and produced many TV series. Although there are not many good ones, it is not unknown after all and has attracted many artists. Especially in recent times, he has increased his investment and the prospects are good. Many people looked at the big boss coming in and greeted him. At the same time, he looked at the people behind him with curiosity. There were handsome men and beautiful women, especially the young man in front, who was walking side by side with the big boss. They thought secretly in their hearts, could it be that this is a new artist discovered by the company? The big boss is here. This is too much of a big deal. Don't blame them for having such wild thoughts. Can a person who is worthy of Uncle Lou's companionship be an ordinary person? What's more, he is standing side by side with Uncle Lou. Even some ordinary first-line stars don't get this treatment. If he doesn't have a strong background, he'd be just a fool who doesn't understand the ways of the world. They prefer the first one, because handsome people shouldn't be that stupid. Is anyone in the newly set-up recording studio right now? Uncle Lou asked the person in charge. Of course, an ordinary recording studio would be fine, but since we are here, we must do our best. Chairman, Huang Wanyue is recording a new song inside, but she has been in there for almost 2 hours. I wonder if she has finished recording, said the person in charge. Huang Wanyue is the #1 female artist in their company and also the most popular and highest-ranking artist at the moment. She is preparing to release a new song recently, so she has been staying there all the time. Uncle Lou nodded and said nothing. Walked straight to the recording studio. When they walked into the recording studio, there was already a woman recording a song inside. The person in charge of the recording studio saw the big boss coming and quickly stood up and saluted. Uncle Lou did not interrupt Huang Wanyue's recording directly, but stood outside and listened quietly. It was recorded over and over again. Something always goes wrong. Huang Wanyue was extremely anxious and on the verge of collapse, because no matter how hard she tried, the new song always lacked something, as if it lacked soul. After seeing people coming outside, especially the big boss, he became even more anxious and almost started cursing. Let her come out. She's too anxious. This won't work. Let her calm down. Uncle Lou shook his head and said. Huang Wanyue has a mental problem. If she can't adjust herself, I'm afraid she won't be able to record this song successfully. His words were the golden rule, and the person in charge of the recording studio quickly opened the door and called Huang Wanyue. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I'm recording? Huang Wanyue had been unable to record a song and was interrupted, so she was in a very bad mood. The person in charge also knew about her bad temper. He can't afford to offend either. I can only say in a gentle voice, Teacher Huang, Director Liu said you were too impatient and need to wait a while. I want you to go out and calm down first. Huang Wanyue took a deep breath and said, Okay. She's hot-tempered and a big shot, but she also has to consider the person. The big boss is standing outside, so she is much more restrained. She walked out of the recording studio, saluted Uncle Liu, and stood in front of him. She was just a virgin, so there was no room for her to be presumptuous. She looked at Su Qing and the others, and only Qin Jiashong looked familiar to her. But I couldn't remember who it was for a moment. She thought he was a superstar who was discovered from somewhere. Uncle Liu nodded at her, then turned to Qin Jiashong and said with a smile, Miss Chun, please. Qin Jiashong nodded, took out the napkin he had just used, and handed it to the person in charge. This is a composition. Please press this to tune it electronically. The person in charge looked at the crumpled napkin in front of him and felt a little uncomfortable. Huang Wanyue was speechless and curled her lips. Using napkins to make music was simply an insult. How could there be any good work? She felt more contempt in her heart. But she didn't know how shocked the person in charge of the recording studio was when he was adjusting the music. It's like a raging storm and galloping horses. I almost bowed down to the creator of the song. Chapter 61 Explosion. Please recommend votes. Electronically synthesized music is just a simple accompaniment, and a real recording involves too many aspects. But today they just want to see the approximate effect. Not long after, a simple electronic accompaniment has been produced. The person in charge tried his best to restore the original accompaniment in order to achieve the best effect. Director Liu, everything has been set up, and we're ready to start at any time. The person in charge was full of excitement. Just a quick glance, and he knew how mysterious the composer was and how bold the coordination between various instruments was. This trendy combination does not feel messy at all. It seems like a brand new style of music. Gordon Chan was still resting with his eyes closed, brainstorming in my mind. After only watching it once or twice, she had memorized the song completely. This was her innate talent that no one could imitate. The people outside saw that she didn't move for a long time and just closed her eyes, and they couldn't help feeling anxious. What are you thinking about? Mr. Liu, do you want to go in and call this lady? The person in charge looked a little anxious. Huang Wanyue felt even more disdainful. Humph, why are you pretending? What kind of superstar? She has never even seen this person. I'm afraid she's some rich girl who came out of nowhere and just wanted to record a song for fun on a whim. She really thinks she's some kind of genius. This is princess syndrome and needs to be treated. It's just a few bucks, what's a big deal? I really don't know why Mr. Liu takes it so seriously. If you have that little time, you might as well pay more attention to me. I am the company's treasure, and the company's performance depends entirely on me. She felt a little jealous. Uncle Liu didn't know what was going on in her mind, and even if he did, he wasn't in the mood to care. When the person in charge asked him, he didn't say anything and looked at Su Qing first. The person in charge was shocked. What was this person's status? Why does the big boss have to look at his face? There's a little more awe invisibly. Su Qing shook his head. No hurry. Wait a little longer. Su Qing knew that Qin Jiashong was not asleep, nor was he completely unsure. After all, people with orange luck can walk on a path for a very long time. How could they not have enough talent? Sometimes they even feel confused because of their excessive talent. Suddenly, Qin Jiashong opened his eyes, nodding at them. It's enough to indicate. As the music started, Qin Jiashong stood up, closed his eyes, and slowly opened his mouth. She wants to sing this song with the strongest emotions and feel the artistic conception of the song. A pleasant voice sounded. Qin Jiashong was worthy of being the #1 in the talent show that year. As soon as he opened his mouth, people's hair stood on end. There was nothing else in their minds, as if everything was cleared. She grasped the characteristics of the song. The song starts from low to high, and the explosion of music made their scalps tingle. They felt extremely comfortable and extremely excited. The fluctuations of their inner emotions are closely linked to the ups and downs of the music and Qin Jiashong's singing. The most important thing about a song is that it resonates with the audience. Otherwise, no matter how well you write a song or how beautiful the lyrics are, it will be in vain. This is an unprecedented new musical combination. The prelude gives people goosebumps and recalls those people and things in the past, and the emotions are immediately involved. The chorus is like a person singing about the past. The world has changed, and the people and things have changed. The people who once walked side by side with us have long gone away, and perhaps we will never see them again. The faces we have forgotten in our hearts, and perhaps when we meet them, we will only say, "Hello, vote for my child." Slowly the song enters the motivational part. Even if we forget the past, there is still a future. The brightest star in the night sky will always shine on us as we move forward forever. Forget the past and embrace the new future. Is both youth and ideal. After the song ended, there was complete silence. Everyone's heart felt as if it were hit by a heavy stone, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Resonance and echo. Let them have an unforgettable aftertaste. So cool. A few young people wiped away their tears inadvertently, perhaps because they were thinking of their youth and regrets. Suing. There was only one thought in his mind. This woman's singing skills are so amazing. She's way better than anyone else. I felt a little embarrassed when I thought about how I had once messed around in front of her. What a sin. Fortunately, I didn't express my true thoughts in front of her. But this song is written by myself after all. At least that's how they see it. The image hasn't collapsed yet. We can still save it. Chun Jiashong pushed open the door of the recording studio and walked out. Her heart could not calm down for a long time. The shock brought to her by this song was really too great. He looked at Su Qing as if he was looking at a monster. I wish I could eat him alive. Ms. Chun, this song is truly amazing and impeccable. I can't even imagine the sensation the full version will cause. Uncle Lu clapped his hands and exclaimed in praise, saying that even a person in a state of mind was deeply moved when he heard this song. This song will surely become popular all over the country. This business did not lose money. If it weren't for Chun Jiashong's talent and state of mind, there would be no need for him to take action. Unexpectedly, the surprises that Gordon Chan brought him were far more than that. He half-jokingly shook his head and said, "Xiao Su, if it weren't for you, I would have found a way to sign Miss Chun to our company. I really don't know what kind of magic you used." "Never mind, Miss Chun. I'm afraid I can't come over, but the lyricist behind you. Can you please help me write a few songs?" He was extremely envious of the creator behind Su Qing. "If I can't recruit anyone, writing a few songs should be no problem." Su Qing scratched his head. The feeling of being praised in person was really embarrassing. Regardless of his goddess image, Chun Jiashong covered his mouth and laughed. "Director Liu, the person you've been trying so hard to find is Su Qing." Uncle Liu opened his mouth wide in disbelief. "Suing, how is this possible? I've never heard that he has such a talent." He looked at Chun Jiashong again, who nodded to him, telling him that he had heard correctly. This song was really composed by Su Qing. When Su Qing left, Uncle Liu kept asking him to compose a few more songs to sell to them, saying money was not a problem. Su Qing really wanted to say, "Is money a problem for me?" Huang Wanyue, who followed Uncle Liu, just wanted to hide herself in the crowd. She was jealous. This is a peak that she will never be able to surpass in her lifetime. That's the difference. Su Qing sent Chun Jiashong and Shun Shi to the airport and bought tickets for them. We said goodbye to each other and made an appointment to meet again. Gordon Chan has to go and take care of something and then fly back. Shun Shi wanted to return to the Taoist temple. Both women left him today, which made him feel a little sad. The plane takes off. Su Qing watched the two planes fly away, his mind drifting away. I sighed in my heart. Women are really the cutest animals in the world. Chapter 62, Aunt? Please recommend. When Su Qing returned to the villa, it was already night. I didn't expect so many things to happen during this trip. Fortunately, I finally found a talent. I have been running around for luck all day long and have not been enjoying life much. On the way, he had already called Xiaoani. Chun Jiashong's termination letter would soon be sent out in the name of the company, but the money would be paid by him alone. Although 50 million is a lot, in the long run, the returns you can get are much more than that. Only when you are willing to pay will you get rewards. As soon as he entered the house, Uncle Liu hurried to greet him. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he had returned safely. "Sir, why is it so late? I can't get through to you on the phone. I thought something had happened." Lu Bo said. Su Qing took out his cell phone and took a look. "My phone is out of battery. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. If something really happens, no one can stop me." Su Qing was very confident. That being said, it's better to be cautious. He suddenly remembered what the bodyguard leader had said to him today, which made him feel very strange. His own young master was actually a hidden master? How come I didn't notice it before? If it weren't for what the bodyguard leader said, if Su Qing had gone out for a day and there was no news, he would have taken people out to look for him long ago. How could he have waited until now? Sir, you should take Guan Xiong and the others with you when you go out next time. I know you're powerful, but two fists can't beat four hands. If anything happens, at least there's someone to take the blame for you. Uncle Lu was still a little worried and added another sentence. Guan Xiong is the leader of the bodyguards. He was a special forces soldier with excellent qualities in all aspects. He was a veteran of 10 years and retired because of some problems at home. After retiring, he was noticed by Mr. Su, who helped him solve his family problems and took him under his wing. Now it has been passed down to Su Qing and has become his trump card. Guan Xiong has excellent qualities in all aspects and is proficient in fighting and shooting. Although shooting is not useful for the time being, it may be useful in case of encountering any extreme situation. No one can tell for sure. With such a great master by your side, many problems could be easily solved. Moreover, he is in charge of a group of people, all of whom are retired veterans. After careful selection, they were incorporated into Su Qing's security force. Su Qing only knew that he was doing this for her own good, so she nodded. Uncle Lu, I understand. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will definitely bring them with me when I need them. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use the ready-made subordinates? Lu Bo followed Su Qing into the villa. Dinner has been prepared inside, and it is still extremely luxurious, with good color, aroma, and taste. The plating is particularly artistic, and it looks like a lot of effort has been put into it. Master, it's a good thing you came back in the evening, otherwise today's meal would have been wasted. Lu Bo followed behind and said that the ingredients for this meal were not cheap. Although Su Qing had not returned, they still had to be prepared in advance. Uncle Lu, let's eat together. Su Qing greeted him. He didn't treat Lu Bo as a servant at all, but as an elder. Sir, I'll take the liberty to sit down with you. Uncle Lu did not act shy. They had been together for so long, and he had watched Su Qing grow up since she was a child, so there was no need for him to be reserved about these matters. In the entire villa, he is the only one who has this privilege. That's seniority and authority. Su Qing was already starving. The table was full of Western dishes. The quality was high and the style was fancy, but the taste was a little lacking. This is the original owner's taste, not his. His taste is not that romantic. On the contrary, he prefers national cuisine. The 8 major cuisines all have their own unique flavors, especially the former Hunan cuisine and Sichuan cuisine, which are so appetizing just by smell. I have to talk to Uncle Lu and ask him to change the chef. I should hire a chef from each of the 8 major cuisines. I can eat whatever I want. Although it is a bit wasteful, the purpose of making money is to have a hot meal. If anyone else knew what he was thinking, they would definitely scold him to death. What does it mean to have a hot meal? Just to have a hot meal at your home. You invite all the chefs from the 8 major cuisines to your home? Besides, did you make money? Where do you make money from? I only saw you taking money out, but never taking a few cents in. You still dare to say that you made money. Halfway through the meal, Uncle Lu suddenly raised his head and said, By the way, sir, I have something to report to you. What's up? Su Qing asked doubtfully. Do you remember the name Han Jiexing? Lu Bo said, Han Yixing. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Although he inherited the original owner's memory, the memory was not complete and detailed. Because human memory is very complex, it will gradually decline over time, and some ordinary little things will be slowly forgotten. Just like you can remember the first time you went to elementary school, but you may not necessarily remember what you were wearing that day. These are all selectively forgotten by our brains, unless it's something particularly memorable. So he couldn't remember the name for a moment, but just felt that it sounded familiar. It's normal for you to feel a little strange. I wonder if the lady has ever told you that she has a younger sister. Lu Bo nodded. Even he had no deep impression of the owner of this name, let alone Su Qing. Mother, sister. Su Qing was puzzled, and memories began to slowly emerge in his mind. The original owner's mother's surname was Han, and her name was Han Jilan. His grandfather was also doing very well in business in Linzhou back then, and the original owner's father was an employee under his grandfather back then. Later, because of his outstanding talent and business acumen, he was promoted to a senior position in a short period of time and created a lot of profits. He was noticed by his grandfather and was matched with Han Jilan. At that time, although they had certain interests, they were also loving and respectful to each other. When his grandfather passed away, His father became the heir to the company. Later, the original company went bankrupt due to a financial crisis. His father used his connections in the original company to start a new business and build a business empire in a short period of time, which is the Sue Group. It was also at this time that his father's mentality gradually changed, and he had an extramarital affair. And his grandfather didn't just have one daughter, he actually had another one. But his aunt, Han Jiexing, was rarely mentioned by his mother, and he even doubted whether he had an aunt. From childhood to adulthood, few people mentioned this name. After his parents passed away, no one talked about it anymore. So he thought about it for a long time before he felt that the name was a little strange, but also a little familiar. He raised his head and looked at Lu Bo in confusion, wondering why he suddenly brought it up. The story behind Chapter 63, please recommend votes. Lu Bo did not answer immediately, but turned to the cabinet next door, pulled out the bottom compartment, and took out a piece of mail. I received this afternoon. The recipient is Madam. You haven't been back, so I just left it there. The sender is Han Jiexing. Su Qing looked a little confused. He continued, it's understandable that you don't have any impression of this name, because even I wouldn't have suddenly remembered her if it weren't for this email. His tone was full of sighs. He knew something about what happened back then, but he didn't expect that more than 20 years had passed in a flash. Time is unforgiving. Han Yixing. Su Qing took the letter from him with doubt and opened it. When I opened the mail, I saw a red invitation inside. Su Qing opened it and found it was a wedding invitation. There was also a letter next to it. The name on the letter was not his own, but that of his father and mother. It seems that his aunt doesn't know that his parents have both passed away, otherwise she wouldn't have written their names. He read the letter quickly. His aunt's daughter, who was also his cousin, was about to get married. Now that her two children had grown up, she had thought things through and was no longer so stubborn. This time, his aunt wanted to invite his parents to attend her daughter's wedding and asked about his situation. His mother has lost contact with his aunt for many years, and she can't get through to her on the phone or WeChat. After asking around, I found out their address and sent the letter. Su Qing was speechless after reading the letter. In modern society, where communication is so advanced, I still wonder why simple methods are not used. It turns out that they cannot be found. No wonder they have to use such an ancient method as sending letters. The old couple went downstairs. If he could get through on the phone, it would truly be a supernatural event. The whole letter contained nothing more than an invitation to them to attend his daughter's wedding. But when he saw the address, he was still a little surprised, because the place shown in the address is not far from the city where his university is located. Right next door. It seems that I have some business to discuss in that city. And besides that, there's also a group of classmates. Class reunion? Isn't that a show-off event? It's only been a short time since graduation, and you're already showing off. No wonder you become withdrawn every time you go to a class reunion these days. Then how can we keep in touch with each other? They all go to show off how well they are doing. Class reunion, break up every couple. Su Qing raised her head and asked, Uncle Lu, can you tell me what happened back then? My parents never mentioned it to me, but I saw my mom staring out the window in a daze sometimes. He was really curious about this matter, because his memory of this incident was too vague. He only knew that his aunt seemed to have run away from home, but he had no idea what happened next. The original owner's memory ends here. Liu Bosite. He was a person who had lived through that era. Although he didn't know the details, he knew the general process. Things are not that dramatic. His aunt was not like in the novels, who was taken in as an apprentice by a peerless master and traveled around the world without a trace. It's not like he became a secret researcher, involved in state secrets, and could only contact his family after 20 years. It's not like she married abroad. She returned as the king with 300 billion in her hands. In fact, life is even more chaotic than stories. His aunt fell in love with a literary and artistic worker and was determined to marry him no matter what, even if he had no money. She even broke up with her family for this. His grandfather refused to let him marry the poor boy. She wrote poems all day long and called herself a poet. Her aunt was such a strong and stubborn person that she gave up her status as a rich lady and eloped with someone. You can guess what happened next. This poet is a mama's boy, and his mother-in-law is not a very good person. She always finds fault with him and says that he can't do anything. What's the point of having a daughter? She is just a money loser. Every time a mama's boy quarreled with Han Jiexing, he would just hide away, out of sight, out of mind. Go out for a drink, smoke, and play cards. It's said to be for inspiration. Then the inspiration came to another woman, who came to him with a big belly. The mama's boy found a rich girl and promised to buy him a car and a house as long as they got married. Han Jiexing is a strong-willed person. How could she endure such a great humiliation? If it wasn't for him, why would she give up her previous affluent life, car and house? She didn't have anything she wanted before. The mama's boy also said that there is one in the east of the city and one in the west of the city, and they don't interfere with each other, so it doesn't matter. Many people also advised her to just be patient. Her husband just made a mistake that all men make. It's no big deal. Han Jiexing moved out of the house overnight with her daughter and unborn baby. The next day, we want to get a divorce certificate and parted ways completely. Then Han Jiexing took on the burden of the family alone. She worked as a substitute teacher during the day and tutored students in training classes at night. Later, after she passed the exam and became a full-time teacher, her life became relatively better. Then my son was born. Another huge expense. How could she make ends meet with that little salary? But at this time, she couldn't go out for training, so she could only keep doing some part-time jobs to make ends meet. A person endures loneliness and the burden of life, gives birth to a son with great difficulty, and then raises him to adulthood. The effort spent in this process is simply shocking. But from beginning to end, after we lost contact, she never spoke again, only occasionally sending me a letter. Her parents wanted to support her, but she refused a penny. It all depends on my own efforts, bit by bit. However, Lubo didn't know what happened later. He only knew about the earlier events. 20 years had passed in a flash, and he had no idea about the current situation. After listening to what Lubo said, Su Qing also shook his head. It's too difficult. He found it difficult to listen to, not to mention she's a woman. After listening to Lubo's description, it seemed that his aunt did not covet money at all. Otherwise, as long as she came back, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory. But she never complained. My aunt is really a ruthless person. I didn't expect there were so many stories behind this. No wonder the original owner's memory of Han Jiexing was so vague. But the wedding invitations have already arrived, although his parents are long gone. But it was reasonable for him to go since he had inherited the original owner's identity. The time is 5 days later. It's a good day, suitable for getting married. It's a good opportunity to go to the university and take another look. I'm the only one who didn't attend the graduation ceremony. Okay, I'm done. Uncle Lu, take your time eating. If you have nothing else to do, try not to disturb me. Su Qing stood up and stretched. After a good meal and a good drink, I think, he walked back to the room, sat cross-legged in the room, took a deep breath, and began to practice. Chapter 64. One punch makes you moan. Please recommend. After sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath and then inhaled again. Nulha. I practiced in vain. There's not even a bit of spiritual energy left between heaven and earth. So what's the point of practicing? He took out the spirit stone. This is the only one. I need to find out where the jade jewelry exhibition is held recently. Just give him pot of food. It feels so good. However, since he had no grudge against others, it seemed a bit immoral to do so, and he felt a bit guilty about it. I can only hope to meet a scapegoat in the jewelry business and run into him, so that I can sweep him away without any pressure. But it's rare to find such a sucker in 10 years. He subconsciously checked his luck and was shocked to find that it had inexplicably skyrocketed by tens of thousands. This is not a small number. Normally, he would spend millions to gain such a lot of luck, but he easily earned millions back in just one afternoon, which was faster than robbery. But think about it. It seems that only that game can allow you to easily earn tens of thousands of luck in an afternoon. There are so many games in my mind, and the luck I will have in the future will be almost endless. What made him even more confused was that the power of his luck seemed to have changed color. The numerical value and the color of luck have always been independent of each other. Even though his luck has reached tens of millions, the color of his luck power was still white before, but now it has turned red. This is a transformation, a qualitative leap. What others are born with, he has to accumulate slowly. I feel so sad. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Even though he has so much luck now, the essence remains unchanged. If I burn my luck, can I change the level of my luck power? When he thought of this possibility, he felt a little itchy in his heart. Just do it. Burn your luck and increase your luck level. As his mind moved, his luck began to decrease, and blessings came to his heart, followed by an upgrade in his luck level. 100, 800, 1,000. The value decreases sharply. The color of his luck also began to change. Originally, most of it was white, with less than 1/10 of it being red. And now, this red color is beginning to change. It is like a sunset in the sky. As dusk gradually approaches, The sunset is like a broken wine jar, and the wine inside flows out, illuminating the entire sky red. The red color gradually spread. Dyed all the luck red. Now, with the blessing of luck value, his luck level is so red that blood can drip out. It was as if he had reached a critical point. As long as he sacrificed more luck, the quality of his luck level would reach orange. Moreover, he had a feeling. As long as he keeps burning his luck level will probably continue to soar. He raised his hand. Blessings come to the mind. Punch down. Bang. A big hole suddenly appeared under his fist, and dust flew everywhere. If he hadn't restrained his strength in time, the entire floor would have been pierced through with one punch. He pulled his hand out, brushed off the dust, and looked at it. There was no pain, no scratches, not even a broken skin. But the hole in front of him really existed. The steel bars inside are still clearly visible. The solid wood floor at the top broke into pieces and was deformed. With this punch, tens of thousands of dollars were gone. After that punch, the luck level seemed to have lost its support and began to drop rapidly. The red color, which was originally the most complete, gradually faded and suddenly disappeared. But the difference was that after the operation, just now, only 1/10 of the red color originally remained after it completely faded. Now, at least 3/10 have turned red. He checked his luck and found that in that short moment just now, at least tens of thousands of luck had been consumed. In other words, less than a minute. Millions are gone. He felt so heartbroken that his blood was dripping. He flexed his fists, and the feeling of power he had just felt disappeared in an instant. But that shocking power made him deeply realize how powerful it was. This punch pierced through the concrete floor. If this punch had hit a person, would there be any chance of survival? He discovered a new use for luck. Burning luck can not only instantly improve the quality of luck, but also make the strength surge. Almost no one in the world can block his punch. No matter how fancy you are, I can beat you to tears with one punch, the kind that penetrates. But it's a pity that the power of luck is still somewhat different from what he imagined. After burning the luck, the quality of the luck can only be improved temporarily. It can't be done once and for all, so we have to think of other ways. But this was also a pleasant surprise. He looked at the big hole in front of him and sighed helplessly. How would he explain this? If he said that he was beaten like this by him, Uncle Lou would probably call a doctor immediately to give him a comprehensive examination to see if there were any mental sequelae from his previous illness. This is bullshit. Alas, what a pity for the high-quality Italian imported solid wood flooring. Take out the carpet and cover the big hole in front of you as long as it lasts. After finishing all this, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Start absorbing the spiritual energy from the last spirit stone. He is not sure at what stage of cultivation he is in, because he has no reference at all. The path of cultivation has been cut off. Even if there were people who practiced cultivation in the past, they would probably slowly degenerate and grow old as their spiritual energy depletes. Even if there are some survivors, they may leave here and find a new world. Hundreds of air currents have already grown in his Dantian area, and they're beginning to grow again as he cultivates and absorbs spiritual energy. The airflow ran in his Dantian, and every time it ran, he could feel his physical condition changing. And he found that when he recited the Tao Te Ching, it seems to be particularly compatible with the exercises. They're like a perfect match with a bond between them. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. What is even more strange is that there is no such book as Tao Te Ching in the original owner's memory. He is probably the first person in the world who knows what the Tao Te Ching is. After running for several big cycles, 2 hours have passed. He opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. Only half of the spirit stone was left. As his realm grew, the speed at which he absorbed the spirit stone became faster and faster. The spirit stones are becoming less and less durable. He picked up his phone, and both Shun Shi and Chen Jiashong sent him messages. The two people have arrived safely. He thought for a moment and asked Shun Shi, "You've been to so many famous mountains and rivers. Which one has the best feng shui?" He thought that places with good feng shui have lush vegetation and many rare medicinal herbs, and there might be spiritual energy there. Shunshi, a place with good feng shui. What? Have you figured it out? Did you come to me to help you find the land in advance? Suing. Chapter 65, Wudong Mountain. Please recommend votes. Look at the ground. Look at the ground. Look at the ground. Is this human language? What else do you do besides looking at the land? You didn't learn so many techniques from your Taoist sect, but you mastered this one so well. If your ancestors knew about this, they would jump out and slap you to death. If they asked you to inherit the Taoist tradition, what would you inherit? Although looking at the land is important, can you also learn other things? He will only bring shame to the Taoist sect if he goes out. How will you fight with others when you go out in the future? Are you trying to compete with others in looking at land? Ignorant and incompetent. Su Qing's face twitched. Oh, could you please ask something nice when we meet? I've been thinking about this all day. I am young and in the prime of my life. It doesn't matter. There's no problem living for 100 years. Besides, even if I find a feng shui treasured place to bury myself, it won't be me who will be prosperous. I don't even have any descendants now, so it's useless to be prosperous. He took a deep breath. Resisting the urge to send this tiger woman on maternity leave, I asked, Shun Shi, you previously live-streamed various famous mountains and rivers. Where do you think the most medicinal herbs are produced? I mean wild medicinal herbs. You're asking about medicinal herbs. Shun Shi said with a disappointed tone. Suing, I'm not asking this or anything else. What the hell is this sudden disappointment? Shun Shi paused for a moment, then continued. It seems they're all pretty much the same. There are quite a few people visiting the famous mountains and rivers, and any medicinal herbs that were available have long been harvested. Do you want any wild herbs? I'll go look for it. It seems the Taoist temple still has some in stock, but they're not very old. She's quite enthusiastic. I mean, the herbs are still growing, not picked. This was just his guess. He had looked for some medicinal herbs before, but there was no spiritual energy in them. That's why he wanted to try whether there was any spiritual energy in the growing medicinal herbs and the places where the medicinal herbs grew. After so long, he has gained a certain understanding of the characteristics of spiritual energy. Where there is spiritual energy, plants will grow very lushly, and some special plants will also emerge. Some common medicinal herbs have no spiritual energy. So he wanted to see whether the wild-aged medicinal herbs had any spiritual energy. Logically speaking, places with high medicinal herb production rates should be the most promising. But this is just a hope. In fact, if possible, he even wanted to travel to all the famous mountains and rivers in China to sense whether there was any spiritual energy. But he didn't have that much time, yet he had to do it himself. So we can only try to choose objects with high probability. Anyway, my aunt's daughter's wedding is in a few days, so I might as well take it as an early trip to relax. He doesn't need to worry about the company's affairs. There are professionals to help him manage it. He only needs to ensure that the general direction remains unchanged and this giant ship can move forward as usual. There was no sound from Shun Shi, as if he was thinking. The closest place to Linzhou is Wudong Mountain. I went there a year ago, and someone seemed to have dug up wild Ganoderma lucidum that was hundreds of years old. Wudong Mountain? Hundreds of years old Ganoderma lucidum. Su Qing repeated it in his mind. Wudong Mountain is also a Taoist holy land. The Wudong sect originated here and has enjoyed a high status throughout the dynasties. Many emperors have sent people to renovate Wudong Mountain. Wudong has always been a holy place for cultivation in the hearts of many people. There are strange peaks, ancient streams, rich natural resources, and numerous plant medicinal materials. If there is spiritual energy here, it is not impossible. Wudong happened to be on his route, so he decided to make it his first stop. In my heart, I have set a goal. Then, he subconsciously hung up the phone. Shun Shi was on the other end of the phone. After a beep, there was no sound at all. His expression was slightly dazed. You came to me just to say this. Don't you think my beauty is attractive to you at all? You called to ask about the feng shui of a place, and then hang up after asking. Doesn't your conscience hurt? You can talk to me about movies, variety shows, gossip, or even history. Can't we chat more? I am alone in the Taoist temple. So lonely, so pitiful. Alas, Kayako is still the best. I'll go find him. In fact, apart from loving to get into other people's beds, there seems to be no other shortcomings. Su Qing looked at the phone in his hand. Hey, why did the phone hang up? Never mind, it's just a phone call. Thinking about it, I feel like I did something wrong. Then order some takeout for her to calm her down. What's the address? There doesn't seem to be much of a commercial area there, and the farthest one is about 20 kilometers away. I should be able to deliver it to her, right? If not, I'll give you some extra money for the trip. He opened a food delivery app. I ordered fried chicken, French fries, and pizza, but I felt they were not very healthy. Then I asked the boss to buy some fruits, but he refused and added another $300 for the errand fee. Done. Next, we started preparing for the trip. Judging from the growth of his luck, the response to Plants vs. Zombies should be good. Besides, this game has just been launched, so he doesn't need to worry about developing a second one in the short term. Chun Jiashong has been dealing with personal matters and just returned today. He will probably not be back for a week, but he should have finished it by then, so the timing will just match. Don't worry about the song. It's It's all in his head. Uncle Lou's company has advanced equipment, trustworthy people, and all the resources. It will be easy for him to release an album when the time comes. He yawned. I went into the bathroom and took a comfortable bath. Have a good night. He had a good night's sleep. On Mount Maoshan, a young man in a yellow robe walked along a small path with a bitter look on his face, carrying a few bags of takeout, looking at the dark night sky, the strange sound of the wind, and the dense trees. I kept cursing the person who ordered the takeout in my heart. It's almost midnight. What are you ordering for takeout? You can't just eat noodles, but have to eat fried chicken and pizza. You're quite healthy and even add some fruits. But have you considered my feelings? A cold wind blew. He tightened the yellow robe he was wearing. Damn fortune teller. It was said that when I grow up, I will wear a yellow robe and have delicious fish and meat for every meal. Fraud. If the boss hadn't given him 200 yuan for running errands, which was enough to cover his daily income, he wouldn't have come to deliver this order. After running more than 20 kilometers, I still have to go up the mountain. He remembered that there seemed to be a Taoist temple on this mountain. He wondered if it had been abandoned over the years. There is no signal at all. Damn Apple. The signal is so bad. This is Maoshan. There shouldn't be any zombies, right? There's so many old masters here. Finally, when he was about to despair, he saw a dark building, a small Taoist temple in the deep mountains and old forests, with a solitary lamp in front of the door, full of mystery. There is no cell phone signal. I can only go up and knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After he knocked a few times, there was no sound of footsteps. When he was full of doubts, the door creaked open. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils shrank, and sweat dripped down his forehead. Under the dim light, a terrifying face suddenly appeared in front of him. It made his scalp tingle. Ghost! The string in his mind finally broke. He screamed, put down the takeaway, and ran away at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, not daring to look back for fear that the owner of that face would catch up with him. Shun Shi. Chapter 66. We have a private jet. Please recommend. Is it that scary? Shun Shi touched her face, took off a white facial mask, and tightened the white sheet around her body. I was enjoying watching The Grudge, but someone knocked on the door in the middle of the night. I was freezing to death, and they were still wearing a face mask. But she is not afraid. If there really are criminals, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Do you really think Taoist nuns are easy to bully? I can't kill you. It's too cold tonight. At night, the weather in the mountains was so bad that the wind blew and it almost froze me to the bone. The delivery man just now saw the door open. This is the scene that is presented. In the deep mountains and old forests, under the dim light, a woman in white clothes, with a pale face, walked silently and looked at him with a stiff expression. Strange music could be heard faintly in the dark room. Anyone who doesn't would be scared to death. Who ordered takeout for me this late? She picked up the takeaway and looked at the label. The name was Su Ching's and the phone number was hers. Fried chicken, French fries, cola, pizza, and fruit. Her eyes lit up, she swallowed, and showed her fangs happily. She was hungry, and although they were not healthy, they were all her favorite foods. But she was still unforgiving in her words. You didn't even think of treating me to something delicious, just some fast food. The corners of her mouth curved up. Although he said this, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Delicious. I just downloaded a new movie called World War Z, so I'll take a look at the zombies from abroad. It should be pretty good too. Fried chicken, cola, and zombies, so delicious. As soon as the door was closed, she also turned off the light at the door. In the dark and silent night sky, in the pitch-black forest, bursts of zombie roars could be heard. A flock of birds were startled. The next morning, Su Ching stretched, yawned, got up, and opened the curtains to let the sunlight in. I had a comfortable sleep. I went into the bathroom, took a shower, washed my face, and brushed my teeth, and felt refreshed. After getting dressed, I started packing my things and putting them all into the storage space, symbolically carrying a suitcase in his hand. Ready to go. Let's travel. Uncle Lou, who had just woken up, still had dark circles under his eyes. When he saw Su Ching coming out with a box, he thought he was dazzled from chatting until 1 or 2 a.m. yesterday. Rub your eyes quickly. It turned out to be Su Ching. My little ancestor, where are you going? Why don't you even say hello? He was a little furious. What is this? Uncle Lou, I'm going on a long trip and will attend a wedding. I'll have to trouble you with the family matters. Su Ching gestured to the suitcase in her hand and said with a smile, Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't the wedding still 5 days away? Uncle Lou asked doubtfully. I'll go have some fun. The plane ticket is already booked. I'll ask Wan Xiong to take me to the airport. Okay, I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Su Qing picked up the suitcase and prepared to leave. Go to the airport. Why do you want to go to the airport? Sir, are you going alone? Uncle Lou realized it later and was afraid that something might happen to him. If I'm not going to the airport, where else would I go? The tickets are already booked. One person is enough. I'm going there for a trip, not to collect protection money. Why would I bring so many people with me? Anyway, no one would know him if he went to other provinces. Xia country was relatively safe, so there was no need to bring so many people. Sir, what I mean is, we have a private jet. Why do we need to book a plane ticket? Uncle Lou looked at him strangely. Suing, can you complete a sentence? If it weren't for the fact that you're almost 60 years old, I really want to punch you and make you cry. No, sir, you can't go like this. It's too dangerous. You don't have anyone to serve you. You have to take Guan Xiong and the others with you. Or take Aunt Zhang with you too. At least you'll have a woman who understands you. Lu Bo hurriedly stopped him. Suing. He thought of the moles at the corners of Zhang Ma's mouth. Zhang Ma must be almost 50 years old. Even if you know hot and cold, it won't work. At least you can find someone in his early 30s. Not to mention someone on Lu Yan's level, but at least she should be acceptable, right? This is in line with my identity. Otherwise, when I go out, people will look at me as someone who doesn't want to work hard. Uncle Lou, it's okay. I can take care of myself. I'll only bring 2 or 3 people at most. If there are more, the plane won't have enough space. I don't need women. We have them outside. Su Qing couldn't resist him and took a step back. Okay then, I'll accompany you to the airport. Why do you have to come and get it yourself? I'll do it. He was about to reach out and take the suitcase. No, the box is very light. Su Qing quickly stopped him. As if Lu Bo took it, the truth would be revealed. It's really not his fault. He had already booked a first-class seat on the plane. Who would have thought that he actually owns a private jet? It seems he needs more practice. The identity did not change at all. Uncle Lou made a phone call, and soon Guan Xiong came down with 2 capable men. Still holding suitcases, they packed their things in less than 10 minutes. This is a daunting task. This trip was relatively low-key, with 2 Lincoln SUVs driving out of the Manners Gate. He reported to the airport in the car. As a super VIP, he enjoyed certain privileges. An 8-seater private jet costs tens of millions. Young master, be careful when you go out and take care of yourself. Uncle Lou said loudly. Then he said to Guan Xiong beside him, you guys, make sure to take good care of the young master. If he gets even a scratch, I'll hold you responsible. Guarantee to complete the mission. Guan Xiong issued a military order. Goodbye. Su Qing waved at him. The plane took off and flew directly towards Wudong Mountain. Uncle Lou watched the plane slowly fly away, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. The young master had grown up in the blink of an eye. I also learned to make excuses. What about traveling? It was exposed just now. He went out to look for women. Said, don't ask Aunt Zhang, there's a woman outside. Doesn't this mean there's a woman outside? He felt relieved. The young master had been busy with work, building up such a large company, and then he suddenly fell ill and stayed in bed for a year. There was almost no woman around him. Finally got it. The old Su family is finally starting to branch out. After a few secret joys. Open the cute chat box. Good morning, little baby. Are you up? Get up, or the sun will burn you, but if you don't get up soon. I'm so happy today. My little daughter called me and said that the tea plantation she contracted is about to be harvested, and she invited me to go over for a trip. The little cutie replied, my daughter is so filial. She should go out for a trip, relax, and do more exercise, which is good for her health. Uncle Lou typed quickly with his new phone. Kira 9000 is fast. Yes, my daughter is still saying that she wants to make me some tea that she picked herself. I want to buy a toy for my 3-year-old granddaughter. What do you think she should buy? For a 3-year-old, buy him a big doll. Children like it very much. Uncle Lou gave this suggestion after thinking about it. Wow, that's a great idea. Thank you. I'll send you a photo when I get the chance. I'll send you a selfie as a reward. Uncle Lou smiled happily. Mua, you're welcome. He looked at the photo and smiled shyly. Women are really the cutest animals in the world. The older it gets, the better it tastes. Chapter 67. Arrival of the 64th. 2 hours later. The plane has entered the territory of Wudong Mountain. The nearest airport is less than half an hour away from Wudong Mountain. He looked down from the window of the plane and saw the beautiful and spectacular scenery. Wudong Mountain is certainly more than just a solitary mountain. It is composed of 72 peaks, stretching for 800 miles. Each peak has its own characteristics and is extremely spectacular. The main peak is Tianzhu Peak, which is more than 1,600 meters high. It is extremely magnificent and majestic, standing on the top of the peaks. Other peaks lean toward it like pilgrims. Dozens of architectural complexes support the rich historical and cultural heritage of Wudong Mountain. Countless tourists come from all over the world, and especially during holidays, the place is almost crowded with people. The main peak, where incense is most popular, is naturally bustling with people. After all, it is a Taoist holy land and is very popular. Some of the isolated peaks nearby do not have this treatment. Not to mention the buildings, there's not even a good mountain road. But in the surrounding areas, there are still many people who are tired of the mundane things of the world and settle down in the mountains, no longer caring about the outside world. Therefore, many local residents have built a number of houses specifically for renting out to those who want to escape from the world. A dilapidated single room can earn several thousand yuan in rent a year, and the locals make a lot of money. Everything is changing over time, but Wudong has never changed. It stands forever on the land of Xia, overlooking the ups and downs of the world, forever unchanged. Wudong is still the same Wudong, but the person may not be the same person as before. The plane slowly descended and began to land at the airport under the guidance of the Aviation Administration. After the plane landed, a Lincoln SUV was already waiting there. Although their company had no business in this city, it was still convenient to rent a car. But the rent is also expensive, 5,000 a day. If you rent it for a month, hundreds of thousands of yuan will be gone. The hotel has also been booked in advance, a 5-star international hotel. A group of people drove to the international hotel next to Wudong Mountain. After about half an hour, we finally arrived. Check in a room and put your luggage away. Okay, you guys just rest here. I'm going to go take a look today. You don't have to follow me. If you feel bored, just walk around here. By the way, Guan Xiong, remember to contact the helicopter company today. I want to rent a sightseeing helicopter. It will take about a day. After putting the luggage away, Su Qing gave instructions. What he wanted to check was whether there was any spiritual energy in the entire Wudong Mountain. He could only rely on the system to scan it. It was definitely unrealistic to walk there, so he could only rent a helicopter, which was convenient and fast. Sir, Uncle Lu has ordered us to follow you, or he will skin us alive. Guan Xiong looked embarrassed. Don't forget, you know my skills best. Even if you all attack me together, you may not be able to beat me. Don't worry, no one knows me when I'm out, so I won't do anything reckless. Su Qing waved his hand. With someone following him, many things would be difficult to do. Sir, that's fine. We will also go to Wudong Mountain. If anything happens, just call us, and we can rush over immediately. Guan Xiong thought of a compromise. Lu Bo is scary, but Su Qing is even scarier. However, if they're also on Wudong Mountain, they can provide immediate support if anything happens. Okay, don't forget to rent a helicopter. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Having a few people around to protect you wouldn't be a bad thing. Since we had decided to go together, let's just go together. One person was responsible for renting a helicopter, and the other two drove to escort him to Wudong Mountain. Although they didn't know what Su Qing was doing in Wudong Mountain, the bodyguard self-cultivation made them know what to ask and what not to ask. Guan Xiong went to buy the tickets. It's still as expensive as the earth in my previous life. It's almost 300 yuan. Not far away, a group of students were enthusiastically discussing today's itinerary. A smile appeared in the corner of Su Qing's eyes. A few years ago, he seemed to be doing the same thing, making plans with his friends to go to Hengshan, Yimishan, and Taishan. But at that time, if you had a student ID, the tickets were half price. I really missed that time. Okay, let's separate here. I'll find you if anything happens. Su Qing withdrew his gaze and nodded at the two of them. Yes, sir, we are nearby. You can call us anytime. Guan Xiong and the other two were not pretentious and looked around to see what was happening. There are a lot of security forces in the scenic area, so nothing serious will happen. We parted ways after entering the ticket gate. Su Qing walked forward with the crowd. He had not seen much of Wudong Mountain in his previous life, but this time he could have a good time. He looked at the map in his hand. Wudong Mountain has many scenic spots and buildings, and a long cultural and historical heritage. If you really want to see it carefully, one day will not be enough. The top of Wudong Mountain is the Jinding Taihe Palace. The other palaces, such as Yushu Palace and Zixiao Palace, are the dojo of many mythological figures. They are very famous and attract many people. Whether it is Buddhism or Taoism, it relies on historical and cultural relics and celebrities to attract tourists. If a place does not have some historical and cultural heritage and celebrities, no one would be willing to come and visit it, whether they go here or somewhere else. You have to have something interesting. It's like when you perform on stage, if you don't show off your real skills, no one will applaud you. Therefore, many tourist attractions in China are moving in this direction, intentionally or unintentionally. If you don't have some legends or stories about a tourist attraction, you'd be embarrassed to call it a tourist attraction. That's why there are often jokes where two places compete to claim that they're the former residence of a celebrity. The world is bustling with people all seeking profit. The weather today is pretty good, cloudy, but not particularly cold. It's nice to take a walk and feel the breeze. Take a look at the beauties, by the way. The larger the tourist attraction, the more beautiful women there are. Looking at beautiful things always makes people happy. He came here today not on a whim, but to see if there were any peerless masters who had hidden themselves from the world in a Taoist ancestral temple like this one. This kind of place in the novel. But there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You never know where an old monster might pop up from. What about the sweeping monk of Shaolin Temple and the ancestor in the forbidden area in the back mountain? Each one is better at fighting than the other. But he wasn't afraid. No matter how great your kung fu is. I burned my luck and knocked them all down with one punch. He wished one would pop up from somewhere. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to practice alone. Enjoy the scenery while walking. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly saw a group of people gathered together, making a lot of noise and speaking a language he couldn't understand. He turned his head and looked. Just now, a group of students and a few black people were gathered at the ticket office, arguing about something. As his cultivation progressed, his spiritual perception increased dramatically, and he could hear clearly what the group of people said. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Chapter 68 Conflict. Please recommend votes. You can act wildly in some places, but it is wrong to bully your fellow countrymen. The culture of the Xia Kingdom has been passed down for thousands of years and has produced many talented people. Our ancestors finally drove out the foreign invaders, but ended up being bullied again. Moreover, this matter is not as simple as it seems, which is quite interesting. He walked over. The crowd gathered in a circle was still arguing. On one side was the group of college students we had just seen, and on the other side were three people with a girl standing next to them. The girl was pretty good looking, with light makeup on her face and elegant clothes. But now her expression looked unnatural, as if she had done something wrong and been caught. Su Qing glanced at her. If he was not mistaken, the girl seemed to be among the college students. It's only been over an hour. How come he suddenly stood on the side of people? Wenru, how could you do this? I'm your boyfriend, not someone else. While I was using the bathroom, you were already in someone else's arms. Even if that's the case, I'll accept it. Just think of it as me not being worthy of you. But how could you hug these people when you just met them? A boy wearing glasses was heartbroken and his face turned red, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Actually, it is. I found out I was cheated on while going to the toilet. People have 3 urgent needs. To go to the toilet, and Winra said she didn't want to wait that long and wanted to buy a bottle of water, so she left the line alone. As a result, he came out more than 10 minutes later, but Winru still hadn't returned and didn't answer his calls. I was so scared that I thought something had happened and was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. After searching for a long time, I saw Winru in the crowd, talking and laughing, her whole body almost completely pressed against them, and one of them even had her hands where they shouldn't be. Which man can swallow this insult? Especially if he is a bitch. It would be even more unpleasant. Could you please pick some good ones? It's edible even like this. Isn't it pungent? He was so depressed that he felt like vomiting blood, especially when a group of classmates were around. He felt even more angry. Being accused in person, Wenru was furious. What's more, it was in front of my classmates, which made me feel even more embarrassed. Zheng Yuan, do you find this interesting? You enjoy seeing me embarrass myself in front of others, and it makes you feel good, doesn't it? It's not that I feel good. It's that you were the one who did something excessive first. If you want others to stop talking about it, then don't do it. Seeing Winru acting so confidently, as if she didn't think she had done anything wrong, the fire in Zheng Yuan's heart grew colder and colder. It was like being poured with a ball of cold water. Even the cigarette was extinguished. Whether I do it or not is none of your business. What qualifications do you have to blame me? Don't think that just because you had sex with me a few times, you're my boyfriend. You are far from it. Winru was so arrogant that she wanted to poke her finger into his face. How could she, who is so proud and arrogant, accept that her prey was out of control and turn around to blame her? After doing all this, he still felt unsatisfied and continued to curse. I've already told you that from now on, we're done with each other. You're such a poor bastard, and you're still looking for a girlfriend. If you don't have money, don't go out. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Don't embarrass yourself. Since things had come to this, she no longer cared about her image and expressed all her dissatisfaction. Zheng Yuan looked at her in amazement, as if he didn't know her. He must have been blind to fall for her. I chased her for 3 whole years. I watched her change boyfriends one after another, accompanying her silently without asking for anything in return. Every time she was hurt, I became her safe haven. Every time, I wonder if one day I will be the lucky person who can accompany her for the rest of her life. But every time she was disappointed. Winru left as soon as her wounds were healed, without looking back. The day they were together, he thought God was blessing him and was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. We were together for 3 months and spent 20,000 yuan, but he had no complaints. But he couldn't accept betrayal. I never thought that the person I love so deeply could say such vicious and heartbreaking words. He closed his eyes, feeling extremely painful inside, and struggled to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. Stop talking. I know I'm not worthy of you, but I never thought you thought this way about me. Let me ask you, I spent 20,000 yuan on you in the past 3 months. How much of that was spent on myself? Are you worthy of me? Zheng Yuan still felt upset. He had poured his heart out to her, but had he ever received anything in return? Winru looked at him with disdain and snorted coldly. It only cost you 20,000, and you're already so heartbroken. If you love someone, you should give her everything you have. On the day we were together, you treated my roommates to Haidaleo, and the 5 of us only spent 1,000 yuan on you. But you were so distressed that you insisted on saying enough is enough. You made me lose face in front of my roommates. How do I explain this? You're still asking me, with such a shameless face, if I can pay for your relationship expenses. Can you please have some shame? I'm telling you, if you can't afford a relationship, then don't even think about it. If you don't want to spend money and still want to have fun with a free woman, forget it. After she said these things in her heart, she felt much better. It was as if all the frustrations that had been suppressed for the past 3 months were released. She had dated so many boyfriends before, but never did she have to spend a penny. If you are unwilling to spend money on a relationship, what's the point of having such a relationship? The people pursuing me can line up from the east gate to the west gate of the school, and there's always a group of people giving me gifts on every holiday. Everyone was shocked by her 3 views. How can a human being do this? Is it a lot to spend 20,000 yuan in 3 months? Not a lot either. But for a student with no income, this is almost a year's living expenses. 5 people easily spent more than 1,000 yuan on food. What's wrong with being a little frugal? Is face really that important? Zheng Yuan's classmates watched him clench and unclench his hands. I'm afraid he might act unwisely. I quickly put my hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Zheng Yuan came to his senses and calmed down only when he felt the comfort on his shoulder. He took a deep breath and said, Winru, I must have misjudged you. I hope you will take care of yourself. Winru raised her proud head and never lowered it from beginning to end. The H people leading the group next to her seemed to have had enough of the fun, and they grinned, revealing their ugly white teeth and a mocking smile. Then raise your right hand and point your middle finger. Fucy. This insulting language angered everyone. A surge of anger fermented and could no longer be contained. Zheng Yuan had long been unable to bear it, and had no intention of enduring it at all. But before he could make a move, a cloth banner with a bamboo pole on it flew from the sky and came crashing down, hitting the H-man in the face. Chapter 69. Shamelessness has no limit. Please recommend votes. Everyone was shocked by this sudden accident. They all lowered their heads to look at the cloth banner. There are 8 words written on it. A fortune teller's divination costs 10 yuan per divination. Zheng Yuan was ready to take action. No matter whether he could win or not, he would fight first. As a man, how could he tolerate foreigners running wild in his own territory? Even if he's a guy with a penis, I can't tolerate him. Su Qing was also interrupted by this sudden accident. When you encounter injustice, draw your sword and help. He's ready to take action. What kind of person is this? Born by a mother, but not taught by a father. In his previous life, he hated this kind of person the most. Some international students and some foreigners who cannot make it in their own country go abroad and become foreign teachers. Although we cannot generalize, there are always some people who bring bad things to this group. None of them would cause a stir, but the final result was all perfunctory. So, seeing Zheng Yuan clenching his fists ready to hit someone, and then seeing the 3 strong and H-men opposite, he knew that he would definitely suffer if a conflict occurred. He wants to help Zheng Yuan. But before he could make a move, someone else couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone was shocked. All I heard was a curse. Is there any justice left in this world? You're a whore and still want to be a saint. Can people be any more shameless? If you look down on me, why don't you go and harm others instead of fleecing them? A young man in a Taoist robe came out cursing. Qin Jie had been listening here for most of the day, and it was not easy for him to interfere in other people's family affairs. But it's okay if you insult me in various ways, since it's none of my business anyway. But you, a bitch, come here and act wildly. Who gives you the courage? So he didn't even want the food he was eating and just picked up his cloth banner and threw it over. Steady and reliable, with amazing recognition accuracy. I felt relieved. You were so arrogant. You slept with someone's girlfriend, but you don't know how to restrain yourself. You even want to provoke her. Look how capable you are. I don't know why the bamboo stick had such great power. The leader H screamed in pain, and a blood mark appeared on his face, which swelled up instantly. It was really black with a hint of red. Winru's expression changed, and she looked like a completely different person from the rude and unreasonable one just now. He hugged the leader of the group with great distress and said in English, "Rolando, are you okay? Is it serious? I will take you to the hospital immediately." Then he looked at Qin Zhouye and cursed. "You're in big trouble. You lunatic. You've hurt our international friends this time. Do you understand? This will lead to an international dispute. Kneel down and apologize. Do you know who Rolando is? He's the son of the minister of country G. You're finished." Qin Zhouye. Suing. Everyone. Country G. What the hell is this country? Isn't it just a small country in Africa? Its population is only about 1 million, and local wars are common. You never know when the regime might fall. Is this even worth showing off? Can you also treat him as a treasure? Moreover, given the nature of country G, every minister has more than 10 or 20 children. When he gets the inheritance rights, you can forget about it. Besides, men of this age who go abroad to study would already have several wives at home. What? Are you going to compete for favor after you marry into the family? You feel so good about yourself. How could Rolando, who was knocked down, give up? He was used to being domineering. No matter where he went in the bar, someone would pay for him. He got a lot of free stuff. Now that he's been beaten into this state, how can he swallow the anger in his heart? He pushed away Wenruru, who was lying on him. He pointed at Qin Zhouye angrily and muttered in his native language, "Rue," and knock all his teeth out. I will bear the consequences. Then he looked at Wenruru with lustful eyes. If you do well, I can give you this woman tonight after I'm done with her. Gennaro, who was standing on the other side, heard their conversation and said eagerly, "Boss, I want this woman too." Rolando raised his head at him. "Don't worry, we all have a share. We are all good brothers." Wenruru can only communicate with them in English, so how could she understand their native dialect? The person she sincerely wanted to protect had already treated her as a plaything. Rolando said in English, "Miss Wen, your friend is really too irritable. I can only let my friend calm him down. I hope you don't mind." Hearing his apologetic words, Wenru instantly forgot the unpleasantness of being pushed away just now. Look, this is quality. How gentle and humble. Look at you. You only know how to solve problems with force. How can you be compared? Rolando, I'm so sorry. I'll make them compensate you and hire the best lawyer to sue them. Don't worry, Wenru said firmly. Someone translated their conversation, and they were stunned after listening to it. How could there be such a bad person? If your parents heard this now, they would probably throw you into a urine bucket and drown you as soon as you were born. Not all girls were like this. 2 of her former companions were watching her. They were all disgusted by her behavior. Wenru, we are your classmates and have known each other for 2 or 3 years. How can you be worse than a few foreigners you just met? Wenru's expression was a little unnatural. What I hate even more is that they are not on the same front with me. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Don't think you're so happy now. After you get married, you'll find that a marriage without money is just a piece of waste paper. That's better than you. A girl looked at her with disdain. Who knows what will happen in the future? Wenru's eyes turned cold, and she turned around and said, Rolando, I can't persuade my friends. They are too stubborn, and they told you to go back home. Rolando grimaced in pain. Ray, they actually dared us to go back home, beat them to death. The big guy, Rue, he stood up at the back, looking very oppressive. Rolando gloated over his misfortune. Rue was a son under his father and followed his lead. He was not only tall, but also often went to the gym and had a muscular body. Normally, when you're out and about and you run into trouble, you can always use this powerful weapon to gain success. Who dares to cause trouble? So he is very confident. Come on, you little bastards. Rue roared and stepped forward, like a wild beast. Shinjuya was not afraid of him. After all, he had learned some martial arts. I thought that even if I couldn't win, I would have no problem escaping unscathed. He understood the insults coming out of Rue's mouth. Why are you yelling? I have to teach you a lesson today. I want you to know that there are some places where you can act wild, but there are other places where you have to keep your tail between your legs. He stepped forward and threw a punch. Chapter 70 Sun Tse. Come and get beaten. Please recommend votes. Without saying much, the two of them started fighting. Rue has unique talents and advantages. He is like a wild beast, exuding a ferocious aura and throwing punch after punch. If an ordinary person got hit by such a punch, he would probably fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Although Qin Zhuoye has traveled far and wide and has some martial arts background and has practiced some boxing and kicking skills, fortune-telling is his normal job and fighting is just a side job. After a few rounds, he couldn't hold on any longer and had to dodge continuously. Rue, don't let him go. If you dare to hit me, you will have to pay the price. Knock out his teeth. Rolando seemed particularly excited and waved his fists. Rue was also very excited about the fight. He had always used close combat style and had practiced boxing for several years. Coupled with his innate talent, the fight was completely one-sided. Su Qing looked at the field and shook his head. The two men's physical fitness is much worse, and Qin Zhuoye lacks practical experience. If he continues like this, defeat is only a matter of time. Everyone was talking about it. The weight difference is too big. The size difference is too big. There is no chance of winning in such a big fight. We must think of a way. Yes, this young Taoist priest seems to have some martial arts skills. He should be a martial artist. However, he is still a little inferior to the opponent. Is there really no chance of winning? Damn it, it's so frustrating. This black guy is showing off in our house. No matter how unhappy they are, there is nothing they can do. This isn't a scene from a movie. You punch, and I hit you with a palm, and we counter each other's moves, and we all have our own routines. This is real. Moreover, Rue is an extremely sinister person. He will attack any weak part of the body and mainly target the lower three parts of the body. This put Qin Zhuoye in a very passive position and made it difficult for him to defend himself. He punched Rue, who was fine and still able to fight back. But if Rue punched him, he would suffer a lot, and if he hit a weak joint, it is even possible that his hands and feet would be broken on the spot. He was very depressed because he was restricted in fighting. Rue kicked him in the lower body again. If he was hit by the kick, he would be extinct. Fuck, that's so cruel. If I get hit by that kick, I'll have no sexual happiness for the rest of my life. You little bastard, I'll never let you go. Qin Zhuoye's pupil shrank and cold sweat broke out. He was just a little bit away. Rue was very satisfied with his own operation. He gloated and hooked his finger at him, then pressed his thumb down, full of ridicule. Hey, you're getting excited. I have such a bad temper. If I don't show some real skills, you'll think I'm easy to bully. Fuck you, come on, little bastard. Qin Zhuoye pinched his fingers and shook his neck. But his body was as if facing a great enemy, and he didn't dare to relax at all. It's not a difference in skills, but a difference in physical fitness. If he had the same physical fitness as the other person, he would knock him down in minutes. Rue seemed to understand the latter part of the sentence and rushed forward with a howl of anger. The two men punched each other hard. When arms hit each other, Qin Zhuoye felt his arms going numb, as if he had lost consciousness. But he was also very ruthless. Even though his hands were covered with bruises, he still gritted his teeth and refused to show any weakness. In the end, he still lost. He was hit in the chest by a punch, as if hit by a sledgehammer. He took a few steps back, knelt on one leg on the ground, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. He murmured, "Damn it, I was so careless. Now I'm so embarrassed. There are so many beautiful women watching me. If committed a sin. I'm just a fortune teller who makes a living. I really can't beat him." This means that his physical fitness is still good. If it were someone else, he would probably be lying down now. Oh my god, damn, this is the result. That guy on the opposite side is too strong. It seems he has practiced before. If you ask me, why bother with a one-on-one fight? Why don't we just go together and beat these three bastards? Someone made a sinister suggestion. That seems to make sense. Many people were interested and looked them up and down. What martial ethics are we talking about at this time? Let's just attack him together. No matter how powerful he is, can he defeat everyone at once? Let's kill him first. Winru saw that the situation was not good. He quickly shouted, "What do you mean? Do you want to fight in a group? You can't admit defeat, can't you?" She took out her phone and turned on the video function towards them. This is evidence of your crime. You ganged up on an international friend and assaulted him. I wonder how much money you can offer in compensation. You all must be taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau. The onlookers calmed down instantly. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. If it's true, as Winru said, they will indeed get into some trouble. My feet stopped unconsciously. It was okay to watch the fun, but it would be unwise to get involved. Winru breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this group of people would lose their minds and rush over to beat them up. The three people behind her were indeed a little scared just now. It was really not worth it to get beaten up just for picking up a woman. Now, seeing them getting scared, they become fearless. So even though he didn't curse out loud for fear of getting beaten, he couldn't hide the disdain on his face. Fuck you. I can't hit you or scold you. This is too infuriating. Can we go and hit these guys with clubs in the middle of the night and kill them? You can hit me with a club, but go and do it yourself. We don't have such a strong taste. Everyone can only think about it and talk about it. But if they really want to do it, I'm afraid few people are willing to do it. The group of people became even more arrogant and arrogant. Qin Juye slammed his hand on the ground and said, "Damn it, if I could cultivate internal strength, I could kill you with just one slap." This time he failed to show off and even lost face. Su Qin walked behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. Behind him, he whispered, "Do you want to win?" "Of course I want to win. That's nonsense," Qin Juye said casually. But he suddenly found that he seemed unable to move. His body was stiff, and he couldn't even move his head, let alone see who was behind him. Just when he was shocked, the gentle voice behind me continued, "If you want to beat him, I'll help you." Su Qin controlled a wisp of spiritual energy in his dantian to enter his limbs and bones and kept flowing around. This was spiritual energy. In other words, even the internal force in martial arts novels was nothing compared to it. Qin Juye was completely stunned. He only felt a breath of air flowing through his body, and in an instant, all the pain just now disappeared. The energy was extremely hot, and every time it moved around, he felt a little stronger. Did I run into a martial arts master? I gave myself an initiation. Okay, go ahead. No matter how you fight this time, you won't lose. Su Qin patted his shoulder, and the initiation was completed. Qin Juye felt hot all over, and a force was born in his body that he wanted to release. He jumped 2 or 3 meters high. He yelled, "I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to die. Sun Tse, come here and get beaten." Chapter 71 Little Girl, Don't Talk Nonsense, asked for recommendation votes. Rue's mocking smile froze on his face. Rolando was still shouting. People are frustrated. Qin Juye has already used his ultimate move and started to show off, so much so that it makes your scalp tingle. You jumped 2 or 3 meters. You must have taken drugs. It was quite fierce, but the screams were so loud that it was unbearable to watch, especially for some women, who seemed to have recalled their memories and their faces flushed. Rue, he was just surprised that he was alive and kicking again, but she was not too scared. She stretched out her right hand and subconsciously blocked it. His right hand was the product of countless trials and tribulations. During normal training, sandbags were tied to his right hand. After countless blows, a thick layer of calluses had already formed on it. If Qin Juye hit someone with his hand, with his small arms and legs, who knows who would be injured? He was waiting to see the scene of Qin Juye's fracture, which must be very interesting. Crack. He had been waiting for this scene. But the injured person was not Qin Juye. Rue, he let out a miserable cry, and the scene in front of him was shrinking rapidly. His most durable right hand was directly broken, and the whole person flew 5 or 6 meters away, lying on the ground, holding his broken hand in pain. Whoa, it hurt so much. Everyone rubbed their eyes vigorously. What the hell is going on after eating the African magic fruit? Is he still human? A palm strike was thrown out 5 or 6 meters. So you were just pretending when you were beaten to the point of vomiting blood? You're too modest and steady. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at him. A martial arts master. This Taoist robe. This skill. This is Wudong Mountain. It wouldn't be too much to have a few martial arts masters come out. He's so young, but has such profound skills. Is there not enough masters living in seclusion in the mountains? Many people have a martial arts dream in their hearts. Now, it's even more exciting. Qin Juye felt a little scared by their looks, as if he was going to be stripped naked. He quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand me. I really don't know martial arts." He didn't even admit that he was lying. He really couldn't, otherwise he would have started to show off a long time ago, Why would he be beaten so badly? How could anyone believe it? Suddenly their expressions changed, and they shouted, "Little Taoist priest, be careful behind you." After Qin Zhuye was infused with spiritual power, his energy became extremely sensitive. He could even feel the wind behind him before they reminded him. He turned around and threw a punch. The tree trunk in Rolando's hand, as thick as a bowl, shattered into pieces, leaving only the half in his hand, and the rest turned into fragments and scattered on the ground. He swallowed. A flattering smile appeared on his face. Is this still a human? This is simply a devil. I must be dazzled. Qin Zhuye realized it later, looked at the wood chips on the ground, and said angrily, "You shameless bastard, you still want to sneak attack me." He kicked Rolando, and with a crack, Rolando flew out to keep Rue company. Qin Zhuye enjoyed the admiring gazes around him, blowing the sawdust off his hands. Pretending to be modest, he said, "This is nothing." Everyone swallowed their saliva. That tree trunk was as big as a bowl, and it was not made of softwood. If it hit someone's head, it would probably cause a concussion on the spot. Now you smash it to pieces with one punch. Master, you said you don't know martial arts. Everyone looked at him with a gloomy look, as if they all wanted to eat him. Isn't this just the same as what Taoist Master Chen did, saying that there is no such thing as light kung fu in the world, and then jumping off the cliff in the blink of an eye? You said you don't know martial arts, but you can send someone flying 5 or 6 meters with one palm strike, and smash a tree trunk as thick as a bowl into pieces with one punch. After Qin Zhuye finished showing off, he realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. It was too quiet. His face looked a little bitter. He really couldn't do it. He didn't know who had given him so much inner strength. He wanted to go back and look for him, but everyone in the crowd looked the same, so he couldn't find who it was. The remaining H-man's legs trembled in fear when he looked at him coldly. He was the weakest of the 3, and the other 2 were beaten unconscious. If he goes up there, he'll definitely kill someone. So after being looked at, he wisely ran away without caring about his companions at all. Winru felt a little embarrassed standing there alone. She was afraid that Qin Zhuye would come up and slap her twice. Seeing him move his feet and tremble, he said fiercely, "I'm telling you, don't come over here. I've called the police. The law enforcement officers will be here soon. Don't even think about running away." Then her eyes lit up, and she pointed to the side. "Here it comes. Let me see how you end it." She regained her confidence. Qin Zhuye's eyes jumped when he saw it. People like him who were feudal and superstitious were most afraid of coming into contact with people from the Law Enforcement Bureau. This time, he was wearing such an obvious Taoist robe, which was like a beacon. Fuck, it's slipping away. He picked up the cloth banner and cloth bag on the ground and turned around and ran away. The residual power of his spiritual energy was still there, and he jumped down the slope in a few steps and disappeared into the woods. In a panic, a book fell to the ground and landed right at Su Qing's feet. Su Qing bent down to pick it up and put it in his pocket, thinking that he would return it to him next time he saw him. Winru was on the other side and had just helped the 2 of them up. With a click, a small packet of leaf-shaped objects fell out. She didn't think much of it and picked it up and put it in her pocket. She thought that since they were all friends, she might as well keep it for them first. When the time came, they could return it to each other and have more opportunities to interact with each other. When she looked up, Qin Zhuye had disappeared in an instant, without even a trace left. You must help me testify that he was the one who beat these international friends. She shouted to the people around her. Everyone glanced at her and said, "What the hell are you?" "Nobidian." Someone from the law enforcement agency came over. "Why are there so many people gathered here? Who called the police just now?" Winru raised her hands and shouted, "I called the police. Someone just beat up my friend. It was these international friends. He's already gotten away. Go catch him." Rolando and the other man also cooperated by showing painful expressions. International friends? The law enforcer looked down and frowned. It was indeed a difficult situation. "Do you know the person who beat him? What's his name? What does he look like?" The law enforcement officer took out a pen and began to take notes. "I don't know him. I don't know his name. He looks quite young and is wearing a Taoist robe." When Rura said, the law enforcer paused. "You are having fun with me. I don't know his last name or first name. He looks quite young and is wearing a Taoist robe. They're all over this fucking mountain. What do you want to find them? I'll use my head to find them for you. Be more specific. What does it look like? What are its characteristics?" Winru couldn't really describe it, so she pointed to the side and said, "They saw it too, you can ask them." It would be nice if the law enforcers looked over and there were other witnesses. Everyone shook their heads, their eyes blank. "I don't know what she's talking about. What about hitting someone? I just came over here. I was just passing by. I just came here to see the excitement. Who hit him? How come I don't know? Did someone hit someone? Don't talk nonsense, little girl. Fighting is a serious matter. Winru, Law Enforcer. Chapter 72. Your stuff, right? Please recommend. The law enforcement officers felt a little annoyed. This was the first time they had encountered such a scene in all their years of work. One party says the other party has seen the suspect's face, while the other party says they have not. How do you solve this case? If they say they haven't seen it, they're either covering up for someone or don't want to talk about it. It's okay for one or two people, but if you invite them back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for tea, they will pour out all the secrets in you in minutes. But you have to take care of so many people and bring them all back to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I guess you haven't found out yet. The phone is about to explode. Even if the director comes, he can't hold it back. So if someone sticks his neck out and says he has never seen it, there is nothing you can do about it. What's more, one or two of them are covering up. But everyone agrees that there are serious problems here and there's something fishy going on. I can only try to smooth things over. It's just a fight anyway, not a big deal. Winru shrilled. Bullshit. You're talking nonsense here. You've seen everything. You were all here just now. Okay, are you in cahoots with him? Beat up our international friends. Are you trying to stir up international disputes? The law enforcer frowned, wondering how this was related to an international dispute. I felt a little unhappy subconsciously when I was given such a big hat right away. Everyone was shocked. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What do you mean by being in cahoots with him? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you having a fever? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who are you in league with? Stop talking nonsense here. You are slandering me. I can hire a lawyer to sue you. They don't want to take the blame and have distanced themselves from the matter. This guy is the son of the minister of Country G. You better think this through. If you don't handle this well, not only you, but also your director will be held responsible. Winru was arrogant and didn't take the law enforcer's presence seriously at all. In her eyes, the minister's son is a top-tier second-generation official, and he will inherit the position of minister in the future. The law enforcer looked at her as if she were a moron. Are you really proud of it? Country G has a population of only a few million, and internal strife occurs all year round. Today it's either you hit me or I hit you, and the regime may be overthrown at any time. Don't talk about the minister. Even if he is the supreme leader, he doesn't have such a strong deterrent power. Rolando understood a little Chinese. When the law enforcer looked at him, he tried to stand up straight with a haughty look on his face. He is not an ordinary person. He is the minister's son. In the past, whenever law enforcement officers heard his identity, they would take it extremely seriously, fearing that it would cause international disputes between the two countries. Their identity was really too sensitive. He looked at his clothes lying on the ground, which were a little dirty, and felt a little disgusted, then shook them off. Snap! A pack of leaves wrapped in a transparent bag fell out. Rolando's smile froze on his face. Although this kind of thing is very popular among the international students, there is a taboo, which is that it can never be displayed in public. But he could only pray that no one would recognize what it was. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the bag of leaves. Indeed, many people didn't recognize it at all. But there are always people who know what they're talking about. Su Qing raised his eyebrows. This thing, isn't it just a leaf? Interesting. Revealing such a thing in front of law enforcement. It's like an old man who eats arsenic and thinks he has lived too long. Winru took a look and found that this was exactly the same bag as the one she had picked up just now. Just about to reach out to pick it up again. But before she could bend down, then the law enforcer shouted, "Everyone, hold your heads and squat." How could they not recognize it? Every law enforcer's eyes flashed with excitement, like a shark smelling blood, as if they saw promotions and bonuses beckoning to them. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. It just so happens that my performance this month is not good, and you gave me such a big gift right away. I really don't know how to thank you. Seeing that their plan was exposed, Rolando and Rue turned around and ran away. If they really run, with their innate talent, few people present can outrun them. So they are very confident. But they've just started. They found a handsome young man standing in front of them, looking at them with a smile. Looking for death, Rue, knock him away. Rolando's eyes showed ferocity, and Rue roared and rushed towards him. Careful! The law enforcer was horrified. Su Qing was so thin. If he was hit by the beast like Rue, he would be knocked away. Broken hands and feet would be the least of his worries. You came just in time. Su Qing raised his right foot and stepped forward. From the perspective of others, it looked like Rue had bumped into it himself. Many people have covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch this bloody scene. Few people believe that Su Qing could be unharmed. How much power could that kick have? It would still be rebounded. But to their surprise, Su Qing's kick seemed to have infinite power. It hit Rue and sent the latter flying backwards. Then Su Qing performed a beautiful roundhouse kick, directly kicking Rolando in the face. The latter lost his balance and fell to the side. Seeing this, the law enforcement officers behind them rushed forward, took out handcuffs, and handcuffed them, leaving them no chance to move or escape. Winru saw this and didn't know what was going on. Seeing his proud friend being pinned to the ground by law enforcement officers, he quickly pulled out his phone. "Are you using violent law enforcement? I'm telling you, I've recorded it, and I'm going to file a complaint against you." Law enforcer. They looked at Winru as if she were mentally retarded. He asked, "Is this your friend?" "Yes. They're all foreigners and have immunity. You have no right to arrest them," Winru said sternly. The captain of the law enforcement officers winked at a female law enforcement officer. "Excuse me, miss. I need to check on you. Please understand." One of the officers grabbed his arm while another female officer began to search her. "What do you want to do? Are you violating citizens' personal freedom and taking my things?" Winru roared when she saw her take the bag of leaves she had just picked up. "Your stuff." The captain of the law enforcement team nodded, which meant he admitted it. Picking up the pager, he said, 0015, calling headquarters. The Wudong Mountain Scenic Area has confiscated D-type items. Please send support immediately. While he was speaking, law enforcement officers had already taken out handcuffs and handcuffed Winru. "Hold your head and squat down," the law enforcer shouted. There should be no mercy towards those who hide drugs. Otherwise, it would be the greatest disrespect to the law enforcement officers who have been fighting on the line between life and death for a long time. Degrade? What degrade? Let me go, I don't know. A sense of fear suddenly surged in Winru's heart, and she tried to break free frantically. "Report, boss. There are still dozens of packages." A law enforcer took out bags of leaves from the inside of their shirts. Winru collapsed to the ground. Chapter 73. The innate great derivation divine numbers. Please recommend. Although Winru is materialistic and snobbish, it doesn't mean she is a fool. Xiaohua has done a very good job in promoting this aspect. There are promotions in communities, schools, hospitals, and every public place where there are people. After hearing that term from the law enforcer's mouth, she felt like the sky had fallen. She never expected it. The second-generation official who was so high and mighty in his heart actually had so many leaves in his arms. Just for these things, it would be enough to be shot dozens of times. Everyone looked at the things that were searched from these people and swallowed their saliva. This was a big deal. He turned around and looked at Winru with sympathy. Could this luck be worse? What's the difference between this and joining the G Army in 1949? Sympathy is sympathy, but no one thought of helping her, nor did they have the ability to do so. It's really stupid. I can't carry it with me. You can't arrest me. I have diplomatic immunity. I need a lawyer. Although Rolando was in a desperate situation, he still refused to accept his fate and shouted in English at the law enforcement officers. When Winru heard this, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. I quickly translated for the law enforcement officers. They are foreigners, descendants of high-ranking officials, and have diplomatic immunity. You can't arrest them. I'm their friend. You need to consult your superiors, and we also need to hire a lawyer. You cannot restrict our personal freedom. She tried hard to tie herself to them, which was the only way to get rid of the crime. She would not hesitate, even if it meant marrying into Africa. Being a minister's wife is not bad either. The enforcer glanced at her. Descendants of high-ranking officials have diplomatic immunity? Do you need a lawyer? Can't I restrict your personal freedom? Who do you think you are? You keep talking nonsense. Do you know what you have done? How can you act like you have done a good thing? This is a bad thing that harms the country and the people. And you, a woman, look young, but you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Doing such a wicked thing that caused pus to ooze from the soles of your feet is simply unscrupulous. Don't you have any regrets at all? Many law enforcement officers have changed their views on Winru a long time ago, believing that she is a disaster for the country and the people, and specifically harms her own compatriots. Even more hateful, forget about diplomatic immunity. Once you cross this red line, you won't be able to escape, not to mention the minister of Country G. Even if your country's top leader comes, you won't be able to escape. You black sheep, if your deal today succeeds, I wonder how many families will be torn apart. The number of these leaves is huge and rare in the city. Once they spread, countless people will be poisoned. And there must be a series of production and interest chains behind this. As long as we dig deep enough, it will be a great achievement. There is no time to lose. Report to the leader. One of their companions just ran over there. Someone said loudly, pointing in the direction of escape. Run away. The law enforcer captain's pupil shrank. We must not let any of them go. Otherwise, we might alert the enemy and discover many unexpected events. You guys chase them this way and seal off the park. I'll call headquarters for support. The captain pointed, picked up the phone, and started calling for support. I thought I had caught a small fish, but it turned out to be a big shark. We can't let him get away no matter what. Even if my teeth are broken, I have to eat this fish. His eyes turned cold and revealed his authority. Interrogate them separately. We must seize the opportunity and uncover the production chain behind them. Captain, our English is not very good. How can we conduct an investigation? Said a law enforcement officer. Captain, I'm good at English and have passed the CET-6. I can help you. The man who had just reminded these law enforcers stood up again. Okay, is anyone else? One person is not enough. Captain, I can do that too. I'm an English major. Captain, although my English is not good, I just saw the person who escaped. I can help you find him. And me, I'm a painting major. I can draw Mr. Tao's figure and appearance. Many enthusiastic citizens raised their hands. Didn't you all say you just arrived? Wenruru was shocked when she saw this scene. Yeah, we just saw someone running away when we got here. Wenruru seemed to see a ray of light, pointing at himself excitedly. Then you must have seen that I'm not in the same group with them, right? I picked up that bag from the ground, right? Everyone shook their heads. What are you talking about? I don't understand. This child must have been frightened silly. Alas, he must have been deceived. Even the most hateful person must have some pitiful side. Not only do they say they don't know, but even if they do know, they may not come forward to testify. Women like this are a disaster, and the less one there is, the better. Everyone watched coldly, but Zheng Yuan, after an inner struggle, stood up. Although he no longer had any good feelings towards Wenruru, he still had to seek truth from facts. Leader, I know something and can help you. Su Qing glanced at him. She didn't expect that he had been hurt so deeply just now, but now he stood up bravely. This kind of mentality is quite good, but he had no desire to read on, turn around, and leave. This was just a matter of convenience. He took out the book he had just picked up from his pocket. It had a green cover and looked tattered. The edges of the book were a little curled, and he didn't know how many people had turned the pages with their saliva. But the texture feels very good to the touch. Although it has been turned over by so many people, the handwriting on it is still clear and has not faded with the passage of time. There are a few words written on the cover of the book. Xiao Yan's divine numbers. Suddenly, the system's voice came from my mind. Ding! The basic technique, Xiao Yan Shun Shu, has been discovered. It costs 500,000 points of luck to upgrade it to the downgrade technique Xiantian de Yan Shin Shu. Su Qing's eyes lit up. It is also a Taoist product. And just by listening to the name, the level of coolness is almost full. And the price is much lower. The Tao Te Ching costs 5 million, but this one only costs 500,000. It's so affordable. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Would you like to learn? Su Qing was a little impatient. After looking around, he found a secluded place and sat down behind a big tree. The tree just covered him. No one could tell what he was doing. System, start learning. The ball of light in his mind exploded, and the Xiao Yin divine number had turned into the innate Dian divine number. Countless silk threads floated in his mind, and behind each thread there might be dozens or even hundreds of other threads. It is so complicated and intricate that even a glance at it will make you addicted, let alone trying to figure out. The innate great divine numbers are so mysterious and infinite. Countless people with extraordinary talents can only glimpse the footsteps throughout their entire lives. The art of heaven's secrets, peeking into the way of heaven. Everyone's destiny is complicated, and there are countless factors that influence destiny. Countless people who practice the art of divination went crazy because they couldn't figure things out. Rather, the art of divine secrets itself is the disclosure of divine secrets. The innate great derivations divine numbers can reduce the side effects in this regard to a minimum, making them almost negligible. However, this is accompanied by a doubling of difficulty, and many people are unable to get started in their entire lives. And Su Qing has an incredible cheating tool, blessed by nature, unable to copy. Half an hour later, he finally opened his eyes. Chapter 74. A small test. Please recommend votes. He opened his eyes. The eyes seemed to be filled with upside-down galaxies, so deep that one could not see the bottom. Just one glance would make people fall in love with them and unable to extricate themselves. It is as if it has crossed the long river of time, from childhood to old age, from dawn to dusk, and possesses infinite wisdom. Those were a pair of young and bright eyes. When I looked at it again, it had become a person who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and had known the ups and downs of life. Two completely different emotions appeared in his eyes, both contradictory and harmonious. It makes people feel a strange emotion. But such a strange and contradictory thing actually happened. If someone saw his eyes at this moment, they would definitely be attracted by this temperament. After a moment, this temperament disappeared, become like a normal person. Su Qing let out a breath lightly, joy flashing in his eyes. He never thought it would be so mysterious. No wonder it dared to be called a Taoist technique. I am much better than those old charlatans now. However, even with the help of some systems, he could only barely get started because his realm was too low. However, although it was just the entry level, no one on this planet could resist his calculations. However, at this stage, he still needs to have something that is deeply related to the measurement target in order to calculate it. If one reaches a high level of cultivation, there will be no need for these at all. With a thought, any past and future of the target will be revealed to him without any secrets. It could be considered as everything in the world, past and future, extremely powerful. If one achieves great success in cultivation, there will be nothing in the world that cannot be measured. Standing in the long river of time, you can change the future with a flick of your finger and subvert one world after another. Moreover, this art of deduction has infinite uses for those who are practicing and is an excellent auxiliary method. If it weren't for the assistance of the system, even if he got this innate great divination number, it would be difficult for him to get started. No wonder the powerful holy sects and novels attach great importance to talent, because without talent, no matter how powerful the skills are, one cannot get started, let alone develop them. On the entire planet, if nothing unexpected happens, he is the only one who possesses spiritual power and can practice. How about trying it? He lowered his head and looked at the Xiao Yan Shin Shu. Although it is only a basic version, it is probably a legacy item, but cannot be cultivated because of the lack of spiritual energy. A thought came to his mind. The secret of heaven begins. He imagined the face of the Taoist priest and everything related to him. The ancient book in his hand suddenly became covered with countless silk threads, which intertwined into a curtain of light and appeared in front of him. He seemed to have become the eye of God, looking down at the world. Everything about this person came to his mind, although I haven't yet calculated how terrifying his past and future will be. But it was shocking enough. If Qin Zhuye was beside him at this moment, his jaw would probably drop to the ground because his current situation was clearly presented in front of Su Qing in full view. Su Qing looked at everything in front of him and his eyes lit up. This function was too powerful. At this time, Qin Zhuye had already run into the hotel, packing his things and preparing to escape. For someone in his profession, traveling around the world is commonplace. Shoot once and move to another place. But at this moment, when he was packing his things, he found that there was a book missing from his package, which was the Xiao Yan Shin Shu. Where did you go? He was very anxious. This was something passed down from his ancestors. He carried it with him wherever he went. He was going to pass it on to his apprentice in the future. How could it have disappeared? He shook his hands, and as his spiritual power dissipated, the pain became more obvious. He was very powerful at that time and split the tree trunk into pieces with one palm. But until now, my palms are still aching like a dagger. He was a little happy at the time, thinking that it could last for a long time, but he didn't expect that it would completely dissipate after more than an hour. It was all for nothing. Even now, he is still wondering who was the person who gave him the internal energy. He had also heard that some people who practiced internal martial arts could generate internal force when they reached a high level and could easily split trees and break rocks. He didn't believe it before, but now he does. Although this kind of thing really happened to him. Logically speaking, one must be at least 40 or 50 years old to cultivate to the age where one can generate internal strength. But based on the age, he determined from the voice he heard that day. He seems to be in his 20s. Strangeness. No, we must get it back. This thing is too important to him. In other words, people can be lost, but this book cannot be lost. This is the thing that his ancestors passed down for his livelihood. If he lost it, His old master would have to take off his decades-old worn-out shoes and chase him all over the mountain. That scene is horrifying just thinking about it. Between being caught by law enforcers and being chased by his old ghost master, he decisively chose the former. Go back and find it. After he changed his appearance in front of the mirror, he just put on a hat and glasses, changed his clothes, and then set off. Su Qing looked at his actions and felt both amused and confused. I didn't expect that an unexpected planting would lead to a great success. I also want to thank this guy for giving me such a good book. As soon as he thought about it, the place where he last stayed appeared on the screen. He decided to go here and wait for him. When he was about to leave the woods, he heard an ambiguous voice. That's it. There seems to be no one here. This was a man's anxious voice. Don't be so anxious. It's broad daylight. It would be terrible if someone saw us. The woman was a little shy. No one is there. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Come on, baby. Of course you have to hurry. I have to go down a mountain to find my husband later. Be gentle. A woman's painful voice came. Suing. I originally thought they were a pair of wild mandarin ducks. I didn't expect it to be so extravagant. He left quietly, then called the scenic area and told them that someone was injured and screaming in pain and asked them to be careful and gentle when they came over. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Then he walked to the location he had just calculated and waited. When Qin Zhiya walked to the door, he found that it was heavily guarded and only allowed entry, but not exit. He was shocked and thought he had made a huge mistake. After looking for a while, I realized that the person I was looking for was not myself. Then he went up the mountain carefully, thinking of looking for the original place. Before he arrived, on the way, I found a young man standing next to a big rock, looking up at the sky with a strange look on his face. He didn't take it seriously, as there were many weirder people than him on Wudong Mountain. He was about to cross over. The young man shouted at him, "Hey!" He subconsciously raised his head, and a dark shadow fell in front of him. He reached out his hand subconsciously. He discovered that the thing in his hands was the ancient ancestral book he had been searching for. When he looked up, Su Qing had disappeared. Chapter 75 Bronze Bell. Please recommend votes. At this time, Su Qing had already left. Everything is a drink and a peck. I picked up the book and gained a fortune inside it. This is fate. Returning the book is the ending. Every cause has its effect. Ordinary people still pay attention to repaying kindness, let alone those who practice cultivation. When they step into the door of cultivation, they have a deeper understanding of this aspect. I've already given him a gift. The spiritual energy that entered his body through the infusion opened up his 7 meridians and 8 vessels. From then on, Qin Zhiya could cultivate internal strength like in the novels. Although he is not as good as those who practice cultivation, he is still a master when he goes out. He walked up Wudong Mountain step by step. Even if it is not a holiday, Wudong Mountain, as a tourist destination, is crowded and extremely popular. He raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly. At a place on the top of the mountain, there is a group of clouds gathered. It is a golden sea of clouds with brilliant golden light, rolling and surging constantly with an imposing momentum. Under his gaze, all the tourists emitted a burst of energy that surged towards the golden cloud, becoming stronger and stronger, and even subtly changing as if they wanted to transform. Is this luck? The fortune of Wudong Mountain. It's so rich and heavy. But he changed his mind and understood. As a Taoist holy place, Wudong Mountain has been highly regarded since ancient times. Countless emperors have blessed its fortune. Even if its spiritual energy is damaged, it is not unreasonable that some of it remains. He had a vague feeling that if he paid a certain price, he could absorb that luck. But if he took action, Wudong Mountain, which had lost its luck, would probably fall into desolation and ruin and be lost among the mountains. So he thought about it and decided not to do it. A desolate and dilapidated Wudong Mountain was not what he wanted. It's all in sight. Everyone just wondered why he was standing there in a daze, and thought he was trying to be mysterious. He finally reached the mountaintop dojo, but along the way, he did not find anyone who was practicing like him. I can't help feeling a little disappointed. Why is it so difficult to find a like-minded person? He looked up and saw the ancient bronze bell in front of him. He vaguely felt that it seemed a little extraordinary and strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It's a bit strange. He tried to inject some spiritual power. Suddenly, the bronze bell changed. When he injected spiritual power into it, it suddenly lit up and then quickly went out. No one else noticed it except him. Then in the next moment, the bronze bell rang suddenly. Clang, clang, clang. The melodious sound echoed among the mountains. Such a sound did not attract much attention, because the sound of the bronze bell rang thousands of times every day, and there was nothing strange about it. But for the tourist who was raising the wooden hammer to strike the bell, he did encounter something strange. I just lifted it up and haven't knocked it yet. Why is it ringing? And it wasn't just a sound. How many times has this happened? It's a weird thing. He suddenly felt a chill on his body and looked around, but saw nothing. Isn't this a Taoist holy land? How come supernatural things are still happening? Hurry up and go worship the three pure ones again. There's a hill a few kilometers away with lush green trees and only a small path leading to the outside world. On this hill, there is a wooden house and a small yard with a few chickens and ducks, and a cow is led next to it. An old Taoist came out of the dry toilet. After hearing the bell, he looked up at the main peak and twisted his butt. He felt something was wrong. The pepper was a little too spicy and itchy. He tapped it and smelled it. Some people were puzzled. Why do these bell sounds seem so strange? After listening to them, people feel refreshed, and their thoughts become clear, even their stomachs feel unobstructed. He had been squatting in the toilet for a long time because he was constipated after eating chili peppers. When I heard these bells just now, I suddenly felt unblocked and comfortable. My butt is still a little sore from the spiciness, but it's harmless. The bell sounds the same to ordinary people, but he is not ordinary. His status and seniority are extremely high, and many Taoist masters have to call him uncle or even great uncle. More importantly, he has been practicing internal skills since he was a child and has not yet broken his virginity, and his internal strength is extremely powerful. As a top master of internal martial arts, his senses have reached a level that ordinary people cannot understand, so he was able to hear the difference. More importantly, he also knew a secret that only a very few people knew. According to legend, the ancient bell on the top of the mountain has been passed down for thousands of years. It has a great origin and has been worshipped so much that it has even become spiritual. Ancient books also record that ringing the bell on the top of the mountain every morning can clear the mind and dispel all evil spirits. He also worked as a bell ringer for more than 20 years. But legends are just legends. He has never experienced it and just treats it as an interesting story. But just now, he actually had this feeling. Despite this, he still felt absurd and incredible. It has been so many years, and the bronze bell has never changed. It rang a few times for no reason. Is there something unusual going on? Could it be there's a ghost? Only then will the bronze bell ring to scare away the evil spirits. When he thought of this possibility, his face turned pale. Ghost! Although he has cultivated his internal energy to the level of a master, which is rare in the world, there are probably only a handful of people in the world who have his level of cultivation. But no matter how profound your internal strength is, how can you defeat ghosts? Should I go to Maoshan and capture a heavenly master? At my level, it shouldn't be a problem if I capture a few people, right? This major is really not suitable for me. Just when he was filled with melancholy, Su Qing looked at his hands and understood. It seems that this bronze bell is a valuable thing. However, it has probably degraded after years of decay and lack of spiritual energy. Now that it has been infused with spiritual energy, it has begun to respond again. The dead vines and old trees are moistened. System scan. Ding, a Shin-grade magic weapon was scanned, quality broken. A mysterious magic weapon? Su Qing was a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be such a good thing. It sounds pretty good. But the quality has become dilapidated, which is a pity. He stared at it, wondering whether he should just pack up and run away. It would be too obvious in broad daylight. The bronze bell is so big that I can carry it on my back, but it will feel a bit weird when a bunch of calves are chasing after me. How about throwing it into the storage space at night? That's also a good idea. It seems a bit unethical. The poor Taoist priests of Wudong Mountain don't know that their treasured treasure has been coveted by someone. Su Qing made another divination at this time. The person who is most closely involved with such a treasure can't be a mediocre person who does nothing. The picture in the hexagram flashed. Finally, it stopped at an old Taoist priest who was looking at this side with a sly look. Suing, this must be a master. No matter how I look at it, I don't want to pinch him. He raised his legs and walked towards this place. Chapter 76, If I punch you, you might die. Please recommend votes. The old Taoist stared at the main peak back and forth several times, confused. He was very curious about the source of the sound of the bronze bell. I made up my mind that I must go and see it. He put on his shoes. There was no need to close the gate since it was not locked. Who would come here in this deep forest, let alone break into the house to steal things? Even if someone came to steal, there was no one in the house. This is an undeveloped area, and entry is strictly prohibited. Not many people have nothing to do after eating and run to these deep mountains and forests to suffer. There are many mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. He walked through the small path and encountered a poisonous snake. He just flicked his finger lightly, and a stream of energy shot out from his finger, hitting the poisonous snake, killing it in an instant. After doing all these things, it seemed as if he had just done something insignificant. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably kneel down and kowtow to become his disciple. This is the true master of internal martial arts. With one palm strike, splitting trees and breaking rocks is no problem. As he walked out, there were still some small houses in the mountains. There were also some people wearing Taoist robes inside. When they saw him coming out, they greeted him. "Old Taoist priest, are you passing by?" The old Taoist looked at these people and really wanted to scold them. "I'm not passing by. What am I here for? Come to see you? This is like you seeing me go to the bathroom and asking me what I was going there for. I'm not here to take a shit. Am I here to cultivate immortality?" He really had nothing to do after eating, so he ran to this mountain to live in seclusion. They have such a good time in their life, but instead of enjoying it, they come to this mountain and spend money to suffer. The old Taoist really can't understand what's going on in their minds. After a while, Su Qing finally met the old Taoist priest. This is the contemporary person who has the deepest entanglement with the bronze bell, as calculated by him using the innate Dian divine numbers. He looked up and saw that the luck on the old Taoist's head was red, and his luck value was not low. Anyone who has such luck must have achieved great success. As his true consciousness dispersed, he immediately felt the powerful aura in the old Taoist Dantian, which was similar to his spiritual power, but there was a world of difference between the two. Two words emerged in his mind: internal force. This is a true martial arts master, the kind where one person can easily defeat more than a dozen people. In the past, if he had met such a martial arts master, he would have insisted on becoming his disciple. Flying over eaves and walls, and traveling around the world with a sword are every boy's martial arts dreams. But things are very different now. But he was still a little disappointed. Although the old Taoist had reached the pinnacle of secular martial arts, he was not a Taoist after all. The old man looked at him, blocking the way, especially Su Qing, who was still staring at him, his eyes looking more and more downwards, and his hair stood on end in an instant. "I'm so old, don't joke with me. Even though I'm not good looking, you still like me." Fortunately, he didn't say his thoughts out loud, so that Su Qing wouldn't know. No matter what kind of hermit master he was, he would just slap him to death. "Hello, old Taoist priest." Su Qing bowed to him. The old Taoist didn't make any other unnecessary movements and felt relieved. The old Taoist waved his hands impatiently. He still had serious things to do. "You young people, don't learn those weird things, and don't ask me to be your disciple. I'm just an ordinary Taoist priest, just trying to make a living." He thought that if he said this, Su Qing would retreat, because with his appearance, he doesn't look like an immortal at all. So how could he have the demeanor of a master? He wanted to go around, but found that Su Qing was standing in front of him, and he couldn't get around her no matter what. He was already angry, and now it was even more so. He raised his head and said angrily, "What do you mean, little guy? Why are you stopping me? Are you trying to rob me? I have nothing but my life." Su Qing smiled at him and said, "Don't be angry, old Taoist priest. I just want to ask you something. If you want to find out something, go to the mountain, go to Tianju Peak. Why are you coming to me?" The old Taoist rolled his eyes at him. "There are some things they don't know, only you know." Su Qing nodded at him. "What is that?" The old Taoist raised his head and asked in confusion. "For example," Su Qing looked at the tree next to him. With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy shot out, cutting the bowl-sized book tree in half. The broken branches fell down and startled a flock of birds. The old Taoist's pupil shrank. "Oh my God, how old is he? He looks only in his 20s. He has such powerful internal strength at such a young age. Even if he practiced since the womb, he couldn't do it." Su Qing looked at him with a smile. "Can we talk now?" The old Taoist was deeply shocked and nodded woodenly. All this internal energy was cultivated into the dog. Su Qing followed him into the deep mountains and forests. Wudong Mountain, as a Taoist holy land, has a long history. Although this old Taoist priest looks a little ugly and sloppy, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. Maybe you can answer your own doubts. Two people, one in front and one behind. Those hermits poked their heads out, and there were unfamiliar faces. They all greeted each other. Old Taoist priest, I'm passing by. Hey, there's a little brother. Are you passing by too? Suing. He looked at those people with an indescribable look and said, Aren't you kidding me? As he entered the house, the old Taoist's mind became active. He looked at Su Qing with burning eyes. Little brother, you have such profound inner strength at such a young age. Who is your master? Tell me, maybe I know him. In his opinion, anyone who could teach such an outstanding apprentice must be extraordinary himself. Su Qing shook his head. There was no such thing as a master. The old Taoist smile was frozen on his face. No master? He saw clearly just now that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to defeat Su Qing. But he has accumulated more than 60 years of internal strength. Where can he go out and seek justice? Su Qing seemed to see through his doubts and really couldn't bear to discourage the old man. Master, we are on two different paths. There is no way to compare. Then what are you practicing? The old Taoist asked in confusion. Immortal. Su Qing uttered the word. The old Taoist suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. This was the first time someone said in front of him that they were cultivating to become an immortal. If it were someone else, he would just think he was crazy and kick him out. But the move Su Qing had just made had completely frightened him. I was skeptical in my heart. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Su Qing pointed to a spot and said to him, Try to hit me with your palm. Use all your strength. With all my strength, the old Taoist said uncertainly. Yes, don't worry, I will be fine. Use all your strength. Sui nodded. He stood up and filled the area he had just pointed at with spiritual power. The old Taoist pushed out with one palm. Although he did not use all his strength, he still used 70%. There are not many people in the world who can withstand 70% of his power. But in front of him, Su Qing did not move at all. How is that possible? Slowly increase the strength in your hands until it is 80% to 100%. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but Su Qing remained calm and didn't feel any pressure at all. He finally gave up. He retracted his internal energy, took a horse stance, and said to Su Qing, Come on, try to hit me with all your strength. Su Qing looked strange. If I punch you, you might die. Old Taoist. Chapter 77. The Shadow King. Please recommend votes. The old Taoist took back his words in dismay. Although he has no desires, it doesn't mean that he is tired of living. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. After saying that, he looked at Su Qing curiously. Little brother, have you become an immortal now? Can you fly into the sky, hide in the ground, move mountains, and fill the sea? Su Qing looked at him and nodded. Not only that, I can now live forever and have sex with hundreds of women at night. Yes. The old Taoist gasped in shock. No way, did I hear that right? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Su Qing shrugged. You were the one who joked with me first. Old Taoist, if you weren't more awesome than me, I would have pinned you to the ground and rubbed you. Su Qing grinned. Master, I'm just joking with you. Don't be angry. To be honest, I've just started on this path, and I'm still not very clear about this matter, so I want to find like-minded people in the world. The old Taoist paused and looked at him resentfully. Although I don't know how you embarked on this path, I can tell you very clearly that although there are top-level masters of internal skills in this world, I have never seen a cultivator like you. Speaking of this, he was extremely curious. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been cut off, and such a person has no longer appeared in the world. How did Su Qing get here? This is what confused him. No more. Su Qing frowned and slowly exhaled. The old Taoist priest is a top master in the world, and has already reached the pinnacle of secular martial arts. If he says there is no such thing, then it really does not exist. It seems that there are really no like-minded people in this world. It's a long story. I only reached this point by chance. It's almost impossible to replicate. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to do it. Su Qing shook his head. Even if he didn't want to hide it, the old Taoist couldn't copy it. The old Taoist nodded. There was no reason for Su Qing to lie to him. Moreover, as a Taoist holy place, it can know some secrets that ordinary people cannot know. Little brother, what do you want to know when you come to me? I will tell you everything I know. The old Taoist asked again. I want to know why the spiritual energy on Blue Star suddenly disappeared. Su Qing said, there must be a reason why the spiritual energy disappears. How could it just disappear for no reason? The old Taoist sighed and said, in ancient China, there were 4 little ice ages. Little ice age? Su Qing nodded and remembered that his history teacher seemed to have mentioned it during history class. With the arrival of the Little Ice Age, the average temperature in all regions will drop, severe droughts and floods will occur in the summer, and the winter will be extremely cold, with even some relatively warm places experiencing heavy snow. He remembered that his history teacher once said that the demise of the Ming dynasty was largely due to the Little Ice Age, which caused a massive drop in grain production, social unrest, and continuous uprisings. The old Taoist continued, "If it weren't recorded in ancient books, I probably wouldn't believe in the existence of spiritual energy." Ancient texts mention that this was a Little Ice Age, which was the main cause of the spiritual energy depletion. It has occurred 4 times in total. The first began in the Shang dynasty, the second began in the late Eastern Han dynasty, the third appeared in the late Tang dynasty, and the fourth appeared in the late Ming dynasty. Every time it appears, the spiritual energy will be weakened by 1 point. After 4 times, there will be very little spiritual energy left. In modern times, spiritual energy no longer exists in this world, and even the people who practice internal energy are few and far between. The old Taoist shook his head after saying this. So that's how it is. Su Qing had a general idea in his mind. No wonder there were so many masters of internal martial arts in ancient times who could at least fly over eaves, walk on walls, and walk on water. In modern times, not to mention masters of internal martial arts, even masters of external martial arts are extremely rare. For Little Ice Ages have exhausted the essence of the blue planet. He suddenly thought, since the last Ice Age began in the late Ming dynasty, were there any people who practiced Taoism before that? Civilization has existed for 5,000 years and has never been interrupted, so those methods of cultivation must have been preserved as well. No wonder there are some martial arts that later generations practice according to the methods left by their predecessors, but they cannot master until they die. It is not because they don't work hard, but because they simply do not have the conditions. The same goes for the old Taoist. He has read all the books until they are worn out, but he hasn't found a single flower. However, he was also very talented. Even in an era without spiritual energy, he cultivated his kung fu to the highest level in the world. Su Qing also learned some other things, such as some topics about the realm of cultivation. There are also speculations about some historical figures. The old Taoist didn't quite understand these things, but he had basically told Su Qing everything he knew. Half an hour later, Su Qing stood up. He had gotten the answer he wanted. "You can leave now." "Thank you, old Taoist priest." Suing both. Su Qing turned around and prepared to leave. The old Taoist suddenly called him over, his tone rarely changing to seriousness. "Little brother, I know this may be a bit presumptuous, but I still want to know, do people like us still have a chance?" Su Qing heard anticipation in his tone. "Who would want to leave in such obscurity?" He stopped, turned around, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, that day will come." Even he himself didn't have the confidence to say this. He was even confused about his future. The old Taoist smiled and nodded. "I also believe that one day. See you later. Goodbye." Su Qing walked back along the road. He looked up at the bronze bell, and now he didn't have much thought about it. Only a few people knew the secret of the bronze bell, but he was the only one who could use it. Although it is a mysterious magic weapon, it is ultimately just a remnant. In the end, he couldn't find the peers he wanted to find. Still a lonely loner. When we went down the mountain, the blockading law enforcement officers had already evacuated. I heard that the last H-man was caught in a bush. Although he didn't have that thing on him, he couldn't escape after all. He called Guan Xiong and the others and agreed to go down the mountain with them. Lin Zhou, Hua Qiao, and Su Cheng walked out of the hospital. Thinking about what happened in the past few days, I still feel a little scared. Damn Su Qing, if you don't die, how can I take over? "Uncle, what should we do now?" "Uncle, we have to think of a way," Su Cheng said unwillingly. "Don't worry, this revenge is not only yours, it's mine too. Since it doesn't work openly, let's try it secretly." Hua Qiao blamed all the suffering they had suffered on Su Qing. Secretly? Will that work? He has a lot of bodyguards with him. Although Su Qing wished he would die sooner, he also had to consider reality. "Don't worry, the person I contacted is not an ordinary person. He is the #1 killer in the South. It took only 1 month for him to ascend to the throne of the Southern King Killer, known as the King of Shadows." Hua Qiao showed a cruel smile. Chapter 78 Premonition. Please recommend votes. Xia State, a certain province. In a gorgeously decorated room, a sturdy middle-aged man was lying on the bed in his bathrobe. If it weren't for the blood flowing from the red line on his neck that stained the bathrobe red, it would have been a quiet and peaceful scene. Beside the bed stood a young man in a black windbreaker, smiling, holding a knife in his right hand, wiping the blood from the knife onto the bed sheet. Everything is so natural. It was so natural that it seemed like a trivial thing. If anyone knew the identity of the deceased on the bed, they would probably fall out of their eyes. The deceased was the leader of a trans-provincial underground gang, who also had various glamorous identities, such as a wealthy philanthropist and collector. He was someone who could chat and laugh with important officials of the same province, but now he was killed in his bed. A big shot like him, although he's cleaned up his act and come ashore, still has numerous underground connections and enemies. He values his life very much and is always surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. But now their employer was killed in his bed, and there was no movement outside. One cannot help but marvel at the young man's bizarre methods. Mission accomplished. The Mere King of the South is not my target at all. He turned on his phone, completed the task, and uploaded the picture. Then I looked at the next task, hunting Su Qing. At the top was a photo, and below was a series of detailed introductions, including his appearance, personality, travel habits, etc. If Su Qing were to do it himself, he might not be able to do it in such detail. These people went to great lengths to kill him. After looking at the photos, he glanced at the introduction and closed it. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just killing one person. Why bother with so much trouble? So what if he is a billionaire? No one I wanted to kill had ever escaped. He is the strongest newcomer in the killer world. He created the fastest record from F-class killer to S-class killer. He is the most popular person at the moment. Because his activities are mainly in the South, he is respected as the King of the South. At the same time, because he comes and goes without a trace, and no one can catch any trace of him, he is also called the King of Shadows. No matter which of these two titles is taken out, it will be able to stir up a bloody storm in the killer world. But in the mouths of young people, it seems like garbage that is disdained. Su Qing, wait for me, it will be quick. After saying this, his figure faded away, disappearing directly from the spot, as if he had never appeared. In a blink of an eye, his figure appeared dozens of meters away. The King of Shadows comes and goes without a trace. This is his golden finger, which allows him to travel through space and move freely within 50 meters. This is why he never left any evidence. Unless you install a camera. But how many people would tolerate installing a camera in their own room? This golden finger made him famous. No matter where you hide, I can find you and kill you with one blow. Early the next morning, the bodyguard found that there was no movement inside for a long time. When he opened the door, he found that his employer had been dead in bed for who knows how long. Law enforcement officers quickly arrived to investigate and collect evidence. The deceased's identities, both public and private, have great influence, and they are under tremendous pressure. But no matter how they investigated and collected evidence, they could not find any fingerprints or traces of infiltration. It's as if people come out of nowhere and leave out of nowhere. This strange method of committing the crime reminded them of the S-class killer who had become famous in the past month, the Shadow King. Wudong Mountain. Su Qing had just finished her meal and returned to her hotel suite to rest. The results of today's harvest echoed in my mind. Su Qing didn't believe that those historical figures who were once famous on Blue Star would succumb to fate, and there must be some who survived. It seems that the possibility of the existence of spiritual energy on Blue Star is becoming lower and lower. Maybe it is so thin that it can never be discovered. But you still have to take a look and let the system scan it closely. We have a whole day tomorrow to search. After this incident, my aunt's daughter's wedding was approaching. Although this place has no spiritual energy, it has abundant vegetation and is covered with large tracts of forest. The air quality is much better than in the city. It's a good place to maintain health. No sex life. Close your eyes and prepare to sleep. Just as he lay down, he suddenly felt a flash of fear in his heart and sat up abruptly. Something is wrong. This kind of feeling of fear was the first time he had encountered it since he began practicing. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that could be dangerous to him. But there is always a chance of something happening. He used all his strength to operate the innate great evolution divine numbers, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and began to calculate himself. A screen of light appeared in his mind, predicting his future. A light curtain appeared. Pictures flashed by. In the second half of the night, when he was fast asleep, a young man in a black windbreaker suddenly appeared in his room, raised a gun in his hand, and started shooting at him wildly. It took only a few seconds. If he had been prepared, it would have been fine. Even if his defense was not enough, he would at most have suffered minor injuries. But at night, without any preparation, there was a great possibility that he would capsize in the ditch. Being shot at such a close distance would result in serious injury, if not death. The picture pauses and becomes blurry here. Who is this guy? The golden finger that can teleport. Su Qing could tell at a glance that he had suddenly appeared in the room and was completely unprepared. Who is this person? From the perspective of cause and effect, I have no connection with him. He burned his luck, and the cause and effect line became clearer, exposing Huichi and Yao Suching behind the scenes. Is it them? You really hate me for not dying. Su Qing sneered. They were truly brothers. Since you've come to me, I won't be polite. Huh? Why is there another one? Below the causal line, the person behind the scenes is exposed. Su Qing was stunned. Who is this person? I seem to have never seen it before. Why do you want to harm him? Never mind. Solve the current problems first and settle the later accounts later. With the innate great evolution divine numbers, he knew exactly where the young man in the black windbreaker appeared. I'm not lonely anymore in the second half of the night. However, his golden finger is elusive. It would be bad if I failed to subdue him and let him run away. So make some preparations in advance. It made him lose the ability to move and think for a moment. He dialed the phone. Hello, Guan Xiong. Please help me go out and do something. Guan Xiong immediately perked up. Sir, please give me your orders. Go buy a few electric batons now. High voltage ones, preferably ones that can shock a cow so that it can't move. Su Qing said, worried that the power would be too small. Use the electric baton yourself. Double insurance. Stun baton? He looked up at the moonlight outside. What was the use of an electric baton in the middle of the night? Although I had doubts in my heart, I was determined to carry out the plan. Yes, I'll go out and do it right away. He immediately put on his clothes and walked out of the hotel. Although Su Qing's request was a bit strange, he could accept it. After all, everyone has some quirks. But why does it have to be so powerful? That's an electric bull. If a person is electrocuted, he will lie on the ground foaming at the mouth. Chapter 79 Void Flashing System. Please recommend votes. Guan Xiong tightened his clothes and found a public toilet to go in. This kind of high-power electric baton is illegal in itself. If you want to buy it, you can only buy it through some gray channels. For example, behind the toilet door, guns, ammunition, drugs, electric batons. After a moment, he made a phone call. Hello, do you have a stun gun? He asked in a low voice. Yes, I do, but it won't be until tomorrow. Are you crazy to call me in the middle of the night? A rough man's voice on the other end sounded very dissatisfied. Tomorrow? No, I want it tonight. Guan Xiong said. Why do you want this thing in the middle of the night? You have to wait until today. Can't it be done tomorrow? The man was very unhappy. He felt so comfortable in the bed and was reluctant to leave. Are you still doing business? I'll give you more money. Su Qing's order is tonight, so he can't delay and must get it tonight. Wait, what power do you want? The man got up cursing, and he had to do business if it came to him. Guan Xiong reported his request. Half an hour later, a man wrapped like a dumpling and wearing a mask appeared, looking left and right at the corner, wondering if there were any suspicious people lying in ambush. He saw the bear, but he was afraid that the law enforcement officers would use a sting operation to hook him out and arrest him together. In this case, he would suffer a great loss. So you must be cautious, and cautious again. After confirming again and again that there was no ambush, he picked up a black bag, walked in front of Guan Xiong, and looked at him vigilantly to prevent him from suddenly attacking and hurting people, while leaving himself a way to escape. Guan Xiong saw through his little thoughts at a glance. He smiled and didn't care. If people who have been walking in the gray area for a long time don't even have this little bit of vigilance, how could they have gotten away with it for so long? Here are the three of them. I picked the most powerful one for you according to your request. At this point, he became a little confused, raised his head and asked, but I still have to warn you, these electric batons are extremely powerful. If you're poaching, that's fine, but if you want to use them on humans, you'd better be very cautious. He also considered these points for his own benefit. If he kills a few people and the case is traced back to the source of supply, he will be in trouble. Don't worry about it. No one will die anyway. Guan Xiong waved his hand. Transfer. Good. Guan Xiong didn't bargain and transferred the money readily. A dozen minutes later, Guan Xiong walked into the hotel and handed the electric baton to Su Qing. Su Qing opened the black bag and took out one. It must be said that although it was underground, smuggled goods, it was made quite delicately. He pressed the button. A sizzling sound of electricity was heard. The sound of electric current scared them all. If they poked this man, no matter how strong you were as a bull, You would be knocked down with one stick, no matter how great a martial arts master or legend you were. Moreover, this seller is quite conscientious and seems to have made an enlarged version. There is less than an hour left until the estimated time. You can wait slowly. It's just that I'm going to be exposed this time, but they're all my confidants, so it doesn't matter if I expose myself to them. It will actually increase their admiration for me. He picked up a pen and drew a circle on the wooden floor. Everyone saw his actions and was puzzled. You three, each take an electric baton and stand in a circle around me. When someone appears in the circle, just use the electric baton to hit them. Su-Ching took out 3 electric batons from the black bag and distributed them to them. Guan Xiong and the other 2 were all confused, looking at each other. I can't see anything. What does this mean? How could a 5th person suddenly appear in the room and ask us to sit here in a circle holding electric batons? Even if a 5th person appears, it wouldn't be so coincidental that he would appear in the circle. If law enforcement officers suddenly rushed in and saw our strange sense of ritual, it would be strange if they were not arrested. Relax, I'm not lying to you. You'll find out soon, and then you'll be amazed. Su-Ching gave a mysterious smile. Guan Xiong and the others were completely confused, but they had no choice but to do as they were told. After yawning, they sat there quietly. As excellent veterans, they are very good at endurance courses. Not to mention 1 hour, they can even sit for 10 hours without moving. Su-Ching patted their shoulders and said, "Relax, don't be so nervous. The time is not up yet. There are still 40 or 50 minutes left. Sir, there's no need. We'll just treat it as daily exercise." After saying this, he sat up straight, which gave him a unique aesthetic feeling. However, the electric baton in his hand ruined the atmosphere. Su-Ching smiled, sat back down, and began to practice meditation. "I'm going to give you a big surprise. How can you run away?" In the dark night, the young man in black, Pan Sheng, got out of the taxi and looked up at the hotel in front of him. "It's here, that's right." He had all the information about Su-Ching in his mind, including which floor and room of the hotel. Originally, Su-Ching had no intention of hiding his whereabouts this time, but if someone wanted to investigate, it could be discovered through some connections. He wanted to smile coldly. The youngest billionaire, isn't he just living off his father's wealth? What's there to be proud of? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth and have enjoyed it for more than 20 years. It's time to end it. I can only blame my bad luck. I met me, and I am destined to die. He raised his head and saw that the left side of his face was covered with burn scars. In the dim light, they hovered over his face like wriggling insects, which was particularly terrifying. Few people have seen his true face. Everyone who saw it is dead. This is why there's not even a single photo of the famous Southern Killer King, because none of his prey has ever escaped. The harvest of death has begun. He opened his arms and embraced the night. Not even suitable for hunting, only suitable for harvesting. Instead of going directly to the 5-star hotel, he chose to go up to the building next to it. Su-Ching seemed to have some feeling in his heart and turned off the light directly. "Watch out, someone's coming." When Guan Xiong and the others heard this, they immediately became alert, as if it was a trap ready to devour its prey. Pan Sheng climbed to the roof, which was the best and most reasonable hunting position. He looked at the room with a large floor-to-ceiling window, where his target, Su-Ching, was. He could appear in the room just by thinking about it. No matter what the substance is, it can penetrate. He once had the idea of robbing a bank, but ultimately did not realize it because of this concern. After becoming a killer, he actually fell in love with the thrill. "I'm here. We're early, so I can still go back for a late-night snack." The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and his figure drifted away in the wind. This is his golden finger. It's called the Void Flashing System. Chapter 80, Electric Shock Him. Happy New Year. Please recommend and subscribe. Su-Ching suddenly raised his head and looked at the circle in the middle. In his perception, the energy in that place had changed, and a force that he had never seen before gathered there. In a flash, a whirlwind appeared and gradually condensed into a human figure. "Here it comes, shock him." Su-Ching's aura suddenly changed at this moment, and he transformed into the Thunder King and shouted softly. Guan Xiong and others had been nervous and alert for a long time. Their worldview was refreshed by this sudden scene. Are there really people with superpowers in this world? If not, how do you explain this scene? Although he was confused, he acted ruthlessly without any hesitation and turned the power to the maximum. The crackling sound of the electric current made his scalp tingle. An electric baton can directly stun a strong cow. When 3 of them come together, the scene Chapter 81. This is too weird. Please recommend votes. 500 of luck burned to help him take this step. The only place he was most familiar with was Wudong Mountain, so he started his journey using it as a coordinate. He imagined a place in his mind as his destination. When he took that step forward, it was as if he had crossed billions of miles of space. When his figure emerged, he still felt a little dizzy, feeling uncomfortable due to the long-distance span. However, this discomfort only lasted for a moment before he came to his senses. Looking at the familiar cabin in front of him, there was a cow tied next to it. The cow saw the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared and stared at him with wide eyes, seeming a little puzzled as to how such a big man suddenly appeared. I'm a little skeptical about Mr. Niel. This is the old Taoist retreat. It is very quiet in the middle of the night and is truly a place for spiritual practice. Suin smiled slightly. This was the place he was thinking of. Now that he was here, he should say hello to the owner of the yard. Otherwise, Chapter 82. Is there a monster? Please subscribe, big guys. The helicopter rumbled towards Wudong Mountain. Although their young master's ideas were a bit strange, Guan Xiong and the others had long been accustomed to them, and even felt a bit fanatical about them. When they think about what happened yesterday, they still feel admiration in their hearts. Geniuses have genius ideas. How could mortals like them possibly understand? So worship is over. Why so many doubts? Su Qing opened the system scan and scanned Wudong Mountain again and again. With this powerful weapon, he could clearly detect any spiritual energy that existed. The helicopter pilot followed his orders and flew forward, patrolling the entire Wudong Mountain. Guan Xiong and a few other veterans were aboard on the plane, so they started to compete with each other to see who had better balance on the plane. Su Qing also withdrew his gaze. All the mountains were the same. It was enough to have the system scanning. Chapter 83. What if you guessed it? Subscribe. Su Qing was not taken into the interrogation room. Xingyi has already found out his identity. The interrogation room is where suspects stay, and his identity is not suitable. Besides, she didn't find any evidence that Su Qing had committed any crime. After arriving at the law enforcement bureau, Xingyi invited him into his office. Mr. Su, please sit down. Xingyi sat opposite him, looking at him intently. Team leader Hua, can you tell me now why you invited me to the law enforcement bureau? Su Qing asked while sitting on the soft chair opposite her. Hearing this, Xingyi leaned forward and stared into his eyes. Mr. Su, don't you know? Su Qing shook his head. I don't know. Xingyi sat up straight again, not knowing whether he believed what he said or not, and stopped dwelling on the issue. Let's start talking about today. Someone reported the case this morning. Chapter 84. I understand. Understand. Subscribe. Xingyi's hand movements suddenly stopped. She looked up at him in confusion. You want to help me? How do you help? In her eyes, Su Qing is rich, but there are some things that money cannot buy. So she had to think about whether Su Qing was deliberately trying to attract her attention. If that was the case, she would not be in such a good mood. This is a matter of life and death. He can't even tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. At this time, he's still thinking about picking up girls. A common problem among rich boys. So naturally, her tone was not good. Don't bother you. Our colleagues have their own ways to track it down. You should think about how to protect yourself. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Suing. Women are really bad-tempered. They were fine just now, but they changed in an instant. Normally, he would not care about these trivial matters, but this involved a special. Chapter 85. Where the hell did you come from? Subscribe. General Ridge. A skinny middle-aged man walked out from a bush. He was wearing camouflage, and his clothes were messy. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes were still very bright, revealing sharpness and vigilance. He looked at the road down the mountain in front of him. As long as he went down the mountain, he would enter the province. It was simply a pipe dream for them to catch him across cities and provinces. He grew up in a poor family. After dropping out of junior high school, he worked in a factory and repaired cars. Later, he started working on a ship abroad. By chance, he joined a foreign mercenary corps of Gaul and received rigorous training. The mercenary group has been traveling to more than a dozen countries for 10 years, participating in dozens of wars large and small, and has taken countless lives. I am old now and plan to return to China to retire. I have been abroad for many years, and my ID card has expired long ago. As a result, due to insufficient materials, the ID card could not be obtained, and the staff at the government hall had a very bad attitude. He was used to killing people and killed them on the spot. Chapter 86. You are too slow. Subscribe. I fuck you, you immortal. Gao Zijuan couldn't help but curse. This group of law enforcers are like they're wearing locators. They follow you wherever you go. Looking at the black gun barrel, his heart was pounding. He doesn't want to die. Put your hands up and don't move. If you move, I'll shoot. Hua Xingyi shouted. How did you find me? Gao Zijuan slowly raised his hand, his eyes wandering, looking for a route to escape. He looked across at 7 people, 6 of them holding guns, and a young man in plain clothes watching the fight. Who is it? His eyes darted back and forth. Who has such a great ability to predict the future? Stop talking nonsense. You can run pretty fast. You hit so many people. Don't you feel any guilt at all? A law enforcer shouted angrily. What kind of people are they? They are just a bunch of scum from the bottom of society. How can they be considered human beings? Chapter 87 Hua Xingyi's thoughts. Subscribe. Xiao he swallowed, walked over and handcuffed him. Don't move, be quiet. Gao Zijuan cooperated with him very well, and he had no choice but to cooperate. With both hands dislocated and his knees broken, he lost all ability to resist and could only be slaughtered. After Xiao he handcuffed him, he checked his physical condition. The look he gave Su Qing became increasingly strange. How can this be a vase? It is clearly a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing. Mr. Su, are you a martial arts master? He was extremely curious. I really can't think of any other explanation. Who is Gao Zijuan? He has undergone rigorous training in a foreign mercenary corps and is much stronger than ordinary special forces. Moreover, he has experienced dozens of wars, big and small, and grew up in blood and death. He is ruthless and cruel, which is definitely not comparable to some green hands. Chapter 88. I want this. I'll give you all the others. Please vote. Hello. How many people are there? The waiter came over. 2. This way, please. Although this restaurant is not in the city, it is still very popular and is almost full before 6 o'clock. The restaurant is very stylish, with a very delicate and zen-like design. Tables are separated by bamboo curtains, creating a design space that is separated but not isolated. A small stream was also dug on the ground, creating a design atmosphere similar to that of a winding stream flowing through the water. Just from these aspects, it can be seen that the price of this restaurant is definitely not low. Fortunately, Hua Xingyi had changed into casual clothes. Otherwise, if he was photographed by some caring citizen, there would be no problem, but there would be a lot of trouble. This is why law enforcement officers must change into casual clothes when they go out. As long as I wear that uniform, there will always be some vague things coming to me. Su Qing took a breath. Chapter 89, Why Should I Win 5 Million? Subscribe. Seeing Su Qing's deduction, Hua Xingyi didn't know what expression he should show. Can you figure it out just by pinching it with your hands? This is too metaphysical. According to the process, shouldn't you test a character or draw a lot, and then interpret the lot and pretend to do it? Wouldn't it be more convincing? This is too much of a joke. The words sound quite nice. Although she doesn't have much ambition, a promotion will bring her a raise in salary. Every little increase counts. Even a small mosquito is still meat. However, she remained deeply skeptical of Su Qing's words. How could it be so magical? But Su Qing in front of him was sitting there leisurely, as if waiting for something. Buzz! The phone vibrated, and the caller ID showed it was Yuju. Hua Xingyi looked at the person on the caller ID and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. No way. Chapter 90 Departure. Subscription request. He was very unfamiliar with this aunt. I really don't have any impression of it. But overall, the viewing experience is still good. After all, she married far away for love. This courage alone is worthy of awe. Although, the results were not very good. But he is still so stubborn. He raised a pair of children by himself and nurtured them into successful people without asking for a penny from others. Such stubbornness and perseverance are beyond his reach. Therefore, he unconsciously developed more respect and admiration for his aunt, whom he had never met. Even though this invitation was for his parents, he would still come in person to fulfill their wish. But now this information seems a little different. My aunt's daughter has a bad reputation in this information. The family that my aunt married into is not an ordinary family. Instead, he is an entrepreneur in the city with extensive connections and assets exceeding 10 million. The reason behind Chapter 91. Asked for a monthly ticket. Su Qing went up to the 2nd floor of the Red Teaching Building. He has a slender figure and a very handsome face, and he is very good-looking. Many young female teachers looked at him sideways, wondering which student's brother he was. He found classroom 306. On the 3-foot podium, A woman in her 40s was giving a lecture. She was dressed simply and her face was without any makeup, but her whole spirit and temperament were eye-catching. Although she was getting older, it was still clear that she must have been a beauty when she was young. But the moment he saw this face, Su Qing was sure that he was his Aunt Han Jiexing. Because he looked so much like his mother, even his temperament is the same. Time cannot destroy it. There are some similarities between his eyebrows. He stood by the window and listened quietly, not wanting to disturb her lecture. 10 minutes later, Chapter 92, Mother and Son. Subscribe. Aunt, what's wrong? Do you know these two people? Su Qing saw that her expression was changing constantly, mixed with some unclear meanings. The people arguing with the security guard were a man and a woman. The man was probably in his 40s or even 50s. Although he was old, he still looked pretty good with fair skin. If he dressed up a little, he could charm many women. The other woman was already old, at least in her 70s, with a pair of inverted triangle eyes that looked very fierce. It was obvious that she was not someone to be tricked by. The situation is the same now. It was this old woman who was arguing with the security guard. She had her hands on her hips and was talking loudly. Her voice could be heard throughout the entire playground, and they could hear it clearly even from the teaching building. The man hid behind her, as if he felt that this was a bit indecent, but he didn't dare to say anything to stop it. I could only look around and assess the school from behind. Chapter 93, I Won't Mess Around. Subscribe. Han Jiexing found what he said so interesting that she almost laughed out loud. The old woman was stunned for a moment, then she reacted immediately. Anger surged on her face, and she shouted in a pheasant-like voice. Little thing, what do you mean? You have a mother, but no father, and you are so sharp-tongued. Who taught you these words? As he spoke, he glanced at Han Jiexing. The meaning is self-evident. Although he was scolding Su Qing, he actually also implicated Han Jiexing. Su Qing had just come here with Han Jiexing. If the two of them had no relationship, she would never believe it, even if she was beaten to death. Even though I was born by a mother, but not raised by a father, at least I still have a face. What about you? You can say such shameless words. You have lived like a dog all your life. Don't you even look in the mirror to see who you are and what kind of person you have given birth to? I cheated on my wife back then, and now I'm being treated like trash. Chapter 94, Mom Loves You the Most. Subscribe. Although Han Jiexing had a very bad impression of this mother and son. Back then, her ex-mother-in-law always made things difficult for her, using every possible means. He even once instigated his son to divorce. I was too weak back then and didn't dare to speak out when I was wronged. Instead, for the sake of family harmony, he has been swallowing his anger, making concessions, and looking for solutions. Now it seems that I was hopelessly stupid back then. The best thing I have ever done is to divorce Zhou Shichong. Otherwise, if the situation were still the same as before, I would probably get sick from anger if not die. Not to mention raising my two children to become successful. I'm afraid they would even have big problems with their thinking. So now she is extremely glad for the decision she made back then. The more harmonious we are now, the more hatred we had back then. No matter how difficult life is now, it is still countless times happier than it was in the past. So when her ex-mother-in-law wanted her to remarry, she was extremely disgusted. Chapter 95, What Kind of Family Is This? Subscribe. My aunt has never been interested in money. If she knew what he was thinking, she would definitely try to stop him. So he had no intention of telling her from the beginning. He wanted to give her cousin a big surprise. This surprised those who looked down on his cousin. At the same time, this can be regarded as compensation for his aunt over the years. She may not want it, but he must give it. If I simply give it to her in person, she will definitely not accept it. So she gave it to her daughter in another way. It was already afternoon when he returned to the hotel, and Guan Xiong and others were waiting for him at the hotel entrance. Sir, did your trip go smoothly today? That's okay. I need to do something, and I need you to come with me. Sui Nadith. Sir, please give your orders. Let's go to the nearest Audi 4 Sun store and pick out a good car. Chapter 96, Crazy Card Swiping Subscription Request. After more than 10 minutes, everything was done. Make payment and sign the contract. Everything seemed so orderly and unreal. In just 20 minutes, a transaction involving more than 2 million was completed so easily. From beginning to end, Su Qing just looked around the car and took a quick look at the interior. He didn't even get in the car to experience it, and just swiped his card to buy it. Buying a multi-million-dollar luxury car is like buying groceries. It's even easier than buying groceries. Because when buying vegetables, you have to compare prices from 3 different stores, bargain, and only buy when there is no profit margin left. As for Su Qing, apart from offering a 2% discount, there was no suspicion of any other bargaining. You know, if he had bargained a little more, he could have gotten at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan off. Please complete the paperwork for the car and remove it from the showroom. I'll send someone to pick it up in 3 days. Su Qing threw down a sentence. Chapter 97. Mom, did we win the lottery? Subscribe. Su Qing was invited into the VIP office. A moment later, he came out empty-handed. It's not that the bank doesn't allow him to withdraw money, but that there is simply not that much cash in the bank. It was agreed that they would come to withdraw the money early the next morning. The bank would prepare it, and Su Qing would pay some extra fees. A special security company would be responsible for guarding the money. Everything is ready. Su Qing smiled gently and took them back to the hotel. The next 2 days were days of leisure. Walking around and seeing the customs and culture of this coastal city is also a form of leisure. 2 days were spent in this leisurely and relaxing manner. 2 days later, Fangjingshan Hotel. The two parties holding the wedding were the daughter of an elementary school teacher, and the other party was the Chun family, an entrepreneur in Qingnan City with a net worth of over 10 million. In Qingnan, a net worth of over 10 million is not considered. Chapter 98. Su family. Congratulations to Miss Cousin on her wedding. Subscribe. The door to the banquet hall slowly opened. Han Yin, wearing an extremely beautiful wedding dress, walked out slowly with the groom, Chen Yinyan. Anyone who saw this scene would secretly praise it in their heart. What a perfect match. The wedding music slowly sounded and the rose petals slowly fell, and many people were stunned by the golden boy and girl walking on the red carpet. But there are always a few discordant voices. She's quite pretty, but it's a pity she's Voldemort. She asked for a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. Although 300,000 yuan isn't a lot, she doesn't even consider her own financial situation. She doesn't even have a dowry, yet she has the audacity to ask for 300,000 yuan. That's right. If I were the groom, I would rather marry the bridesmaid next to me than her. Who said it wasn't? I heard that she wanted the 300,000 yuan for her brother. I wonder if she bought him a car or a house. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not married yet. Chapter 99 is finally here. Everyone looked at Su Qing, who suddenly appeared. I thought to myself, what a handsome young man. He was so generous and gave out so many gifts that it was hard to keep up. I wonder if you're married? Han Yin and Han Li, brother and sister, looked at Su Qing, who suddenly appeared, and looked at each other in surprise. Cousin? When did I get cousin? They subconsciously looked at their mother, but found that there was no trace of surprise on Han Jiexing's face, as if she had expected it. They were even more surprised. If they were cousins, the Su family, they thought of a possibility. The two looked at each other. It is clear in my heart. Who was it just now who said that the bride had no dowry? Isn't this the case? She just came a little late. Now, it's your turn to make comments. Su Qing glanced at the whole audience. Hearing his words, the people who had just made sarcastic remarks bowed their heads. It was real money, and you still dare to say it was not a companion. Chapter 100. Killing Intentions. Subscribe. The security guard was about to leave when Su Qing called him. Then he turned to Chunru and said, Uncle Chun, please don't bother my aunt with this matter. Today is a happy day, and I don't want to make her sad again because of such a trivial matter. So, I just need to take care of it. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Chunru was a little surprised when he saw Su Qing suddenly speak. What they said just now was already quiet enough, but Su Qing still heard it. Is his hearing so amazing? But now is not the time to dwell on these little things. He thought for a moment and nodded. Since Su Qing came forward, it means that he knows the inside story. Indeed, on such a happy day as today, if it is true as he said that there are some unpleasant past events, then it would be best for him to come forward. So he just thought about it and then nodded. My dear nephew, since you're going to deal with this. Chapter 101. Catalyzing Black Gas. Subscribe. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the old woman's inverted triangle eyes became more and more impatient. You little bastard, I'm asking you a question. Why doesn't that bitch dare to come see me? She's eating delicious food, isn't she? She's having a good time in there, and we, mother and daughter, are standing in the cold wind waiting for her. What are we thinking? Thinking your daughter is lucky and will rise to prominence if she marries a rich man is unrealistic. That's wishful thinking. A toad is a toad, and it will never fly to the sky. She went back and thought about it for a long time, found a lot of evidence, and even called Han Jiexing's former colleagues. In the end, she found out that Han Jiexing was still borrowing money everywhere a few days ago. If he is really a direct descendant of a big family, hundreds of thousands of dollars is just a drop in the bucket. Is there any need to beg for help from everyone and ask for donations? You say this kind of person is the legitimate daughter of a wealthy family. Who would believe it if I told them? It was naive to think that you could fool her by asking someone to act out some drama. So, Chapter 102. One cry, one laugh, subscribe. In the hotel, Shinru walked behind, puzzled. Was this matter resolved just like that? There is no beginning or end. Judging from the character of the old woman he saw just now, she would never give up. She was like a dogskin plaster or a poisonous snake and would wrap around him as soon as there was a flaw. If you don't make up your mind, you can't get rid of it. He has experienced all kinds of life and seen the warmth and coldness of human nature. This is not the first time he has seen something like this. It was for this reason that he was puzzled by Su Qing's actions. So immature. It would be normal for Su Qing to pay some money to get rid of them, because things that can be solved with money are not a problem. In other words, even if Su Qing asked him to borrow some people to keep an eye on the mother and son and use some violent means to intimidate them, he could also think of it. However, I didn't expect Su Qing's approach. Taken. Chapter 103. The Mouse in the Dark, subscribe. The banquet hall was bustling with activity. Mr. Su, you are really promising at such a young age. I wonder where you are going. Many people came to join in the fun. Everyone has their own thoughts. I took over my family's stall and do some small business to make a living. Su Qing said modestly. Everyone rolled their eyes in their hearts. I don't believe you. Can you easily get 10 million by doing some small business? Come, I'll toast you a glass. If you have the opportunity to make a fortune in the future, you must take care of me. Of course, there's a chance we can work together. Su Qing is experienced in accidents. Welcome everyone who comes. His mouth was like an abyss. No matter how many glasses of wine were poured into his stomach, it was bottomless. He had no idea how much he had drunk, but there was still no trace of red on his face. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. A real god of wine. Chapter 104. Super Taming System, subscribe. Is it finally my turn? Damn God, you've been teasing me for so many years, and finally you felt guilty. 10 minutes ago, he finished the last box of instant noodles and was completely out of food. It was at this moment that the god of luck descended upon him, and a prompt suddenly came from his mind. Congratulations on binding to the super taming system. You can spend money to tame any animal. The selected animal can be continuously upgraded and evolved through money and will become your most loyal pet. Then countless pieces of information popped up in his mind. A full 10 minutes passed before he digested all this information. After digesting this information, he wanted to jump up and roar with excitement. This is the legendary system, the protagonist's standard configuration. He stays in bed reading novels every day, so he is more comfortable with his system. Chapter 105. A person with superpowers? Subscribe. In the Qinghai Law Enforcement Bureau branch, a case analysis meeting is in full swing, and those attending the meeting are all frontline backbones within the bureau. The intelligence analyst above is giving an introduction. He Liang, 25, from Hongguang, has been working in Qinghai since graduating from university. He lives with a girlfriend in a cramped rental apartment. An hour ago, he was murdered in the McDonald's downstairs from his rental apartment. The forensic doctor found a deadly toxin in his body. If extracted, it would be enough to kill 10 adult men. Even a god wouldn't be able to save him. Forensic examination revealed that the fatal wound was to the back of the neck, with a minor wound. Preliminary evidence has ruled out foul play. With so much deadly toxin, the target would have died instantly. So if it was murder, the killer could only be next to him. His girlfriend was right next to him at the time, and the surveillance showed. Chapter 106, I'm going to kill you all, subscribe. Everyone was embarrassed by the sudden change. After all, talking about someone behind their back is worse than accusing them to their face. It's not even on the same level. The scene was extremely awkward at one point, and some people who had been making sarcastic remarks immediately shut their mouths. It's just what we said. What's the big deal? We didn't tell any lies. Why are you pretending to be so great and thinking you were so awesome? Someone cursed. That's right, you don't pay attention to hygiene, but you blame others. Not only is he unhygienic, but he's also disgusting and perverted. One day, I even found girls' stockings and underwear in his locker. I don't know where he got them from. None of the girls in our class have lost anything. Oh my God, this is so disgusting. I really can't believe it normally. It turns out that he is such a disgusting person. It's fine if you don't say it, but now I feel like I've been tricked. I've lost it before. Several. Chapter 107, the first one death. Subscribe. A message was sent in the class group. It was posted by the squad leader. Classmates, I have some unfortunate news to share with you. I just received a notice that our classmate Deng Hong passed away last night and will not be able to attend our class reunion. When the group heard the news, there was an uproar. No way. Squad leader, are you sure? Is the information reliable? I went out for drinks and barbecue with him the day before yesterday. How could this happen so suddenly? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. Squad leader, do you know what the reason is? Was it a sudden accident? It's uncomfortable. We had planned to travel together after the class reunion. Oh, God is jealous of talented people. Everyone in the group was observing a moment of silence. Keep talking about the past and the promises with him. They're not really that close to Deng Hong. They just want to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 108, Gathering and Loneliness Subscription Request. Or class group. It was a message from the squad leader. Classmates, when I just called Wang Zhongtao, it wasn't him who answered the phone, but someone from the Law Enforcement Bureau. They told me Wang Zhongtao had been killed. Also, I learned through some channels that the cause of death for Deng Hong and Wang Zhongtao was exactly the same. They were poisoned and died instantly. The squad leader has connections in the Law Enforcement Bureau, and since the information was obtained through special channels, it must be correct. He was poisoned and died instantly. What kind of hatred or vengeance would make someone invest so much money and be so cruel? Everyone in the group panicked. This is the second one already. One is a coincidence, but two may not be. Moreover, it is separated by a city district, and it takes 2 hours to get there by bus, even if it is a conspiracy. Chapter 109, the last one in the dormitory subscribed. The young man was huddled in his black windbreaker, with the hood covering his face, making it impossible to see his features. When he raised his head slightly, the scars on his face were revealed, like the god of death in the dark night. The god of death who reaps souls. He also used this metaphor to describe himself. Although he is much calmer now and no longer has the intense restlessness he had when he first began to gain power. However, killing everyone became his deepest obsession. He would not allow his second life to have any stain. All destabilizing factors should be eliminated. These 3 people live in the same dormitory with him. The insults he received back then were the harshest, but he also took revenge a lot. Using their toothbrushes to scrub the toilet walls was his favorite thing to do, but that didn't mean he had forgiven them. After gaining power, his murderous intent became even stronger. Chapter 1, 10 Kneel Down and Kowtow Subscribe. Zhou Xian humiliated him terribly, but Zhang Dongxiang remained uncharacteristically calm. Not to mention getting angry, I'm not even upset. There was only a hint of mockery on his face. Now he is no longer an ordinary person. He has even gone beyond the scope of ordinary people and reached another level. Zhou Xian used to be arrogant, and no matter how much he was scolded, he didn't dare to resist, and even had to smile and please. But things are different now. He is no longer the servile rat crossing the street, who is stepped on by everyone who dislikes him. He now holds the power of life and death. Whoever you want to die must die. Even the most invincible martial arts masters are like paper in front of him. He is now at the top of the food chain. In his eyes, Zhou Xian was just an ant that could be killed with a single hand, as weak as air. So, out of ignorance, he forgave Zhou Xian. Chapter 111, Everyone's Speculations Subscribe. A fear of death unlike any other. Su Qing was in a very relaxed mood. Find him? The murderer must have been very unlucky to be found on him. By then, no one knows who will be unlucky. The one I'm least afraid of is him. Although the class reunion was canceled, since he was already there, he was not in a hurry to leave. He took advantage of his free time to discuss some business matters with the partner companies and sign some contracts. Compared with the Su Group, the cooperative companies are not large in size, and their status is far inferior. They were extremely surprised by his arrival. They didn't expect that the chairman of Su Group would come in person to discuss business. They were flattered, and the service was excellent. The 2 parties have been cooperating for many years and trust each other. These businesses were originally renewal businesses, so after a brief investigation, the contract was finalized quickly. His purpose has basically been achieved. Chapter 112, Arrest Subscribe. Conference Room of the Municipal Law Enforcement Bureau. The atmosphere is very solemn. There were more than a dozen people participating in this meeting, and they were all of high rank. But at this moment, their faces were as solemn as water, and the people pouring water did not dare to speak loudly, let alone disturb them. The highest leader participating in the meeting today is Zhang Guitao, director of the Municipal Law Enforcement Bureau. After watching the surveillance video, all the participants fell silent. This video is nothing else. This was captured by the surveillance camera at the time of Zhou Xian's death. Compared with other centralized surveillance videos, this video is more complete and detailed, and a murderer is fully exposed. It wasn't a surveillance camera that was lucky enough to capture it. But Zhang Dongxiang himself no longer cares about being exposed. There were 4 surveillance videos in total, and they watched them all. After reading it, my heart felt heavy. Because of this case. Chapter 113, he is coming. Subscribe. Zhang Dongxiang escaped. And escaped just before they arrived. Like a prophet. Or someone tipped him off. Or maybe his abilities have become even stronger and he has new abilities. The first guess that someone tipped him off was almost impossible because Zhang Dongxiang had no identity background and he had already surrendered his electronic communicator when they arrested him, so no one could have leaked the information. So only the second possibility remains. That is, he has become stronger than before. They prefer the first guess to the second guess. But no matter what, once he escaped, uncontrollable factors increased. According to his usual code of conduct and thinking, he would start killing again. Send more people to the Law Enforcement Bureau to find him. Since he is hiding, it means he is not invincible. We must find him before he kills someone. Chapter 114, Crush. Subscribe. Ooh, who is here? Xiao Luan was confused. Zhang Dongxiang. When Xiao Luan heard the name, his heart trembled unconsciously. Someone in his family worked in the government, and he was one of the people involved, so the family elders had already given him stern warnings. I have tried many times to call him back home and not let him stay outside. But he refused them all, because this would mean dragging his family into danger, which he didn't want to do. He knew all the details of the case, and he also knew what kind of person Zhang Dongxiang had grown into. He possessed special abilities, and his methods were extremely strange. No one could escape his assassination, like a walking god of death. So when he heard this name, he suddenly panicked. His hands and feet are cold. Is today the day I die? He subconsciously looked up. Chapter 115, Blood Tracking. Subscribe. Zhang Dongxiang took his last breath and, relying on the mutant bee's ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, he found the right direction and ran for his life. The law enforcement SWAT team behind was also puzzled. Every time he was pushed into a desperate situation, he would find a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. He managed to tear a hole in the encirclement and escape without being surrounded. But after all, they were professionals and didn't let him escape completely. Chase him closely. As long as he relaxes, there will be no escape. More than a dozen police dogs chased in the dark night sky. The sharp teeth gleamed coldly in the darkness. One bite, and a large piece of meat will be torn off. A man walked into the cafe. It was Zhang Wutao, director of the General Administration of Law Enforcement. He was in charge of the entire Qinhuai Law Enforcement and Violence Agency. He was in a high position and had a strong authority, and he was intimidating without even getting angry. Ordinary criminals dare not even look him in the eye. Chapter 116, I Still Want You to Die. Subscribe. Even though he thought he had let go of his pride. Appears approachable. The people around him don't give him face either. Shut your mouth and put your hands on your head, or I'll shoot you in the head. Infrared rays gathered above his head. Zhang Dongxiang looked coldly at the person who scolded him to shut up. How dare you, a mere mortal, be so disrespectful to me? You really don't know how to live or die. Who gave you the courage? The man felt uncomfortable all over because of his poisonous eyes. Seeing that he refused to cooperate and was staring at him with a cold look, he became furious and hit him with the butt of his gun. Zhang Dongxiang was knocked to the ground, and blood instantly flowed from his forehead. There's no need to be so polite to someone who has committed several murders. And if they hadn't been chasing him, he would probably have continued killing. So they. Chapter 117, This Ordinary Family? Subscribe. The law enforcement officers began to clean up the mess. A prompt sound also came from Su Qing's mind. Ding! An ownerless primary system has been detected. It will cost 100,000 qi to devour it. Suing. The ownerless system can be swallowed with only 100,000. The cost is reduced tenfold. Fortunately, the system fell into my hands. If it fell into the hands of others, it would probably cause a bloody storm in the system world. But it seems that none of the ones that fall into his hands are intact. No matter how you look at it, you are definitely doomed. It's definitely not a good thing if you encounter it. Su Qing decisively chose to swallow it. Luck decreased by 100,000. Beginning to devour, detected as an ownerless system. No need to suppress, begin digestion, devouring completed. Ding, new ability gained, elementary beast taming technique. Su Qing understood the art of taming beasts. Chapter 118 Return to Linzhou. He did not go back to Linzhou directly. Instead, he flew to Qingyang to visit Han Li. Han Li has completed the operation. The operation was successful, and there was no rejection reaction. It's like a new life. After the operation, there is enough money to restore the body functions. After another month or two of rest, you will basically recover. After recovery, you can end your leave of absence and go back to school to complete your studies. I stayed in Qingyang for one day and set off for home the next day. He originally wanted to go directly to Guanxiong's hometown to see if there might be spiritual energy there. The illusory spiritual energy is too difficult to find, so we can only search for it one place at a time. There's a high chance that there is spiritual energy in places where monsters can appear. After all, monsters are psychic. However, there's still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Although most of the things have been handed over to Xiaoani, there's still some that require him to make the final decision. Like game strategy. Chapter 119, Unsettled Mind. Subscribe. The two of them ate authentic Hunan cuisine, which was spicy and refreshing, and drops of sweat dripped down their foreheads. As they talked, they chatted about some things about his aunt, including the wedding and Han Li's surgery. After finishing speaking, Uncle Lu sighed. It turns out there are so many things. I never thought that the girl who grew up in a honeypot would experience such a long and painful life. It is really heartbreaking, but fortunately, she survived no matter how hard it was. The days that followed were all happy. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon after dinner. Su Qing sent messages to several people to inform them that he had returned to Linzhou. Soon, Chen Jiashong sent her address, which was her current address. A duplex apartment. It was a temporary place that Uncle Lu found for her to stay. After a short rest after dinner, Su Qing drove to find her according to the address. When leaving, Chapter 120 The Effect of Explosion, Subscription Request. Chen Jiashong sat in the passenger seat, head slightly to one side, revealing a beautiful face. Luxury cars and beautiful women are the two greatest enjoyments in life. These legs are so thin and long. Su Qing quickly shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. The woman was so terrible that she seduced him without him knowing it. No wonder even Fa Hai couldn't resist the temptation. The concentration has been disturbed. Humph! Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. How can I be addicted to GHS? It's really wrong. Chen Jiashong turned his head and looked at him, not understanding what he was doing. Why does he act so strangely? It's broad daylight, so he can't be possessed by evil spirits. Fortunately, he didn't do anything inappropriate to her just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't know whether she should resist or not. Are you okay? Are your legs tired? Do you want to stop? Chapter 121, it's very simple. Just have hands. Subscribe. That's awesome and cool. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. The combination of skills and emotions has reached its peak. No matter whether it is emotion or skills, it is enough to beat traffic singers. The combination of the two has created a peerless song. What they heard was not the final version. Some electronic arrangements and post-production adjustments are also required. The entire process takes about 2 days. In 2 days, they will be able to hear the final version. And looking at the impatient look of the person in charge, I'm afraid it won't take 2 days. He wants to work overtime and finish it in 1 day. Not only him, but all the staff involved in this song have sharpened their knives and brought their quilts, ready to work overtime in the studio all night. There is no need to worry about the later recommendations of this song. There is no need to choose from these music platforms. Chapter 122, The Mysterious Temple. Subscribe. I have agreed with Shan Xinzhong Band on some matters regarding the next song release. A new song was born, and everyone was gathered together, so we celebrated it as well. After sending Chen Jiashong back to the apartment, Uncle Lu's men drove him back. It was already evening when I got home, although it is a celebration. But I didn't drink any strong liquor, just a few drinks. It's just right for the occasion. After returning home, I didn't see Lu Bo. I heard from other servants that he had gone somewhere to chat again. I heard that he was laughing obscenely while chatting. An old man looked at the screen of his mobile phone and laughed. Su Qing felt a chill when he thought of this scene. He really doesn't understand the happiness of the elderly. After returning to the bedroom, he sat cross-legged on the bed and finally had time to take stock of his gains over the past few days. The game Plants vs. Zombies became popular all over the country as soon as it was released. Chapter 123 Bonus. 2 million. Subscribe. Nonly Entertainment Studio held an internal meeting the next day. The meeting announced an important decision. Start making a new game. Many people are opposed to General Manager Liang Xianan's decision. After all, Plants vs. Zombies was only released about half a month ago. The version has been updated all the time and has not yet been truly stabilized. This game is so popular and is on the rise. The company should focus more on this game and develop more peripheral products. Isn't it putting the cart before the horse to start a new project? If you step too fast, you'll pull your balls. It is more practical to proceed steadily and steadily. Liang CNN had long anticipated their reaction. The game Plants vs. Zombies had brought them great gains during this period, but it had also deceived many people. Admittedly, they're not wrong. He didn't know. Chapter 124, Acquisition, Subscription Request. This is more than just eating melons. It's like stuffing a whole watermelon into your mouth and not allowing you to spit it out. One after another. They're only children. Got into a fight with a kid. A Weibo post received over 500,000 comments in less than a day, and the servers were overwhelmed with comments coming one after another. I ate so much watermelon that I felt numb and wanted to vomit. He spat out the toothpaste in his mouth and then spit out the mouthwash after rinsing his mouth. The entertainment industry is really too chaotic. Outsiders only see the bright and glamorous side, but it is so rotten inside that you can almost see to the root. It simply refreshes one's three perspectives. Fortunately, the one who was most destructive to people's values was banned. But if one is banned today, there will be a second one tomorrow. As long as there are interests, it will not stop. The entertainment industry is too complicated. It's all because the money in the entertainment industry is too much. Chapter 125, 2 billion. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang CNN received a strange call just after finishing his work. The other party claimed to be the head of Fengxian Entertainment Game Company and wanted to discuss game cooperation with him. He invited him to meet at the cafe downstairs. He thought about it and agreed. Meet at the cafe downstairs. After hanging up the phone, he frowned slightly. Fengxian Entertainment is one of the top 4 gaming companies in China. Not to mention him, even an ordinary person has heard of the name of Fengxian Entertainment. The games produced by this company are known for their excellence, and it has been established for more than 10 years and has a profound foundation. After being immersed in the gaming industry for so many years, he has a deeper understanding of the power of Fengxian Entertainment, have a deep understanding of the company's corporate culture and industry concepts. It adheres to the wolf culture. Pursue efficiency, speed, uniqueness, and supremacy. Backed by big money. Chapter 126, It seems that everyone is the same. Subscribe. 200 million? Liang CNN looked at Wu Dongyue meaningfully and snorted in his heart. His gaze changed instantly. When Wu Dongyue stretched out 2 fingers, he thought he had paid a sky-high price. Who knew it would be this price? For other companies, this figure is already an unattainable price. That's a full 200 million. Real cash. Money that many people cannot earn in their entire lives, if piled up into a pile, is enough to form a small mountain. But for non entertainment, this seems a bit ugly. This number is simply insulting. Moreover, his tone sounded like almsgiving, which made him even more unhappy. Who gave you the courage to say these words? You should know that in just over half a month, the sales brought by this game alone have exceeded 100 million. Chapter 127. Top of the rankings, subscribe. The single The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is currently undergoing post-production. Countless staff members worked overtime just to witness the birth of this legendary song. Rather than witnessing the rise of history, they prefer to create history. One day later, the post-production debugging of the song is completed, officially ready to go online. When signing the song, Su Qing let herself go once, but was more restrained the second time. She did not use her original name, but her real name. Brand new single, released to the entire network. As a loyal fan of this song, Uncle Lou lived up to everyone's expectations and mobilized all his entertainment connections to push the song to the top of the charts in just a few hours. It directly ranked first on the best-selling list. The list is full of emerging popular singers and some superstars in the Chinese music scene. But Chapter 128, popular all over the country, subscribe. After listening to it, he looked dazed. My thoughts drifted further and further away. All the dreams I had when I was in school have now been shattered into a firework in the winter. 27 years. So many years have passed in a flash. What was my dream as a child? Writer? Singer? Teacher? Why does everything seem a little blurry? It's all of it, and yet it's not of it. There is some sadness and regret, but also a light of longing and hope. Since we have embarked on this path, then just keep going. Walk until spring comes and flowers bloom and lights are bright. He rubbed his red and sore eyes and almost couldn't hold back his tears. This song really released people's emotions so much that it completely entered people's inner world. Moreover, the music, the coordination, the rhythm, and the lyrics were a perfect match. Every sound struck his heart and finally broke his defenses. Chapter 129, Are You Worthy? Subscribe. A high-end Western restaurant in Shanghai. A young man was sitting by the window on the 12th floor. He was wearing a casual suit and had a sunny and handsome appearance. He was the kind of guy who might not look too stunning at first glance, but the more you looked at him, the more attractive he became. Sitting there, he didn't know how many people were casting ambiguous glances at him. The waitress came over here whenever she had time and brought several side dishes. He relaxed and enjoyed a glass of Bordeaux wine and filet mignon. On the other side, he kept scrolling through his phone, looking at Su Qing's background introduction and photos. He gave a controlling smile. Billionaire? Massacre. Kind of interesting. He likes it. He licked his lips, and the gentle smile on his face turned a little bloodthirsty. A beautiful woman who had stood up and was about to leave saw him, and her eyes lit up. She was even more interested in him because he was alone. Chapter 130, The Mastermind. Subscribe. The waitress walked into the restroom with her phone, only to find that the person she was looking for was not there. He even waited there for a while longer, until the bathroom was empty before coming out. I'm sorry, ma'am. I've searched the restroom carefully just now, but I can't find the person you're looking for. If you can't find him, why don't you call him? Said the waiter. How is this possible? I clearly saw him going just now. Tang Shui stood up hurriedly and said in a lost voice, Did you see it wrongly? Is there anyone else in there? In that closed cubicle? In panic, she grabbed the waiter's hand as if it were her last straw. The waiter shook her head and said, Excuse me, ma'am. I've already looked inside and out, and there's definitely no one there. I waited until the restroom was empty before leaving. Tang Shui fell onto the stool. Chapter 131, Beast. Subscribe. A woman in a cheongsam hurried back from outside and saw this scene as soon as she entered the living room, especially when she saw her precious son kneeling on the ground with a bright red slap mark on his face. She felt extremely distressed, as if the slap had hit her heart. Sun Guowei, what are you doing? Stop it, she roared. Waiter, does it hurt when your dad hit you? Ouch, it's all red. Hurry up and get up and go with mom to apply some medicine. Shang Yanin walked to Sun Wei, touched his face with heartache, and wanted to pull him up. Sun Wei knelt on the ground, unmoved, and refused to get up no matter how hard she tried to pull him. When Sun Guowei saw her come back, he was even more furious. If it weren't for her endless indulgence, how could Sun Wei have made such a big mistake and lost all his face? He said with great sorrow, You are not allowed to get up, and you still have a nerve to say you. Chapter 132, The Second Guan Xiong. Subscribe. Sun Wei walked back to the room. He took out another iPhone from the bottom of the cabinet. His original mobile phone had been confiscated by law enforcement, and it contained so many obscene videos that they had all been destroyed long ago, so as not to leave any traces. That night, all those people were arrested, and he was the only one who managed to escape. The others would not be released for 5 or 6 years, and all the videos in their mobile phones were deleted. This is also the promise made by the enforcement agency to the victims. But who can know? In fact, in addition to these, he also secretly hid a mobile phone and made a backup. I didn't expect it would come in handy. He turned on his phone and watched the video. Inside, a girl was stripped naked and cried and screamed helplessly, but there was only the strange shouts of a group of men, and the scene was in chaos. But these men had no scruples at all and acted recklessly. Chapter 133, A Thief Broke In. Subscribe. It has to be said that his system's imitation ability is extremely powerful. It is almost a 1:1 perfect copy. The face, figure, and clothes are all perfectly matched. In fact, this was the result of him spending a lot of money and continuously investing money. From the time he acquired this system until now, his investment has exceeded 100 million. This is why he is still short of money, even though he has earned so much money. The bodyguard at the door looked at him without any doubt. After all, who in their right mind would suspect that their head had been replaced? This is a lie that is even more outrageous than the existence of ghosts in the world. Although they did not doubt it, they still felt a little strange. Boss, didn't you just go out for breakfast? Why are you back again? Zhao Qingning, who looked like a Guan Xiong, remained calm. He is just a facade and does not understand the actions of his shell. Chapter 134, Who is this person in the audience, and why is he suing me? Subscribe. The Other Side. Guan Xiong received an urgent message from Lu Bo. He didn't care about breakfast at all and just came back with everyone like flying. The breakfast shop was not far from the manor, so they ran forward and rushed back in a minute. The two bodyguards at the door were shocked to see another Guan Xiong appear. When did the boss go out? How come I didn't notice anything? I originally wanted to say hello, but I saw the three of them rushing into the manor like crazy. It was obvious that something big had happened. As soon as they entered the manor, they saw Lu Bo and quickly surrounded him. Panting, he said, "Uncle Lu, you called us back so urgently. What happened?" Lu Bo looked at him after he appeared. That familiar feeling came back again. This is the real thing. In Chapter 135, Brother, I am your younger brother. Subscribe. Zhao Qingning could only try his best to protect his head. He really couldn't figure it out. Why are these people as excited as sharks seeing blood? Am I going to dig up their graves? Bullshit. He really treated me as a punching bag. What a sin it is. He mumbled, "Stop fighting. I beg you to stop. I'll tell you whatever you want." It's not that he's not tough. It's just that he was beaten too hard. Although the law clearly prohibits beating suspects, Su Qing has a wealthy family and a powerful business, so no matter who comes, he has to give him face. What's more, you even ran to someone's house to commit violence. Don't let others beat you up. Are you a Teletubby? And you came with a gun. What? Are you here to join the fun? Several bodyguards held him down. Guan Xiong walked up to look at his photo, which was exactly like his own. Chapter 136, Another System. Subscribe. Zhao Qingning shook his head. I don't know. We complete tasks based on the rewards offered by the platform. Someone posted a mission about you on the platform, offering 30 million for your life, and it's a brutal killing. Although I don't know who this person is, he must have a deep hatred for you. He didn't lie. He really didn't know who issued the task. Once you accept the task in the organization, detailed information will be sent to you automatically. As long as he follows the employer's instructions and uploads it to the website, he will automatically receive commission. Some are programmed. Su Qing was silent. This was the second time he had been assassinated. What's the name of your organization? Zhao Qingning had nothing to hide. Dark Night Heaven. How do you usually communicate? Using mobile phones. We developed a special app specifically for assassination, money laundering, and other services. Chapter 137. The Cool Weather and Sun Pa. Subscribe. Since ancient times, water from wells is kept to itself. If you don't provoke me, I won't beat you like a lunatic. He thought that through the top-secret assassin organization, even if he failed, he could erase all the information. Innocent. There are some methods that you have never come into contact with. Since you have taken action, you must be prepared for retaliation. You punch me. Then I will remove your eggs and make soup for Uncle Lu to nourish his body. The elderly are old and a little weak. San Wei, young Xiuhan, and there are those two useless people who are more likely to cause trouble than to help. They're truly brothers who love each other and respect each other. I originally wanted to save some face for you, but now it seems that there is no need to save any face at all. If you seek death yourself, you can't blame others. Although Su Cheng is his half-brother, he has already lost the last bit of affection for him because he has repeatedly harmed him. Chapter 138. Really? Too polite. Subscribe. The Fengtong City Jade exhibition is very famous, and you can find its address with just a little inquiry. He called it Didi. I thought a Toyota would come, but there was a Land Rover parked in front of me. Su Qing was frightened. Didi drivers are so wild nowadays. How can you, a Land Rover driver, come out to drive sport car? Could it be some system owner showing off again? Or maybe it's some rich second-generation guy who's out to flirt with girls. As soon as he got on the bus, he found that the driver was an old man. After they talked, he found out that he had just retired. System scan, nothing. Master, you're so old and still driving for Didi. Isn't it tiring? Su Qing asked. Land Rover is spacious and comfortable to sit in. He opened the window to ventilate the room. The old man was no longer surprised by his surprise. What's so hard about this? Chapter 139. Stealing is more exciting than free. Subscribe. This was the strongest spiritual energy he had ever encountered in his cultivation. His hungry body was madly practicing martial arts. The spiritual energy was attracted and slowly floated towards him. As his speed increased, the spiritual energy gathered faster, especially the 9 top-grade jade stones in front of him, which were the purest in comparison and absorbed the fastest after being pulled by him. The incomplete spiritual energy of other jades is much slower and less pure, and the absorption efficiency is the lowest. He walked over and stood in the middle of the 9 jade stones. He seemed like the center of a whirlpool with countless spiritual energies converging towards him. His skills are constantly running. He had reached a bottleneck, but in the indoor space filled with spiritual energy, the bottleneck slowly began to loosen. His body felt like it had finally been rained after a long drought. Everywhere is filled with joy. All the cells in his body began to jump, and he almost cried out in pleasure. Chapter 140. The 137th Intermediate Spiritual Stone. Subscribe. He walked into the venue, still commenting as I walk. After hearing what he said, the staff next to him hurried over and followed him. With his more than 10 years of experience in the industry, he could smell that this must be a big customer. Maybe he can buy more than a dozen sets in a matter of minutes. Then he has the down payment for the car. So he must seize this kind of big customer. If Su Qing knew what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him, "You're overthinking it." The staff heard his admiration. He quickly started a conversation. "Sir, which one do you like? I can introduce it to you." He was very enthusiastic, because Su Qing seemed to be very interested in every piece of jade. He felt that as long as he grasped Su Qing's pain point, he would be able to achieve results with one strike. Su Qing turned her head and looked at him. Chapter 141. Shattered in a slag. Subscribe. The person in charge walked over and looked at the jade stones next to him that had slightly changed color. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He took photos of every piece of jade. I saw them put in with my own eyes. Therefore, he is also one of the people who is most familiar with these jades in the venue. He can detect even the slightest change. He asked the staff next to him, "Do you think the color of these jades seems to have changed a little?" The staff took a closer look and noticed something was wrong. "It seems to be a little bit, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Could it be affected by the lighting?" "Maybe." The person in charge sighed and ordered, "When you come back later, come with me to open a cabinet and we'll take a closer look. I hope I'm just overthinking it. There's a big client waiting for them up ahead." Workers. Chapter 142. Acquaintances. Subscribe. The exhibition grounds were closed and everyone was asked to leave temporarily, with the lockdown lasting indefinitely. Many people felt strange, but only the core personnel and the security personnel who were present at the time knew what had happened. But they have been silenced. There are many speculations from the outside world. Guangha Group held an emergency meeting. The chairman and other senior executives rushed to the venue. A shadow was cast over the hearts of every senior executive, and the sudden incident was like a huge stone pressing down on them. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was speechless. Even if the company is worth tens of billions, a loss of 2 billion will be a serious blow, and there may be some chain reactions behind it. If the outside world knew about this, the stock price would definitely plummet. By then, the loss will not be just 2 billion. But there's a question floating on their minds that is such a strange thing. Chapter 143. Really good at playing. Subscribe. Through a conversation, Su Qing also learned that the long-haired young man's name was Wang Hai. His family had some money, and he and the so-called Zhang Xiao had partnered to open a new media company. This new media company is involved in a wide range of businesses, including film and television, models, anchors, internet celebrities, etc. In fact, they opened this company to facilitate their pursuit of beauty. Although they are just small-scale operations and cannot be put on the real stage, they do have some fame in this small area. Although he is a partner, his share is really pitifully small. The heir of Guangha Group was originally impossible to contact with given his status. After all, there's a huge gap between them. To the other party, he was just a small ant next to the dragon, and they didn't even look at him. But Zhang Xiao went abroad, and the responsibility of providing resources fell on him, such as internet celebrities, models. Chapter 144. Exciting. Subscribe. Su Qing's eyes widened. The whole person feels like flying in the clouds. Su Mingjin next to him almost leaned on him. He looked down and saw large areas of white snow, with deep valleys visible. He knew it was unrestrained, but he didn't expect it to be so unrestrained. Stimulate. In this small private room, he can do whatever he wants, and every woman who comes here is at his disposal. There were also various aphrodisiacs and bedding in the room. As long as he wanted, he could have an extremely pleasant night tonight. The woman next to me is the best choice in every aspect. Compared to a crowd, she is a goddess. If you want to marry her, you can't do it without a dowry of 1 or 200,000. If it were in their previous life, the only fate between the two would be, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" But here, he can do whatever he wants. Chapter 145. Crazy people. Subscribe. The moment he stood up, everyone's attention was not on what he said, but on the object that was less than 3 inches long. It is exposed and particularly eye-catching. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted. Ahem, young master's son. Want to try something exciting? It's kind of boring here anyway. It's the same thing every day. I'm almost exhausted. It would be nice to try something exciting. I wonder what young master's son wants to take us to play. Everyone looked at them with curiosity. Sunway took out a mobile phone, played the video inside, and threw it in front of them. Anyway, everyone in this room is from the same circle, so it doesn't matter if they are exposed. After doing all this, he sat back in his seat. Start smoking the white powder next to you. His whole face twitched. The woman in the video. Chapter 146. Fearful mother and daughter subscribe. The mother and daughter inside were startled when they heard the knock on the door. Who else comes so late? Who is it? His mother turned around and asked at the door. A young man's voice came from outside the door. I'm a security guard. There's your express delivery in the guard room. I was worried you might be worried, so I brought it to you. When his mother heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although the voice is a little unfamiliar, but she didn't think too much about it. I'm just a little curious about who sent them express delivery, as they haven't bought anything online for a while. She walked straight over and opened the door. The door of a room is an old-fashioned single door. There was originally a security iron door at the door, but due to years of disrepair, it has long been broken and can only be used as a decoration. His mother opened the door a crack. It was pitch black outside, and she could only barely see the person standing outside through the light in the room. Young appearance, fashionable dress, and trendy complexion. Chapter 147. You are Sunway. Subscribe. Hearing such a crazy and perverted request, his mother looked at him in disbelief. Even though she knew that Sunway had long lost his humanity. But I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Even though she had already prepared to sacrifice herself, she still felt disheartened when she heard such a disgusting request. How can this be? You are committing a crime. She trembled all over. When Sunway saw her frightened look, he felt even happier and had no sympathy at all. If you don't want to be fucked by us, then let your daughter fuck us. You can choose between the two. His lustful eyes kept wandering over them. In the past, those who played were all young. I haven't played it at this age. It's definitely exciting to play. As for whether or not to let the other one go, that's another matter. If you can't control your emotions, it's a good idea to have a pair of. Chapter 148. I say you are all trash. After being hit, a bloody stool bounced back and hit the ground and rolled over due to the impact. A shrill scream rang out in the night sky. Sunway's face was covered in blood. His brow bone was sunken. His nose was crooked, and blood was slowly flowing down his face. It hurts just looking at it. It's really shocking. Sunway was stunned by this blow. He squatted on the ground with his face covered, and blood flowed out from between his fingers. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Sunway was hit. How dare he? Doesn't he know that hitting Sunway is more serious than killing him? Who is Sunway? As the heir to one of the top 5 groups in the province, he had been the apple of everyone's eye since childhood. Being slapped normally was considered extremely serious, let alone such a serious injury. Chapter 149. Do you have $1? Subscribe. He uttered these words softly. In his eyes, these people are garbage and shit. Being able to do such disgusting and dirty things has far exceeded the bottom line of being a human being. The screams in the video are so helpless. If they had any human feelings at all, they would not have done such an outrageous thing to this girl. Not to mention him. Anyone with a conscience will not get involved in this matter again. He knew very well how much harm this incident would cause to a girl. He looked up and saw that the girl had a blank look in her eyes, and she had already made up her mind to die. The root of all this was caused by those beasts in the past. He exerted force with his hand, and the phone in his palm was crushed into pieces, and the information inside disappeared from this world forever. After doing all this, he spread his hands and threw the fragments on the ground, scattering them into a pile of scraps. Chapter 150. Chapter 147. It's my turn. Subscribe. Every bodyguard carries a touch of playfulness and cruelty. Bloodthirstiness is human nature. Some people can suppress their nature very well, while others release this nature endlessly. It's painful to be unlucky yourself, but it's fun to watch others be unlucky. What's more, all of this will be created by them. It feels great to control other people's life and death. Su Qing still had his back to them when they attacked, as if he didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. Be careful, He Wing shouted anxiously. But the moment she shouted, she was already on the verge of danger. A baseball bat was already above Su Qing's head in the blink of an eye. Once it falls down, even if you don't die, there will be a big hole in your head. The baseball bat was already 3 centimeters away from his head. Even the hair was blown up by the movement of the baseball bat. Chapter 151. Take them all down without a single one left. Subscribe. Sunway trembled all over when he saw this scene. Are you a human or a ghost? How could you not be afraid of guns? I don't believe it. You must die. Although he was afraid, Sunway still refused to give up. If he gave up, he would be dead. Even if there was no deep hatred between them, the moment he fired that shot, it was already destined that they would fight to the death. If he couldn't kill Su Qing, he would be in a desperate situation. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Bang, bang, bang. Sunway fired several shots at him. This time, Su Qing did not take the bullet head-on. After all, being hit by a bullet was still very painful. His figure was like a ghost. Before the bullet came, he had already sensed its trajectory. With his extreme perception, he knew where the bullet would come from as soon as Sunway raised his hand. In his Chapter 152, Entering the Manor, subscribe. He only drove away one car, and with a wave of his hand, he put the other cars into the storage space without leaving any trace. Although there are still some traces and clues. But at least all the obvious problems have been eliminated. Now it's time to kill. Taking them all down is just the beginning, not the end. He counted with his fingers and figured out the location of Sun Guowei's manor through the causal line. They went there in a large group, carrying a large number of people. It would cause too much noise to wipe out their lives on the spot. He can do whatever he wants because he has changed his face, and no matter how hard they try, they can't tell that it is his real face. But Wei Ying and her daughter will be in trouble. Once their children are in trouble, these wealthy people who control the resources will not care who is the truth teller. They will just draw a circle on the spot, and everyone inside the circle will die. Half an hour. Today is New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, everyone. Today is New Year's Eve, and the new year is almost over. I wish you all the best in the new year, a smooth journey, and endless happiness year after year. Keep your passion and move on to the next mountain and sea. Cross the stars and step over the moon to meet a better self. The trees are here. The mountains are here. The earth is here. The years are here. We are all here, and everything will be fine next year. The old year comes to an end, and the new year begins. Chapter 153, Everyone is Here. Subscribe. Sun Guowei's eyes fixed. He didn't believe that Su Qing had worked so hard to create this situation, asking for nothing, just to say this to him. Only someone with a hole in their brain would do that. Doesn't he know that as long as he can get this evidence, he can exchange it for a lot of money, and he won't have to work for the rest of his life? He can just lie down and count money. Although I will handle the aftermath afterwards. Since Su Qing has obtained a large amount of wealth, it is possible that he will be targeted by others accidentally. Whether his life's safety can be guaranteed at that time will no longer be his concern. But now, he just wanted to kill his own son in his own home. Who is crazy? He really wanted to pry open Su Qing's head and see what was inside. This is his own territory. He is surrounded by bodyguards, and there are contraband in the house. He has the right time, place, and people. Chapter 154 Sun Vai. D. Subscribe. I want you to witness your son's death with your own eyes, so that you can comfort those who have been hurt by him. Su Qing shook his head and walked over. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can give you money, any amount is fine, just let me go. Sunway finally felt scared. This is what it feels like to be on the verge of death. His legs were broken, and he could only crawl backwards with his hands, shouting in despair. He doesn't want to give up his life of luxury. Even if it means living a miserable life, he still wants to live. As long as he wants to stay alive, he can even trade his parents' lives. You shouldn't have said these words to me, nor should you have begged for forgiveness from me. When you committed those sins, you should have understood that retribution for those sins would come one day. Su Qing's heart did not soften at all. What was money? He had enough. The crimes committed by Sun Wei are. Chapter 155, Punishment is clear. Subscribe. Although the people lying down had been pretending to be dead, their heavy breathing had already revealed the fact that they had woken up. It's just that they don't want to face this reality. In just a short moment, Su Qing killed 3 people instantly. Each person's identity and status are very extraordinary. Once the news of their death is exposed, it will cause an uproar in society. They thought Su Qing didn't kill them originally because he wanted money, but now it seems that is not the case. People with demands are easy to deal with, because as long as he paid what he wanted, he could still escape with his life. But the most terrifying people are those who have no desires or demands, because you have no idea what they want. Just like Su Qing now, Sun Guowei has just given him all the conditions they can offer. but he still couldn't escape. They could only curse him in their hearts as a madman. Only crazy people. Chapter 156, Brutal Killing. Subscribe. Sun Wei was not the only one who participated in the first infringement. Since I promised He Weiing that I would erase all her painful memories, I naturally cannot miss this opportunity. They are all evil people who deserve to die. Because Sun Wei has a strong family background to back him up, he can get away with it, even if he commits such a heinous crime. But others are not so lucky. Although they also have a certain family background, it is much inferior in comparison, and they are unable to publicly rescue the person. But their families also took some measures to ensure that they would not be bullied in the detention center. When the time comes, hire the best lawyer to defend you and request a reduced sentence. Once convicted and sent to prison, the options are much greater. You can spend some money and use some connections to get recognized as an outstanding prisoner, and your sentence can be reduced from 10 years to 7, from 5 years to 3, and finally you can get medical parole. Chapter 157, Cutting Off the Causal Line. Although he killed most of the people, but after all, some things cannot be erased. For example, there will be people who will remember these things forever, even if all the people who know about it are killed. Information will also be left. Later generations can still use this information to unravel the mystery and find them. So now they are still in danger. Su Qing was so cruel and killed so many people. Moreover, each of them has an extraordinary identity background, and their family elders also have extremely extensive personal connections. Moreover, when so many people come together, the energy they can unleash is endless. Time has memory, and they can find out where they have been, and who they have met. His own son died. Even if they don't dare to target He Weiing and her daughter openly, they will definitely continue to use tricks in secret. Chapter 158. Brothers and sisters respect each other. Cause and effect itself is also considered a part of the way of heaven. Cutting off the line of cause and effect is equivalent to cutting off a tiny, insignificant piece from the essence of the way of heaven, even though it's just a tiny piece, like a speck of dust in the ocean. But after all, it is part of the way of heaven and is protected by the rules of heaven. So this move is enough to shock the world. Just this one strike consumed 100,000 of his luck. This shows the power of this attack. After doing all this, the matter ended here and no one could find him anymore. Suin Saif. Good and evil in this world will be rewarded or punished accordingly. Soon his eyes turned cold. How can this be over after doing this? He didn't forget his brothers and Huo Qiao. These two people really love him deeply and want to kill him wherever they go.